Chapter 749, Hidden Dangers. The ancient Linghong clan's formidable figures, including Ling Yong, bowed their heads in deference upon meeting the gaze of the elder from the imperial clan, refraining from making eye contact with the elder from the Lei family. If even the 8 powerful beings from the 4 supreme holy clans dared to imprison them, the ancient Linghong clan could not afford to offend them, and they scarcely dared to utter a word. Observing Ling Yong and the others keep their heads down in silence, Lei Daoqiong cut to the chase without preamble. Let me be candid. We have indeed come to subjugate your ancient Linghong clan. However, upon encountering formidable figures from the 4 supreme holy clans, I ordered my men to intervene upon seeing you under duress. Currently, those 8 individuals from the 4 supreme holy clans are now imprisoned by our clan. Should the 4 supreme holy clans become aware, your ancient Linghong clan would undoubtedly share in the blame. You are left with but 2 choices: either submit to my Lei family, or face the wrath of the 4 supreme holy clans. I believe you will make the judicious choice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ling Yong and the others grew increasingly solemn. The disappearance of the 8 powerful beings from the 4 supreme holy clans, especially within the territory of the ancient Linghong clan, was an explanation they could never adequately provide. Furthermore, how many in the entire Eastern Spirit Star region had encountered the Imperial Lei family? Every force that had met an elder of the Imperial Lei family had already bowed in submission, leaving no one to advocate for the ancient Linghong clan. The Supreme Imperial Clan, the Divine Dragon, appeared elusive. If the 4 supreme holy clans were to relentlessly pursue the matter, it would be the ancient Linghong clan that would bear the brunt of the consequences. Just as Ling Yong and the others pondered, Ling Feng hastily conveyed the circumstances of the Lei family subjugation of the ancient Golden-Winged Rock Beast clan and the ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan to Ling Yong and the other ancestors. Upon hearing that the ancient Golden-Winged Rock Beast clan and the ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan had received a plethora of resources and treasures from the Imperial Lei family, including temporal and spatial artifacts, Ling Yong and the others found themselves contemplating the situation. However, they remained somewhat apprehensive, as they had never encountered a 7th-grade temporal and spatial artifact of the Tao level. Moreover, given that it was a temporal and spatial artifact, it must be exceedingly precious. What if the Imperial Lei family no longer possessed such treasures? Nevertheless, submitting to the Imperial Lei family would still yield a substantial amount of resources and treasures, accompanied by the protection of the Lei family. Even without temporal and spatial artifacts, it would at least ensure the safety of the ancient Linghong clan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Yong and the powerful figures of the ancient Linghong clan reached a consensus. Thus, within the Grand Hall, dozens of powerful figures from the ancient Linghong clan, including Ling Feng, knelt down, while Ling Yong and Ling Yi also knelt on one knee, their expressions filled with reverence. We, the ancient Linghong clan, pledge eternal allegiance to the Imperial Lei family, vowing never to betray this oath. We, the ancient Linghong clan, pledge eternal allegiance to the Imperial Lei family, vowing never to betray this oath. Witnessing the submission of the ancient Linghong clan's powerful figures, a trace of a smile finally graced Lei Daoqiong's stern countenance. After imprinting the clan leader's seal into the immortal souls of Ling Yong and the others, Lei Daoqiong spoke with satisfaction. All right, rise. Having submitted to my Lei family, your ancient Linghong clan shall undoubtedly enjoy our protection. As Ling Yong and the others stood, Lei Daoqiong cast another glance at Ling Feng and continued. Ling Feng should have informed you that by submitting to my Imperial Lei family, you will not only gain abundant resources and treasures, but also a precious temporal and spatial artifact. Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng promptly knelt down, his expression grave as he implored, Senior, I have spoken out of turn, and I humbly request your punishment. Observing Ling Feng's proactive submission, Elder Lei Daoqiong nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the information regarding time-space treasures is classified, and no individual is permitted to divulge it indiscriminately, including members of the Lei family. Should such secrets regarding time-space treasures be exposed, it could potentially incite chaos throughout the entire Eastern Ling Star region, a transgression that not just anyone could bear the consequences of. However, it is understandable that Ling Feng chose to confide in Ling Yong and the others, as they are indeed his ancestors, and the ancient Linghong holy clan finds itself on the precipice of danger. This action could be deemed as a means to rescue the ancient clan while also alleviating a significant burden from the elders of the Lei family. Gazing at Ling Feng, Elder Lei Shengli spoke sternly. To carelessly disclose the information regarding time-space treasures, should it circulate, the entire ancient Linghong holy clan would find itself inadequate for the price of atonement. Although this is your first offense, I must still impose punishment upon you. Do you harbor any grievances? Ling Ji was about to intercede on Ling Feng's behalf, but was halted by Ling Yong, who understood that the elder's intentions were not solely punitive towards Ling Feng, but serve as a warning to all members of the ancient Linghong holy clan. As a vassal force of the imperial Lei family, if they cannot even restrain their tongues, what purpose do they serve for the Lei family? Ling Feng responded earnestly. As I have erred, I shall duly accept the punishment without any complaint. Very well, in that case, imprison Ling Feng in the Lei domain for a millennium, subjecting him to the punishment. Elder Lei Shengli declared in a deep voice, after which a Star Thunder Guard stepped forward to escort Ling Feng away from the ancient Ling Hong holy clan in an instant. The Lei domain exists within the starship, yet it is also a place where the elders of the Lei family refine their physical forms. Imprisoning Ling Feng, there is intended to enhance his physique, thereby augmenting his innate talent and potential. However, the thunderous refinement process is indeed excruciating, and even the elders of the Lei family seldom dare to engage in prolonged cultivation within the Lei domain. Once Ling Feng had been taken away, Elder Lei Shengli turned his attention to Ling Yong and the others, speaking slowly. In truth, Ling Feng is not mistaken. Upon submitting to our clan, you will indeed be rewarded with a plethora of precious cultivation resources and treasures, and the information regarding the 7th grade time-space treasures of the Great Dao is authentic. The subsequent procedures will mirror those undertaken with the ancient Golden Winged Rock and the ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clans. Upon witnessing the vast array of 7th grade Great Dao resources and treasures, as well as the information concerning the 7th grade time-space treasures, Ling Yong and the others were instantly overwhelmed with excitement, expressing their gratitude profusely, and their loyalty to the Lei family rapidly intensified as their respect for the elders grew ever deeper. Had it not been for the presence of only the elders of the Lei family, with no disciples in sight, Ling Yong and the others would have eagerly facilitated numerous marriage alliances, even welcoming male disciples into the imperial Lei family with great enthusiasm. Once Ling Yong and the others had calmed from their excitement, it was time to discuss serious matters. 8 powerful individuals from the 4 great holy clans had been imprisoned by the Lei family, rendering them effectively invisible within the eastern Ling Star region. Aside from being alive, the 4 great holy clans would inevitably become aware of their absence. Moreover, these 8 powerful figures from the 4 great holy clans had come to subdue the ancient Ling Hong holy clan, and thus could not linger there for an extended period. If they do not return to their respective holy clans for an extended duration, or fail to communicate any news, the powerful figures of the 4 great holy clans will undoubtedly cast suspicion upon the ancient Ling Hong holy clan. The information regarding the ancient demon holy clan has yet to be fully investigated, and now they have apprehended 4 more powerful figures from the 4 great holy clans, leaving the elders of the Lei family in a state of exasperation. Their expedition to the eastern Ling Star region was aimed at gathering intelligence on the various super holy clans, and it might potentially precipitate an earlier conflict between the Lei family and the ancient demon holy clan. Chapter 750, A Sudden Turn of Events. The elders of the Lei family engaged in extensive discussions with the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan, confirming and delegating numerous matters. The recent imprisonment of 8 formidable powerhouses from the 4 great super sacred clans is certain to provoke investigations from them, along with the ancient demon sacred clan, leading to actions from 5 of the top 10 super sacred clans in the eastern spirit region. Consequently, Lei Xingli and the other elders of the Lei family may need to temporarily abandon their pursuit of the top 100 star zones in the eastern spirit region. Their ambitions are too expansive. Remaining in the top 100 star zones could easily expose them. They plan to return once the scrutiny from the 5 super sacred clans eases. Naturally, the forces allied with the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan, now under the Lei family's aegis, are well protected by over 5 9th-tier Immortal Star Master combatants, alleviating concerns regarding their safety. Moreover, if the Lei family is discovered, there is no need for concealment. upon sending a message back to the Lei family. The elders can lead the vanguard and directly overwhelm the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Once all matters were settled, Lei Xingli and the other elders departed from the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan and set course for the star zones beyond the 100 in the Eastern Spirit region. After witnessing the departure of the Lei family starship, the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan remained momentarily dazed, feeling a mixture of excitement and anxiety. We must prepare to face the inquiries and investigations from those 4 great super sacred clans. Are we all ready? Ling Yong solemnly inquired of the assembled powerhouses of the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. Ancestor, we are fully prepared. Regardless of how the 4 great super sacred clans probe, they will find no traces, replied one of the elders. Upon hearing this, Ling Yong nodded in acknowledgement. A year swiftly passed. After this duration, the 4 great super sacred clans in the top 10 of the Eastern Spirit region sensed something amiss. In the 9th star zone of the Eastern Spirit, where the ancient Star South sacred clan is located, a gathering of over 10 powerful members convened within a grand hall. Didn't Tu Ling and the others go to subdue the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan? How could they still be absent after a year? One voiced concern. Indeed, even if the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan was reluctant to submit, they shouldn't have lingered outside for so long. Could they have encountered some trouble? As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, a middle-aged figure scoffed and spoke, "Humph. Who in the entire Eastern Spirit Star region would dare to trouble the ancient Star South sacred clan? Furthermore, Yu Ling and Hong Xian are both mid-level 8th-tier Immortal Star Masters. How many would dare to confront them?" At this juncture, an elder, glancing at a communications sacred decree in his hand, furrowed his brow and stated solemnly, "The undamaged immortal soul tokens of Yu Ling and the others indicate they have not faced formidable enemies, yet their silence raises concerns. They may have encountered unforeseen circumstances." Nonsense. Given the temperaments of Xing Yu Ling and Nan Hong Xian, they are likely off enjoying themselves somewhere, completely disregarding us old fellows. I believe we needn't concern ourselves with them. They will return when they deem it appropriate, declared another, and without further ado, he exited the grand hall nonchalantly. The remaining powerhouses nodded in agreement. Ancestor, I too believe there is no cause for alarm. Even if Yu Ling and her companions encountered 9th-tier Immortal Star Masters, they could still shatter their immortal sacred tokens to call for assistance. Since all is well for now, I shall return to my cultivation. With that, the individual vanished in an instant. Following his departure, several others took their leave as well, swiftly disappearing from the hall. The few remaining powerhouses exhibited no signs of worry. Ancestor, rest assured, Xing Yu Ling and her companions will return. At most, it will take a century, and at the very least, a millennium. They can only remain within the Eastern Spirit region, and even if they are exploring some mysterious locales, it requires at least 10,000 years. It has only been a year. There is nothing to fret about. The elder appeared to be swayed by these words, and his concerns gradually dissipated. In that case, let us disperse. We must devise alternative strategies for those resources and treasures since we have not succeeded in subduing the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. Yes, soon. The Grand Hall was once again devoid of occupants. The ancient Star South sacred clan returned to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the 7th star zone of the Eastern Spirit, where the ancient Golden Radiance Path was situated, within a resplendent hall at the heart of numerous palaces, a venerable elder clad in golden sacred robes spoke solemnly. It has been a year, and Huang Fu Yi and the others have yet to return. Huang Fu Cheng, you are to venture to the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan in the Eastern Spirit 86 star zone to urge Huang Fu Yi and his group. If they have not succeeded in subduing the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan, employ extraordinary measures. Yes, Ancestor. After receiving the command, Huang Fu Cheng instantly teleported away from the ancient Golden Radiance Path, heading towards the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan in the Eastern Spirit 86 star zone. Similarly, in the 4th star zone of the Eastern Spirit, the ancient Qing Yun sacred clan, upon noticing the absence of Qing Han and the lack of any communication, dispatched over 10 powerful individuals to investigate the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. As for the 6th star zone of the Eastern Spirit, the ancient Ling Su sacred clan, within a dark and vast sacred continent, stood a resplendent hall radiating a rich immortal sacred soul power. Inside, a being of pure sacred light, possessing a soul body, displayed a countenance filled with doubt and concern. Ling Ji has been at the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan for a year. Why has there been no word? The ancient Ling Su sacred clan was uniquely special, devoid of a physical form, existing solely as sacred soul bodies, also known as the Ling Su soul clan. This clan possesses a distinctive ability. If any member encounters misfortune, the entire clan receives the memories of the member during their demise. Moreover, If a powerful member of the Ling Su Soul clan is imprisoned or confined by an even greater entity, it won't be long before the other powerful members of the same realm sense it. It is precisely due to this unique ability that the Ling Su Soul clan has earned its place among the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit Ancestor. The life soul seals of Ling Ji and the other elders remain intact, but they have not sent back any messages. I suspect they may have been captured. The ancestor of the ancient Ling Su sacred clan, Ling Yan, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied gravely, "We have not yet sensed their captivity. We cannot jump to conclusions. Let us wait a while longer." Just as Ling Yan finished speaking, a perception suddenly returned to his sacred soul sea. It was a faint distress signal, incomplete and intermittent, as if obstructed by a terrifying force. Awaken ancestor Ling Tao. Ling Ji and the others have likely encountered mid-tier or higher 9th-tier immortal star masters. Within a mere hour, two formidable beings emanating terrifying auras from the ancient Ling Su sacred clan teleported across the cosmic void towards the Eastern Spirit 86 star zone. Chapter 751. All is laid bare. In the Eastern Spirit 86 star zone, after a year had passed, the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan returned to its previous tranquility. However, at that moment, two terrifying auras abruptly tore through the void, descending upon the cosmic expanse outside the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. In an instant, a dreadful pressure enveloped the area, swiftly covering the entire ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. Within the central hall of a sacred continent, Ling Yong abruptly sensed the oppressive force. His expression shifting dramatically as he hastily shattered the ancestral decree and teleported away from the hall. In the cosmic void, Ling Yong and the other powerful members of the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan gradually converged, gathering nearly 200 immortal star masters in a matter of moments. It was indeed Senior Ling Yan and Senior Ling Tao. I offer my respects to both esteemed seniors. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my ancient Ling Hong holy clan? Ling Yong stepped forward to pay his respects and posed the question. Young human, surrender the Ling Ji and Ling Yan of my clan, and I shall spare you from the death penalty of the ancient Ling Hong holy clan. Ling Yan's voice resonated with a grave tone, reverberating through the cosmic expanse. Concurrently, an invisible pressure, imbued with the primordial power of the perfected sacred soul, bore down upon Ling Yong and the others, as if it could annihilate them in an instant. Unbeknownst to Ling Yan, however, every member of the ancient Ling Hong holy clan bore the mark of service to the Lei Daoqiong within their souls. It was sheer folly for a mid-tier 9th-grade immortal star master to attempt to exert pressure upon their immortal sacred souls, threatening a clan that possessed the imprint of a half-step dominator, an act of utter recklessness. In a fleeting moment, Ling Yan sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. And no, how could you possibly possess the imprint of a half-step dominator? The moment these words left his mouth, astonishment engulfed all present in the cosmic vastness. How could he know of our submission to the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan? What was happening? How did he uncover this? Ling Yong and the others were engulfed in confusion and alarm. At that moment, Ling Yan remained ensnared in profound dread, as if he had witnessed a terrifying entity. His perfected sacred soul's primordial power inadvertently stirred the imprint of service to Lei Daoqiong, triggering the protective force of the imprint. An invisible binding pressure rendered both Ling Yan and Ling Tao utterly immobile, unable even to flee. Just as the crowd was enveloped in bewilderment, a golden radiance enveloped Ling Yong and the others. Simultaneously, an immense, ethereal visage began to materialize within the cosmic void. Upon its emergence, the boundless primordial forces of the universe retreated, as if bowing before a supremely exalted being. A presence, transcending the very essence of the cosmic primordial Tao, descended upon the starry expanse, compelling even the cosmic forces to yield without a hint of defiance. Feeling this aura, Ling Yan and Ling Tao were instantly seized by profound fear. The power of the extreme Tao, how could this be? The ethereal visage, though unfamiliar, radiated an aura that surpassed even the pinnacle of a 9th-grade immortal star master. As Ling Yong and the others beheld this magnificent, terrifying entity, their gazes transformed into one of utmost reverence. Is this the imperial ancestor? The supreme being of the Lei clan in the half-step dominator realm? Ling Yong spoke with deference, leading all the formidable members of the ancient Ling Hong holy clan to kneel respectfully before the ethereal visage of Lei Daoqiong. We pay homage to the imperial ancestor. At the moment of their homage, 5-star Thunder Guards, concealed within the ancient Ling Hong holy clan, revealed themselves, also kneeling on one knee in reverence to the ethereal visage of Lei Daoqiong. Ling Yan stared in disbelief at this spectacle, unable to fathom the existence of these 5 superlative beings, each radiating the aura of a pinnacle 9th-grade immortal star master. With their presence, Even the entire ancient Ling Su Holy Clan posed no threat to the ancient Linghong Holy Clan. Had it not been for Ling Yan's accidental disturbance of the imprint of service in the immortal sacred souls of the ancient Linghong Holy Clan, they would not have uncovered the clan's secrets so swiftly, nor would they have discovered, in this Eastern Spirit Star region, the existence of a hidden half-step dominator of supreme prowess, likely backed by a quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan. At that moment, a figure clad in golden robes instantaneously teleported into the cosmic expanse. Before Huang Fucheng could react, he was ensnared by a terrifying pressure that immobilized him in the starry void. What on earth is happening? Suddenly restrained, Huang Fucheng found himself in a state of panic, only to behold the immense ethereal visage looming in the cosmic sky. Is this the half-step dominator of supreme power? How can this be? As he grappled with his shock, over a dozen figures materialized, similarly ensnared by the overwhelming pressure within the cosmic realm. What is that? That aura seems to exceed the perfected primordial power. The formidable beings of the ancient Qingyuan Holy Clan gazed at the vast ethereal visage with expressions of confusion and terror. At this juncture, the ethereal visage of Thunder Daoqiong slightly raised its gaze towards the three super clan's formidable beings. Following this, a resounding Dao sound reverberated throughout the cosmic expanse, ultimately resonating within the immortal sacred souls of Ling Yan and the other three super clan powers. Indeed, it is the imprint of servitude. Now that you are aware of my presence, why do you still remain hidden? As the Dao sound surged through their immortal sacred souls, the imprint within them seemed on the verge of bursting forth with brilliance. Who are you? This Eastern Spirit Star region is under the dominion of my Tianyang Imperial clan. You have intruded recklessly, exposing my information. What is your intent? As the questioning Dao sound echoed across the cosmic expanse, an equally immense, resplendent visage emanating the essence of Supreme Yang slowly emerged opposite Thunder Daoqiong's ethereal visage. Upon the appearance of this visage, the bindings upon Ling Yan and the other three super clan powers were instantly lifted. As they beheld this new ethereal visage, fear flickered in the eyes of the three super clan powers, who promptly knelt in respect, declaring, "We pay homage to our master." The visage, identifying itself as the Tianyang Extreme Dao Imperial Clan, paid no heed to Ling Yan and the others, but instead fixed its unwavering gaze upon Thunder Daoqiong's ethereal visage, feeling an ominous sense of danger emanating from the being behind it. Chapter 752. Another quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Clan. Far away in the Eastern Spirit 10011 star region, Thunder Daoqiong had awakened from his seclusion. Through the ethereal visage revealed by the imprint of service, he scrutinized the visage formed from the imprint of servitude before him. Sensing the aura of the opposing visage, Thunder Daoqiong easily deduced the realm of the being behind it. The Tianyang Imperial Clan was merely a nascent peak half-step dominator. Yet they commanded the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. It appeared there were many secrets about this region that remained unknown to him. Thunder Daoqiong did not respond to the inquiries posed by the opposing visage. Instead, he proclaimed, "What? You, the Tianyang Imperial Clan, have dominated the Eastern Spirit Star region for countless epochs, reaping endless resources. It is high time you relinquish control. This Eastern Spirit Star region is now under my command. You have two choices. Take your entire vassal forces and vacate the Eastern Spirit Star region, or prepare for war. After all, my Lei family has remained hidden for far too long. This battle shall showcase the absolute might of my Imperial clan." Upon hearing Thunder Daoqiong's words, the opposing Tianyang Imperial clan's ethereal visage was incensed. A thunderous Dao sound shook the vast universe, echoing, "Our Tianyang Imperial clan has ruled the Eastern Spirit Star region for innumerable epochs. You, a sudden appearing quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan, presume to seize control? Such aspirations are utterly delusional. If you seek war, then let it be. I shall witness the true strength of your Imperial clan." With that declaration, the Tianyang Imperial clan's ethereal visage waved its hand, transporting Ling Yan and the others away from the location as its own visage gradually dissipated. Upon witnessing the situation, Lei Daoqiong glanced through the ethereal visage of the Dharma and gently advised Ling Yong and the others, "Prepare diligently. For chaos is about to engulf the Eastern Spirit Star region. A war is inevitable." Hearing the soft-spoken admonition from the supreme being of the Imperial clan, Ling Yong and his companions were filled with immense excitement and respectfully responded, "We shall faithfully adhere to the edict of our esteemed ancestor." Subsequently, Lei Daoqiong dissipated this spectral manifestation. As the cosmic expanse regained its tranquility, Ling Yong and the others, suppressing their exhilaration, hastily retrieved the sacred communication decree to report this matter to Elder Lei Xingli. After relaying all pertinent information to Elder Lei Xingli, Ling Yong's expression grew grave. To his astonishment, apart from their primary lineage, the Lei family, there existed another quasi-ultimate imperial clan within the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Furthermore, the ancient Qingyun sacred clan, the ancient Lingsu sacred clan, and the ancient Jinhun Dao court appeared to be vassal forces of the Tianyang imperial clan. It remained uncertain whether the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit were likewise subservient to the Tianyang imperial clan. If all 10 super sacred clans were indeed vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan, the impending conflict would undoubtedly be far from straightforward. After analyzing the situation within the Eastern Spirit Star region, Ling Yong, with a solemn demeanor, led the formidable members of the ancient Linghong sacred clan back to the Dominion Grade mainland. This battle concerned the survival of their clan. Thus, the ancient Linghong sacred clan must respond with utmost resolve. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Spirit 106 Star region, the elders of the Lei family, initially engaged in discussions regarding the conquest of the next star area, abruptly received a message from the clan leader. War was to commence immediately. The most formidable force behind the Eastern Spirit Star region was the quasi-ultimate imperial clan, the Tianyang imperial clan. The top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit might all be vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan. Why had the war been initiated so suddenly? Had they been discovered? Lei Mingtsong pondered perplexedly. At that moment, Elder Lei Xingli also received a message from Ling Yong. After perusing the information sent by Ling Yong, Elder Lei Xingli sighed and explained, "Alas, the early commencement of this war is indeed a result of our oversight. We never anticipated that the ancient Lingsu sacred clan possessed such a remarkable ability to convey perilous information to their kin. The two ancient Lingsu sacred clan members we detained communicated their captivity, and when the ancient Lingsu sacred clan members threatened and interrogated Ling Yong and his companions, it inadvertently triggered the clan leader's servant seal, resulting in the premature outbreak of hostilities. Upon understanding the reasons for the premature war, Lei Mingtsong rose, solemnly declaring, "The initiative to explore the top 100-star regions of the Eastern Spirit was my suggestion, and now, having precipitated this early conflict, I bear an inescapable responsibility. I shall return to the clan and seek the clan leader's pardon." Hearing this, Elder Lei Xingli smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, "Mingtsong, this matter does not fall upon you. All of us elders unanimously agreed to advance the exploration of the Eastern Spirit's 100-star regions. If blame is to be assigned, it should not be yours, especially since it was my command to detain those two ancient Lingsu sacred clan members. Moreover, the message from the clan leader explicitly states that the war was intentionally initiated to provide numerous Lei family disciples the opportunity to undergo trials in this grand conflict within the Eastern Spirit Star region. Thus, our tasks have been satisfactorily fulfilled." Though initially skeptical of Elder Lei Xingli's explanation, Lei Mingtsong's doubts faded when Elder Lei Xingli presented the clan leader's correspondence for his review. Just then, a colossal rift suddenly tore through the cosmic void beyond the starship, followed by the arrival of a terrifying aura that enveloped the celestial realm. "What is happening?" As the elders of the Lei family wore solemn expressions, the figure of Emperor Jioshiba emerged slowly from the rift, wielding a massive warblade, and approached the front of the starship. Observing the imposing figure outside the starship, whose presence far surpassed that of even a peak 9th-level Undying Star Master, the elders of the Lei family were gripped by an overwhelming sense of gravity. Only the Star Thunder Guards remained unperturbed, for they recognized him as a newly promoted quasi-ultimate imperial puppet under their master's command. And a flicker of anticipation gleamed in their eyes. At that moment, in the vastness of space, Emperor Jioshiba raised his hand in a slight bow and spoke with a rich and resonant voice. "Esteemed elders of the Lei family, I, the Imperial Guard, have been dispatched by the decree of the Lei family's imperial ancestor to escort you back to the clan." Upon hearing this proclamation, the elders of the Lei family were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Lei Mingtsong, astonished, stepped away from the starship and inquired of Emperor Jioshiba, "You are the Imperial Guard? Are you not a half-step sovereign realm expert?" "Indeed," came the affirmative reply. Lei Mingtsong inhaled deeply, promptly bowing to the Imperial Guard as a gesture of respect for the powerful being. Without further ado, Emperor Jioshiba shielded the starship of the Lei family elders, tearing through the void to instantaneously transport them to the Eastern Spirit 10011 star region. Simultaneously, in the Eastern Spirit 10011 star region, the Lei family was already on high alert. Even the three elders, Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Chang'e, who had been in seclusion, emerged from their meditative states, ready to partake in the impending conflict of the Eastern Spirit Star region. In a chaotic space, Lei Daoqiong, capable of encompassing the entire Eastern Spirit Star region with a mere thought, was unable to detect the whereabouts of the Tianyang imperial clan. However, through his probing, he discerned that the ancient Dragon Court and the Jilin Black Abyss ancient clan were not vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan. It seemed these two super-sacred clans were rather unique, perhaps unafraid of the quasi-ultimate imperial clan. Regarding the Tianyang imperial clan, I currently know only of the existence of a half-step sovereign realm expert, with no further information at my disposal. There is no rush. When the war commences, all truths shall inevitably come to light. The resonant sound of the Tao echoed throughout the chaotic space as Lei Daoqiong's gaze deepened, as if piercing through the endless chaos to behold the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region, including the hidden Tianyang imperial clan lurking in the shadows. Chapter 753, The War Begins. In the Eastern Spirit 633 Star region, upon learning that the war had commenced ahead of schedule, Elder Lei Daoqiong harbored no discontent. Rather, he was extraordinarily exhilarated, his suppressed fighting spirit ignited in an instant. Esteemed elders, given that the grand conflict in the Eastern Spirit Star region has begun, there is no need for further deliberation on how to subdue those sacred clans. We shall simply charge forth, overwhelming any sacred clan with our might. Lei Daoqiong proclaimed with fervor. The other elders, upon hearing his words, also exhibited glimmers of excitement and battle intent. After enduring for so long, they could finally unleash their prowess and, through this war, test the strength they had cultivated during this period. As they approached the Eastern 550-star region, Lei Daoqiong's eyes glimmered with anticipation and combat fervor. He had donned his advanced, undying Star Master armor, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. His aura and pressure as a 6th-level Undying Star Master in the late stage rendering him akin to an unparalleled general. The other elders were similarly prepared, with over 2,000 of them radiating battle intent, their formidable auras exceeding the late stages of the 5th-level Undying Star Master, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Just then, the elders suddenly sensed the starship being forcefully halted by an overwhelming power. What is happening? Could it be that the experts of the Tianyang imperial clan have arrived so swiftly? Lei Daoqiong pondered gravely, gazing into the cosmic expanse ahead. The elders of the Lei family wore solemn expressions, their readiness for the Star Thunder Guards to engage. Just then, a colossal rift tore through the cosmic void, rendering the starship of the Lei family elders utterly insignificant before it. Suddenly, from the immense rift in the void emerged a towering figure clad in imperial battle armor, bearing a colossal sword upon his back. Prepare for battle, Lei Daoqiong intoned gravely, his expression heavy as he regarded the terrifying presence of the imposing figure. However, a Star Thunder Guard hastily interjected, Elder Lei Daoqiong, this individual is one of the Emperor's imperial guards, here to protect all the elders. Before the elders could fully absorb this revelation, the magnificent form of Emperor 99, which had initially appeared as a behemoth in the cosmic expanse, gradually diminished to a height of 10,000 zhang. He offered a slight bow toward the warship occupied by the Lei family elders, his deep voice resonating as he proclaimed, Elder Lei Daoqiong, the great ancestor is aware of your martial inclinations and has sent me to bring you a contingent of the Lei family army. With that, Emperor 99 gestured aside, revealing a legion of 100,000 warships emerging slowly from the rift in the void. As the Lei family armada fully materialized, thunderous sounds reverberated across the cosmic expanse from each vessel. Mantu, commanding 100 billion iron-blooded barbarians, stands ready for your orders, Master. Hufeng, leading the Lei family White Tiger Beast Legion, awaits your command, Elder Lei Daoqiong. Lei Xianbin, Lei Xuanwu, at the helm of over 100,000 Lei family disciples. Stand ready for your instructions, Elder Lei Daoqiong. Yi Xiao, Yin Xun, leading tens of billions of disciples from the Lei family Thunder Dao Academy, await your command, Elder Lei Daoqiong. As these figures emerged in the cosmic panorama, the Lei family elders beheld the arriving Lei family army, their minds flooded with familiar images. Lei Daoqiong and the elders, now amidst the stars, gazed with satisfaction upon their legion and disciples, observing that each and every one of the Lei family disciples had ascended to the immortal Star Master realm. His personal disciples Yin Chun and Mantu had also broken through to the 4th tier of the immortal Star Master realm. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. Very well. Truly, it is fitting for the imperial lineage of the Lei family to command such a legion and disciples. This battle is the greatest conflict our Lei family has faced since its inception. We may have to confront the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, and potentially even a quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan. We are at the brink of life and death. Do you fear? Not in the least. Not in the least. Not in the least. The resounding voices echoed, shaking the vast universe. even causing the void to tremble. Then let us, under my command, carve out a realm for the Lei family. Kill, kill, kill. The cries of slaughter reverberated through the heavens, their roar resonating even across millions of light years to the Eastern Spirit 633-star region. Such terrifying energy fluctuations instilled dread and confusion among all the holy clans in the Eastern Spirit 633-star region. What is happening? How can there be such overwhelming battle intent and killing aura? Are formidable clans approaching? Or have powerful holy clans from other star regions ignited a holy war? Given such an aura, it was evident that only the top super holy clans of the Eastern Spirit could wield such power from millions of light years away. At this juncture, the only forces aware of the conflict between the two quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans were the vassal powers of the top 10 super holy clans of the Eastern Spirit, alongside some factions that had submitted to the Lei family. Furthermore, ancient powers like the Spirit Phoenix Holy Clan, which had been subjugated by the Lei family, also possessed some knowledge. The war between the two quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans would likely engulf the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, and we, the holy clans, may very well be ensnared. Thus, we must prepare early, even considering submission to a quasi-imperial Dao clan. With war looming, the stakes had risen beyond mere concerns. Even factions aligning with quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans could serve as a means of self-preservation. In a heartbeat, many holy clans across the Eastern Spirit Star region descended into panic, with even the super holy clans among the top 100 struggling to remain composed. The ancient golden-winged rock beast clan had already engaged in full-scale conflict with the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan. The ancient dragon elephant beast clan and the ancient spirit phoenix holy clan also found themselves at war with several super holy clans. The ancient spirit phoenix holy clan had surprisingly submitted to a quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan, with Lingyong benefiting immensely from this arrangement, yet failing to share any information with us. It seems that the countless epics of camaraderie pale in comparison to the favor of a quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan. Who do you think you are to compare yourself with a quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan? It was heard that among the top 100 super holy clans in the Eastern Spirit, the 3 super holy clans that had submitted to the Lei family appeared to have received considerable treasures and rewards, even with several 9th-tier immortal star masters dispatched to oversee their operations. Indeed, recent conflicts revealed that the Xianxia ancient holy clan, which engaged the ancient spirit phoenix holy clan, suffered significant losses, with 3 immortal star masters having perished in less than a day. What does Xianxia ancient holy clan amount to? The losses of the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan are far more grievous. Not only were they pressed by the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan, but they also lost over 10 immortal star masters. Were it not for the support of the ancient black-scale python demon clan, the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan would surely have faced annihilation at the hands of the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan. Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell upon many powerful beings within the secret continent. Chapter 754. The 8 great super holy clans join the fray. Esteemed colleagues, I believe the time has come for us to make a decision. This impending conflict between the 2 quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans cannot find us in isolation. As for whether this war presents an opportunity or a calamity for us, it ultimately rests upon each individual's choice. Upon uttering these words, the dozens of powerful beings present began to deliberate. Suddenly, a figure from the Star Beast clan, crackling with lightning, spoke solemnly. I have long harbored discontent toward the top 10 super holy clans. For countless epochs, they have slain many of my kin. This grievance shall be avenged. Esteemed colleagues, deliberate at your leisure. I have resolved to submit to the Lei family imperial clan, hoping we shall not become adversaries in the future. With that, the Star Beast clan figure dissipated his form. The remaining attendees, witnessing this, began to contemplate. At that moment, a female human warrior spoke. Esteemed colleagues, we all harbor grievances, to varying extents, against the top 10 super holy clans and cannot submit to them. Yet we are also unfamiliar with the Lei family imperial clan. Perhaps we should seek out Lingyong. He may be willing to share insights about the Lei family. After a brief period of consideration, the powerful beings present nodded in agreement. At this juncture, a figure from the divine beast clan suggested, how about this? The human warriors will approach Lingyong, while the Star Beast warriors seek out Jin Yen, and the divine beast warriors consult Xiang Linyuan. Should we acquire any information about the Lei family imperial clan, submitting to them may not be a detriment to us. Very well, since there are no objections, let us not delay further. Making our choices sooner will be most beneficial. With that, the powerful beings present nodded in unison before dispersing their forms, allowing the once quiet secret continent to regain its tranquility. As time flowed steadily onward, Within just a few days, the subordinate forces beneath the two imperial clans had ignited conflict throughout the Eastern Spirit Star region. The army led by Elder Lei Daoqiong and his fellow elders from the Lei family advanced with overwhelming force from the Eastern Spirit 633-star region toward the top 10-star regions of the East. Simultaneously, in the Eastern Spirit 5,000-star region, an Imperial Guard tore through the void. Arriving before the ancient holy array of the star prison barrier that had isolated much of the Eastern Spirit Star region for countless epochs. Gazing upon the ancient barrier, the Imperial Guard merely uttered in a low tone, "Shatter." The sound of Tao resonated with a gentle tone, yet the terrifying energy it harbored shattered vast expanses of void. The ancient sacred formation of the star prison barrier, which had isolated a significant portion of the Eastern Spirit Star region, instantly disintegrated into countless fragments under the weight of this formidable energy. All the star prison envoys guarding the ancient sacred formation were obliterated alongside it, reduced to mere dust. At the very moment of the barrier's destruction, the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit Star region sensed the upheaval. The ancient Dragon Court would not intervene in the conflicts of the Eastern Spirit Star region, nor would they involve themselves in the strife between the two imperial clans. Likewise, the scaled Fin Black Abyss ancient clan displayed no interest in the imperial clash. Thus, they paid little heed to the shattering of the star prison barrier. Conversely, the other 8 super sacred clans expressed far greater indignation over the barrier's demise. In the first star zone of the Eastern Spirit region, the ancient Blood Glutton clan had gathered the founders of the other 7 super sacred clans within a grand hall. At least 30 formidable beings, all at the 9th tier of the immortal Star Lord realm, sat within, their combined presence rendering the hall oppressive. The star prison barrier has been shattered. It seems there is no room left for negotiation with the imperial clan of the Lei family, remarked a founder of the ancient Qingyan clan, Qingli. What is there to negotiate with the Lei family? Since war has commenced, we must not hold back. Although we may not match the Lei clan in strength, dealing with their vassal forces will be more than sufficient, responded the Blood Glutton clan's powerful warrior, Shueshi, in a grave tone. Within the ancient Spirit Hong clan, there are 5 9th-tier immortal star lords from the Lei family. The ancient Golden-Winged Rock Beast clan and the ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan also seem to harbor several 9th-tier immortal star lords of the Lei family. We must remain vigilant regarding the potential presence of their forces in other sacred clans, Ling Yin warned solemnly. Upon hearing this, the other powerful beings nodded in agreement, though their expressions bore little concern. If the 9th-tier immortal star lords of the Lei family are stationed among other sacred clans, their demise will come more swiftly. Our master, the Tianyang Imperial clan, possesses unfathomable strength. That suddenly emerging Lei family will undoubtedly pale in comparison. Their downfall is merely a matter of time, stated a somewhat overconfident warrior from the ancient Hanhu clan, Hanxiao. At that moment, the most powerful and highest-ranked member of the ancient Blood Glutton clan, Shuetiao, spoke in a deep voice, "Enough. The war has begun. Let us not conceal our strength any longer. Let all sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit Star region witness the might of our 8 super sacred clans. Those unwilling to submit should know what must be done." Understood. Annihilating clans is what I relish most. The thrill of slaughtering lives is indeed exquisite, said the founder of the ancient demon clan, Yao Shang. As a tangible aura of slaughter began to coalesce at his fingertips, his eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Then, Shuetiao rose, his expression grave as he declared, "The order from the Tianyang Imperial clan is clear. This war serves not only to demonstrate our might, but also to seize all resources within the Eastern Spirit Star region, leaving no waste even of the fallen warrior's remains. Furthermore, we shall contribute 80% of all spoils to the Tianyang Imperial clan, with the remaining 20% distributed among us. The more one kills and plunders, the more one shall reap." Upon hearing this, the other 7 super sacred clan warriors hastily took their leave, their eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Watching them depart, only the 7 powerful members of the ancient Blood Glutton clan remained. A faint smile graced Shuetiao's lips, and once all had left, he murmured, "Let the slaughter commence. The more lives extinguished, the better. If countless streams of blood can drench the Eastern Spirit Star region, perhaps I shall shatter that barrier and ascend to the rarefied realm of a half-step sovereign. At that time, aside from the Tianyang Imperial clan, my ancient Blood Glutton clan will emerge as a quasi-ultimate imperial clan, a supreme entity above countless sacred clans in the Eastern Spirit Star region." The chilling, frenzied laughter reverberated throughout the grand hall as countless ancient Blood Glutton warriors, exuding a fierce scent of blood, stood poised for battle, ready to launch an assault on any super sacred clan. Chapter 755, The Terrifying Might of the Imperial Lei Family's Army. Within the cosmic star sea, waves of battle reverberated, capable of shattering the very fabric of the universe, causing the star sea to roil and the void to tremble. In the Eastern Spirit Star region, Zone 633, Lei led the Lei family's army, comprising powerful beings above the immortal Star Lord realm, to engage in a cataclysmic battle against nearly 40 sacred clan factions within Zone 633, totaling nearly 5,000 immortal Star Lords. These 40 clans were vassals of the 8 most powerful super-sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit region, with the Demon Clan and Human Clan boasting the greatest numbers. The remainder consisted of various ancient beast and exotic beast factions. United, their might was extraordinarily formidable. In the seemingly boundless cosmic star sea, the clash of tens of thousands of immortal Star Lords shattered the very void. The powers of perfected Tao surged within this cosmic expanse, as immortal techniques, secret arts, and inherited skills manifested chaotically. Injuries were frequent, and a single misstep could lead to immediate death and annihilation. The terrifying battle's aftermath rippled through the endless cosmic star sea, reaching the Eastern Spirit Star region 633, instilling profound fear and panic among the remaining sacred clans. At that moment, outside the Eastern Spirit Star region, the Lei family's 100 billion iron-blooded army, nearly 10 billion white tiger divine beast warriors, and numerous disciples from the Thunder Tao Academy surrounded Zone 633, all boasting strengths above the immortal Star Lord realm, with millions of them being immortal Star Lords, exuding an overwhelming presence. The remaining sacred clans within Zone 633, witnessing such a terrifying scene, huddled within their respective sacred Lord-level continents and star zones, trembling in fear and daring not to make a single move. Just then, a slightly trembling yet resolute voice reached the Lei family's army. I, Bing Yin, founder of the ancient Ice Chi clan, am willing to lead the entire Ice Chi clan to submit to the imperial Lei family. An elder clad in icy blue robes, accompanied by nearly 100 immortal Star Lords, appeared before the Lei family's army, their expressions tense, beads of sweat on their foreheads indicating the weight of their deliberation leading to this momentous decision. Among the Lei family's ranks, the elder Lei Rinxian, seated atop a celestial deer beast, regarded the approaching Ice Chi clan warriors and exchanged a glance with a nearby Star Thunder Guard. The Star Thunder Guard nodded, swiftly appearing before Bing Yin and the other warriors, his terrifying immortal divine sense probing into the souls of the 100 formidable beings. Under the scrutiny of the Star Thunder Guard, Bing Yin and the others exhibited fear in their eyes but dared not resist, allowing the examination to occur. Upon completion, the Star Thunder Guard turned and nodded at Lei Rinxian. Without further ado, Lei Rinxian directly inscribed the servant seal of the clan leader, Lei Daoqiong, into the immortal souls of all present from the Ice Chi clan. Before long, any member of the Ice Chi clan would bear the seal of Lei Daoqiong within their soul. Having submitted to our imperial Lei family, let us see the extent of your power, he declared. Lei Rinxian gazed upon Bing Yin and gradually spoke. In this sector of the cosmos, the vast majority of the indomitable Star Lord-level powerhouses from the numerous vassal forces of the 8 supreme holy clans have already departed for the cosmic star sea battlefield. You should know what to do next. Upon receiving the elders' consent for the Bingchi ancient holy clan to submit, Bing Yin and his companions were filled with immense excitement. Understanding the elders' words, Bing Yin promptly knelt on one knee, his expression reverent as he proclaimed, I understand. And I shall lead our forces to annihilate all remaining powerhouses of those several holy clans within the sector. Looking at Bing Yin, Lei Rinxian nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed him an indomitable holy ring. These are some resources and treasures I have prepared for you, should you fulfill your mission commendably. Further bountiful rewards will await you, Lei Rinxian remarked nonchalantly. Catching the indomitable holy ring, Bing Yan's face lit up with joy, and he hastily vowed, I shall not disappoint the imperial clan and the elders' expectations. I guarantee the flawless completion of the task. After Lei Rinxian waved his hand, Bing Yin respectfully bowed once more before taking his leave, returning with the strong members of the Bingchi ancient holy clan to their holy master-level continent. Moments after their departure, Elder Lei Rinxian addressed the Lei clan army beside him, saying, Commence. There are a total of 39 holy clans within the holy master-level continent. Spare none above the Star Sovereign realm. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers of the army divided into 39 cohorts, each consisting of billions of soldiers and nearly 100,000 indomitable Star Lord-level powerhouses, advancing towards the 39 holy master-level continents of the holy clans. With a thunderous onslaught, the defenses of the 39 holy master-level continents crumbled effortlessly under the relentless assault of the Lei clan army. The once prepared holy clan forces within those continents, comprising trillions of soldiers above the Dao sovereign realm, were instantly engulfed by terror upon witnessing the overwhelming number of indomitable Star Lord-level powerhouses from the Lei clan. Their previously united battle formations swiftly disintegrated, plunging into chaos and panic. How could this be? How could we possibly contend against the Lei clan army? I do not wish to perish. I refuse to become a vassal of the ancient Xianxian holy clan. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life. And I shall forever serve the imperial clan with gratitude. In an instant, the forces of the 39 holy clans erupted into disarray upon seeing the Lei clan army. Though they had previously shown no fear of death, the sight of their overwhelming adversary instilled a profound desire to survive, reflected in their fearful gazes. Should they recklessly charge forward, they would only be ground to dust beneath the might of the Lei clan army, their efforts yielding no ripples of resistance. However, even if these holy clans refrained from attacking, the Lei clan army would not relent, for these clans were mere vassals of the 8 supreme holy clans, and their loyalty and reverence towards their overlords would not be easily swayed. Moreover, the warriors of the Lei clan were not known for their mercy. Those who needed to be eliminated would face their fate without hesitation. A second-tier barbarian general of the indomitable Star Lord realm led billions of barbarian soldiers, directly shattering a holy master-level continent of a demon holy clan, with the trillions of demon soldiers within becoming targets for slaughter. Every moment, countless demon lives were extinguished. The bloody rampage of the Lei clan army and the pervasive aura of slaughter sent shivers down the spines of other holy clans, forcing them to hide within their respective holy master-level continents, afraid to even release a breath of their presence. Many of the Lei clan's forces, after eliminating the holy clan soldiers within the holy master-level continents, surged into the depths of the sector, commencing a brutal massacre against the 39 holy clans. However, the Lei clan army only targeted those above the Star Sovereign realm, relegating those below to be enslaved by the Bingqi ancient holy clan. This overwhelming war unfolded with a decidedly one-sided trajectory, concluding within merely 3 days. When Elder Lei Daoqiong beheaded the last 6th-tier indomitable Star Lord-level demon soldier and crushed its demon soul, the war in the East Spirit 633 sector finally came to a close. Chapter 756, The Decision of the Ancestors of the 8 Supreme Holy Clans. Standing in the cosmic star sea, Lei Daoqiong surveyed the battlefield, noting that all the Lei clan elders and disciples remained unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone swiftly assessed the battlefield. Lei Daoqiong commanded loudly. Understood. The elders and disciples of the Lei clan obeyed, quickly gathering the remains of the other holy clans scattered across the cosmic star sea. After all, the corpses of indomitable Star Lord-level powerhouses, including those of demon holy clans, demon beasts, ancient beasts, and exotic beasts, were akin to treasures, immensely useful for crafting indomitable holy mysterious pills and indomitable holy talismans. Although the Lei clan warriors looked down upon the corpses of human powerhouses, they still had numerous holy clans under their command to support, thus rendering these human remains valuable resources to be bestowed upon them. Once the Lei clan warriors had thoroughly cleared the battlefield of corpses, they departed from the depths of the cosmic star sea and returned to the cosmic void. At this point, the Lei clan's massacre of the 39 vassal forces of the 8 supreme holy clans in the East Spirit 633 sector had nearly concluded, with only those at the Dao sovereign realm and below remaining, all enslaved by the Bingqi ancient holy clan. The East Spirit 633 sector marked the Lei clan's inaugural battle, and without any unforeseen events, they emerged victorious in a dominating fashion. After the war concluded, the other holy clans in the East Spirit 633 sector were left in shock, unable to comprehend the situation on the battlefield, fearing that the Imperial Lei clan might misinterpret their actions and unwittingly lead to their annihilation. In the cosmic void, Bing Yan, slightly injured yet standing with utmost respect, faced Elder Lei Daoqiong and Lei Rinxian, among other elders of the Lei clan. Bing Yan, you performed commendably in this task, Elder Lei Rinxian stated, presenting an indomitable holy ring before Bing Yan. This is your reward. Guard the East Spirit 633 sector diligently, and report any news to the Star Thunder Guards. Do you understand? I obey. Bing Yan swiftly knelt, responding with great reverence. Casting a glance at the East Spirit 633 sector, Lei Daoqiong turned and walked towards the starship. Set sail, we move to the next sector. As Elder Lei Daoqiong's voice resonated throughout the Lei clan army, all soldiers in the cosmic void responded in unison, understood, and proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the warships. Once nearly 100,000 warships of the Lei clan were prepared for departure, they tore through the void, heading towards the next sector. Observing this scene, Bing Yan called out loudly, I bid farewell to the Imperial clan. May the Imperial army be invincible in battle, conquering all foes and achieving unparalleled victory. His voice reverberated through the cosmic void as the Lei clan warships swiftly departed from the East Spirit 633 sector. The war continued unabated, and as they progressed, the strength of the sectors grew stronger, with even more vassal holy clans of the 8 supreme holy clans. Yet, the Lei clan army maintained its overwhelming momentum, penetrating through hundreds of sectors and instilling unparalleled shock among the holy clans throughout the East Spirit sector. The relentless massacre of the Lei clan army also reached the ears of the 8 supreme holy clans under the Tianyang Imperial clan. The Imperial clan's army possesses nearly 10 million indomitable Star Lord-level powerhouses and over 100 billion indomitable Star Sovereigns. How is this possible? To cultivate such an army requires an astronomical amount of resources and treasures. The Imperial clan of the Lei family must be extraordinary, Xingli remarked, his expression grave and voice low. Within the Grand Hall, the powerful figures of the 8 supreme holy clans wore somber expressions, their once unwavering confidence now extinguished. The presence of countless immortal Star Lords was daunting. It seemed that even the combined might of all the holy clans in the entire Eastern Spirit Star region could not rival such strength, far surpassing even that of the Tianyang Imperial clan. Lingyan spoke in a grave tone, his mind already spiraling into contemplation. This battle is indeed stifling. Those supreme holy clans pose no threat to us. Moreover, outside their stellar domains, there are formidable 9th-tier immortal Star Lords from the Lei clan, making it impossible for us to compel these supreme clans into submission. Yao Shang echoed Lingyan's sentiments, his expression equally grim. He had never encountered such formidable challenges before. The visages of other supreme holy clan founders, including Shui Tao, reflected their discontent. The prospect of forcibly enslaving the other supreme clans had become untenable. If the Lei clan's forces continued to annihilate our subordinate powers in other star regions, it would severely deplete our strength. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Huang Fusang's eyes as he proposed, I believe we should gather all the powerful beings from our subordinate clans across different star regions. Perhaps, with their combined strength, we could stand a chance against the Lei clan's forces. Furthermore, if we secure the support of the Tianyang Imperial clan, our odds of victory may improve. Upon hearing Huang Fusang's suggestion, the other founders fell into deep contemplation. If we were to assemble all the powerful beings from our subordinate clans, we could potentially unite over 4 million immortal Star Lords and close to 1 trillion immortal Star Monarchs, with additional legions of various ranks likely numbering in the tens of billions. Such a formidable assembly might barely suffice to withstand the Lei clan's onslaught, buying valuable time for the Tianyang Imperial clan's reinforcements. The ancient Star Clan founder, Xingli, concurred with this assessment. The other founders of the supreme holy clans nodded in agreement. Observing this, Shui Tao narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke resolutely. In that case, let us heed the advice of Huang Fusang and Xingli. Notify all subordinate clans within the star regions to gather all their legions and powerful beings at the ancient battlefield of the Eastern Spirit Star region. We shall await the Lei clan there and engage in a decisive battle. With a plan in place, the 8 supreme holy clans began their mobilization, fervently relocating vast numbers of holy clan legions to the ancient battlefield. In this moment, they spared no resources, pouring countless assets into equipping their soldiers. As the great conflict commenced, each prominent holy clan unveiled mountains of resources and treasures, filling numerous storage rings with abundant supplies, which even towered like small hills. Among these were countless sacred herbs, pills, and liquids, not to mention an overwhelming quantity of immortal talismans and immortal artifacts. These resources and treasures had been amassed by the 8 supreme holy clans over countless epochs through plunder across the Eastern Spirit Star region. Now, faced with the imminent battle for survival, they had no choice but to allocate these resources to their legions. The actions of the 8 supreme holy clans were soon discerned by the Lei clan. In the Eastern Spirit Star region 532, Lei Daoqiong and other Lei clan members observed that only beings of lower rank than the great Dao Heavenly Sovereign remained within the territories of the subordinate forces of the 8 supreme holy clans. Witnessing this scene, Lei Daoqiong refrained from ordering the Lei clan's forces into action. To annihilate them directly would be overly wasteful. Instead, subjugation of these holy beings would yield far greater value. The 8 supreme holy clans are not without intellect. They have the foresight to consolidate their subordinate forces and relocate them to the ancient battlefield of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Evidently seeking a direct confrontation with our Lei clan, Lei Xianxian remarked slowly. Lei Daoqiong gazed into the cosmic expanse ahead, his eyes aflame with battle intent as he declared, "So be it. This spares us the trouble of dealing with them one by one, and we can engage in a satisfying clash." The members of the Lei clan brimmed with combat fervor. They had languished in silence for far too long, honing their skills within the temporal sanctum for countless ages. Now was the time to test the might of the Lei clan. Chapter 757. The Journey to the Ancient Battlefield. The 8 supreme holy clans had successfully transported all their subordinate holy forces and powerful beings to the ancient battlefield of the Eastern Spirit Star region, thus eliminating the need for the Lei clan to systematically eradicate the subordinate forces of the 8 supreme holy clans across various star regions. As for the other star regions still wishing to submit to the Lei clan, Lei Daoqiong assigned the task of subduing these holy forces to the Tianyu ancient clan, arranging for 109th tier immortal star lords of the Xing Lei guards to provide protection. After all, the Tianyu ancient clan's non-involvement in the war made them the perfect candidates to assist the Lei clan in subjugating other star forces. Returning to Eastern Spirit Star Region 10011. Lei Daoqiong and the elders leading the Lei clan's forces, having been transported by Emperor 99, were astonished and exhilarated by the profound changes unfolding within the Lei clan. If the previous iteration of the Lei clan's forces had already satisfied him, the current state of the clan left him utterly astounded. The Lei clan's forces were likely only a fraction of the entire clan's combat strength, not even accounting for the half-step sovereign-level Imperial Guards. In the chaotic void, Lei Daoqiong extended his consciousness to survey the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region, swiftly locating the ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield lay in a mysterious locale to the left of the Eastern Spirit Star region, its expanse comparable to the entire region itself. Moreover, its starry intensity could withstand the full might of peak 9th tier immortal star lords. However, the pressure within the ancient battlefield was overwhelmingly formidable. Only those at the Star Monarch level and above could barely survive within it, while only immortal Star Monarchs could effectively disregard the immense strain. Engaging in a decisive battle at the ancient battlefield would spare the entire Eastern Spirit Star region from devastation. The 8 supreme holy clans had indeed provided an advantageous location for my Lei clan. Lei Daoqiong mused, his gaze piercing through the endless cosmos to behold the ancient battlefield. At that moment, on the periphery of the ancient battlefield, the 8 supreme holy clans were dispatching massive legions of holy forces into the fray, with their ranks swelling into the trillions. Various demon races, demon beasts, ancient beasts, and exotic creatures were gathering in such overwhelming numbers that their tide could potentially crush the cosmic expanse of the Eastern Spirit Star region. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong also glimpsed some cultivators from the Tianyang Imperial clan, numbering merely in the thousands at the Immortal Star Lord level, with only 500 of them being high-tier Immortal Star Lords. However, he did not observe any military formations from the Tianyang Imperial clan, suggesting that they truly underestimated the Lei clan. After merely a moment of observation, Lei Daoqiong withdrew his gaze. Once I locate the Tianyang Imperial clan, I shall personally ascertain the extent of their strength. With that, Lei Daoqiong called out to the chaotic void, Emperor 1. In an instant, Emperor 1 materialized within the chaotic space. At your service, he responded. Lei Daoqiong instructed. Convey my imperial command. All-star monarch-level holy forces from the Lei clan's subordinate factions are to set forth immediately for the ancient battlefield. Additionally, assemble 100,000 high-tier immortal star lords of the Xing Lei guards, along with 10 imperial guards, to proceed to the ancient battlefield and establish a secure base for our Lei clan's forces. Your command shall be executed forthwith, Emperor 1 replied, and upon seeing his master dismiss him with a wave, he departed the chaotic space. Upon the issuance of Lei Daoqiong's command to the Lei family and all allied forces, the entirety of the Lei family and its vassal sacred clans were poised for action. Concurrently, the Tianyu ancient sacred clan had rallied numerous ancient clans, star beast tribes, and divine beast lineages across various stellar regions, all ready to fight for the Lei family at a moment's notice. In the Dongling 1000 stellar region, the Hongyu ancient sacred clan and the Tianlu star beast tribe had assembled nearly 100 billion sacred clan troops, all above the realm of Star-Lord. In the void of space outside the region, standing in military formation, fully prepared for action, through a millennium of cultivation and development within the time-space sacred hall, the strength of the Hongyu ancient sacred clan and the Tianlu star beast tribe had surged by at least 10,000-fold. At that moment, a massive rift suddenly tore through the cosmic void before the 2 sacred clan armies, unleashing a terrifying aura from within. Soon, a colossal figure, an imperial guardian towering 1,000,000 zhong, emerged from the rift. The entire sacred clan army of the Hongyu ancient sacred clan and the Tianlu star beast tribe gazed upon the awe-inspiring figure, their expressions filled with excitement as they hastily knelt in respect, exclaiming, Hong Qian, Lu Ming Tian, pays homage to the emperor. We pay homage to the emperor. The sound of their homage reverberated throughout the cosmos, filled with profound excitement and reverence. Seeing this, the Imperial Guardian's deep voice resonated. Hongyu, ancient sacred clan. Tianlu Star Beast Tribe, you are to be conveyed by this Imperial Guardian to the ancient battlefield immediately. We obey. Hong Qian and Lu Ming Tian respectfully replied, rising slowly and leading their respective sacred clan armies in an orderly fashion towards the vast rift in the void. Simultaneously, nearly every major stellar region within the Dongling stellar region was experiencing a similar scenario, with the Imperial Guardians personally escorting all other sacred clan armies directly to the ancient battlefield. In the vast expanse of the ancient battlefield's cosmos, the remnants of shattered star region barriers littered the area, and numerous devastated star regions lay devoid of any life. It was evident that the ancient battlefield once encompassed a significant portion of the Dongling stellar region, illustrating the catastrophic battles that had transpired. Over 10,000 star regions lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict that had unfolded, likely the result of a war involving the entire Dongling stellar region, possibly even a clash among quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. At this moment, the Lei family's million high-level immortal star, Lord Realm Lei Guardians, had seized half of the ancient battlefield, while the other half was dominated by the Tianyang imperial clan and 8 other super sacred clans along with their vassal forces. These 8 super clans persistently transmitted endless sacred clan troops, even recruiting those at the 9th stage of the immortal star Lord Realm and half-step star Monarch Realm, utilizing boundless resources to forcibly elevate them to the 1st stage star Monarch Realm, subsequently integrating them into the sacred clan armies heading to the ancient battlefield. The sacred clan armies of the Lei family's vassal forces were also continuously transported to the ancient battlefield, but the Lei family only required warriors of Star Lord Realm and above to participate in the conflict. Consequently, the number of sacred clan troops amassed by the Lei family paled in comparison to the vast legions gathered by the vassal forces of the 8 super clans, falling short of even 1/10,000th of their numbers. However, the strength and prowess of the Lei family's vassal sacred clan warriors far surpassed those of the 8 super clans' vassal forces. Additionally, among the top super clans in Dongling, nearly 40 had sworn fealty to the Lei family, thus ensuring that the number of immortal star Lord Realm warriors in the Lei family's vassal armies overwhelmingly eclipsed those of the 8 super clans. Furthermore, the quantity and quality of resources and treasures were not on the same level. All soldiers of the Lei family's vassal sacred clans were equipped with top-tier sets and weapons of the same realm. Even sacred talismans were nearly supplied in unlimited quantities. The restorative and healing treasures were extraordinarily precious sacred liquids or immortal sacred liquids, and even included the sacred marrow or diluted immortal marrow, refined into countless sacred marrow pills or immortal marrow pills. These invaluable treasures were life-saving assets in critical moments, granting every soldier and strong warrior of the Lei family's sacred clans at least 3 lives, unless they were directly obliterated. During this period, neither of the 2 imperial clans initiated hostilities, continuously transporting their sacred clan armies into the ancient battlefield. The final confrontation was imminent. Chapter 758. The Tianyang imperial clan finally appears. After a month of transportation, the 8 super sacred clans had gathered countless sacred clan armies above the Star Monarch realm in the ancient battlefield. The Lei family's vassal forces, though fewer in number, had amassed hundreds of billions of sacred clan warriors above the Star Lord realm. On this day, both the 8 super sacred clans and the Lei family ceased the transport of sacred clan armies to the ancient battlefield, and the atmosphere within the ancient battlefield gradually thickened, charged with a fervent battle intent, as if ready to rend the battlefield anew. At the heart of the ancient battlefield, an imperial guardian of the Lei family, manifesting a form of immense stature, stood resolutely in the center, wielding an immense quasi-extreme Dao sword, with the towering avatar of the emperor behind him visible to all in the ancient battlefield, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that pressed upon the sacred clan armies of the Tianyang imperial clan. The 10,000 immortal star Lord Realm warriors of the Tianyang imperial clan gazed gravely at the formidable figure emanating a terrifying aura at the center of the battlefield. The Lei family has even mobilized a half-step sovereign realm expert. If battle were to commence, we would stand no chance, remarked Xianxiao, a 9th stage immortal star Lord Realm warrior, his voice low and serious. The emperor of the Lei family is likely awaiting our own emperor's presence. If our ancestral emperor does not appear, this war could stalemate for an indeterminate duration, analyzed Yang Ao Tian, also a 9th stage immortal star Lord Realm warrior, his tone equally somber. In an instant, the expressions of the Tianyang imperial clan warriors turned grave. They dared not initiate the conflict nor retreat in fear, leaving them in a state of stalemate. The strength of the Lei family is formidable, even exceedingly so. We must not underestimate them," cautioned a higher-ranking warrior of the Tianyang imperial clan, promptly issuing an imperial decree for reinforcements, asserting that the vassal armies of the Dongling Stellar region were no match for the Lei family troops. "Understood, Elder Yangxing. We shall send word to the imperial clan at once," responded a Tianyang imperial clan warrior, who then swiftly teleported away from the front lines to relay the message to the Tianyang imperial clan. At the forefront of the Dongling Stellar region, billions of light-years away from the first stellar region, lay a mysterious expanse shrouded in chaotic energy, vast in size, equivalent to 1/10 of the Dongling Stellar region. However, traversing deeper into this enigmatic domain revealed not a cosmic void, but an endless and vast continent. The sovereign of this immense land was none other than the Tianyang imperial clan. It was precisely due to the chaos enveloping this area that even Lei Daoqiong could not discern the location of the Tianyang imperial clan. Additionally, the surrounding Dongling Stellar region was encircled by various mysterious and unknown cosmic realms, all cloaked in chaotic energy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that Lei Daoqiong could not uncover their whereabouts at this time. At the center of that mysterious continent, atop the highest and most majestic mountain, stood an opulent palace, radiating an extraordinarily rich aura of the extreme Tao. Even within the vast expanse of a billion-kilometer radius surrounding the towering mountains, an unending pressure loomed, rendering even the most formidable ninth-tier immortal star lords hesitant to approach. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted within the Grand Hall, followed by a series of furious roars echoing through the air. Where did that imperial clan, the Lei family, emerge from, daring to wage war against my Tianyang imperial clan? We have dominated the Eastern Spirit Star region for countless epochs. What right does the Lei family possess to challenge us? A towering elder, his stature akin to a mountain, bellowed with wrath. An intense heat of ultimate power surging around him, as if he could overturn the entire palace. "Calm yourself, Sovereign Yanyan." A relatively young, yet composed figure from the Tianyang imperial clan interjected. "If the Lei family seeks to challenge us, let them witness the might of our Tianyang imperial clan." The elder who spoke, known as Sovereign Yangshuo, was indeed the embodiment of the powerful figure summoned by Lei Daoqiong, and his name was Yang Huan, the second-ranked sovereign of the Tianyang imperial clan, just shy of the dominator realm. "Humph, since it is a decisive battle, our Tianyang imperial clan must spare no effort. Aside from Sovereign Yangshuo, who will guard our quasi-ultimate Dao continent, I, alongside Yang Huan, shall rally the majority of our clan's forces and legions to march to that ancient battlefield and confront the Lei family in a fight to the death." Understood. With the imperial command issued, the formidable warriors and legions of the Tianyang imperial clan began to assemble across the endless continent. Within merely a month, an astonishingly powerful army of the Tianyang imperial clan was fully mobilized at the edge of the endless continent, prepared to embark for the ancient battlefield at a moment's notice. Before long, as two colossal spatial rifts appeared at the continent's edge, two imposing figures materialized before them. After a brief inspection of the imperial army, Yang Yan's authoritative voice resonated. "Covering the entire force, the Lei family, in their ignorance, dares to challenge our Tianyang imperial clan. Soldiers, heed my command. Though I shall lead the charge into the ancient battlefield against the Lei family." Emboldened by the sovereign's words, countless soldiers of the imperial army erupted with fervor, their battle spirit soaring, and a terrifying intent to kill emanating from them as they shouted in unison, "Follow the sovereign, let us vanquish the Lei family. Kill, kill, kill. Follow the sovereign, let us vanquish the Lei family. Kill, kill, kill." The resounding chorus reverberated across the vast expanse of the Tianyang imperial clan's quasi-ultimate Dao continent. Imbued with an unparalleled might, seemingly poised to crush the entire Eastern Spirit Star region and obliterate the Lei family itself. Sensing the overwhelming battle intent and murderous aura of the Tianyang imperial clan, Yang Yan and Yang Huan dispelled any hesitation, their voices deep and resolute. "At once, we march." With Yang Yan's command, the entire Tianyang imperial clan army surged forth, organized and disciplined, soaring toward the massive spatial rift. In an instant, the army entered the rift, transported directly to the ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, Lei Daoqiong, concealed within the depths of the chaotic space, sensed the movements of the Tianyang imperial clan. His eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through the endless chaos, fixed upon the mysterious domain shrouded in chaotic energies where the Tianyang imperial clan resided. "At last, I have found it. This is the location of the Tianyang imperial clan." Through the veil of chaos, Lei Daoqiong glimpsed the endless continent of the Tianyang imperial clan and discerned a formidable half-step dominator sovereign guarding it. Chapter 759. The decisive battle commences. As Lei Daoqiong probed the quasi-ultimate Dao continent of the Tianyang imperial clan, he was suddenly detected by Yangshuo, who guarded the realm. "Who dares to spy upon my Tianyang continent?" Yangshuo's voice thundered, and in an instant, he appeared at the edge of the Tianyang continent, piercing through the chaotic shroud above. His immense perception enveloping the entire eastern spirit star region. Yet, despite his extensive search, he could not uncover the identity of the intruder. Nor could he even detect the location of the Lei family's domain within the eastern spirit star region. Who could it be that has discovered my Tianyang continent? Is it a half-step dominator from the Lei family? Yangshuo pondered, his expression growing grave. To this day, the identity of the Lei family remained a mystery to the Tianyang imperial clan. Now, it seemed they had been exposed. Finding nothing further, Yangshuo returned to the Tianyang continent. However, unbeknownst to him, several unfamiliar visitors had already arrived. Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by a few imperial guards, stealthily traversed the chaotic void, concealing their presence as they approached the Tianyang continent. Upon witnessing the expanse of the Tianyang continent, Lei Daoqiong was taken aback. He could hardly fathom such a colossal landmass existing within the cosmic void. Even if this land was a quasi-ultimate Dao continent, it was still a tenth the size of the entire eastern spirit star region, a feat he found nearly impossible to replicate. Moreover, elevating a sovereign-level continent to the status of a quasi-ultimate Dao continent was a challenge of greater magnitude. Even if one could achieve such an elevation, it would likely only reach a fraction of the size of the Tianyang imperial clan's continent, at best a thousandth of its magnitude. The Lei family, as of now, lacked a quasi-ultimate Dao continent. Otherwise, Lei Daoqiong would not have remained in the chaotic space for so long. Creating a quasi-ultimate Dao continent was exceedingly difficult. And now that he had encountered an existing one, the hidden Lei Daoqiong began to formulate plans regarding the Tianyang imperial clan's quasi-ultimate Dao continent. As the ancient battlefield awaited, when Yang Yin and Yang Huan led the Tianyang imperial clan army to the ancient battlefield, their overwhelming imperial might and terrifying battle intent astonished not only the 8 great superclans and their subordinate legions, but even the Lei family's affiliated legions. Tens of millions of Immortal Star Lord legions and trillions of Immortal Star Monarch legions. Was this the true strength of the Tianyang imperial clan? The imposing presence exhibited by the Tianyang imperial clan's army instantly bolstered the morale of the 8 superclans and their subordinate legions, while the aura of the Lei family's affiliated legions diminished by a significant margin. The leading imperial guards of the Lei family, witnessing the scene, wielded their colossal swords, exuding a terrifying imperial might. In the next moment, a massive rift tore through the cosmic void behind them. Following this, in the astonished gazes of countless legions, the Lei family forces surged forth in an orderly fashion from the rift. At the forefront were the 3 esteemed ancestors of the Lei family, Lei Changming, Lei Changquan, and Lei Changhe, their auras nearing the brink of breaking through to the half-step dominator realm. Should this battle conclude, it was likely that all 3 would ascend to that realm. Behind them were legions composed of Lei family elders and disciples, numbering in the millions, all Immortal Star Lords. Although the majority were of lower-tier Immortal Star Lords, their imposing presence was not to be underestimated, matching that of the Tianyang imperial clan's army. Following the Lei family legions came thousands of divine beast legions. Led by Lanqing, the billion-strong dragon legion descended upon the battlefield, their immense dragon forms exuding an overwhelming dragon might that oppressed all races, beasts, ancient creatures, and exotic beasts on the ancient battlefield, instilling fear in their hearts. The Titan, leading the colossal legion of titanic apes numbering in the billions, casts an imposing shadow over the ancient battlefield, its immense form exuding a terrifying pressure that has begun to fracture the very ground beneath. This overwhelming force instills an instinctual fear in all void beasts. Accompanying them is the Phoenix Legion, commanded by Feng Qinggu, whose fiery essence warps the cosmic expanse above the ancient battlefield with its intense heat. Additionally, there are the formidable legions of the White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Dragon Elephant, among countless others, each embodying the endless might of divine beasts. The power of these legions transcends the realm of Immortal Star Lords, their might sufficient to crush even the Tianyang imperial clan's forces. Such a colossal and fearsome assembly causes both Yang Yin and Yang Huan to steal their expressions. They believe this was the culmination, yet from the vast void rift, the affixed legions of the Lei family continue to pour forth. The Lei family boasts an unfathomable horde of iron-blooded tribes, surpassing trillions of Star Lords, alongside countless branches of the Thunder Dao Academy, comprising nearly 100 trillion disciples and elders who exceed the Star Lord realm. The sheer number and strength of these terrifying warriors amplify the aura of all affiliated legions of the Lei family by several folds. In contrast, the morale of the Tianyang imperial clan's vassal forces diminishes by approximately 50%, with some Star Lord-level beast legions beginning to succumb to panic. Even the Tianyang imperial clan feels a slight dip in morale when confronted with the terrifying Lei family legions. What manner of being is the Lei family? To possess such formidable strength? One elder of the Tianyang imperial clan expresses his astonishment. With the impending battle unavoidable, the resolve of every warrior must remain unshaken. Any hint of cowardice shall be met with execution. The voice of Emperor Yang Huan resonates throughout the Tianyang imperial clan and all its vassal legions. At this moment, the battle intent of both the Lei family and Tianyang imperial clan reaches a zenith. Their wills clashing with a force potent enough to shatter the very fabric of the cosmos. Yang Yin steps forward, gazing at the emperor-level warriors of the Lei family, and solemnly declares, "Now that we have revealed ourselves, does the Lei family still wish to remain hidden?" His imposing voice reverberates with an intimidating force. If the Lei family possesses only a single emperor, regardless of the legion's might, the Tianyang imperial clan is destined for victory in this conflict. However, as Yang Yin speaks, two more emperor guards tear through the void, descending upon the ancient battlefield. Their colossal figures, towering at billions of feet, radiate a mid-tier emperor's might, directly bearing down upon Yang Yin. Upon witnessing the emergence of these two mid-tier emperor-level beings, both Yang Yin and Yang Huan instinctively narrow their eyes, their expressions shifting to one of gravity. Yet, Yang Yin, known for his fiery temper, resolves to engage in battle despite the formidable presence before him. Since we are here, let us venture into the chaotic void for a confrontation. With that, 5 emperor-level warriors rip through the cosmic expanse, swiftly departing the ancient battlefield. Following their exit, the legions of the two empires are set to clash, transforming into two torrents of terror that collide with cataclysmic force. Chapter 760, The Battle of Supreme Beings at Half-Step Dominion. The legions of the two empires, along with billions of vassal warriors, converge in a cataclysmic clash, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of countless Star Lord-level beasts, their forms reduced to mere dust beneath the weight of this tumultuous tide. As the war ignites, the forces of the Lei family surge forward with an overwhelming advantage, ruthlessly decimating the endless waves of beasts from the Tianyang imperial clan's vassals. Yet, the sheer volume of the beast tides from the Tianyang imperial clan is staggering, seemingly inexhaustible, rendering any hope of eradication futile in the short term. Meanwhile, the immortal Star Lords of both empires engage in a more profound cosmic battle, where the ferocity is even more terrifying. Each strike is capable of shattering the void of the cosmic sea, with an array of immortal techniques and secret arts dazzlingly unfolding. Each blow powerful enough to shatter vast stretches of the cosmic expanse. Countless immortal talismans explode violently, and the assaults from immortal Star Lord artifacts cleave through the void, engulfing the entire ancient battlefield in chaos, as if this conflict seeks to annihilate the very essence of the ancient grounds. In the boundless chaotic void, 5 colossal figures, towering at billions of feet, stand resolutely, emanating an oppressive aura that drives away the chaotic mists. At this moment, Yang Yin radiates like a blazing sun, transforming into waves of searing heat that rush towards the two Lei family emperor guards. This formidable force of extreme solar energy morphs into massive blazing meteors, akin to stellar bodies, hurtling towards the emperor guards with relentless speed. Unfazed, the two emperor guards remain composed. One of them, enveloped in an aura of terrifying lightning, conjures a tempest of chaotic thunder in the void. With a flicker of their gaze, the endless power of thunder coalesces into massive spears capable of piercing through star realms, launching them directly at the blazing meteors. The collision of these monumental attacks generates a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberates through the surrounding chaotic void. The tumultuous clash of these two forms of extreme power creates fissures even in the chaotic expanse, sending ripples through the very fabric of reality. Such a fearsome battle is beyond the comprehension of any 9th-tier immortal Star Lord. Even the residual energy from a half-step dominion conflict could obliterate countless 9th-tier immortal Star Lords, illustrating the absolute disparity between perfected paths and quasi-ultimate realms. There is simply no comparison. The battle between Yang Yin and one of the Emperor Guards commences, a stalemate ensues. Yet every strike from the half-step Dominion warriors contains an unfathomable energy that even Yang Yin dares not underestimate. Meanwhile, Yang Huan selects another half-step Dominion early-stage Emperor Guard as his opponent. Harnessing the power of the blazing sun, he transforms into a radiant figure. the overwhelming heat distorting the chaotic void around him. In mere moments, a significant portion of the chaotic expanse ignites in flames, morphing into colossal, three-legged golden crows ablaze with the essence of the blazing sun, diving rapidly towards the Emperor Guard. These fiery entities move with astonishing speed, cleaving through the chaotic void as they shoot towards their target. The Emperor Guard, designated as the 299th, perceives the oncoming threat, his pupils shimmering with an icy blue light. Instantly, an extreme chill permeates the surrounding chaotic void, freezing vast expanses of space. As the blazing golden crows breach the frozen area, they shatter the ice but are ultimately halted. The terrifying chill fiercely suppresses the massive three-legged golden crows conjured from the blazing sun's essence. These mighty creatures, seemingly endowed with life, roar in fury, struggling as they unleash their blazing energy in an attempt to escape the frozen chaotic void. However, as both wielders of extreme powers, neither side can gain the upper hand. Observing this, the 299th Emperor Guard raises his hand, summoning a flurry of colossal icy swords, rapidly coalescing and slicing through the chaotic space towards the three-legged golden crows and Yang Huan. At this moment, Yang Huan had also consolidated his next assault, manifesting an immense and terrifying blazing sun, forged from an abundance of extreme Dao power. Witnessing countless colossal icy Dao power swords descending upon him, Yang Huan hesitated not for an instant, summoning the formidable blazing sun to crush the chaotic void as it hurtled towards Emperor 299. The blazing sun, an embodiment of boundless fiery Dao power, loomed so large and fearsome that its explosion could potentially annihilate the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. When the gigantic icy Dao power swords of Emperor 299 struck the immense blazing sun, they could only momentarily impede its velocity and unleash a wave of terrifying collision aftermath. Yet they failed to diminish the ferocious momentum of the blazing sun. Noticing this, Emperor 299, unhurriedly, drew forth the formidable Quasi-Dao Imperial weapon, a heavy sword from his back. With the Quasi-Dao Imperial weapon in hand, Emperor 299's aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, he raised the heavy sword, delivering a powerful downward strike upon the colossal blazing sun. A massive, cold radiance sliced through the chaotic void, directly cleaving the immense blazing sun in twain. With a thunderous roar resonating through the chaotic void, the colossal blazing sun was severed in half before Yang Huan's astonished gaze. Following this division, the immense fiery Dao power that had coalesced within the blazing sun became unstable, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying energy of the explosion swiftly engulfed the surrounding chaotic void, shattering even the central expanse of chaotic void spanning billions of light years. Had it not been for the rapid restorative capabilities of the chaotic void, the mere detonation of the blazing sun could have obliterated vast swathes of the chaotic realm. Were a battle to ensue across the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, the residual shockwaves from this explosion could devastate a significant portion of the region, rendering it as desolate as the ancient battlefields, devoid of any surviving sacred clans. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Yang Huan and Emperor 299 clashed once more, this time engaging in close-quarters combat. The two colossal quasi-emperor physiques, towering in the chaotic void, collided with ferocity. Despite their massive forms, their speed was astonishingly swift. Even within the chaotic void, their combat unfolded with the rapidity of teleportation, each punch and kick imbued with boundless quasi-Dao might. Each collision shattered vast expanses of the chaotic void, causing the endless chaos to momentarily retreat in trepidation. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, Yang Yin was locked in a similarly fierce struggle with another Imperial Guardian known as Emperor 199, their battle equally indecisive. In this boundless chaotic void, the outcome of this demi-lord-level confrontation remained uncertain. However, within this chaotic realm, a guardian from the Lei clan had yet to intervene, leaving the resolution of this conflict shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 761, The Battlefield Situation. In the ancient battlefield, the conflicts among the various sacred clan legions were exceptionally intense and brutal. Throughout the cosmic expanse of the ancient battlefield, the endless tide of Star Lord-level beasts surged forth like cannon fodder, charging heedlessly towards their demise. The legions of sacred clan Star Masters affiliated with the Lei clan formed battle formations, ruthlessly slaughtering the myriad beast hordes comprised of demonic, ancient, and exotic creatures. However, the beasts within these tides were not without cunning. Fully aware of their impending doom, they charged towards the Lei clan's formations and detonated themselves. The resulting explosion of terrifying energy affected numerous sacred clan legions of the Lei family, although they were not immediately obliterated due to the disparity in realms. They remained vulnerable to ambushes from the immortal star lord-level beasts hidden within the beast tides, affiliated with the Tianyang Imperial Clan. In that moment, both the Lei clans and Tianyang Imperial clans affiliated sacred clans suffered casualties. Yet an overarching view of the ancient battlefield revealed that the Lei clan's legions continued to dominate the Tianyang Imperial clan's forces. Furthermore, the absolute disparity in the numbers of sacred symbols and immortal symbols resulted in the demise of many powerful figures within the Tianyang Imperial clan's affiliated sacred clans. Conversely, the Lei clan's forces, barring encounters with vastly superior opponents, generally remained unscathed. Thus the casualties among the Lei clan's legions were relatively minimal. However, the ceaseless waves of beasts from the Tianyang Imperial clan, charging towards their demise, ignited the battle fervor and murderous intent of the demon sacred clans, leading to reckless assaults. Consequently, the ancient battlefield became even more harrowing, with increasing casualties among the Lei clan's legions. Yet, the chasm in strength was insurmountable. Despite the desperate attacks from the demon sacred clans, their efforts were akin to moths drawn to a flame, resulting only in self-destruction. From a vantage point above the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, one could discern the Lei clan's affiliated sacred clans advancing with overwhelming force against the Tianyang Imperial clan's legions. Should this trend persist, it would be but a few years before the Tianyang Imperial clan and all its affiliated sacred clans faced utter annihilation. On another front, the Cosmic Star Sea battlefield served as the primary arena for the two imperial clans. The vast and boundless Cosmic Star Sea within the ancient battlefield witnessed the immortal star lord-level powerhouses of the various sacred clans finding their respective adversaries. The Lei clan naturally clashed with the Tianyang Imperial clan, as over 100 million immortal star lord-level warriors unleashed terrifying combat energy that shattered vast portions of the Cosmic Star Sea. Leading the charge were the Lei clan's ancestors, Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Chang'e, whose absolute realm strength had severely injured nearly 10 ninth-tier immortal star lord-level warriors of the Tianyang Imperial clan. Were it not for the formidable life-preserving abilities of the 9th-tier immortal star lord-level fighters, several of them would have undoubtedly perished by now. Similar situations played out across other realms. Eliminating immortal star lord-level warriors proved exceedingly challenging, especially when facing those fighting for their lives. Beyond the two great imperial clans, the Lei clan's dragon lineage faced off against the ancient Blood Glutton clan, both possessing the bloodlines of ancient ancestral dragons, embroiled in a fierce and unyielding battle. The colossal forms of the dragon beasts and ancient Blood Glutton beasts shattered extensive stretches of the Cosmic Star Sea with each clash. The immense might of the dragon beasts and the unrelenting slaughter instigated by the Blood Glutton beasts enveloped vast areas of the Cosmic Star Sea, deterring ordinary sacred clans from approaching the battleground of these two super clans. The Titan Great Ape Beast clan confronted the ancient Anhu clan, both possessing titanic physiques, their battles echoing with earth-shattering intensity. The ancient Dragon Elephant Sacred Beast clan of the Eastern Spirit Star region had merged with the Lei clan's Dragon Elephant Sacred Beast clan and was now engaged in a fierce collision with the ancient Xiaoxi beasts. The conflict between the Dragon Elephants and Xiaoxi beasts generated such tremendous force that even some human and sacred beast powerhouses hesitated to confront it. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Sacred Beast clashed with the ancient Demon Sacred clan, its phoenix flames exhibiting a strong counter against the ancient giants. Meanwhile, the ancient Ling Su Sacred clan encountered the Lei clan's Thunder Beast lineage, where the thunderous might of the Thunder Beasts posed a significant counter to the immortal sacred soul power of the Ling Su clan. Although the Ling Su clan was initially formidable, they found themselves in a dire predicament against the Thunder Beasts. Finally, the ancient Qinyun Sacred clan, the ancient Jinhua Dao Court, and the ancient Lingnan Sacred clan, 3 of the 8 superhuman powers within the Eastern Spirit Star region, faced off against the formidable warriors of the Lei Dao Academy. Within the nearly 1,000-star regions surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star region 10011, there existed over 1 million branches of the Lei Dao Academy, with immortal star lord-level powerhouses capable of overwhelming the 3 superhuman powers among the Eastern Spirit's top 10 sacred clans. Although the majority of the higher-tier immortal star masters among the vassal clans of the Lei family are scarce, if not entirely absent, the Lei family still possesses countless formidable star thunder guards at the same level. These star thunder guards are not only tasked with safeguarding the safety of all Lei family disciples, but also confront the high-tier immortal star masters from the Tianyang Imperial clan and its affiliated vassal clans. Furthermore, the ancient battlefield conceals over 100 imperial guards lurking in the shadows, preventing unforeseen incidents. Were it not for the fact that this grand conflict serves as a training exercise for the Lei family's disciples and various legions, A single late-stage half-step Dominator-level Imperial Guard would suffice to crush the entire Tianyang Imperial clan and all its subordinate legions. As for Lei Daoqiong, such a battle does not warrant his intervention. He would only deign to engage if faced with a top-tier second-grade quasi-ultimate Imperial power. The likes of the Tianyang Imperial clan, a mere second-grade quasi-ultimate ordinary high-tier Imperial power, do not even merit his attention. With the war having persisted thus far, barring any absolute turning point, it is unlikely to conclude, potentially dragging on for tens of thousands, if not millions, of years. Some conflicts are known to endure across countless epochs. Unless the half-step Dominator-level expert of the Tianyang Imperial clan perishes, halting this war remains a formidable challenge. Once the ranks of expendable soldiers have been exhausted, the ensuing conflict will present the true test. It will predominantly be a struggle among equals, where the prospect of instantaneous kills becomes virtually impossible. Rather, it devolves into a slow war of attrition, hinging on who possesses more resources for survival and superior weaponry. The strength of one's mastery over the fundamental forces of the Tao, coupled with the caliber of their cultivated techniques and sacred skills, often becomes the critical determinant of victory and survival. For the Lei family, these resources and treasures essentially provide them with an overwhelming advantage over the Tianyang Imperial clan and all its vassal factions. Yet, the cosmos is enigmatic and filled with myriad opportunities, and there are invariably those with profound fortunes. Although this great battle remains in a stalemate, the scales of victory consistently tilt in favor of the Lei Imperial clan. Chapter 762, The Mysterious Realm Surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star Region. The battle has endured for a considerable duration, with the Lei family having restrained the majority of their Star Thunder Guard's combat power, and having deployed only 3 Imperial Guards. They have engaged in a 1,000-year struggle against the Tianyang Imperial clan and its vassal factions. In the chaotic void of the battlefield, 4 half-step Dominator-level experts have clashed for a millennium, shattering the endless chaos. Both Yang Yin and Yang Huan have sustained numerous injuries, wounds that cannot be swiftly healed. In stark contrast, the 2 Imperial Guards exhibit no visible signs of injury, their auras remaining unchanged, save for slight damage to their Imperial vestments. At this juncture, the 4 towering figures cease their combat, entering a standoff. Yang Huan, breathing heavily and with a grave expression, conveyed to Yang Yin, Imperial Sovereign Yang Yin. This stalemate cannot persist. The 2 Imperial sovereigns from the Lei family possess slightly superior strength, and their formidable bodies are exceptionally terrifying. If we continue in this manner, we shall only be worn down by them. Yang Yin, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, yet found himself without recourse against the 2 Lei family Imperial sovereigns. Even so, what viable solution do you propose to counter them? Moreover, let us not forget that the Lei family still has a mid-stage half-step Dominator-level sovereign yet to engage. Yang Huan's concerns extended beyond this. The Imperial sovereign he had previously encountered, one who had manifested the shadow of an Imperial sovereign, had yet to make an appearance. Imperial Sovereign Yang Yin, I suspect the Lei family harbors more than 3 sovereign-level experts. Continuing this conflict will only exacerbate our disadvantage. Perhaps we should declare a ceasefire and cede the Eastern Spirit Star region to the Lei family? This was Yang Huan's well-considered decision. He feared the potential hidden reserves of the Lei family, and, lacking any hope for victory, did not wish to incur further casualties. Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, however, Yang Yin was incensed. Impossible. I shall never concede. Unless the Lei family possesses an overwhelming force capable of crushing me, they shall never compel me to surrender. Yang Huan, if you are afraid, you may return to the Tianyang Imperial clan and replace yourself with Yang Shu. We shall undoubtedly triumph over the Lei family. Having uttered this, Yang Yin charged directly at the 199th Imperial Sovereign, exuding a terrifying might imbued with an indomitable spirit of victory. Witnessing Yang Yin's refusal to heed reason, Yang Huan felt helpless. Should he withdraw to replace himself with Yang Shu, defeat would only come more swiftly. Thus, he resolved to wait until Yang Yin was vanquished or until the concealed Imperial Sovereign of the Lei family revealed himself before reassessing their course of action. In the ancient battlefield, after a millennium of conflict, the forces of the Tianyang Imperial clan and all its vassal clans have seen their ranks of Star Monarch and Star Lord beasts dwindle to less than half. Over 1,000th of the immortal Star Monarchs have perished, while the loss among the immortal Star Lords stands at merely 1/10,000th. Nevertheless, this still accounts for several billion immortal Star Monarchs and nearly 1,000,000 immortal Star Lords. In contrast, the casualties among the vassal clans of the Lei family are significantly lower, with the mortality rate of immortal Star Monarchs and below being less than 1/10,000th of that of the Tianyang Imperial clan. Although close to 10,000 strong among the immortal Star Lords have fallen, This is still considerably better compared to the Tianyang imperial clan. Should the war persist, the advantages held by the Lei family and all its vassal factions will become increasingly pronounced. Remarkably, throughout this millennium-long conflict, not a single individual from the Lei family has fallen. Should any Lei family expert perish, the Tianyang imperial clan would face an utterly devastating blow. As the two great imperial factions continue their protracted battle, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by several imperial guards, is exploring all the mysterious and unknown expanses surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star region. Beyond the confines of the 12,000 star zones of the Eastern Spirit lies an expanse of boundless chaos, a realm even Lei Daoqiong dares not enter lightly, as if it harbors some unspeakable taboo. At the forefront of the Eastern Spirit Star region, near the center of the Dao Yuan universe, lies the Tianyang continent, the territory of the Tianyang imperial clan. A quasi-ultimate continent that spans 1/10 the size of the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Should the war conclude, regardless of whether the Tianyang imperial clan surrenders or is annihilated, Lei Daoqiong has resolved to claim this continent for the Lei family. During his explorations, Lei Daoqiong has uncovered dozens of enigmatic locales surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star region, each shrouded in dense chaos. Only those above the 7th tier of immortal star lords dare to venture into these mysterious domains, and they must do so with utmost caution. Daring to delve too deeply into these realms could lead to being consumed by the endless chaotic energies. Furthermore, they may encounter hidden perils within these mysterious places, which could result in instant demise. Over the course of this millennium, Lei Daoqiong has investigated numerous such enigmatic sites, traversing the boundless and distant regions within them. Among the myriad of mysterious places he has explored, he has encountered various opportunities and treasures, even some with quasi-ultimate potential. Lei Daoqiong has collected these opportunities and treasures. Although he has no use for them himself, he intends to bring them back for the elders and disciples of the Lei family. Within these mysterious locales, Lei Daoqiong has also encountered numerous perilous areas, some of which are exceedingly treacherous, posing risks even to ordinary early-stage half-step dominator-level experts. While they may not necessarily lose their lives, they are likely to sustain severe injuries. Throughout these enigmatic realms, Lei Daoqiong has discerned no signs of sentient life, save for some bizarre entities, devoid of any flesh and blood beings. This discovery left Lei Daoqiong feeling quite perplexed, prompting him to incessantly explore every mysterious locale surrounding the East Spirit Star region. At this moment, accompanied by a dozen elite imperial guards at the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm, he had ventured deep into a mysterious place known as the Imperial Ruins. Upon delving further into the Imperial Ruins, Lei Daoqiong sensed an overwhelming starry pressure within, exerting a significant restraint even upon the formidable beings at the half-step sovereign level. Even he, at the zenith of the half-step sovereign realm, could only perceive a starry expanse spanning 1 billion light-years within the Imperial Ruins. And the same held true for the extreme Dao domain. Should a high-tier immortal star master enter this Imperial Ruins, it would not be long before they were crushed by the terrifying oppressive force contained within. After traversing trillions of light-years within the Imperial Ruins, Lei Daoqiong suddenly sensed something and instantly teleported in a specific direction. The Imperial Guards, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Soon, in an area devoid of chaotic energy, Lei Daoqiong beheld an extraordinarily massive creature resembling a humanoid form, its towering body stretching over 10,000 light-years. For antennae akin to dragon horns adorned its head, while 3 purple-black eyes stared back. Its visage bore a pale purple hue, with fangs protruding from its mouth, and its entire form was enveloped in black-purple scales. Bone spines emanating a chilling light sprouted from its back and arms, and a colossal tail trailed behind, exuding an imperial might, albeit devoid of any life. This was the corpse of a being at the late stage of the half-step sovereign realm, yet what manner of creature was this? Why had I never encountered such a being in the East Spirit Star region? Lei Daoqiong muttered to himself as he cautiously approached the colossal unfamiliar creature. Chapter 763. The corpse of a foreign race at the half-step sovereign realm. As Lei Daoqiong neared the corpse of the foreign race's powerful being, he could feel an extraordinarily terrifying imperial might radiating from the mere remains, imbued with a potent essence of destructive power. Through his perception, it became evident that this unknown half-step sovereign had comprehended and cultivated the Tao of destruction in life. Should it have fully grasped and controlled this Tao, it might have transcended to the true sovereign realm. While a half-step sovereign can only wield the Tao power they comprehend, their strength is infinitely superior to that of a 9th-tier immortal star master, earning them the title of Emperor Respect. However, to break through to the sovereign realm, one must completely master a fundamental Tao essence, thus transcending the constraints of the cosmic Tao and becoming a supreme existence above the meta-universe. Having already reached the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm, Lei Daoqiong had cultivated the chaos Tao essence, which is the most arduous of all Tao essences to comprehend and refine. Furthermore, the chaos Tao essence he had grasped was a fusion of myriad Tao essences, making it not merely a pure chaos Tao essence, but rather more potent and considerably more challenging to master. His path to breakthrough could be described as fraught with difficulty. It was precisely because this path was so arduous that merely retreating into isolation would not suffice for Lei Daoqiong to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to seek out matters to occupy himself with. To obtain the system's grand Tao gift reward, he decided to investigate the mysterious realms surrounding the East Spirit Star region, hoping for some fortuitous gain. System. Discovering the corpse of this late-stage half-step sovereign from a foreign race should surely yield a grand Tao gift, if not, at least several hundred fragments of chaos Tao essence. Lei Daoqiong inquired within his mind. The corpse of this late-stage half-step sovereign represented the highest-grade treasure he had encountered among all the mysterious places he explored. The value of a late-stage half-step sovereign's corpse even surpassed that of ordinary Tao essence fragments, rivaling some exceedingly precious quasi-Tao treasures. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the corpse of a late-stage destruction Azura Emperor race's powerful being. Reward: 100 fragments of destruction Tao essence. The reward has been placed in the system space. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lei Daoqiong sighed. He had not harbored grand expectations. Although the rewards from the destruction Azura Emperor race were modest, they were still preferable to none. And he had also gained insight into the race of this half-step sovereign's corpse, which was not a negligible achievement. The mere discovery of the corpse of this late-stage destruction Azura Emperor race's powerful being was a stroke of fortune, and thus, the system would not bestow excessive rewards. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated once more within Lei Daoqiong's mind. Ding! Due to the emergence of the Tianyang Emperor race, the task from the Lord of the East Spirit Star region has undergone a transformation. Task 1. Subjugate the Tianyang Emperor race with absolute strength. Task duration: 100,000 years. Task reward: 1 grand Tao gift. Task failure penalty: the host and the entire family, including the 10,000 Thunder Tao Academy and all affiliated forces, will be unable to leave the East Spirit Star region for 1 million years and unable to enhance their cultivation for 1 million years. Task 2. In the name of the Quasi-Tao Emperor family, the Lei family, become the Lord of the East Spirit Star region. Task duration: 100,000 years. Task reward: 5 grand Tao gifts. Task failure penalty: the host and the entire family, including the 10,000 Thunder Tao Academy and all affiliated forces, will be unable to leave the East Spirit Star region for 10 million years and unable to enhance their cultivation for 10 million years. Upon hearing this sudden change in tasks, Lei Daoqiong's heart raced with excitement. He had awaited for millennia, exploring mysterious locales for countless years, all to attain the system's grand Tao gift reward, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Subjugating the Tianyang Emperor race and becoming the Lord of the East Spirit Star region was entirely within the capabilities of the Lei family at present. Nevertheless, the Lei family disciples and various legions still needed practical experience. After all, the myriad beast tides under the Tianyang Emperor's banner were inexhaustible. This impending battle should help eliminate numerous monstrous beasts and various other tides, alleviating some of the burdens of the East Spirit Star region. With ample time to complete the task, there was no rush. Waiting another 10,000 years seemed prudent, by which time, the 3 venerable ancestors, including Lei Changming, should also have ascended to the half-step sovereign realm. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong cast his gaze once more upon the immense corpse of the destruction Azura Emperor race. The sheer size of this destruction Azura Emperor race's imperial form was astonishing. It seemed that only the Titan Great Ape and the ancient ancestral dragon, 2 legendary beast races, could achieve such a colossal and formidable imperial physique at the half-step sovereign realm. Thus saying, Lei Daoqiong produced a low-grade Tao stone, propelling it directly towards the corpse of the destruction Azura Emperor race. Under Lei Daoqiong's control, the low-grade Tao stone hurtled forward with remarkable speed, traversing the chaotic void of the imperial ruins, disregarding the imperial might emanating from the corpse of the destruction Azura Emperor race, and struck its arm directly. Ding! With a sound reminiscent of metal clashing and flesh being pierced, Lei Daoqiong observed that the arm of the destruction Azura Emperor race's corpse had been penetrated by the low-grade Tao stone. The mere corpse of an imperial body could withstand his attack for a moment. What exactly was the origin of this destruction Azura Emperor race? Lei Daoqiong's expression grew serious. He felt that the mystery surrounding the corpse of this unfamiliar destruction Azura Emperor race was far from simple. What kind of formidable being could have slain this late-stage half-step sovereign of the destruction Azura Emperor race? Even he might not be able to preserve its imperial corpse in such an intact state, as if it had been vanquished in a single blow. With that thought, Lei Daoqiong began to meticulously examine the corpse of the destruction Azura Emperor race, searching for any fatal injuries. Before long, he spotted an exceedingly tiny hole in the middle of the third eye on the face of the destruction Azura Emperor race's corpse. In comparison to its colossal imperial form, the diameter of that hole was merely 1 kilometer, yet it had pierced through its entire head. Lei Daoqiong could even see the starry expanse beyond through the hole in the third eye. At this moment, the energy radiating from the surrounding void caught the attention of Lei Daoqiong. It was the sinister power of the soul-devouring path, an exceedingly malevolent force, suggesting that the formidable being behind it was at the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm. Thus, it was no surprise that this late-stage half-step sovereign strongman from the Destruction Shura imperial clan had sustained minimal injuries to his imperial body. He must have been ambushed by a powerful figure adept in the soul-devouring path, resulting in the immediate obliteration of his imperial soul and his subsequent demise. Upon understanding how this late-stage half-step sovereign from the Destruction Shura imperial clan had perished, Lei Daoqiong dared not underestimate the situation. Although the Chaos Path was the most potent of the supreme forces, the soul-devouring path was insidiously treacherous, and those who wielded such power were particularly adept at ambush. Even the strongman of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, who commanded the destruction path, had been swiftly eliminated by a surprise attack. One could only imagine the terror that lay within the soul-devouring path. In the context of equal realms, even Lei Daoqiong had to approach the matter with utmost caution. Chapter 764, Remnant Soul. As Lei Daoqiong prepared to approach the imperial body of the Destruction Shura strongman, a faint yet somewhat feeble voice resonated throughout the chaotic void. Who dares approach? Depart at once, or face the wrath of this emperor. With the utterance of these words, a wave of destruction path power surged forth, crushing vast expanses of chaotic void as it advanced slowly towards Lei Daoqiong. Observing the slow-moving wave of destruction path energy, Lei Daoqiong perceived it as terrifying. However, it bore only the might of an initial stage half-step sovereign. At that moment, an imperial guardian appeared before Lei Daoqiong, raising a hand to summon an even more formidable wave of annihilation path energy, which directly intercepted the wave of destruction path energy. The annihilation path energy swiftly shattered the opposing wave and surged towards the imperial body of the Destruction Shura. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lei Daoqiong's eyes, and in the next instant, the entire chaotic void came to an abrupt standstill. Subsequently, time began to reverse, and the chaotic void began to mend itself, quickly returning to its prior state. Observing his master's actions, the imperial guardian bowed respectfully before retreating. At that moment, the feeble voice echoed once more, but this time with a hint of astonishment. The time and space path power. Which quasi-supreme imperial clan do you hail from? I have never heard your name in the imperial realm of the paths. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong raised an eyebrow. He chose not to answer the inquiry, but instead mused, to think there remains a fragment of your soul. After being ambushed by a wielder of the soul-devouring path, how is it that you still retain a remnant of your soul? How did you manage to accomplish such a feat? The remnant soul fell into a long silence upon hearing his words, and then, filled with fury, retorted, the soul-devouring path. Were it not for the ambush by the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth clan, how could he have succeeded? How could I possibly be reduced to a mere remnant of my former self? The voice reverberated through the chaotic void, imbued with rage and resentment, even suffused with endless killing intent and grievances. Fortunately, before my demise, I unleashed all my destruction path power to forge an imperial seal that I embedded within that soul devourer. He must be suffering greatly now, huh? His tone bore a hint of satisfaction and schadenfreude, yet it could not conceal his lingering wrath and bitterness. The soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth clan. What is this imperial realm of the paths? Upon hearing the human's puzzled voice, the remnant soul became immediately wary. You are not a sovereign from the imperial realm of the paths. Where do you hail from? What quasi-supreme imperial clan are you part of? Gazing at the imperial body, Lei Daoqiong did not respond, but scrutinized it for a considerable time, yet he could not locate the remnant soul. You truly possess a talent for concealment. But I have my ways to draw you out. Lei Daoqiong contemplated, then slowly spoke. It matters not from which quasi-supreme imperial clan I originate. What is significant is that I can not only mend your remnant soul, but also heal the injuries to your imperial body. Upon hearing this, the remnant soul fell silent for a moment before replying. What do you desire from me? You need only provide me with some information regarding the imperial realm of the paths. And how does that sound? Lei Daoqiong inquired with a hint of anticipation. The remnant soul pondered for a long while before delivering a disdainful snort. Humph. How can I trust you? You humans are the most cunning. Perhaps even if I divulged some information about the imperial realm of the paths, you would not possess the treasures necessary to heal my remnant soul and imperial body. Moreover, the treasures capable of mending a remnant soul and an imperial body are exceedingly rare. I do not believe you would part with them. Humph. Humans are all deceivers. I will never trust you again. Noticing the remnant soul's deep-seated distrust towards humans, it was evident he had been deceived by human cultivators before. Observing this, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Then, with a serious and solemn expression, stated, "You may not trust humans, but you cannot afford to disregard me. It is merely a matter of acquiring the treasures needed to heal your remnant soul and injuries. I can certainly provide them." With that, Lei Daoqiong withdrew a quasi-supreme grade soul condensing Emperor Sacred Pill, a quasi-supreme grade soul condensing Emperor Sacred Lotus, and even extracted 10 drops of quasi-supreme grade Emperor Sacred Essence from the System S space. These treasures should suffice for the restoration of your imperial soul and the healing of your injuries. If you divulge to me all that you know about the imperial realm of the paths, these treasures shall be yours. I speak with utmost sincerity. What say you? As the remnant soul beheld the quasi-supreme grade soul condensing Emperor Sacred Pill, the quasi-supreme grade soul condensing Emperor Sacred Lotus, and the 10 drops of quasi-supreme grade Emperor Sacred Essence placed before him by the human, he could hardly believe his eyes. Such invaluable treasures were being presented so nonchalantly, as if the human were entirely unconcerned. Who were they attempting to deceive? Humph. I still do not trust you, even if you possess these treasures. What guarantees do I have that you will relinquish them should I provide you with information about the imperial realm of the paths? You humans are full of tricks. I will not divulge anything. Hearing this, Lei Daoqiong could not suppress his anger. Which human quasi-supreme imperial clan has sullied our reputation so? Should I discover their identity, I shall ensure they learn a lesson. Suppressing his inner fury, Lei Daoqiong gazed intently at the imperial body of the Destruction Shura strongman and spoke in a deep voice. I merely seek to uncover some information about the imperial realm of the paths. What is it that you truly desire? Perhaps sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the human, which surpassed even that of the half-step sovereign who had ambushed him, the remnant soul within the imperial body felt a twinge of fear. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly inquired, "Are you truly willing to part with those treasures to heal my wounds?" Each of those treasures is immensely precious in the imperial realm of the paths. They could incite a tremendous uproar. You would simply give them to me without hesitation? Upon hearing this question, Lei Daoqiong entered a state of deep contemplation. While these treasures were indeed extraordinarily valuable, he possessed an abundance of them. Following the distribution of system rewards, he had replicated billions of copies, rendering his stock virtually limitless. 10 drops of quasi-supreme grade Emperor Sacred Essence. He would not even flinch if he were to cast 100,000 drops into the chaotic void without a second thought. However, he could not afford to disclose too much information about these treasures, so Lei Daoqiong slowly explained. The Tianyang continent where I reside is far too small to facilitate my breakthrough to a higher realm. Thus, I have ventured into the chaotic void of the imperial ruins in search of opportunities or to discover domains superior to the Tianyang continent. Regarding these priceless treasures, they have been acquired by this emperor through countless epochs of exploration in myriad mysterious realms. Presently, these treasures hold little significance for me. However, should I be able to exchange them for information and the location of the Supreme Path Emperor realm, that would indeed constitute the fullest realization of their value. Upon hearing the explanation from that formidable human, the remnant soul within the imperial body found itself somewhat persuaded, and a flicker of intrigue glimmered in its gaze. Chapter 765. Information about the Supreme Path Emperor realm. Observing that the remnant soul remained silent for an extended period, presumably in contemplation, Lei Daoqiong resolved to stoke the flames further. If you remain unwilling to speak, I shall be compelled to extinguish this last vestige of your fractured imperial soul. Your imperial body is a treasure. It should enable my clan to transcend several formidable half-step sovereign beings. You must have witnessed my prowess. I am a peak emperor of the half-step sovereign realm, having comprehended and mastered the power of the supreme path of time and space. Coupled with the more than 10 half-step sovereigns of later stages standing behind me, locating the Supreme Path Emperor realm should prove no arduous task. Upon hearing Lei Daoqiong's words, the remnant soul seemed somewhat agitated, yet primarily expressed disdain for the human's arrogance. Human, how audacious you are! Though you possess formidable strength and command the power of time and space, should you underestimate the Supreme Path Emperor realm, you are gravely mistaken. At this, Lei Daoqiong narrowed his pupils and continued nonchalantly. Oh, is the Supreme Path Emperor realm truly formidable? Based on your ambush, I perceive your capacity to annihilate the Shura imperial clan must be rather feeble. The remnant soul, incensed by the belittlement of its conquest over the Shura clan, retorted furiously. I annihilated the Shura imperial clan, ranking among the top 10 of hundreds of quasi-Supreme Path imperial clans within the entire Supreme Path Emperor realm. You are not even worthy to compare with us. Human, let me enlighten you. Within the Supreme Path Emperor realm, there are no fewer than 10 quasi-Supreme Path imperial clans that are as powerful as yours. My Shura imperial clan stands on par with yours, and the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan is but slightly weaker. Furthermore, there are several quasi-Supreme Path imperial powers even more formidable than my Shura imperial clan. Most importantly, within the Supreme Path Emperor realm, there exist true Supreme Path imperial clans, the epitome of supremacy. The remnant soul spoke with a tone filled with yearning, yet quickly gave way to bitterness and fury. I am unwilling. Had I discovered the ambush by the soul-eating demon in advance, I would not be left with but this remnant soul. My innate talents are extraordinary. How could I possibly be confined to such a fate? Listening to the remnant soul's tone of regret, Lei Daoqiong felt a slight stir within himself. However, the existence of hundreds of quasi-Supreme Path imperial clans hinted at a turbulent situation within the Supreme Path Emperor realm. Moreover, the presence of transcendent beings surpassing the peak of the half-step sovereign realm, true Supreme Path imperial clans wielding sovereign-level power, rendered Lei Daoqiong's expression somewhat solemn. If the Supreme Path Emperor realm consisted solely of quasi-Supreme Path imperial clans, Lei Daoqiong would harbor no fear. Yet, should true Supreme Path imperial clans exist, even with a multitude of peak half-step sovereign imperial guards, they would appear as mere ants before genuine sovereign beings. I presently face a slight impediment to my breakthrough. The power of the Supreme Path within the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region and the Tianyang continent is exceedingly weak, and the true essence of the Supreme Path is scarcely manifest. If I wish to master the chaotic Supreme Path and ascend to the sovereign realm, unless the system directly rewards me with the essence of the Supreme Path or a treasure containing its essence, I may indeed have to venture into the Supreme Path Emperor realm to seek a breakthrough. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong began to ponder deeply. If I complete the 2 tasks assigned by the system, I shall receive 6 Supreme Path gift packages. The resources therein should enable me to transcend to the sovereign realm. Yet venturing into the Supreme Path Emperor realm carries considerable risk. While I am curious about the unknown Supreme Path Emperor realm, I shall not place myself in peril. I will only embark on exploration once I possess sufficient power for self-preservation. As for the breakthrough to the sovereign realm, I have ample time. However, acquiring further knowledge about the Supreme Path Emperor realm would greatly benefit my future explorations. What manner of force constitutes a true Supreme Path imperial clan? Surely, they must be deemed invincible within the Supreme Path Emperor realm. Lei Daoqiong continued to inquire, realizing that it had been ensnared in a web of words. The remnant soul retorted with ire, "Human, you dare to exploit my anger to extract information from me. You humans are indeed cunning and treacherous. Even if you annihilate this last vestige of my soul, I shall divulge no further information. If you seek death, continue your pursuit of the Supreme Path Emperor realm." Ha! That laughter echoed throughout the vast expanse of chaotic void, prompting Lei Daoqiong to momentarily furrow his brow. Observing that the remnant soul of the Shura imperial clan had divulged so much information and even forcibly wielded the power of destruction, causing its aura to significantly diminish, he realized that if it did not recover soon, it might succumb to slumber. After some contemplation, he acknowledged that this Shura imperial clan remnant posed no threat to him. However, should the remnant fall into a deep slumber, the information regarding the Supreme Path Emperor realm would necessitate his own exploration. Thus, Lei Daoqiong presented the high-grade condensing Soul Emperor's Sacred Lotus, a quasi-Supreme Path treasure, directly before the imperial body. The remnant soul, on the verge of succumbing to slumber, was startled to see that the human had truly offered it a quasi-Supreme Path high-grade condensing Soul Emperor Sacred Lotus. With a hint of unease, the remnant soul gazed at Lei Daoqiong and inquired solemnly, "Human, what does this signify?" Having already shared some information about the Supreme Path Emperor realm, I naturally intend to fulfill my promise and provide you with a treasure to restore your remnant soul. Sensing your imminent descent into slumber, I advise you to utilize the high-grade condensing Soul Emperor Sacred Lotus immediately. I shall not take advantage of your vulnerability. As consciousness began to fade, the remnant soul, disregarding its reservations, summoned its last vestiges of strength to draw the high-grade condensing Soul Emperor Sacred Lotus before it. The remnant soul then commenced the absorption of the lotus's energy, initiating the restoration of its essence. While absorbing the energy of the condensing Soul Emperor Sacred Lotus, the remnant soul could not help but express gratitude to Lei Daoqiong. "Human, I thank you for your high-grade condensing soul, Emperor Sacred Lotus. But restoring my remnant soul will require considerable time. If you wish to learn more about the Supreme Path Emperor realm, return in 10,000 years. With that, the remnant soul fully closed off its perception, dedicating itself to the absorption of the energy from the Sacred Lotus. Observing the situation, Lei Daoqiong recognized that the remnant soul would need time to absorb the high-grade condensing soul Emperor Sacred Lotus and resolved not to linger. However, to prevent the remnant from escaping once it restored itself, he laid out tens of thousands of high-grade quasi-supreme path Forbidden Void Emperor talismans and established several temporal and spatial Forbidden Abyss Imperial Array barriers around the imperial body of the Shira clan. Such arrangements would ensnare even a peak half-step sovereign, rendering escape for the remnant soul utterly impossible. After completing these preparations, Lei Daoqiong cast one last glance at the boundless chaotic void within the imperial ruins. Having gleaned information about the Supreme Path Emperor realm, there was little left to investigate within these ruins. Consequently, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by a host of imperial guards, retraced his steps back to the Eastern Spirit Star region. Chapter 766. The Power That Brings Despair to the Tianyang Imperial Clan. Upon departing from the imperial ruins and returning to the Eastern Spirit Star region, Lei Daoqiong first attuned himself to the situation of the ancient battlefield. Should the current state of the battlefield persist, this war may indeed endure for another 100,000 years. The accumulated strength of the three ancient ancestors, Lei Changming, and the numerous elders and disciples of the Lei clan still require further tempering. Such a battlefield is the most fitting ground for their trials. The extreme Dao Empire is formidable if the Lei family lacks sufficient strength. Even their entry into the extreme Dao Empire would necessitate the protection of imperial guards to ensure that the Lei family possesses adequate self-defense capabilities. Such a war is an experience that all members of the Lei family must undergo. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong promptly returned to the Dongling 10011 star region. A millennium of battlefield tempering should significantly enhance the abilities of the elders and disciples of the Lei family. The Lei family's Legion of Divine Beasts would also demonstrate their might, gaining combat experience while concurrently elevating their cultivation levels. Although this battle would result in casualties among the Lei family's vassal holy tribes, such losses would amount to less than 1/10,000th compared to those of the Tianyang Imperial clan's affiliated holy tribes. Furthermore, the Lei family would not neglect those powerful survivors emerging from the ancient battlefield. Currently, in the Dongling Star region, only through the experience of bloody warfare can a more prosperous future be forged. The 8 super holy tribes that once plundered resources from the Dongling Star region, along with their vassals, must face punishment. In this battle, at least 6 out of 10 of the forces from those 8 super holy tribes and their subordinate legions must be annihilated. As for the Tianyang Imperial clan, they too must be made aware of the might of the Imperial Lei family. Any who resist vigorously may be slain. Even the 3 imperial sovereigns of the Tianyang Imperial clan may be directly eliminated should they refuse to submit. After all, the Imperial Lei family has already offered them a chance, and if they fail to seize it, they cannot blame the Lei family for their ruthlessness. Moreover, this universe is inherently cruel, devoid of absolute rules or unequivocal heroes. As long as one does not breach the Lei family's bottom line or indiscriminately slay the innocent, they can thrive within the Dongling Star region under the Lei family's dominion, ushering in an era of unprecedented prosperity. Upon returning to the Dongling 10011 star region, Lei Daoqiong immediately entered seclusion, preparing to activate the numerous quasi-extreme Dao rewards from the system after a significant number of holy tribes pledged allegiance to the Lei family. As time gradually passed, thousands of years slipped by. In the ancient battlefield, the various holy tribe legions under the Tianyang Imperial clan no longer faced beast tides at the Stellar Master level or below. However, over 80% of the Undying Stellar Monarch realm warriors remained, and more than 90% of the Undying Stellar Masters were still present. This illustrates the terrifying survival capabilities of those who have comprehended the essence of the Great Tao. Despite the vast and fearsome battlefield, facing the numerous well-equipped holy tribe warriors under the Lei family, they managed to survive and engage in battle for millennia. Throughout these thousands of years, the elders and disciples of the Imperial Lei family fought while cultivating. Presently, the high-ranking Undying Stellar Monarchs of the Lei family are more than capable of overwhelming the high-ranking Undying Stellar Monarchs of the Tianyang Imperial clan and all its subordinate holy tribes. Moreover, the number of Undying Stellar Monarchs has more than doubled during these millennia of conflict. The previously strongest ancestors, Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Chang'e, departed the battlefield a millennium ago to return to the Lei family and break through to the initial stage of the half-step sovereign realm. Now, in the chaotic void battlefield, They confront the two imperial sovereigns of the Tianyang imperial clan, Yang Yin and Yang Huan, having already advanced to the early stages of the half-step sovereign realm. Though the three ancestors have just reached their new level and faced two seasoned half-step sovereign warriors, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Only Lei Changming can contend with Yang Huan, while Yang Yin proves to be an insurmountable opponent, forcing the imperial guards to assist in restraining him. In the chaotic, void battlefield, Yang Yin grows increasingly frustrated as he fends off the attacks of the three imperial sovereigns of the Lei family. He curses vehemently. "Imperial Lei family, how utterly shameless you are. What kind of imperial sovereigns are 6 of you ganging up on just 2 of us? Have the courage to fight one-on-one." Upon hearing this, Lei Changming raises a hand to signal the others to cease. "A one-on-one duel, are you certain?" Before Yang Yin could respond, the entire chaotic void battlefield was suddenly rent by 2 terrifying rifts. In the next moment, 2 late-stage half-step sovereign imperial guards appeared before Yang Yin and Yang Huan, their overwhelming imperial aura causing both to tremble. 2 late-stage half-step sovereign imperial sovereigns. How is this possible? So, the imperial Lei family has been concealing their strength all along. As the realization dawns on Yang Yin, he can no longer contain his fury, a sweet taste surging in his throat, followed by the involuntary flow of blood from his lips. Noticing Yang Yin's unstable aura, Yang Huan also felt a wave of unease wash over him. As he gazed at the 6 imperial sovereigns of the Lei family in the chaotic void battlefield, he still did not spot the imperial sovereign behind the previously seen law avatar. This suggests that the true status of that imperial sovereign within the Lei family is far from simple. Furthermore, it seems the strength of the imperial Lei family is still greater than what they have witnessed. What they see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Only now does Yang Huan comprehend that the Tianyang imperial clan has been outmaneuvered. From the very beginning, the imperial Lei family possessed the capability to annihilate the Tianyang imperial clan, yet they concealed their power and engaged in warfare for millennia. Presently, although Yang Huan is unaware of the situation on the ancient battlefield, he is certain that the casualties among the Tianyang imperial clan and all its subordinate holy tribes are devastating. Contemplating this, thoughts of retreat begin to surface in Yang Huan's mind. Looking at the 6 imperial sovereigns of the imperial Lei family before him, he speaks solemnly. "We, the Tianyang imperial clan, are no match for your imperial Lei family. We concede. This Dongling Star region is yours. Allow us to depart." Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, Yang Yan's expression tightens, a flicker of unwillingness flashing through his eyes, yet he refrains from speaking, tacitly accepting Yang Huan's decision. To utter the words of surrender himself would be tantamount to death. However, with Yang Huan voicing it, he finds it less unbearable. At that moment, a late-stage half-step sovereign imperial guard speaks coldly. "Surrender? You, the Tianyang imperial clan, have hidden away for so long, and yet you remain naive. In the war against our imperial Lei family, your options are limited to submission or death." With that, the imperial guard emanates a terrifying imperial might, an absolute pressure from the extreme Tao, rendering Yang Yin and Yang Huan utterly powerless to resist. Each breakthrough in the half-step sovereign realm signifies a qualitative change in power, with the control of extreme Tao forces representing a significant enhancement. To battle beyond one's rank is infinitely more challenging than crossing a chasm. Only with an artifact surpassing one's realm can one hope to engage in such a struggle. Feeling the overwhelming imperial might from the imperial sovereign, Yang Yin and Yang Huan are engulfed in a mix of anger, fear, and despair. It has taken them countless epochs to reach the half-step sovereign realm. Should they perish, everything would be lost. As they ponder their situation, Lei Changming slowly speaks. "Here's the deal. If you can defeat the 3 of us, we will allow you to leave and pledge not to trouble your Tianyang imperial clan again. What do you say?" At these words, Yang Yin looks at the 3 early-stage half-step sovereign imperial sovereigns, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, and he asks solemnly, "Are you serious?" With a gentle smile, Lei Changming nods, and the surrounding imperial guards do likewise. Seeing this, Yang Yin instantly agrees. "Very well, this is your word. If you lose, you must not seek trouble with our Tianyang imperial clan. Of course, if you lose, you must unconditionally submit to our imperial Lei family." Having spoken, the venerable ancestors Lei Changming, Lei Changquan, and Lei Changhe each donned an entire set of superior-grade imperial weapons, wielding their formidable armaments as they cast a solemn gaze upon Yang Yin and Yang Huan, their expressions instantly turning grave and vigilant. Chapter 767. The subjugation of the Tianyang imperial clan. As they beheld the 3 imperial clan representatives of the Lei family, standing at the nascent sovereign respect of the initial phase, suddenly adorned in superior-grade imperial regalia and brandishing superior-grade imperial weapons, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged forth. causing even Yang Yan's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. The superior-grade imperial weapons and armaments were indeed formidable. Yang Yan couldn't help but glance at the fiery red mid-grade imperial sword in his grasp, a treasured weapon of the Tianyang imperial clan that had accompanied him through countless epochs. Yet now, in the presence of the 3 sets of superior-grade imperial gear and their corresponding weapons, the brilliance of Yang Yan's fiery red mid-grade imperial sword seemed to dim considerably. As for the mid-grade imperial spear held by Yang Huan, its luster was utterly eclipsed, to the point where the spirit of the weapon conveyed a faint emotion of trepidation to him. Witnessing this scenario, not only did Yang Huan's expression darken, but even Yang Yan's demeanor grew tense and unsightly. What do you think you are capable of, donning your superior-grade imperial armaments to fight us? If you possess the ability, engage us in a fair battle. Yang Huan, recognizing their disadvantage, had no choice but to speak again. He understood that if their adversaries refrained from employing their superior-grade imperial armaments, they still possessed a fighting chance. However, as Yang Yan remained resolute in his inaction, Lei Daoqiong could no longer restrain himself. Without even a set of superior-grade imperial gear, it appears your Tianyang imperial clan is not faring too well. At these words, Yang Yan's eyes widened in fury. The implication of the statement was a direct affront to his capabilities. Such an insult was intolerable, and he was poised to retaliate, but was fortunately restrained by Yang Huan. Yang Yan, they are deliberately provoking you. If you act out of anger, you will fall into their trap, and at that point, we will have no opportunity for retreat. Heeding Yang Huan's counsel, Yang Yan managed to regain his composure. Though quick-tempered, he recognized the gravity of the situation, as it pertained to the survival of the entire Tianyang imperial clan, necessitating careful deliberation. Seeing Yang Yan calm himself, Yang Huan turned his attention back to the trio of Lei Changming. You possess superior-grade imperial armaments and weapons, creating an imbalance in this contest. If your Lei clan desires our willing submission, you must engage us in a fair duel, defeating us on equal footing, rather than relying on such external advantages. Listening to Yang Huan's lengthy discourse, it was clear he was merely expressing an unwillingness to accept defeat. If the Lei clan sought to compel the Tianyang imperial clan surrender, 5 late-phase half-step sovereign warriors could easily subdue them without further ado. There was no need for such protracted negotiations. Were it not for the necessity of Lei Changming and his compatriots to solidify their own realms through battle against half-step sovereign powers, the 2 imperial lords of Tianyang would have already been thoroughly subdued. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Changming slowly responded, "Very well, we shall take turns battling you 3. If you manage to defeat one of us, we will release your Tianyang imperial clan. This is our final concession, should you continue to evade. Do not blame the Lei clan for forcibly subjugating you." His words intensified the pressure exerted by the 4-star Thunder Guards, as if they would spring into action the moment Yang Yan and Yang Huan declined the offer. Faced with the overwhelming presence of 6 half-step sovereign forces, even Yang Yan felt a surge of anxiety. Yang Huan pondered briefly before exchanging glances with Yang Yan. At this juncture, they had no alternative but to fight, seizing what might be their last opportunity to avoid subjugation by the Lei clan. This was a matter of dignity for a superior-grade imperial clan. Even if the Lei clan were exponentially more powerful than the Tianyang clan, they must be compelled to earn their submission willingly. Otherwise, the dignity of a superior-grade imperial clan would prevent them from yielding easily to any such force. After deliberating, Yang Yan and Yang Huan ultimately nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lei Changming raised his hand to signal them to pause. "Wait, do you not have another imperial lord among you? If we do not thoroughly subdue you, you likely will not willingly submit to our Lei clan. Thus, you may engage us 3 against 1, as long as you can defeat one of us. The Tianyang imperial clan shall remain as it was." Shortly after Lei Changming's declaration, a massive rift in the chaotic void tore open once more. In the next instant, Yang Shu emerged from the fissure, his countenance marked with alarm, followed closely by another late-phase half-step sovereign guard. Upon seeing Yang Shu's arrival, both Yang Yan and Yang Huan were momentarily taken aback. The location of Tianyang continent was exceedingly secretive, shrouded by an expanse of chaotic energy. The emergence of Yang Shu signified that the Lei clan had discovered their realm. Yang Yan, Yang Huan, the strength of the Lei clan is terrifying. Our Tianyang imperial clan cannot afford to confront them head-on. Yang Shu cautioned upon noticing the 2. However, when he beheld the 6 sovereign figures standing in the chaotic void, his fear intensified. Could there truly be 6 sovereign-level warriors? The sight of Yang Shu's palpable fear deepened the concern etched on Yang Yan and Yang Huan's faces. Yang Shu was inherently more composed than they. If he felt fear, just how many sovereign-level beings were in the Lei clan? Yet, there was no time to ponder further. After Yang Huan relayed the Lei clan's conditions to Yang Shu, the fear and panic in Yang Shu's gaze did not dissipate. To Yang Huan, Yangshu appeared as though he had encountered an unspeakable terror, a dread that had penetrated the depths of his imperial soul, lingering indefinitely. Yangshu, prepare yourself. This may well be our final opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yangshu suppressed the profound fear that had seeped into his imperial soul. Although visions of deathly eyes flashed through his mind, he steeled himself, drawing forth his imperial weapon, ready for battle. Seeing that the three imperial lords of Tianyang were prepared, Lei Changming turned to Lei Changha, indicating that he should engage the three imperial lords of Tianyang first. Nodding in acquiescence, Lei Changha, clad in the superior-grade imperial gear, emanated an aura that surpassed even Yang Yan's. Coupled with his superior-grade imperial weapon, he felt confident in facing three adversaries. As the battlefield within the chaotic void cleared once more, Yang Yin and his companions brandished their respective superior-grade imperial weapons, launching themselves into the fray against Lei Changha. In an instant, three formidable forces of extreme power surged forth, shattering vast expanses of chaotic void as they bore down upon Lei Changha. Observing the oncoming assault from the three imperial lords, one of whom was even a mid-phase half-step sovereign, Lei Changha's expression grew serious, though he remained unperturbed. With blue bolts of frigid thunder crackling around him, his power surged to the pinnacle of the mid-phase half-step sovereign realm, augmented by the superior-grade imperial gear he wore. Sensing the cataclysmic energy erupting from within, Lei Changha acted without hesitation, wielding his superior-grade imperial sword in a sweeping arc. In the next moment, the chaotic void was cleaved asunder beneath the blade of the quasi-ultimate imperial weapon, a long sword, which unleashed a terrifying sword edge imbued with the frigid power of extreme thunder, cutting through the chaos like a long line determined to shatter the void. This dreadful blade of extreme cold thunder clashed instantly with three intensely scorching attacks from Yang Yin and his companions. In that fleeting instant, as waves of terrifying explosions surged forth, vast expanses of the chaotic void were fragmented, revealing swathes of chaotic emptiness within. Following such a cataclysmic collision, Lei Changha did not hesitate. He surged towards Yang Yin and his companions, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Yang Yin and his two allies exerted every ounce of their strength, fueled by the pride of the Tianyang imperial clan, unwilling to become subservient to others. The fierce battle raged on for nearly 500 years, until Yang Yan's left arm was severed by Lei Changha, leading to the ultimate defeat of the trio. 500 years later, after recuperating from their injuries, Yang Yin faced Lei Changha once more, only to have his right arm lopped off, resulting in yet another defeat for the three. 450 years later, when Lei Changming pierced Yang Yan's abdomen with a sword, nearly cleaving him in two, Yang Huan and Yang Shu were left in such a state that they were almost incapacitated, losing an arm and a leg each. With such grievous injuries, the three were no match for Lei Changming, and they were swiftly vanquished. Three half-step dominators, one of whom was in the mid-stage, succumbed to three half-step dominators in their initial stage. Although the imperial clan of the Lei family had the advantage of quasi-ultimate upper-grade imperial weapons, they still fell despite the odds being in their favor, leading to the complete surrender of Yang Yin and his companions. Back against one another, the trio sat slumped in the chaotic starry sky, bloodied and grievously wounded, their quasi-ultimate imperial weapons in tatters. Observing the lightly injured imperial clan members opposite them, Yang Yan's eyes were devoid of any rage, and in a calm and measured tone, he conceded, "We have lost. The Tianyang imperial clan is willing to submit to the Lei family." Chapter 768, The True Ultimate Treasure. Upon Yang Yan's voluntary submission, Lei Changming and his companions nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. Noticing the injuries of Yang Yin and his companions, Lei Changming retrieved 3 vials of quasi-ultimate mid-grade imperial holy essence from his quasi-ultimate imperial ring, gently presenting them before the trio. At that moment, Yang Yin and his companions felt disheartened, seemingly oblivious to the pain of their injuries, their imperial bodies returning to their normal Hunderjong stature. However, upon seeing the minuscule jade vials before them, they exchanged puzzled glances, directing their gaze towards Lei Changming. This is quasi-ultimate mid-grade imperial holy essence. Each vial contains around 100 drops, and just 1 drop is sufficient to restore all your injuries. After all, since you have submitted to our Lei family, I naturally must take responsibility for your wounds. At these words, Yang Yin and his companions were taken aback, hastily opening the jade vials to inspect their contents. Throughout countless epochs, they had never obtained quasi-ultimate imperial holy essence after breaking through to the half-step dominator realm. The most precious treasure they had acquired was the quasi-ultimate mid-grade imperial medicine and a small amount of quasi-ultimate mid-grade imperial spring. Even the quasi-ultimate lower-grade treasures they had gathered from numerous mysterious locations over countless epochs were exceedingly rare. Collectively, The total of all quasi-ultimate treasures from the entire Tianyang Imperial clan could scarcely compare to these 3 vials of quasi-ultimate mid-grade Imperial Holy Essence. Among the Tianyang Imperial clan, only Yang Yan's quasi-ultimate mid-grade Imperial weapon was the most valuable, yet it still paled in comparison to the 3 vials of quasi-ultimate mid-grade Imperial Holy Essence. After all, the quasi-ultimate mid-grade Imperial Holy Essence was a treasure for healing and survival, far surpassing the ordinary quasi-ultimate mid-grade Imperial weapons in value. Once Yang Yan and his companions confirmed their findings, they promptly bowed respectfully to Lei Changming, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Emperor Changming, for your generous gift." Lei Changming nodded, and then spoke slowly. "Release your Imperial Soul Seas. Do not resist. Since you have submitted to our Lei family, we must naturally imprint our servant mark within your Imperial souls." Exchanging knowing glances, Yang Yan and his companions nodded, their hearts now at ease. They then released their Imperial Soul Seas, allowing Lei Changming to inscribe the servant mark deep within their Imperial souls. This servant mark, acquired by Lei Daoqiong from the system, could even subjugate true dominator-level powerhouses. Should they harbor any thoughts of betrayal, Lei Daoqiong could impose instant punishment, even obliterating their Imperial souls, leading to their demise. No unexpected occurrences transpired. Upon successfully imprinting the servant mark within the Imperial souls of Yang Yan and his companions, Lei Changming and his fellow elders felt a diminished wariness towards them. Meanwhile, far away in the Dongling 10011 star region, within the chaos of space, Lei Daoqiong, who was in seclusion, suddenly heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for subjugating the Tianyang Imperial clan. Task 1 is complete. You are awarded an ultimate treasure package. Would you like to open it?" Lei Daoqiong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the endless chaotic void to witness the scene of Lei Changming and his 2 ancestors subjugating the 3 Imperial lords of the Tianyang Imperial clan. Initially expecting that it would take a millennium to subdue the Tianyang Imperial clan, he was surprised to find that the task had been completed ahead of schedule by Lei Changming and his companions. With 3,000 years remaining until the 10,000-year mark, he pondered whether the powerful being from the destructive Shura Imperial clan within the Imperial ruins had awoken. After some contemplation, he decided to send a peak half-step dominator-level Imperial guard to investigate the Imperial ruins. 7,000 years ago, Lei Daoqiong had opened nearly 1,000 quasi-ultimate treasure packages, resulting in the emergence of nearly 1,000 Imperial guards. Now, after 7 millennia, most of these Imperial guards had ascended to the peak of the half-step dominator realm. During these 7,000 years, due to the absence of the ultimate source in the Dongling Star region and the lack of ultimate treasures to assist him, he had been unable to harness the chaotic ultimate source, making no progress in his cultivation. Yet, in the chaotic space, nearly 7,000 epochs had passed. Lei Daoqiong's realm had grown increasingly profound, and the myriad powers associated with the chaotic ultimate realm had reached a fearsome level. Moreover, during these 7,000 epochs within the chaotic space, Lei Daoqiong had utilized the quasi-ultimate source Imperial Heart, abundant quasi-ultimate chaotic metal veins, and countless precious quasi-ultimate treasures to elevate numerous Thunder Guards and Star Thunder Guards to quasi-ultimate Imperial puppets, all of whom were renamed as Imperial Guards. With the current number of half-step dominator-level Imperial Guards in the Lei family, even if all half-step dominators from the ultimate Imperial realm were combined, their number would scarcely match that of the Lei family, and this count was continually on the rise, with the strength of the Lei family's Imperial Guards steadily enhancing. Most importantly, after 7,000 years of warfare, many of the Lei family's elders, through prolonged battles and the utilization of precious resources, had elevated their cultivation to the peak of the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm. Furthermore, several elders were on the verge of breaking through the half-step dominator realm, including Elder Lei Daoqiong, who was in a similar position. It would not be long before they comprehended their respective ultimate powers and advanced to the half-step dominator realm. If another millennium were to pass, the Lei family might once again see an increase of over 1,000 half-step dominator-level Imperial lords. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement and promptly addressed the system within his mind. "System, open the ultimate treasure package." Ding. The ultimate treasure package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 billion superior extreme Dao stones, 10,000 types of extreme Dao origins, 10,000 lower-grade extreme Dao techniques, 10,000 lower-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapons, 100,000 lower-grade extreme Dao Imperial medicines, and 100,000 lower-grade extreme Dao Imperial pills. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please collect them at your convenience. Upon hearing the completion of the system's announcement of rewards, Lei Daoqiong promptly immersed his consciousness into the system space. gazing at the central treasure within the system space, which exuded an exceptionally rich aura of extreme Dao origins. Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement. With over 10,000 types of extreme Dao origins, perhaps I can attempt to break through to the sovereign realm. Once Lei Daoqiong achieves this breakthrough, he will stand unafraid even in the face of the extreme Dao imperial clans within the extreme Dao imperial realm. The strength of the Lei clan is also on the rise, with treasures like the extreme Dao origins at their disposal. The members of the Lei family will find that the half-step sovereign realm is not the final destination, and they may even aspire to master the extreme Dao origins, becoming true sovereign emperors of the highest order. Furthermore, once Lei Daoqiong breaks through to the sovereign realm, future grand rewards may indeed yield a genuine extreme Dao imperial puppet. Thus, armed with unyielding courage in the perilous and unknown Dao Yuan universe, Lei Daoqiong can ensure that the Lei clan stands tall at the pinnacle of the Dao Yuan universe, even transcending it to explore the mysteries of the unknown world. Chapter 769, The War Ends. In the ancient battlefield, after the three half-step sovereign realm emperors of the Tianyang imperial clan capitulated to the Lei clan, the war on the ancient battlefield raged on. After all, a significant number of powerful figures from the 8 major super-sacred clans and their vassal sacred clan legions remain. War is the ultimate crucible for honing strength. And even the 8 major super-sacred clans have seen peak 9th-stage immortal star lords on the verge of breaking into the half-step sovereign realm. Even if the Lei clan and the Tianyang imperial clan were to simultaneously declare a cessation of hostilities, it is likely that the 8 major super-sacred clans would not acquiesce. The bloodthirsty members of the ancient bloodthirsty clan are merely a half-step away from the half-step sovereign realm and have become utterly consumed by the battle. They believe they are acutely aware that once they break through to the half-step sovereign realm, they can reverse the tide of the battlefield. If they can leverage this war to achieve that breakthrough, they would not only become quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, but could also escape the control of the Tianyang imperial clan. Such monumental temptation and opportunity lie before them. How could they possibly relinquish it? Despite the fact that the number of powerful figures above the immortal Star Lord realm among the 8 major super-sacred clans and their vassal legions has dwindled to less than 60%. The Lei clan's Beast Legion and vassal Sacred Clan legions grow ever stronger. The number of powerful figures above the immortal Star Lord realm has even multiplied several times. While this instills fear in them, it cannot deter their desire to break into the half-step sovereign realm. The battle continued for another 500 years. Nearly 1,000 peak 9th-stage immortal Star Lords from the Lei clan legion have departed from the ancient battlefield, having sensed the opportunity for breakthrough. With the resources of the Lei clan, they are poised to make a definitive leap into the half-step sovereign realm. Furthermore, among the thousands within the Lei clan's Beast Legion, nearly 2,000 peak 9th-stage immortal Star Lords have also perceived the chance to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Most of them have reached the pinnacle of the divine beast bloodline. Through intense battles, continuous injuries, and the consumption of vast amounts of precious resources and treasures, they have endured the rigors of the battlefield and the threats of life and death, allowing them to grasp the opportunity for breakthrough. As for the vassal sacred clan members of the Lei clan in the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, only a paltry few dozen have sensed the opportunity for breakthrough to the half-step sovereign realm. Achieving this breakthrough is an arduous endeavor, and comprehending even a fragment of extreme Dao power is exponentially more challenging. Currently, the ancient battlefield is home to nearly 10 billion immortal Star Lords, with high-level immortal Star Lords comprising close to 1% of that number. Hundreds of thousands of 9th-stage immortal Star Lords exist within this vast population. Yet after millennia of conflict, only the Lei clan, endowed with limitless resources, can boast thousands of powerful figures breaking into the half-step sovereign realm. Thus, the difficulty of breaking into the half-step sovereign realm is 1 billion times greater than that of transcending to the 9th-stage immortal Star Lord realm. Even now, among the Tianyang imperial clan and the 8 major super-sacred clans, while there are still a significant number of peak 9th-stage immortal Star Lords, only a few dozen have realized the opportunity to break into the half-step sovereign realm. However, even if they have sensed this opportunity, they cannot leave the battlefield to effectuate their breakthroughs. The sheer number of powerful figures from the Lei clan and its vassal sacred clans leaves them with no chance to depart, as they remain ensnared on the ancient battlefield. Nevertheless, upon learning of this situation, the ancestors of the Lei clan, including Lei Changming, issued orders to intentionally allow those among the Tianyang imperial clan and the 8 major super-sacred clans who sensed the opportunity for breakthrough to leave the battlefield, granting them the time needed to ascend to the half-step sovereign realm. Meanwhile, during these past few hundred years, Nearly the entirety of the Tianyang imperial clan's members have come to understand that their clan has fully capitulated to the Lei clan. The reason for the continued hostilities lies in the unyielding ambitions of the 8 major super-sacred clans to fully establish themselves as the rulers of the Eastern Spirit Star region. The Tianyang imperial clan must allow the 8 major super-sacred clans to feel hope before plunging them into despair. As the masters of the 8 major super-sacred clans, the powerful figures of the Tianyang imperial clan are well aware of their insatiable ambitions, their ruthless nature, and their willingness to employ any means necessary to cooperate with the Lei clan. The Tianyang imperial clan's legions have remained on the battlefield. Moreover, after receiving resources and treasures provided by the Lei clan, no Tianyang imperial clan member has expressed dissatisfaction with their subjugation. Rather, they have shown immense respect for the powerful figures of the Lei clan. Even in battle, they strive harder to exert pressure on the Lei clan's strong, yielding better training outcomes and deeper combat insights without endangering the Lei clan's forces. Simultaneously, the powerful figures of the Tianyang imperial clan have reaped numerous benefits, and those who grasped the opportunity for breakthrough to the half-step sovereign realm have been rewarded with favorable chances from the Lei clan, facilitating their ascension. Within a mere few hundred years, the Tianyang imperial clan has produced over a dozen half-step sovereign realm powerhouses, a feat they could not accomplish over countless epochs, something they previously dared not even dream of. In the blink of an eye, another 1,500 years have passed. Within a highly enigmatic sovereign-level continent of the ancient bloodthirsty clan, an unfathomably terrifying pressure of imperial majesty suddenly erupted. An aura imbued with the blood-soaked essence of slaughter instantaneously shattered that mysterious sovereign-level continent, rendering its top-tier protective barriers utterly ineffective, reducing them to countless fragments. This emperor has finally broken into the half-step sovereign realm. Is this the might of a supreme powerhouse in the half-step sovereign realm? How overwhelmingly powerful it is. Bloodthirst's visage contorted in savage glee, exhilarated as he embraced his newfound strength in the half-step sovereign realm. He felt capable of devouring the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region. The bloodthirsty extreme Dao power is indeed terrifying. As long as this emperor continues to consume the blood of the strong, he shall grow ever more powerful. At that time, not only will the Tianyang imperial clan be unable to rival him, but even the Lei clan will fall before this emperor's might. Bloodthirst's unrestrained and discordant laughter reverberated throughout a vast expanse of the Eastern Spirit Star region, causing countless neutral sacred clans to tremble in fear. At this moment, within the star regions inhabited by the other 7 supreme holy clans, an overwhelming aura of imperial might began to emanate. The 8 newly ascended supreme beings, each a half-step dominator, brazenly unleashed their imperial power and presence, seemingly proclaiming to the entire Eastern Spirit Star region that they had elevated to the status of quasi-ultimate path imperial clans. Henceforth, they would eternally reign as the sovereigns of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty figures were also exerting pressure upon the imperial clans of the Lei family and the Tianyang imperial clan, with 8 half-step dominators among them. They believed they should rightfully assume dominion over the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. However, as the formidable beings of the 8 supreme holy clans celebrated their breakthroughs to the half-step dominator realm, they were abruptly seized and forcibly transported to the chaotic void by late-stage imperial guards of the half-step dominator realm. Within this chaotic void, hundreds of newly ascended half-step dominators from the Lei clan had gathered. Their imperial bodies towered to unimaginable heights, exuding an aura of terrifying imperial might. The countless half-step dominators gazed intently at the 8 supreme holy clan's newly ascended half-step dominators, their eyes radiating boundless imperial power, as if they sought to crush them into oblivion. The sight of several hundred half-step dominators was utterly daunting. The expression of bloodthirsty turned to one of sheer terror, as the elation of their recent breakthroughs evaporated. The other 7 half-step dominators from the supreme holy clans shared in this dread. They had anticipated that their ascension to the half-step dominator realm would enable them to contend with the Tianyang imperial clan or the Lei clan, only to realize that what they had previously witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Lei clan's might. In the ensuing millennium, the hundreds of half-step dominators from the Lei clan engaged in a cataclysmic battle against Bloodthirsty and the other half-step dominators of the 8 supreme holy clans. This clash reverberated through the chaotic void, shattering it, and plunging Bloodthirsty and the others into profound despair. Ultimately, after being mercilessly ravaged by the Lei clan's half-step dominators for over 1,000 years, they fell in utter reluctance within the chaotic void. The demise of these half-step dominators sent ripples of excitement across the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, as abundant cosmic primal pathways manifested, voraciously consuming the quasi-ultimate powers of Bloodthirsty and the other 8 supreme holy clans. Following the downfall of these half-step dominators, the ancient battlefield saw the complete collapse of the 8 supreme holy clans and all their subordinate holy clan legions. With their half-step dominators perished, further resistance was futile. Fear replaced their martial spirit, leading to a complete rout, as they were mercilessly slaughtered and enslaved by the Lei clan and its allied legions. Thus, the Lei clan and the Tianyang imperial clan gathered the majority of the subordinate holy clan legions of the Eastern Spirit Star region, culminating in a war that spanned over 10,000 years, ultimately concluded by the Lei clan. Chapter 770, Sovereign of the Eastern Spirit Star region. A century after the conclusion of the ancient battlefield conflict, the subordinate holy clan legions of the Lei clan spent 100 years scavenging the spoils of war. Numerous unengaged holy clan experts sought to venture into the ancient battlefield, hoping to stumble upon opportunities and treasures. Have you heard? Recently, a powerful figure obtained a supreme treasure in the ancient battlefield, purportedly a high-tier immortal star master artifact, worth an immeasurable fortune. It is said that this expert sold it for 300 billion top-tier star essence crystals. Is that so? If such a supreme treasure truly exists in the ancient battlefield, how could the Lei clan's numerous holy clans not seize it? Surely, you're being deceived. A diminutive elder, sipping from a wine gourd, spoke with skepticism. Still in doubt. I have the latest news. Many daring holy clan experts have entered the ancient battlefield and acquired 7th-tier treasures of the path, which they sold for a plethora of valuable resources. A middle-aged man clad in exquisite attire stated earnestly, anxious to dispel any disbelief. Imagine being able to venture into the ancient battlefield and obtain a 7th-tier treasure. I can't fathom the amount of resources one could exchange for. Old man, don't you enjoy drinking? If you dare to visit the ancient battlefield and seize some opportunities, you could procure an abundance of fine wine. The elder glanced at the man, shook his head, and continued to drink. Gulp, gulp. Alas, while I relish my wine, I do not fancy risking my life. The ancient battlefield is fraught with peril. If I lose my life, I wouldn't even have wine to drink. With that, the elder leapt from his seat, still drinking, and departed the tavern. The others, seeing this, resumed their discussions, disregarding him. At the edge of the ancient battlefield, countless cultivators, eager to take risks, gathered. Most were above the immortal Star Lord realm, with a notable presence of immortal Star Master experts, albeit predominantly of the 4th tier and below. Even the shadows of cultivators beneath the immortal Star Lord realm could be seen, cautiously standing at the fringes, hoping to gain some fortune within the ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the diminutive elder with the wine gourd arrived at the chaotic battlefield's edge. He was indeed a formidable 4th-tier immortal Star Master, ranking among the stronger individuals present. The elder was curious to ascertain whether the ancient battlefield truly harbored such treasures. Soon, as the barrier to the ancient battlefield activated, all cultivators surged towards its depths. Anxious not to miss any opportunities, the elder vanished in an instant, directly entering the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the ancient battlefield lay in ruins, with vast expanses of unhealed cosmic void, where fragmented spaces leaked wisps of chaotic energy, rendering the pressure within that cosmos exceptionally terrifying. Furthermore, the source power of the complete path within the chaotic battlefield surged and became tumultuous, making it unwise to absorb carelessly. Indeed, as expected of the 2 imperial clans, this battlefield, home to a multitude of powerful holy clans from the Eastern Spirit Star region, was truly fearsome. The elder marveled. Yet, what treasures could possibly remain in such a battleground? Pondering this, he began to explore the chaotic battlefield. After a considerable time, the elder stood before a shattered immortal Star Master artifact, shaking his head in resignation. If even the immortal Star Master artifact lay in ruins, then any intact treasures had likely been thoroughly plundered. Nonetheless, even the fragments of the immortal Star Master artifact should fetch a considerable amount of top-tier star essence crystals, sufficient for the elder to enjoy fine wine for several years. Just as the elder collected the fragmented immortal Star Master artifact, the void before him suddenly fractured, followed by an outburst of rich energy. What is this? A treasure emerging? Before the elder could fully comprehend, a pristine mid-tier immortal Star Master long knife gradually emerged from the rift in space. Immediately, the mid-tier immortal Star Master artifact erupted in a dazzling display, projecting a colossal phantom of an immortal Star Master artifact across the cosmic expanse. The emergence of a complete mid-tier immortal Star Master artifact. There truly were treasures in this ancient battlefield. The elder, astonished, wasted no time, racing towards the newly manifested mid-tier immortal Star Master long knife. The manifestation of such an artifact would undoubtedly attract numerous powerful figures. He must secure it swiftly. With resolute determination, the elder braved the overwhelming pressure from the appearance of the mid-tier Immortal Star Master artifact, quickly approaching the gleaming long sword. Removing the wine gourd, he summoned the primordial force of the perfected Great Tao, causing the gourd to expand instantaneously to a size of 10,000 zhang. This seemingly ordinary wine gourd was, in fact, a mid-level Immortal Star Master artifact of considerable value. Following this, a terrifying force of attraction emanated from the gourd, wildly tugging at the immortal artifact long sword. As the gourd continued its relentless pull, the mid-level Immortal Star Master long sword was swiftly drawn into it. Upon witnessing this, the elder, sensing the approach of formidable presences through his immortal consciousness, hastily stowed away the gourd and instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield's starry expanse. Shortly after the elder's departure, several powerful figures from the Immortal Star Master realm arrived at the scene. Observing the vanished manifestations of the artifact and its absence, they realized that the newly emerged treasure had been claimed by a strong individual. Alas, this is not our fortune. Let us depart and continue our search elsewhere. With that, the group of powerful beings instantly teleported away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, in another sector of the starry battlefield, the elder materialized from the cosmic void, his eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he proceeded to set up a concealment formation upon a fragment of a star region. Once his preparations were complete, the elder delicately retrieved the wine gourd and released the mid-level Immortal Star Master long sword he had just acquired. I never anticipated that I would encounter a complete Immortal Star Master artifact. It appears my fortunes are indeed profound. As the elder prepared to examine the mid-level Immortal Star Master artifact, he inadvertently triggered something. In the next moment, a terrifying imperial might manifested, accompanied by the imposing phantom of an emperor's visage, gradually materializing before him. Startled, the elder hurriedly knelt, his heart filled with a mix of confusion and dread. The imperial phantom gazed down upon him, its resonant voice echoing, "Cultivator of the Eastern Spirit Star region. This is a bestowed opportunity and treasure from the imperial lineage of the Lei family, the rulers of the Eastern Spirit Star region. You must not use it to slaughter living beings or engage in wanton massacres. Do you understand?" The elder's pupils widened in shock, and he quickly replied with utmost respect. "I understand. I am grateful for the Lei family's gracious gift. I shall adhere strictly to the imperial decree and never harm living beings or commit unjust killings. Should I transgress, I am willing to accept the Lei family's punishment." The imperial phantom nodded in acknowledgement before gradually dissipating into the cosmic expanse, its overwhelming presence fading with it. As the oppressive imperial might evaporated, the elder found himself drenched in sweat, momentarily lost in thought. It became clear that all the treasures of this ancient battlefield had been prepared by the Lei family, who had ascended to dominance in the Eastern Spirit Star region a century ago. No wonder a complete mid-level Immortal Star Master artifact had emerged. Thus, the elder comprehended everything, his gaze now imbued with reverence for the Lei family. Chapter 771. The True Extreme, Tao Emperor Puppet. Since the Lei family became the rulers of the Eastern Spirit Star region, they have attained an unparalleled status. Those once subservient to the Lei family have seen their standing elevated significantly, becoming objects of admiration for many neutral sacred clans. On the Tianyang continent, after the Lei family assumed control of the Eastern Spirit Star region, Lei Daoqiong promptly relocated the entire Lei family and all their divine beast clans to the Tianyang continent. The vast expanse of the Tianyang continent was more than sufficient to accommodate the Lei family and their numerous divine beast clans. Most importantly, the concentration of primordial forces within Tianyang continent was exceptionally rich, with even faint signs of extreme Tao power manifesting, far surpassing the Eastern Spirit Star region. Although Lei Daoqiong could utilize abundant resources to transform the Eastern Spirit Star region, the cosmic primordial forces remained unalterable. After the Lei family took command of Tianyang continent, they renamed it Song Lei continent. Today, the Song Lei continent has expanded to more than double its previous area, with the primordial forces therein enriched by over 1,000-fold. Thanks to Lei Daoqiong's resource contributions. Originally, the extreme Tao power on Tianyang continent was scarce. But after Lei Daoqiong established numerous lower and mid-grade extreme Tao mineral veins on the current Song Lei continent, the extreme Tao power available could sustain the normal cultivation of all half-step Dominator realm emperors. Additionally, the spatial integrity of Song Lei continent has significantly improved. Even peak-level 9th-grade Immortal Star Master realm experts are unable to tear or shatter the space. Thus, the conflicts that once plagued the local factions of Tianyang continent will no longer pose any threat to the present Song Lei continent. At this moment, In the heart of Lei continent, Lei Daoqiong, with his towering and boundless form, sat cross-legged within the chaotic space he had forged. At this juncture, his aura was reined in, making it difficult to discern that he was a peak half-step dominator-level being, and his energy bore a latent sense of impending eruption. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong reflected, mastering an extreme Dao origin and breaking through to the dominator realm is indeed an arduous endeavor. Even I, at present, can only command over 1,000 types of extreme Dao origins, and the path to becoming a chaotic extreme Dao dominator is still long and fraught with challenges. Presently, while it would be effortless for Lei Daoqiong to break into the dominator realm, only by achieving the status of a chaotic extreme Dao dominator could his strength reach the pinnacle of the dominator realm. This path is exceedingly lengthy and difficult, though I have yet to break through to the dominator realm. Possessing mastery over 1,000 types of extreme Dao origins places my strength at a level comparable to the third layer of the dominator realm. However, despite the multitude of origins I command, their quality only aligns with the first layer of the dominator realm. Lei Daoqiong harbored no desire to be an ordinary extreme Dao dominator. Even the time-space extreme Dao dominator was beneath his notice. The chaotic extreme Dao he cultivates requires mastery over 10,000 types of extreme Dao origins, including the 8 supreme extreme Dao origins. Only by becoming a chaotic extreme Dao dominator can Lei Daoqiong attain invincibility within the dominator realm. If he were to break through to the dominator realm relying solely on one supreme extreme Dao origin, it would render his future ambitions of becoming a chaotic extreme Dao dominator exceedingly difficult, a challenge 1,000 times greater than the present. Thus, Lei Daoqiong must refrain from breaking through to the dominator realm just yet. However, he wondered if the resources within the extreme Dao Grand Gift could yield some enhancement or even produce a true extreme Dao Emperor puppet. This was what he yearned for. System. With my current strength comparable to the third layer of the dominator realm, the extreme Dao Grand Gift should be sufficient to yield a true extreme Dao Emperor puppet, correct? Ding. The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. The resources within the extreme Dao Grand Gift are randomly distributed based on the host's strength. Please be bold in your endeavors. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong sighed. He had thought the system would divulge the resources within the extreme Dao Grand Gift. Evidently, he had been in seclusion for too long and had forgotten the system's nature. The system is remarkable in many ways, yet it relishes in its mysteries, and its tasks are infrequent, often requiring Lei Daoqiong to initiate them himself. It seems I must visit the extreme Dao Emperor realm. I am eager to uncover just how much mystery and the unknown still linger within this Dao Yuan universe. However, before venturing to the imperial ruins to seek out the powerful beings of the Annihilation Shura Emperor clan, Lei Daoqiong prepared to open the 5 extreme Dao Grand Gifts bestowed upon him for becoming the ruler of the Eastern Spirit Star region. System. Open all 5 extreme Dao Grand Gifts. Ding. All 5 extreme Dao Grand Gifts have been opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 billion top-grade extreme Dao stones, 10,000 types of extreme Dao origins, 100,000 lower-grade extreme Dao techniques, 100,000 lower-grade extreme Dao Emperor weapons, 1 million lower-grade extreme Dao elixirs, and 1 million lower-grade extreme Dao medicinal herbs. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 billion high-grade extreme Dao stones, 300,000 varieties of low-grade extreme Dao techniques, 3 million low-grade extreme Dao imperial talismans, 3 million low-grade extreme Dao imperial medicines, and 10,000 volumes of low-grade extreme Dao imperial formation secret classics. Furthermore, congratulations for obtaining 100 billion high-grade extreme Dao stones, 1 million pounds of low-grade extreme Dao imperial holy essence, 100,000 pounds of low-grade extreme Dao imperial holy source, 10,000 low-grade extreme Dao chaotic metal veins, and a supreme extreme Dao imperial puppet at the pinnacle of the first realm of dominance. The rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Initially, the first 3 extraordinary gift packs did not yield an extreme Dao imperial puppet, leaving Lei Daoqiong feeling somewhat disappointed. However, the last 2 gift packs delivered an unexpected delight. To his astonishment, he had indeed obtained a true extreme Dao imperial puppet. The system proved itself remarkable. Even possessing such exalted entities, one could only wonder what other treasures the system might hold. Filled with excitement, Lei Daoqiong silently expressed his gratitude and hastily retrieved the 2 extreme Dao imperial puppets from the system space. Within the chaotic realm, the 2 colossal figures towered at 10,000 feet, adorned in resplendent purple gold imperial armor and wielding immense purple gold extreme Dao imperial swords. They emanated an overwhelming aura of imperial dominance. At the pinnacle of the first realm of dominance, their imperial might boundless. even managing to exert a faint influence over the chaotic space Lei Daoqiong had created. Before him stood the two extreme Dao imperial puppets, akin to unparalleled imperial guardians. Even a mere whisper of their dominating presence surpassed the strength of countless half-step dominators. Was this truly the power of a pinnacle extreme Dao imperial puppet? Just a hint of their imperial might could likely suppress thousands of half-step dominators. Through the essence radiating from these two imperial puppets, Lei Daoqiong could gauge his own strength. In the ninth realm of dominance, each realm represented an entirely different world, with a staggering disparity in power. Even the four minor realms within each major realm exhibited vast differences in strength, reflecting a terrifying enhancement in the essence of the extreme Dao. With his current power, if he were to exert his full potential, he would approximate the strength of a pinnacle third realm dominator. Mastering over 1,000 varieties of extreme Dao essences was essential to attain such capability, and the advancement within the dominance realm was likely more arduous than he had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Daoqiong gazed at the two extreme Dao imperial puppets. Since he had summoned two of them, he decided to bestow upon them names, Lei Yu and Lei Su. Upon hearing this, the two imperial puppets promptly knelt in respectful salute. "Thank you, Master, for the names," they proclaimed. Satisfied, Lei Daoqiong nodded in approval. Chapter 772, Journey to the Extreme Dao Imperial Realm. With the acquisition of two extreme Dao imperial puppets, Lei Daoqiong felt assured in his decision to venture to the extreme Dao imperial realm. He intended to leave one imperial puppet behind, whose strength at the pinnacle of the first realm of dominance would render it virtually invincible in the Eastern Spirit Star region. As for the extreme Dao imperial realm, Lei Daoqiong remained uncertain about the strength of the extreme Dao imperial clan within. Thus, he deemed it prudent to bring along one imperial puppet to address potential troubles and obstacles. Swiftly, Lei Daoqiong resolved to have Lei Yu guard the Tsang Lei continent and the Eastern Spirit Star region, while he and Lei Su commenced their journey to the extreme Dao imperial realm. Additionally, this opportunity to traverse the extreme Dao imperial realm posed certain risks. Yet it also represented an exceptional chance for some elders and disciples of the Lei clan to undergo valuable training, to break through to the half-step dominator or dominator realm. Continuous practice and comprehension were imperative, facilitating quicker realization of breakthrough opportunities. Given the inherent risks of the journey, he decided to take along 500 half-step dominator elders from the Lei clan and over 10,000 disciples. Whether they wished to bring along their divine beast mounts would be left to their discretion. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong suddenly sensed something. The ancient dragon court turned out to be a quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan, boasting two half-step dominator dragon ancestors. However, they had ultimately been subdued by Long Ting and the dragon clan, which added a considerable number of dragon divine beasts to his imperial clan, the Lei family. Furthermore, the fin-scale Black Abyss ancient clan, hidden within the Black Abyss, also housed a half-step dominator fin-scale beast ancestor. It was truly surprising to discover that this seemingly small Eastern Spirit Star region concealed such formidable half-step dominator beings. Reflecting on this, Lei Daoqiong appreciated that without the system, escaping from the once desolate Songqing continent would have been exceedingly difficult, let alone traversing the subsequently Shui Star domain and the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Only through relentless progress and breakthroughs could he hope to witness the vastness of the world. In the chaotic space, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of inspiration and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed, and a century slipped by in the Eastern Spirit Star region. Within the chaotic space, countless epochs had elapsed, and Lei Daoqiong finally ceased his contemplation, his aura now restrained, indicating significant progress during this period. It was time to prepare for his journey to the Imperial Ruins, seeking the aid of the Annihilation Shura Imperial Clan stronghold to guide him to the extreme Dao Imperial realm. With that, Lei Daoqiong swiftly reverted to his normal human form and instantly departed from the chaotic space. Presently, the residence of the Lei clan was an immensely vast paradise, spanning an area equivalent to 10-star regions. The elders and disciples of the Imperial Lei clan each possessed their own palaces and sanctuaries. Though it was a continent, it harbored boundless secret realms and domain spaces, comparable in size to star regions, accommodating countless beings and serving as the Lei clan's trial grounds. Within the majority of the trial grounds, numerous beings and strong entities from the 8 super-sacred clans and their affiliated clans of the Eastern Spirit Star region were present to facilitate the training of the Lei clan disciples. Furthermore, a plethora of teleportation arrays existed, easing access for lower-tier disciples of the Lei clan to various secret realms and trial locations for cultivation and experience. Upon returning to the most magnificent courtyard of the Imperial Lei clan, Lei Daoqiong instructed the Imperial Guards to notify the elders and disciples of the Lei clan. In a pavilion within one of the backyards, he sensed that Mo Linger was engrossed in her training. Having advanced to the late stage of the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm, though she still had some distance to cover before reaching the half-step Dominator realm. As for Lei Xianping and Lei Yan, they were honing their skills in the trial secret realm created by Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by his disciples Yi Xiao, Wen Haoyang, Lung Royao, and Zi Shi. Each of them displayed commendable talent. Lei Xianping had become a 4th-tier Immortal Star Master, while Lei Yan had reached the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Lei Daoqiong's 4 disciples had all attained the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm, standing merely a step away from the half-step Dominator realm. If they were to embark on the journey to the extreme Dao Imperial realm, it would be splendid to bring them along, ensuring that the expedition would not be overly tedious. Soon, after the Imperial Guards conveyed the message to several elders and disciples of the Lei clan, they quickly gathered in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Lei clan. Upon learning that the Patriarch intended to venture to the even grander extreme Dao Imperial realm, Lei Jingxian and Lei Changming, among other ancestors, emerged from their seclusion to bid farewell. The entire Lei clan was stirred by the Patriarch Lei Daoqiong's impending journey to the extreme Dao Imperial realm, prompting all to conclude their training and gather in the largest plaza of the Lei clan. Consequently, Lei Daoqiong organized a grand assembly for the Imperial Lei clan. This extensive gathering lasted merely a month, after which Lei Daoqiong set out with the selected elders and disciples of the Lei clan, accompanied by Lei Su and a multitude of Imperial guards, directly heading towards the Imperial ruins. As they delved deeper into the Imperial ruins, Lei Daoqiong swiftly sensed the faint life force of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan stronghold. Though it was weak, it confirmed that the being had survived, presenting the possibility of a complete recovery in the future, or perhaps even further advancement. Departing from the starship, Lei Daoqiong approached the colossal form of the Destruction Azura Imperial clan. He nonchalantly retracted the previously deployed quasi-imperial talisman and formation. The elders and disciples of the Lei clan aboard the supreme-grade quasi-imperial starship gazed in astonishment at the towering, endless imperial body standing amidst the chaotic void. They had never before witnessed such an immense imperial physique. Even the ancient titans and ancestral dragons of the Lei clan paled in comparison, their forms dwarfed by the Destruction Azura Imperial clan's body, which was but a fraction of its size. Indeed, this was the Destruction Azura Imperial clan. Such a vast imperial form was undeniably terrifying. The elders at the half-step Dominator realm were secretly astonished. Had it been the extreme Dao manifestation of such magnitude, they would not have been surprised. However, to see a quasi-imperial body of such enormous proportions raised their concerns about its dreadful power, prompting several elders to make quiet comparisons. At that moment, perhaps sensing the familiar aura of Lei Daoqiong, the powerful being of the Destruction Azura Imperial clan opened its eyes. Yet, the central eye, pierced through, remained unhealed, still enveloped in the soul-devouring extreme Dao energy, rendering the already weakened primordial power of destruction incapable of cleansing it. Human, I, Azurat Songfeng, am indebted to you for saving my life. Should you desire to know the location of the extreme Dao Imperial realm, I can personally guide you there. Seeing that Azurat Songfeng's aura appeared somewhat unstable, it was evident that he had only partially regained his extreme Dao Imperial soul and was unable to fully restore his power. He could merely reassert control over his Imperial body, which now possessed less than a fraction of its former strength, a testament to his grievous injuries. Thus, Lei Daoqiong produced 10 drops of high-grade quasi-imperial essence and a high-grade quasi-imperial elixir, presenting them before Azurat Songfeng. Upon receiving such precious treasures, Azurat Songfeng was astonished, a flicker of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He did not refuse. Given his current condition, he needed these treasures for recovery. Human, your life-saving grace cannot be repaid. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to command Azurat Songfeng, and I shall do my utmost to eliminate any obstacles for you. Hearing these words, Lei Daoqiong smiled lightly. The once rebellious Azurat Songfeng, now willing to heed his commands for the sake of life-sustaining treasures, even exhibited a hint of respect in his gaze, showcasing his gratitude upon the restoration of his residual soul. In that case, let us proceed to the extreme Dao Imperial realm. Indeed, Azurat Songfeng nodded in agreement, then consumed a drop of high-grade quasi-imperial essence, forcibly shrinking his imperial body to a size of 10 million zhong, as he needed to suppress the soul-devouring extreme Dao force at his brow. Simply follow in my wake. Within a year's time, we shall reach the entrance to the extreme Dao Imperial realm. Azurat Songfeng's imperial body was exceedingly vast. Even after reduction, it dwarfed the starship by several times. Thus, he could only navigate through the chaotic void, leading the way. Subsequently, the Lei clan starship trailed behind Azurat Songfeng, gradually heading deeper into the Imperial ruins. Chapter 773, Entering the Extreme Dao Imperial Realm. 1 year later, the starship of Lei Daoqiong and his companions followed closely behind Azurat Songfeng, traversing the immeasurable distances within the Imperial ruins. What lies ahead? Elder Lei Daoqiong, accompanying them, gazed forward, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hearing his voice, Lei Daoqiong also peered out of the starship's window, witnessing the spectacle in the chaotic void beyond. Before them swirled an endless tide of chaotic energy, forming a colossal chaotic vortex. Surrounding this vortex was a terrifying force of tearing power, emanating an exceedingly dreadful energy, as if it sought to shred everything nearby into fragments. Even the chaotic void around it was intermittently crushed, directly drawn into the chaos vortex. This transformed the vicinity into a realm of chaotic void, should one recklessly intrude. They might well plunge into the abyss of chaos, where even a half-step Dominator Realm expert could face a perilous fate. Is this the entrance to the extreme Dao Imperial Realm? Lei Daoqiong left the starship and approached Azurat Songfeng, his expression tinged with confusion. Azurat Songfeng nodded, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. It had been ages since his last return, and he wondered how the destruction Azura Imperial clan fared now. Indeed, this is the entrance to the extreme Dao Imperial Realm. Its terrifying nature serves to prevent quasi-imperial clans from outside the extreme Dao realm from entering. Countless epochs have passed, and many half-step Dominator Realm experts have located this entrance. Yet those who survive to enter the extreme Dao Imperial Realm are few and far between. The chaotic void surrounding the vortex has devoured innumerable half-step Dominator Realm experts. Even those at the late stage of this realm find it exceedingly difficult to escape from the chaotic void. The pinnacle of half-step Dominator Realm experts entering the chaotic void face a struggle for survival. After hearing Azurat Songfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong could not help but furrow his brows. No wonder the former Azurat Songfeng displayed no worry about him locating the entrance to the extreme Dao Imperial Realm. Clearly, this mere entrance posed such danger that the perils within the extreme Dao realm were likely beyond imagination. However, such elaborate measures to deter other half-step Dominator Realm experts from entering suggested that the extreme Dao Imperial Realm must conceal secrets or opportunities that could grant mastery over the extreme Dao and a breakthrough to the Dominator Realm. At this moment, Azurat Songfeng took a brief respite, minimizing his brow wound, then turned to Lei Daoqiong, speaking gravely. Please follow closely behind me and refrain from venturing into any other areas. Lei Daoqiong nodded, casting a glance back at the starship to relay this information to Elder Lei Daoqiong. Shortly thereafter, 5-peak half-step Dominator Realm Imperial guards appeared behind Azurat Songfeng, prepared to confront the dangers of the chaotic vortex. Lei Su remained aboard the starship, ensuring the safety of the Lei clan members. Once all preparations were complete, Azurat Songfeng slowly advanced toward the chaotic vortex. Lei Daoqiong and the Lei clan starship followed closely behind. In that moment, tension gripped the members of the Lei clan aboard the starship, their gazes fixated upon the immense chaotic vortex. Entering the chaotic vortex, Lei Daoqiong sensed the boundless chaos within, which evoked a feeling of danger. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sensation. Had he possessed only the peak half-step Dominator Realm strength, he might indeed have faced some peril. Closely trailing Azurat Songfeng, Lei Daoqiong's vast perception enveloped the infinite chaos, soon detecting a strand of unique extreme Dao power. This strand of extreme Dao power resembled a path, guiding those from beyond the extreme Dao Imperial Realm into its depths. That strand of extreme Dao power was remarkably substantial, yet exceedingly elusive, without meticulous investigation. Even a late-stage half-step Dominator Realm Emperor would likely fail to perceive it. Moreover, within the endless chaos of the vortex, Lei Daoqiong discerned countless fissures leading to the chaotic void. These fissures were remarkably insidious, concealed within the infinite chaos, akin to traps awaiting their destined prey. The journey through this boundless chaos was lengthy. Azurat Songfeng led Lei Daoqiong and the others for a full 10 days before the surroundings began to shift. Have we arrived? Throughout the journey, Lei Daoqiong had become entirely familiar with the path to the extreme Dao Imperial Realm. As long as he followed the guidance of that strand of extreme Dao power, he encountered no dangers from the chaotic void. Naturally, any emperor who had transcended to the Dominator Realm could enter the extreme Dao Imperial Realm without obstruction, even amidst the boundless chaotic void. As the Azurat Songfeng traversed a vortex that appeared to be a chaotic void, Lei Daoqiong hastily urged the starship behind him to follow suit. Upon emerging from the vortex, the scene before Lei Daoqiong underwent a dramatic transformation. Instead of the anticipated endless expanse of stars, he was greeted by an immense and boundless continent. Could it be that the extreme Dao Empire was, in fact, a continent? Lei Daoqiong was somewhat taken aback, pondering the enormity of this extreme Dao continent. Capable of sustaining hundreds of quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, including genuine extreme Dao imperial lineages. As the starship of the Lei family ascended over the continent, numerous elders and disciples of the Lei clan were struck with astonishment at the sight of the land ahead. What left them even more astounded was the Shuret Songfeng, who had previously forced his imperial body to shrink to a size of 10,000 zhong within the chaotic void of the imperial ruins, now reduced his imperial form further to a mere 1,000 zhong. Sensing this peculiar transformation, the Lei family elders and disciples eagerly disembarked from the starship, yearning for a closer encounter with the continent of the extreme Dao Empire. However, as they entered the spatial realm of the extreme Dao Empire, they were suddenly beset by an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Under this dreadful weight, the half-step sovereign elders quickly acclimated. But the Lei family disciples at the Immortal Star Master level found it unbearable, unable even to maintain flight, plummeting to the ground akin to dumplings, creating numerous fissures upon impact. Witnessing this scene, Lei Daoqiong shielded only Mo Linger and Lei Yan, allowing the other Lei family disciples to descend to the earth. After all, they would not perish, and it would serve them well to experience the spatial pressure of the extreme Dao Empire. With Lei Daoqiong's cultivation and strength, he was impervious to the spatial pressure within the extreme Dao Empire, and thus remained oblivious to the plight of the Immortal Star Master disciples. Yet, the spatial intensity within the extreme Dao Empire was indeed formidable. It was likely that even mid-stage Emperor-level beings at the half-step sovereign realm would find it challenging to rend the space. Such spatial strength would significantly diminish combat capabilities, though it would not greatly affect overall prowess. This terrifying spatial pressure and intensity were merely protective measures for the extreme Dao Empire. Were the Immortal Star Masters able to easily tear through space, any battle within the extreme Dao Empire would leave the region riddled with devastation. It would not be long before the extreme Dao Empire met a fate akin to the ancient battlegrounds of the Eastern Spirit Star region, becoming irreparably fractured. As Lei family disciples adjusted to the spatial pressure of the extreme Dao Empire, Lei Daoqiong expanded his perception wildly, eager to ascertain the true magnitude of this realm. As his senses broadened, surpassing even the size of the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, he remained unable to discern its boundaries, further deepening his astonishment. The size and expanse of the Tianyang continent had already left him in awe. Now, even the present Song Lei continent paled in comparison to a mere fraction of the extreme Dao Empire's vastness. One could only wonder whether this extreme Dao Empire had emerged from the Dao Yuan universe, or was a creation of some supreme Dao Emperor, its scale truly terrifying. Lei Daoqiong felt a profound sense of humility. Although he considered himself powerful, he could not conceive of crafting an extreme Dao continent rivaling even a fraction of the extreme Dao Empire. The Dao Yuan universe indeed harbored numerous formidable and mysterious aspects awaiting his exploration, filling him with eager anticipation. It was not until his perception reached its zenith that he could identify over 100 regions the size of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Within this boundless expanse, he sensed merely 10 quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, alongside countless holy clans of the third rank and below. This served to illustrate the sheer enormity of the extreme Dao Empire and the multitude of races and beings residing within it, an unfathomably terrifying figure. Retrieving his perception, Lei Daoqiong felt an exceptionally rich concentration of extreme Dao power within the spatial realm of the extreme Dao Empire, even detecting faint traces of the extreme Dao essence. Although this essence was exceedingly weak, upon careful observation, he could discern hundreds of varieties of extreme Dao essence. This was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity within the extreme Dao Empire. Possessing a complete array of extreme Dao origins, should one manage to master any one of these origins, they could transcend to become a supreme emperor-level powerhouse. Lei Daoqiong's heart surged with excitement, while he possessed a complete extreme Dao essence as a reward from the system. None among the half-step sovereign elders of the Lei family could absorb it apart from himself. The extreme Dao essence awarded by the system seemed tailor-made for him alone. Perhaps it would only be once Lei Daoqiong ascended to the status of Chaos Extreme Dao Sovereign that his kin could absorb the system's rewards, thus breaking into the sovereign realm. At this juncture, Shuret Songfeng stood upon the land, awaiting the arrival of the Lei family's multitude of formidable beings. Secretly astonished by their sheer might, he had not anticipated that the human who had saved his life would belong to such a formidable imperial clan. 500 half-step sovereign beings, although all at the initial and mid-stages, were likely unmatched in number among any quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan within the entire extreme Dao empire. Aside from the genuine extreme Dao clans, even the Destruction Shura imperial clan could rank among the top 20 in the extreme Dao empire. Yet it could not boast 500 half-step sovereign emperor-level beings, falling short of even 1/5 of that number. What astonished Xianxiaaudiobooks the most was the sudden emergence of 50-peak half-step sovereign emperor-level beings from the starship. The sheer number of these formidable half-step sovereigns left him somewhat numbed. He even harbored the feeling that within that colossal quasi-extreme Dao starship, there were likely many more half-step sovereign beings yet to be revealed. Who, exactly, was this human powerhouse? Was bringing him to the extreme Dao empire a blessing or a curse? Only now did Xianxiaaudiobooks begin to contemplate the potential dangers. This overwhelmingly powerful quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan could pose no threat to them, save for the true extreme Dao clans. He prayed fervently that they would not bring calamity upon the extreme Dao empire, for if they did, he would become the greatest sinner in the entire realm. As he observed that the human disciples required more time to adapt to the spatial pressure of the extreme Dao empire, Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually settled into a meditative posture, commencing the refinement of the supreme grade imperial holy marrow to heal his wounds. Time seemed to flow at an excruciatingly slow pace. The temporal flow within the extreme Dao empire appeared to be roughly 100 times slower than that of the Eastern Spirit Star region. In other words, a single year in the extreme Dao empire equated to a century in the Eastern Spirit Star region. However, for cultivators with nearly boundless lifespans, the passage of time seemed of little consequence. What truly mattered was the elevation of their cultivation levels. 10 days later, all the Lei family disciples finally adapted to the spatial pressure of the extreme Dao empire, now capable of sustained flight within its confines without hindering their combat abilities or strengths. Similarly, the recovering Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually regained consciousness and respectfully addressed Lei Daoqiong, saying, "Temporal and spatial emperor, if you have no destination, you may accompany me to the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, allowing me to extend my hospitality." Xianxiaaudiobooks, still unaware of Lei Daoqiong's name, referred to him as the temporal and spatial emperor, recognizing his mastery over the temporal and spatial extreme Dao powers. Upon hearing the self-reference of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lei Daoqiong reciprocated by revealing his own name. Nevertheless, the title of the temporal and spatial emperor was rather fitting for the moment, serving as an esteemed title for Lei Daoqiong within the extreme Dao imperial realm. Once Lei Daoqiong ascends to the status of chaos sovereign in the future, this imperial title may be relinquished. Until we find a suitable abode, it seems we must impose upon the esteemed Xianxia emperor, should we cause any inconvenience. We shall take our leave. Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook his head in response, hastily stating, "Your words are too humble, temporal and spatial emperor. You have saved my life. Even if you were to reside indefinitely within the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, none would dare voice any objections. Moreover, as you have just arrived in the extreme Dao imperial realm, there are certain taboos and regulations that you must swiftly comprehend. Inside my destruction Xianxia imperial clan, we possess a wealth of information regarding the entirety of the extreme Dao imperial realm, which will aid you in familiarizing yourselves with it post-haste." Upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' remarks, Lei Daoqiong nodded in agreement. They indeed needed to quickly understand the extreme Dao imperial realm and subsequently find an excellent location to settle down. "In that case, I am most grateful." Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded and then soared through the void in a specific direction. The disciples and elders of the Lei clan promptly boarded their starship, following closely behind Xianxiaaudiobooks and their clan leader. As Xianxiaaudiobooks levitated in the air, he glanced at Lei Daoqiong, who flew effortlessly beside him, and felt a tinge of astonishment. To reach the territory of the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, the temporal and spatial emperor must traverse a distance spanning 3 realms, which will take approximately half a month. Along the way, we will encounter 3 quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. I implore you to refrain from revealing your aura, lest we invoke misunderstandings among the formidable emperors of those clans. Xianxiaaudiobooks cautioned. While the temporal and spatial emperor and his clan possessed the strength to fear no quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. For even the battles of half-step sovereign realm emperors were dreadfully formidable. Lei Daoqiong nodded in agreement. As long as the emperors of other quasi-extreme Dao clans did not provoke him, he would naturally refrain from instigating any conflict. Chapter 775, Division of Realms. Throughout the journey, Lei Daoqiong was keenly attuned to the peculiarities of the extreme Dao imperial realm. The realm itself was immensely vast. Even a small region could rival an entire star district, harboring hundreds of sacred clans within. However, territories occupied by third-tier and lower sacred clans were typically minuscule, some even smaller than a star domain. Certain clans might only claim a single mountain peak as their territory, each towering mountain possibly belonging to a sacred clan. The sacred clans were spaced apart to prevent unnecessary wars over territory, as the entirety of the extreme Dao imperial realm was overwhelmingly expansive, with countless vast areas devoid of any sacred clans. Some regions were exceedingly barren, with scarce resources, rendering them desolate wastelands. In contrast, the realms rich with resources, such as paradisiacal grounds and secret realms, were predominantly claimed by quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, while the sacred clan forces were relegated to areas containing only ordinary resources. Nevertheless, certain locales within the extreme Dao imperial realm were extremely perilous, akin to forbidden zones, where even half-stepped sovereign realm emperors dared not tread lightly. Examples included vast mountain ranges shrouded in chaotic energy, expansive lakes exuding mysterious auras, and towering mountains that seemed to stretch into infinity. From Lei Daoqiong's perception, these locales were imbued with extreme Dao rules, imperceptible to half-stepped sovereign realm beings. Some areas were even inaccessible except to emperors above the sovereign realm, who could disregard the extreme Dao rules and fully comprehend the secrets within. Moreover, Lei Daoqiong sensed the presence of peculiar creatures, akin to monstrous beasts, possessing immense physiques, lacking any sense of kinship, and exhibiting minimal intelligence, residing in regions resembling forbidden lands. However, these extraordinary beings were indeed powerful. Lei Daoqiong discerned that over a dozen of them possessed strength comparable to that of half-stepped sovereign realm entities. Furthermore, the territories inhabited by these unique creatures were often rich in precious resources, including quasi-extreme Dao medicinal herbs. At that moment, sensing Lei Daoqiong's exploration of the surrounding area, Xianxiafans took the opportunity to elaborate. The temporal and spatial emperor must have already gathered considerable information. The extreme Dao imperial realm is vast and enigmatic, home to countless races and beings. Even quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans are unaware of the realm's true expanse. Typically, we delineate regions using realms, which also serve to determine distances. The extent of a single realm's distance will become clearer once the temporal and spatial emperor arrives in my destruction Shura realm. Furthermore, the extreme Dao imperial realm harbors immense dangers. Beyond the quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, regions enveloped by extreme Dao rules are inhabited by creatures known as realm beasts. The bloodlines and innate talents of these realm beasts are extraordinarily formidable. Upon reaching their zenith, they can harness the power of the extreme Dao, becoming half-step sovereign realm beasts. Their strength is truly terrifying, to the extent that even typical half-step sovereign realm emperors dare not hunt a half-step sovereign realm beast alone. Nonetheless, the half-step sovereign realm beasts possess treasures in abundance, and their territories are replete with resources. There are always half-step sovereign realm emperors who band together to venture into these regions shrouded by extreme Dao rules, hunting realm beasts to acquire vast quantities of precious resources. After listening to Xianxiafans' exposition, Lei Daoqiong nodded in understanding. So these extraordinary beings are known as realm beasts, and they are imbued with treasures throughout. I wonder how they taste. Gazing at the dozen or so realm beasts captured within his extreme Dao space, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. These creatures were directly seized from the temporal and spatial essence, without causing any disturbance, rendering Xianxiafans oblivious to their presence. He had initially intended to study them further, contemplating their edibility when he fortuitously heard Xianxiafans' enlightening account. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from a half-step sovereign realm emperor. Xianxiafans also perceived it and promptly warned. We are nearing the border of the Tianmu imperial clan's domain. They are merely cautioning other half-step sovereign realm emperors to refrain from intruding recklessly. Although the Tianmu imperial clan comprises only a little over 10 half-step sovereign realm emperors, their leader resides at the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm, making them quite formidable. Listening to Xianxiafans' anxious remarks, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but chuckle. Did he appear to be a troublemaker? As long as he and the Lei clan members did not provoke them, he would be more compliant than any other faction. Soon, after 3 days of flight under Xianxiafans' visibly tense demeanor, they finally distanced themselves from the Tianmu imperial clan. Although they still had to traverse the territories of 2 more quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, their current trajectory was significantly separated from those clans, alleviating any concerns about provoking them. In the time that followed, Xianxiafans and Lei Daoqiong, along with their companions, soared swiftly through one region after another, witnessing areas akin to forbidden lands. The Lei clan members aboard the quasi-extreme Dao starship were awestruck, captivated by the wonders and mysteries of the extreme Dao imperial realm, their excitement palpable. Particularly upon glimpsing the colossal realm beasts, their astonishment deepened, with many of the more combative Lei clan members feeling an impulsive desire to engage them in battle. However, as they were currently en route, they had to suppress their urges, knowing that they had ample time for such encounters in the future. Before long, after half a month, Shura Tsongfeng finally guided Lei Daoqiong and the others to the very edge of the destruction Shura imperial clan's territory. Under the calculations of Lei Daoqiong, the distance between the three realms is equivalent to traversing 3 East Spirit Star regions, which includes the ancient battlefield and the East Spirit Star region of the Tsang Lei continent. Meanwhile, the distance of a single realm is comparable to that of 1 East Spirit Star region, and each realm is roughly the size of an East Spirit Star region. The true magnitude of the extreme Dao imperial realm remains to be explored by Lei Daoqiong and the members of the Lei family. At present, the pressing concern for Lei Daoqiong and his companions is to swiftly locate a suitable residence for the imperial clan, the Lei family. At this moment, Shura Tsongfeng came to a halt, gazing at the domain of the destruction Shura imperial clan ahead, a flicker of familiarity and nostalgia flashing in his eyes. After 36,500 epochs, I, Shura Tsongfeng, have finally returned. Upon uttering these words, Shura Tsongfeng exuded an immense aura, as if proclaiming his return to the entire destruction Shura imperial clan. Barely had he released his aura when several formidable figures appeared through instantaneous movement. Their appearances were quite similar to that of Shura Tsongfeng, and under the spatial suppression of the extreme Dao imperial realm. Their imperial bodies were also around 1,000 feet tall. At this juncture, the leader, a late-stage semi-dominant realm powerhouse of the destruction Shura imperial clan, trembled slightly upon seeing Shura Tsongfeng, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Elder brother? The other strong members of the Shura clan were equally astonished at the sight of Shura Tsongfeng, seemingly unable to believe that he stood before them. Chapter 776. Internal disputes within the destruction Shura imperial clan. Shura Tsongfeng regarded them, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Song Yuan, how has the destruction Shura imperial clan fared during my absence? Upon hearing his name called, Shura Tsongyuan confirmed that his elder brother, Shura Tsongfeng, was indeed alive. Elder brother, you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Shura Tsongyuan exclaimed with excitement, a glimmer of joy in his eyes as he stepped forward, grasping Shura Tsongfeng's arm. Eager to head toward the destruction Shura imperial domain, entirely disregarding Lei Daoqiong and the massive warship behind them. Seeing this, Shura Tsongfeng quickly interjected, Songyuan, wait. Allow me to first introduce you to this esteemed temporal emperor. However, Shura Tsongyuan, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness, replied with urgency, elder brother. Forget about the temporal emperor for now. You must return to the clan with me. A significant matter is unfolding within the imperial family. Upon hearing that a major event was occurring within the clan, Shura Tsongfeng's brows furrowed in concern. He turned to Lei Daoqiong, realizing there was no time for introductions, and simply gestured for them to follow before swiftly trailing behind Shura Tsongyuan into the depths of the destruction Shura imperial clan's domain. The several strong members of the destruction Shura imperial clan appeared equally impatient, paying no heed to whether Lei Daoqiong and the others were following. Observing this, Lei Daoqiong had no choice but to follow closely behind Shura Tsongfeng as they entered the vast domain of the destruction Shura imperial clan. The domain of the destruction Shura imperial clan was expansive, roughly double the size of the Tsang Lei continent, replete with numerous grand cities and sacred clan residences, likely belonging to the vassal forces of the destruction Shura imperial clan. After several instances of instantaneous movement, Lei Daoqiong and his companions, trailing behind Shura Tsongfeng, arrived at a range of towering mountains, each peak more colossal than the last. Even the smallest of these peaks soared to a height of 100,000 feet, while the tallest, of which there were hundreds, seemed to stretch endlessly into the clouds, akin to celestial pillars. These mountains appeared to serve as the layers of the destruction Shura imperial clan, each peak shrouded in formidable quasi-extreme Dao formations, making it nearly impossible for even a late-stage, semi-dominant realm powerhouse to breach their defenses. At that moment, atop the highest and most majestic mountain stood a colossal palace adorned in purple and gold, emanating an overwhelming essence of extreme Dao power. Following Shura Tsongfeng, Lei Daoqiong and the others entered the grand palace, only to be greeted by the sounds of heated arguments resonating within, instantly capturing Lei Daoqiong's attention. Why must this golden essence imperial flower be reserved for you, Shura Tsonghai? I am also at the late stage of the semi-dominant realm, with a chance to break through to the pinnacle of the semi-dominant realm. This golden essence imperial flower should be used by me, Shura Tingyuan. It was I who discovered this golden essence imperial flower, with the assistance of several late-stage, semi-dominant realm powerhouses from our clan. I repelled the peak realm beast and seized this treasure. Now you wish to contest with me for it? Do you even have the right? At this, Shura Tingyuan's anger flared, and he retorted loudly, that golden essence imperial flower was already discovered by me. I merely awaited the right opportunity, only to find you had beaten me to it. I have shown you enough courtesy by not pursuing this matter further. Moreover, Do you truly believe you have the right to use such a treasure? The optimal effects of the golden essence imperial flower are reserved for those on the verge of a breakthrough. If you dare, let us battle. Should you win, I shall yield the flower to you. Shurat Songhai's expression darkened, fury boiling within him, as he struggled to contain the overwhelming destructive Dao powers surging through him. If it's a fight you want, then so be it. I fear no one. In an instant, the two of them clashed, their auras colliding violently in the grand hall, as if threatening to overturn the entire structure. Just then, a figure clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, exuding an aura of authority and majesty, sat in a high seat within the hall. His brow furrowed slightly, and as he struck the ground with a massive hammer, a resonant voice rang out, "Enough." The reverberating tone carried immense energy, diffusing the tension between the two and forcing them to retreat. It is merely a quasi-extreme Dao-grade golden essence imperial flower. It is not guaranteed to facilitate your breakthroughs. Why can't you two discuss this amicably? Hearing this, Shurat Songhai expressed his discontent. Qingwu Emperor, this golden essence imperial flower is rightfully mine. Why must I negotiate with him? Shurat Tingyuan, equally displeased, retorted, that golden essence imperial flower was discovered by me first. Had I found the opportunity, you would never have had the chance. Once again, the two resumed their bickering, leaving Shurat Qingwu with a look of exasperation. Observing this scene, Shurat Songfeng and Shurat Songyuan furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Lei Daoqiong, filled with curiosity, transmitted a message to Shurat Songfeng. Is this the significant matter within your clan? Upon hearing the inquiry from the temporal emperor, Shurat Songfeng nodded and replied, indeed. Quasi-extreme Dao medicines are exceedingly precious. Even semi-dominant realm powerhouses cannot utilize them directly. Each time a quasi-extreme Dao medicine is obtained, it must be submitted to the clan, which then decides who may use it. Typically, the imperial powerhouses who acquire such medicines are granted usage rights, but this time it may prove troublesome. After listening to Shurat Songfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong nodded in understanding, showing respect for the customs of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. After all, the Destruction Shura imperial clan did not possess boundless resources like their Lei family, where concerns over resource competition were non-existent. Observing the two late-stage semi-dominant realm powerhouses vie for a single golden essence imperial flower, Lei Daoqiong intended for the elders and disciples of the Lei family to witness this, imparting the significance of resources and treasures. Soon, a multitude of Lei family elders and disciples flooded into the grand hall. However, their diminutive forms hardly drew the attention of the Shura clan powerhouses, who remained fixated on the clash between Shurat Songhai and Shurat Tingyuan, oblivious to the influx of newcomers. Shurat Songfeng noticed them, but chose not to comment, continuing to focus on the dispute at the center of the hall. So this is the grand hall of the Destruction Shura imperial clan? It truly is vast. What could they possibly be arguing about? It appears that a fierce contention has erupted over a quasi-imperial Dao medicinal herb, which seemingly holds great significance for both parties involved. Oh, why can't they simply share the herb? Why must two individuals fight over a single quasi-imperial Dao remedy? Can I persuade father to present them with another? Their quarrel seems rather intimidating. Lei Xianping shook his head. Sister, our parents have instructed us not to meddle in the affairs of others. Nor should we flaunt our resources and wealth before outsiders, unless we compel them to submit to us, or to our father. Have you forgotten what our parents entrusted to you? Upon hearing her brother's words, Lei Yan rested her head on the forehead of a little celestial deer, her expression downcast. Yet, observing the titanic clash, she found it exceedingly dull. Lei Yan glanced at her mother beside her and her father not far away, hesitant to stir trouble, and thus remained quietly seated upon the back of the little celestial deer, silently watching. Chapter 777, A Sudden Shift in the Atmosphere Among the Lei Clan. Lei Xianping, too, felt a twinge of boredom, as though something vital was amiss. Observing the two formidable figures from the Destruction Shura imperial clan at the center of the grand hall, engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed with rage, waves of terrifying energy rippling about, it seemed they were on the verge of conflict. Witnessing such a scene, Lei Xianping's eyes flickered with realization. He finally discerned what was lacking. Casting a glance at his mother, he promptly produced an opulent set of tables and chairs, inviting Mo Linger to take a seat, a gesture that appeared quite filial. Mo Linger, looking at Lei Xianping, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction, did not hesitate and sat down. Once his mother was seated, Lei Xianping then summoned an abundant supply of 7th-grade immortal fruits, even producing a considerable quantity of Dao sunflower seeds. Mother, how could we enjoy such a spectacle without delectable food? It would indeed be far too monotonous. Mo Linger regarded the items upon the table, then glanced at Lei Xianping, who was busy preparing additional delicacies, and couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. Observing this scene, Lei Yan, feeling a surge of excitement, quickly dismounted from the back of the little celestial deer and approached the table, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Brother, how did you know I was hungry? You've prepared such a feast, though it's a pity there's no meat." Noticing his sister's desire for meat, Lei Xianping surveyed the entire grand hall, realizing that the space occupied by the Lei clan was merely a minuscule fraction, and the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were wholly oblivious to their presence. With this in mind, he reasoned that indulging in a bit of roasted meat would likely go unnoticed. After a brief contemplation, Lei Xianping exchanged a knowing glance with Lei Yan. "Just wait, sister. I shall prepare some roasted meat for you." With that, he extracted a large piece of mid-tier ancient beast meat from one of his immortal rings, slicing it into thumb-sized portions with precision, then retrieving prepared bamboo skewers to thread the cut meat. In a short span of time, Lei Xianping had crafted over 10,000 skewers of ancient beast meat. With these preparations complete, he procured golden flame wood, igniting it with the immortal golden flame, and commenced the roasting process. As the meat began to sizzle and release fragrant oils, Lei Xianping transformed into an unparalleled chef, sprinkling exquisite, secret seasonings over the skewers. The enticing aroma wafting through the air drew the attention of many Lei clan members, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. "Can we actually roast meat in this place?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Lei clan members, including Lei Xuanwu, who had been stealthily indulging in Dao sunflower seeds and sipping on immortal sacred wine, abandoned their pretense and, like Lei Xianping, began to extract various meats from exotic beasts and ancient creatures, setting about roasting them right there. The companions behind Lei Xianping, such as Yi Xiao, also felt a pang of hunger. For reasons unknown, upon entering the Imperial Dao realm, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of appetite. At that moment, inhaling the delightful scent of roasting meat, they exchanged glances with their indifferent master and promptly produced high-grade ancient beast meat, commencing their own grilling within the grand hall. Several Lei clan disciples, endowed with culinary skills, went even further, transporting an entire kitchen outside to prepare a myriad of gourmet dishes. With each dish they crafted, they would present a portion to Mo Linger and the others at the table, while Lei Xianping and Lei Yan savored their feast with utmost satisfaction. Initially, some of the elder members of the Lei clan contemplated halting the activities of their disciples, but as the aroma of top-tier immortal sacred wine wafted by, they too could not resist joining in. The ancient beast meat being grilled by the elders consisted of bloodthirsty creatures that had attained the early stages of half-step sovereign realm. And as they roasted the meat, they savored the exquisite wine, relishing the delectable dishes brought forth by the younger generation. In an instant, the elders and disciples of the Lei clan were engrossed in watching the argument between the two Destruction Shura Imperial clan sovereigns at the center of the hall, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Mo Linger observed the actions of the Lei elders and disciples, her expression growing tense as she glanced at the formidable members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, and she could not help but send a telepathic message to Lei Daoqiong. "Shouldn't you intervene regarding the behavior of your clan's elders and disciples? Do you not see how inappropriate this is in someone else's grand hall?" Hearing Mo Linger's message, Lei Daoqiong turned to look at the Lei clan elders and disciples. Upon witnessing the scene resembling a gathering, his lips twitched involuntarily, especially when he saw the elders partaking in the roasted meat from half-step sovereign ancient beasts. His expression turned serious. "How dare you enjoy roasted meat without inviting me? It seems you have no desire for the quasi-imperial Dao wine." Lei Daoqiong transmitted his displeasure to the elders, feeling a mix of frustration. His ire was not due to the fact that the Lei clan elders and disciples were feasting within the hall, but rather that they had neglected to extend an invitation to him. Upon being discovered by the clan leader, the elders felt somewhat awkward. In truth, they had wanted to invite him, but given his proximity to the sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan and the maintenance of his colossal imperial form, it would have been too conspicuous, hence they refrained, as this was a decision made by Lei Daoqiong. "Maintaining your imperial form makes this food far too small for you. However, if you were to return to your normal size, we would surely be discovered. Rest assured, there is more than enough meat from the bloodthirsty beasts. We shall reserve some for you. But what about letting us sample your quasi-imperial Dao wine?" Listening to his grandfather Lei Xingda's message, Lei Daoqiong's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness, yet he still declined. "Should you wish to taste the quasi-imperial Dao wine, it can wait. The aroma is far too potent and will surely incite an anomaly. We shall savor it gradually once we find a suitable base camp." Although the Lei clan elders were exceedingly eager for the wine, they understood the importance of patience and thus restrained their cravings. Observing the Lei clan elders and disciples relishing their feast, sipping fine wine, and attentively watching the quarrel between the two sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan in the Grand Hall, Lei Daoqiong swallowed hard. Casually masking the scent of the roasted meat and wine, he felt a stirring in his heart. Ah, I captured a dozen half-step sovereign beasts. It would be just the right time to sample their flavors. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong directed a fragment of his consciousness into the Imperial Dao space where he had imprisoned the beasts, selecting a robust half-step sovereign realm creature. He then transported it to another space. After casually delivering the beast to the underworld and suppressing any signs of its demise, he extracted the quasi-imperial source beast core, as well as the vital heart, bones, and tendons, before commencing the butchering of the beast's flesh. The colossal form of the boundary beast was truly magnificent. Lei Daoqiong meticulously carved choice cuts of meat from every part of the beast, piling them into a towering mound within the extreme Dao space. Yet, astonishingly, there was no visible trace of the cuts on the beast's body, highlighting the sheer enormity of its physique. Once he had prepared the boundary beast meat, Lei Daoqiong commenced the roasting process directly within the extreme Dao space. Chapter 778. The attracted powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan. The boundary beast itself was a rare treasure, its flesh devoid of any unpleasant, metallic scent, instead exuding an exquisite and peculiar aroma. Consequently, the grilling of the boundary beast meat required minimal seasoning. A mere brush of the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred spring sufficed. This infusion not only enhanced the unique fragrance of the boundary beast meat, but also rendered it exceptionally tender. Ultimately, as the meat reached the perfect degree of doneness, a dip in the juice of the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruit further elevated its flavor. Lei Daoqiong had prepared several varieties of juices from supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruits, as well as a dozen types from exquisite Emperor's sacred fruits. The enticing aroma of the grilled boundary beast meat wafted through the extreme Dao space, causing Lei Daoqiong to swallow involuntarily. Glancing at Shura Tsongfeng nearby, he noticed that the once heated argument within the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan's Grand Hall had escalated into a cacophony of voices. Shura Tsongyuan, who had previously accompanied Shura Tsongfeng to this Grand Hall, had also joined the fray, vying for the right to use the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's golden marrow flower. Amidst the fierce disputes among the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, none had noticed Shura Tsongfeng's presence. Nor were they aware of Lei's family savoring delectable delicacies in a corner of the hall. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong's eyes gleamed. The boundary beast meat was finally ready. To avoid attracting Shura Tsongfeng's attention, he cautiously stepped back, and once he was out of the latter's line of sight, he set up a formation to conceal both his aura and the enticing scent. Only then did he slowly extract the roasted boundary beast meat from his extreme Dao space and begin to relish it. However, the aroma of the boundary beast meat was so rich, especially considering it was from a late-stage half-step dominator, enhanced by the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred spring and the fragrant juice of the sacred fruits. Lei Daoqiong's hastily arranged concealment formation could scarcely impede the intoxicating fragrance of the boundary beast meat, and it was soon detected by Shura Tsongfeng. What is that delightful scent? Shura Tsongfeng turned toward Lei Daoqiong, just in time to catch sight of the Time-Space Emperor enjoying his skewers. The delectable aroma of the half-step dominator boundary beast meat, mingled with the fragrances of the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred spring and sacred fruits, made Shura Tsongfeng swallow hard. Time-Space Emperor, what are you doing? Realizing he had been caught indulging in the grilled boundary beast meat, Lei Daoqiong offered an awkward smile and presented 10 skewers of the massive boundary beast meat to Shura Tsongfeng. Would you care for some? The freshly grilled half-step dominator boundary beast meat is quite delectable. Please, don't hold back. Caught off guard by the offer, Shura Tsongfeng hesitated momentarily. Initially, he intended to decline, but the enticing aroma of the boundary beast skewers compelled him to instinctively accept the 10 skewers Lei Daoqiong proffered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Thank you. Not at all. Do give it a try. Lei Daoqiong encouraged Shura Tsongfeng to savor the meat, while he himself took a generous bite of his own skewer. Observing the Time-Space Emperor relish the meat so heartily, Shura Tsongfeng also took a skewer and bit into a chunk of the savory boundary beast meat. As the succulent piece filled his mouth, the luscious juice of the supreme extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruit combined with the exquisitely tender meat left Shura Tsongfeng utterly satisfied. He found that this piece of boundary beast meat surpassed any culinary delight or precious treasure he had ever encountered, making him lose himself in the moment. Seeing Lei Daoqiong indulging in the grilled meat without restraint, Mo Linger shook her head in exasperation, deciding not to intervene, especially since she too felt a pang of hunger and was eager to sample the delicious fare. With each enticing piece of the grilled boundary beast meat consumed by Shura Tsongfeng, the rich aroma soon permeated the entirety of the Grand Hall. In the center of the hall, amidst the heated debate surrounding Shura Tsonghai, Shuret Songyuan suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance. What is that delightful scent? Instantly, several other powerful beings from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were drawn by the aroma, their tempers cooling as they sought out the source. Before long, as the scent of the grilled boundary beast meat wafted throughout the Grand Hall, even Shuret Songhai and Shuret Tingyuan couldn't help but twitch their noses in curiosity. What on earth is that? Why do I detect the fragrance of Supreme Extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruit, along with a robust aroma of grilled boundary beast meat? The two immediately ceased their quarrel, following the scent until they spotted Shuret Songfeng devouring skewers with gusto. Who is that? Is that Shuret Songfeng? Isn't he supposed to be in the outer Imperial ruins? How is he back alive? I don't know, but I must say, those skewers he holds look quite appetizing. I wonder if I might have a taste? In that moment, nearly all the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan fixed their gazes upon Shuret Songfeng and the skewers in his hands, swallowing in unison. At that moment, Shura Qingwu abruptly appeared before Shuret Songfeng, startling him, as he thought someone was about to snatch his grilled boundary beast skewers. Upon realizing it was the Emperor Qingwu, he relaxed slightly, swallowing the morsel in his mouth and expressing with excitement, "Emperor Qingwu, I have returned alive." Shura Qingwu nodded. "It is good that you are alive and have returned. Is that grilled boundary beast meat in your hand? Why does it smell so heavenly?" His gaze fixated on the remaining 5 skewers in Shuret Songfeng's possession, the meaning behind his eyes unmistakable. Uncertain if he had misunderstood or was merely protective of his food, Shuret Songfeng showed no intention of sharing with Shura Qingwu. Instead, he proudly declared, "Oh, indeed, this is grilled boundary beast meat, incredibly tender. And it appears to be coated in juice from the Supreme Extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruit. The taste is absolutely delightful." Watching Shuret Songfeng boastfully describe the meat while indulging in it, Shura Qingwu and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Shuret Songyuan and Shuret Songhai suddenly had an epiphany, rushing towards Shuret Songfeng, their eyes zeroed in on the skewers in his hands. "Brother, you've eaten so much. Leave some for us." Caught off guard, Shuret Songfeng, whose strength had not yet fully recovered, barely reacted as the 4 remaining skewers of grilled boundary beast meat were snatched away by Shuret Songyuan and Shuret Songhai. As Shuret Songyuan and Shuret Songhai relished the delectable and tempting grilled boundary beast meat, the other powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan looked on with envy. This boundary beast meat is grilled to absolute perfection. Indeed, there is an abundance of juice from the Supreme Extreme Dao Emperor's sacred fruit. The flavor is simply exquisite. Shuret Songyuan and Shuret Songhai, without a care for those around them, reveled in their feast, their muffled critiques only intensifying the saliva production of Shuret Tingyuan and the others, their fists clenching in anticipation. Chapter 779. The Overindulgence of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan. As Shuret Songfeng beheld his last remaining skewers of roasted realm beasts being snatched away, he gazed upon the voracious feasting of Shuret Songhai and Shuret Songyuan, feeling no anger but rather a hint of nostalgic amusement. At that moment, Shura Qingwu, who had been deprived of the succulent skewers, suddenly noticed Lei Daoqiong and the multitude of human powerhouses gathered in the corner. Observing those formidable individuals indulging in their culinary delights, Shura Qingwu couldn't help but furrow his brow, a flicker of ire flashing in his eyes. Who is this Songfeng? Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed Qingwu Emperor, Shuret Songfeng quickly regained his composure and promptly introduced, "Forgive me for the oversight, everyone. This is my benefactor, the Temporal Emperor Lei Daoqiong, who saved my life in the Imperial ruins." The Temporal Emperor possesses formidable strength and ranks among the foremost even among those at the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm. After introducing Lei Daoqiong to the assembly, Shuret Songfeng proceeded to present the esteemed members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan within the hall. "Temporal Emperor, this esteemed individual is one of our clan's ancestors. Known as Shura Qingwu, revered as the Qingwu Emperor, a peak powerhouse of the half-step sovereign realm." Once Shuret Songfeng concluded his introductions, Lei Daoqiong nodded slowly. "I apologize for any inconvenience caused by my visit to the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. I hope the esteemed emperors will forgive any disruptions." Seeing the Temporal Emperor's courteous demeanor, Shura Qingwu and the others refrained from displaying outright anger, though their expressions were somewhat less than amiable. "No offense taken, guests are always welcome. However, I trust the Temporal Emperor has observed that we are still engaged in significant discussions and are unprepared. We hope you will not take offense." In response, Lei Daoqiong casually produced a generous handful of roasted realm beast skewers from the extreme Dao space and nonchalantly remarked, "Emperor Qingwu, you are too kind. I happened to grill a few extra skewers earlier. Would you care to indulge? My culinary skills are rather ordinary, and I hope the esteemed emperors will not find them lacking." upon seeing the temporal emperor present over 100 skewers of roasted realm beasts. The tantalizing aroma and vibrant hues made Wu and the others swallow audibly. How generous, Wu remarked, though he feigned modesty as he accepted the bounty with both hands. The other members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan quickly joined in, their gazes towards Lei Daoqiong becoming notably more amicable. Don't fight over them. There's plenty for everyone. Shura Tingyuan exclaimed. Hey, why did you take 10 skewers at once? Can you eat that much? Hand over 5 to me. Roll aside. Who said I can't eat that much? 10 skewers are nothing. I could devour 100 or 1,000. You weaker ones should eat less, lest you overindulge. In an instant, the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan began to compete for the delicious skewers. Fortunately, Shura Wu had already taken 30 skewers and swiftly retreated from the central area of contention, avoiding being swept into the fray. Strangely, Shurat Songhai and Shurat Songyuan did not participate in the scramble. Observing this scene, Shurat Songfeng, his lips twitching, turned to Lei Daoqiong. Ah, Temporal Emperor. They are not usually like this. They may be a bit overzealous due to their rustic nature. Please do not hold it against them. Watching the spectacle, Lei Daoqiong merely smiled faintly. It is human nature. I have witnessed such scenes countless times and have long since grown accustomed to it. In fact, there is no need for them to fight. I have an abundance of realm beast skewers that are far too plentiful to consume. Everyone may partake to their heart's content. With that, Lei Daoqiong summoned an astounding array of over 10,000 perfectly roasted realm beast skewers, placing them into a quasi-extreme Dao Imperial cauldron. Each skewer was adorned with generous pieces of meat, exuding an irresistibly enticing fragrance, complemented by the rich aroma of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits. As they beheld the cauldron brimming with roasted realm beast skewers, Shurat Songhai and Shurat Songyuan could hardly restrain themselves, their mouths watering in anticipation as they cast eager glances at the Temporal Emperor. Noticing their hungry gazes, Lei Daoqiong raised a hand. Feel free to eat as much as you desire. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, I also have some high-grade quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Spring to cleanse your palate, along with a variety of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits, which are equally effective for that purpose. With that, 2 more grand cauldrons appeared within the hall. One filled with high-grade quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Spring, and the other with an assortment of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits, numbering in the thousands. Shurat Songfeng and the other 2 stared in disbelief at the towering cauldrons filled with treasures, nearly rendering them speechless. Is this even reasonable? Their eyes brimmed with incredulity as they stood frozen, momentarily forgetting their intentions. Meanwhile, the dozens of eminent members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan in the central hall also took notice of the 3 cauldrons. The frantic competition for the skewers abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of astonishment. However, this moment of shock was fleeting, as the powerful individuals quickly regained their composure and ceased their squabbling over the skewers, bringing an unexpected calm to the hall. I'll start with 100 skewers to sample the flavor. One declared. Only that little? Are you not feeling well? I shall take 300. In an instant, each member of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan quietly began to savor the roasted realm beast skewers, each holding at least 100 skewers, while those who could not hold them all simply stored them in their quasi-extreme Dao Imperial rings. As the 30 or so peak powerhouses of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan polished off the thousands of skewers in the cauldrons, Lei Daoqiong replenished them effortlessly, knowing that his extreme Dao space could prepare another batch in no time, with the realm beast meat in the half-step sovereign realm being virtually inexhaustible. Seeing this, Shura Wu no longer guarded his share, unburdened by the concern of scarcity, and sent a message for all imperial powerhouses of the Shura clan to gather at the Shura Great Hall. Soon, over 60 more formidable individuals from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan arrived. Initially puzzled, they were soon captivated by the intoxicating aroma of roasted realm beast meat and the rich fragrance of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits as they approached the Shura Great Hall. Upon entering the hall, without exception, they were introduced to the Temporal Emperor Lei Daoqiong and indulged in the delectable roasted realm beast skewers. With the availability of high-grade quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Spring and a variety of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits to cleanse their palates, none of the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan wished to pause in their feasting. This grand banquet lasted 3 whole days, and even Shurat Songfeng found himself unable to continue, the energy from the realm beast meat and quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits leaving him leaning against the wall, utterly disinclined to move. However, at that moment, an idea struck Shurat Songfeng, and he turned to Lei Daoqiong, inquiring, Temporal Emperor, did you not just arrive at the extreme Dao Imperial realm? Moreover, I did not see you leave along the way. How did you manage to slay these realm beasts? Upon hearing Shurat Songfeng's question, Lei Daoqiong smiled faintly and replied, as the Temporal Emperor, Capturing a few realm beasts is hardly a challenge. These words left Shura Songfeng astounded. After all, the realm beast was a late-stage half-step sovereign, yet it had been captured silently by the temporal emperor. Shura Songfeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the temporal emperor. At this moment, within the Shura Great Hall, most of the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were sprawled on the ground, allowing their bodies to assimilate the vast energies of the realm beast meat and quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits. Only a few peak powerhouses of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were still able to eat, though even they had significantly slowed their pace. Even as they gazed upon the seemingly endless skewers of roasted beasts within the Grand Cauldron, a flicker of helplessness and despair inevitably passed through their eyes. This was the most luxurious, delectable, and comfortable feast they had ever experienced, yet it was also the most despairing meal of roasted beasts. Chapter 780. The System Task upon arriving at the Extreme Path Emperor Realm. As all the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan found themselves unable to eat, they slumped within the Shura Great Hall. Observing the scene, the elders of the Lei clan expanded their bodies to approximately 1,000 feet, eager to savor the taste of the roasted beast meat. However, the clan leader had consistently forbidden them from partaking alongside the esteemed powers of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan and had even prevented them from revealing their auras and cultivation levels, leaving them craving for several days. It was not until the esteemed powers of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan could eat no more that Lei Daoqiong finally permitted the elders of the Lei clan to taste the skewers of roasted beasts he had prepared. As for the disciples of the Lei clan, they had entered a state of cultivation 3 days prior. The aroma of the quasi-extreme path emperor sacred fruit inherently contained energy surpassing that of perfect Dao origin. And upon being well fed and inhaling the fragrance of the quasi-extreme path emperor sacred fruit, the Lei clan's disciples were inspired and immediately entered a cultivation state. Upon tasting the flavor of the roasted beast meat from the late stage of the half-step sovereign realm, many elders of the Lei clan could not help but widen their eyes, inwardly acknowledging that their 3 days of waiting had not been in vain. In no time, nearly 500 elders of the Lei clan at the half-step sovereign realm began to indulge in the roasted beast meat with the same fervor as the earlier members of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. Meanwhile, as the elders of the Lei clan savored the roasted beast meat, the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, who were slumped on the ground or leaning against the walls, were all astonished. 500 half-step sovereign realm emperors. What kind of force was this? The Time and Space Emperor had been brought back by Shura Songfeng. So these half-step sovereign realm emperors must belong to the quasi-extreme path emperor clan where the Time and Space Emperor resided. Such a number of half-step sovereign realm powers. Could it be that the Time and Space Emperor was backed by a true extreme path emperor clan force? Shura Qingwu and the other powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan speculated via telepathy, their expressions filled with astonishment. The Extreme Path Emperor clan, was it real? Wasn't that the supreme existence at the center of the Extreme Path Emperor realm? Yet the Time and Space Emperor and these emperors had entered the Extreme Path Emperor realm alongside Shura Songfeng from the Outer Emperor ruins. Could it be that we are overthinking? We cannot be complacent. What if it is the Extreme Path Emperor clan from outside the Extreme Path Emperor realm? Then the Time and Space Emperor is certainly not simple. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Although the aura of the Time and Space Emperor is that of a peak half-step sovereign, I have an unsettling feeling that he possesses the illusion of controlling the extreme path origin. At that moment, many of the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan grew serious. The energy within me is currently immense. Should the Time and Space Emperor and those numerous half-step sovereign realm emperors take action, we would likely be powerless to resist. Shura Songfeng, do you realize what sort of imperial clan force this Time and Space Emperor you brought back truly represents? Upon hearing Qingwu Emperor's inquiry, Shura Songfeng instantly understood their concerns and hastily responded via telepathy. Esteemed emperors, there is no need for alarm. The Time and Space Emperor is a good person. Otherwise, he would not have utilized the top-grade quasi-extreme path soul condensing Emperor's sacred lotus to save the last remnant of my soul. Nor would he have used the top-grade quasi-extreme path Emperor's sacred essence to aid me in healing my injuries and restoring my power. However, you must not offend the Time and Space Emperor. The Imperial clan force behind him is likely beyond our capacity to contend with. If you do not believe me, you may sense the presence of the dozens of Emperor-level beings guarding those young human disciples. They are all peak half-step sovereign realm emperors. After hearing Shura Songfeng's words, all the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan turned their gazes toward the dozens of Emperor-level beings clad in Imperial armor. The aura they exuded sent shivers down the spines of many emperors from the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. 50 peak half-step sovereign realm emperors, such a terrifying number of powerful beings. Surely, aside from a true Extreme Path Emperor clan, no quasi-Extreme Path Emperor clan could boast such strength. If this indeed represents an Extreme Path Emperor clan force, then the Time and Space Emperor is likely more than just a peak half-step sovereign. He may well be concealing his true strength. Upon hearing this, many powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, and tension enveloped them. They speculated that if the Time and Space Emperor was concealing his cultivation level, he might very well be a true Extreme Path sovereign, a supremely exalted emperor. The thought of having acted so shamelessly before such a supreme emperor, indulging in their current state, inevitably filled them with a sense of shame. Nevertheless, to savor the roasted beast meat personally prepared by a supreme emperor of the half-step sovereign realm was a deep source of satisfaction, and they felt a tinge of reverence for the amiable Time and Space Emperor. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the powerful beings from the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. He merely wished for the entire Destruction Shura Emperor clan to witness the strength of his own Lei clan. However, to prevent excessive speculation from the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, Lei Daoqiong even instructed Lei Su to conceal himself among the Lei clan disciples, revealing only the aura of a peak 9th-level Undying Star Lord. At present, Lei Su sat cross-legged, feigning a state of cultivation, completely undetected by the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. Yet, what Lei Daoqiong did not know was that he himself had been regarded as a powerful emperor by the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, and they had already begun to harbor a sense of reverence toward him. Just then, Lei Daoqiong suddenly heard the voice of the system echoing within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for arriving at the Extreme Path Emperor realm. Please prepare to receive your first task in the Extreme Path Emperor realm. To have a system task right upon arriving at the Extreme Path Emperor realm. This realm is indeed extraordinary, Lei Daoqiong mused, as the system's voice resounded once more in his mind. Ding! Triggered Extreme Path Emperor realm system tasks. Task 1. Have the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, who have already developed a sense of reverence for the host, actively follow the host and the Lei clan. Task duration, 10,000 years. Task completion reward, 10 intermediate Extreme Path gift packs. Task failure penalty, for 100,000 years. The host and the Lei clan elders and disciples brought to the Extreme Path Emperor realm will be unable to enhance their cultivation, and they will not be able to leave the Extreme Path Emperor realm for 100,000 years. Task 2. Discover an ideal residence for the Lei clan to showcase their status as an Extreme Path Emperor clan. Task duration, 1 era within the Extreme Path Emperor realm, 12 billion years. Task completion reward, 10 advanced Extreme Path gift packs. Task failure penalty. The host and the entire Lei clan along with all their affiliated forces will be unable to enhance their cultivation for 1 era. Upon hearing the 2 system tasks issued, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lei Daoqiong's eyes. To receive tasks upon arriving in the Extreme Path Emperor realm, with rewards of intermediate and advanced Extreme Path gift packs, it seems this realm will indeed be a land of fortune for Lei Daoqiong and the Lei clan. However, the system's voice had yet to cease. Ding! Additional task. The reputation of the Lei clan as an Extreme Path Emperor clan. Whenever any quasi-Extreme Path Emperor clan within the Extreme Path Emperor realm becomes acquainted with and familiar with the Lei clan, developing a sense of reverence toward the Lei clan, the host will receive 1 Extreme Path gift pack. The stronger the power of the quasi-Extreme Path Emperor clan, the more substantial the rewards for the host. Furthermore, within the realm of the Extreme Dao Emperors, wars rage on, alongside the sinister quasi-Extreme Dao Imperial clans. Should a host or a formidable member of the Lei clan, be they a quasi-Extreme Dao puppet or a true Extreme Dao puppet, slay a challenger from the Lei clan or an evil half-step sovereign, the host shall be rewarded with a quasi-Extreme Dao grand gift package. The more formidable the half-step sovereign adversary vanquished, the more bountiful the reward. Should one annihilate an entire evil quasi-Extreme Dao clan, a supreme Extreme Dao grand gift package shall be bestowed, the quantity determined by this system. Ultimately, the realm of the Extreme Dao Emperors is vast and enigmatic. Any action taken by the host or the Lei clan, be it a breakthrough in realms, the comprehension of Extreme Dao powers, or the solitary defeat of a realm beast, may yield rewards from this system. I implore the host and the Lei clan to explore the realm of the Extreme Dao Emperors extensively. You shall harvest unexpected bounties. Upon hearing the system's voice cease, Lei Daoqiong's gaze was filled with astonishment. It appears I have indeed come to the right place within this realm of Extreme Dao Emperors. Chapter 781. The Awe of the Annihilation Shura Clan's Experts. Ding! The Annihilation Shura clan holds a sense of reverence towards the host. A mid-level Extreme Dao Grand gift package is rewarded. Ding! The host has slain a late-stage half-step sovereign realm beast. A high-level quasi-extreme Dao Grand gift package is bestowed. Ding. The host has captured 15 half-step sovereign realm beasts. 15 high-level quasi-extreme Dao Grand gift packages are awarded. Listening to the sudden issuance of 3 rewards from the system, Lei Daoqiong could not help but take a deep breath. Though his exterior remained impassive, his heart surged with exhilaration. Who would have thought that merely capturing a dozen realm beasts would yield such rewards from the system? Yet, what astonished Lei Daoqiong even more was the reverence the Annihilation Shura clan held for him, having only shared a feast of grilled realm beast meat. Why would these formidable experts of the Annihilation Shura clan develop such an immediate sense of reverence towards me? With a hint of confusion, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze towards the experts of the Annihilation Shura clan. Upon realizing that the Time and Space Emperor was looking at them, the experts hastily averted their gazes, some even closing their eyes, feigning the refinement of the immense energy within them. However, their expressions betrayed a palpable tension, with some displaying an unmistakable hint of fear. Observing the expressions of the Annihilation Shura clan's experts, Lei Daoqiong began to understand. It seems xianxiafan's must have said something to them, coupled with the realms exhibited by the elders of the Lei clan, leading them to mistakenly perceive me as a genuine sovereign realm emperor. Although Lei Daoqiong's strength had indeed reached the 3rd level of the sovereign realm, his cultivation level still lingered at the half-step sovereign stage. However, Lei Su was an authentic peak-level emperor of the 1st level of the sovereign realm, making the Lei clan a true extreme Dao imperial clan. To compel the Annihilation Shura clan to willingly follow, the task posed a certain challenge. Directly demonstrating strength would impart a sense of coercion, which could humiliate a formidable quasi-extreme Dao clan even if they were to submit to an extreme Dao clan. To inspire voluntary allegiance, they must feel that serving the Lei clan would bring them immense honor and pride. Such heartfelt loyalty is of utmost importance to the Lei clan. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong found himself at a loss as to how to accomplish this task. However, with a task duration of 10,000 years, there was no rush. He could take his time. As the elders of the Lei clan began to feel somewhat satiated, seated in the grand hall refining the immense energy within them, Lei Daoqiong decided to stow away the 3 grand cauldrons. The experts of the Annihilation Shura clan could not help but feel a pang of regret upon witnessing this. They had been so consumed by their feasting that they hadn't thought to secretly hoard any high-quality quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Springs or quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Fruits. It seemed they had been too naive. Now that the 3 grand cauldrons had been put away, they were uncertain whether they would have another opportunity to savor such delectable quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Fruits. Observing the expressions of the Annihilation Shura clan, a subtle smile crept upon Lei Daoqiong's lips. He had deliberately put away the cauldrons containing grilled realm beast meat, high-quality quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Springs, and quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Fruits, intending to leave them longing for this feast. As long as they continued to desire it, Lei Daoqiong would have numerous ways to encourage their voluntary allegiance. Moreover, with treasures beyond count at his disposal, including countless delicacies and even the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial wine he personally brewed, no half-step sovereign realm emperor could withstand the allure of such exquisite wine. After refining energy for an entire month, the experts of the Annihilation Shura clan could barely rise to their feet. They still had vast amounts of energy requiring refinement and needed to enter seclusion. Should they succeed in refining all the energy consumed, their realms might see significant enhancement. The quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Fruits presented by Lei Daoqiong were of exceptional flavor, containing a rare essence of extreme Dao power yet abundant in energy. Consuming enough could indeed elevate their realms. At this moment, after learning of the Time and Space Emperor's needs from xianxiafans, Shura Qingwu approached Lei Daoqiong with a smile, his eyes filled with respect. The Time and Space Emperor has likely yet to find a place to settle upon arriving in the realm of extreme Dao Emperors. My Annihilation Shura clan's territory is vast. Should the Time and Space Emperor not mind, you may temporarily reside with us, and we shall seek a prime location for you and your clan. Seeing the genuine intent in the Annihilation Shura clan's offer, Lei Daoqiong pondered briefly before politely declining. I appreciate the kindness of Emperor Qingwu and your noble clan, but my clan has numerous elders and disciples, which may inadvertently cause trouble for the Annihilation Shura clan. Thus, I shall refrain from imposing. Hearing this, Emperor Qingwu and the other experts of the Annihilation Shura clan could not help but sigh internally. However, Lei Daoqiong continued, nevertheless, I have detected that beyond the borders of the Annihilation Shura clan's territory lies a vast expanse. I wonder if it is unclaimed? Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu quickly clarified. The Time and Space Emperor need not worry. As long as the territory is not occupied by a quasi-extreme Dao clan, the rest are unclaimed lands. While certain areas may be perilous, should the Time and Space Emperor wish to establish a prime unclaimed territory for you and your clan, we of the Annihilation Shura clan will lend our full support. Upon this declaration, all the experts of the Annihilation Shura clan nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to assist the Time and Space Emperor and his clan. Acknowledging their goodwill, Lei Daoqiong nodded in return. He could not continually reject the Annihilation Shura clan's offers, lest they feel embarrassed to seek his clan's hospitality in the future. To ensure that the Annihilation Shura clan felt unburdened in their participation, it was essential to engage them in meaningful tasks for the Lei clan, facilitating their gradual allegiance. Then I shall trouble you all. Upon hearing the Time and Space Emperor's agreement, all the experts of the Annihilation Shura clan breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. As long as they could contribute to the Time and Space Emperor, they would still have the opportunity to indulge in the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Fruits and partake in the exquisite quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Holy Springs. At this moment, one of the pinnacle semi-sovereign powerful beings from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, Shura Qingyu, suddenly had a revelation. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward and addressed the Time-Space Emperor, saying, "I happen to know of an exceptional, unclaimed cultivation sanctuary. There are at least 3 lower-grade extreme path stone veins there, with an incredibly dense concentration of extreme path energy, equal to that of our Destruction Shura Imperial clan. However, its area is less than 1% of our territory, and it is home to at least 100 semi-sovereign beasts." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong immediately became intrigued. "Oh, might I inquire if Emperor Qingyu could lead us there?" Noticing the Time-Space Emperor's interest, Shura Qingyu quickly replied, "Of course. That remarkable unclaimed cultivation sanctuary is quite close to our Destruction Shura Imperial clan. We can head there right away." Lei Daoqiong nodded, instructing most of the elders and all disciples of the Lei clan to remain behind, while he took several dozen elders, including Lei Hongyang and Lei Daoqiong, along with 30 Imperial guards, to explore the area with Emperor Qingyu. Chapter 782, The Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. After departing the Grand Hall with Lei Daoqiong and others, Shura Qingyu and the rest wore solemn expressions. They had surmised the location Emperor Qingyu had mentioned. Although it was indeed an extraordinary cultivation sanctuary, it was fraught with peril. Not only did it harbor over 100 semi-sovereign beasts, but it also concealed numerous other dangers. Prepare yourselves, should the Time-Space Emperor choose that location. We must be ready for battle. All the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan nodded in agreement. They had resolved to assist the Time-Space Emperor and his clan, which would undoubtedly benefit their own Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Meanwhile, after several instances of teleportation, Shura Qingyu led Lei Daoqiong and others to the edge of a dense forest. The towering ancient trees within the forest stood at least 10,000 feet tall, with the tallest reaching into the clouds, seemingly extending to the heavens, with no end in sight. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, Lei Daoqiong detected an exceedingly faint trace of extreme path rules, which posed a minor obstruction. Yet even an ordinary semi-sovereign could easily probe its depths. As Lei Daoqiong delved further into the forest, he discovered not only an expanse of dense trees, but also countless large and small thunder marsh lakes, shimmering with various forms of lightning, presenting a rather hazardous appearance. In addition, Lei Daoqiong sensed the presence of over 100 semi-sovereign beasts, each possessing unique appearances and occupying different areas of the forest or a thunder marsh lake. The aura of these beasts was terrifying, and notably, there were an astounding 7 pinnacle semi-sovereign beasts, outnumbering the elite of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Due to the limited area of the region, the beasts were not scattered. If one were to engage a single semi-sovereign beast, it would undoubtedly alert several others in the vicinity. If the commotion were too great and aroused the ire of the 100 semi-sovereign beasts within the region, even the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan would be unable to withstand their wrath. At this moment, Shura Qingyu gazed apprehensively at the territory ahead and promptly introduced Time-Space Emperor. "This is the cultivation sanctuary I mentioned, known as the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. It would serve as an excellent domain for an Imperial clan, although there are numerous semi-sovereign beasts, should you require it. Our Destruction Shura Imperial clan will certainly exert our utmost efforts to assist you in clearing all the semi-sovereign beasts from the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest." Shura Qingyu spoke with great seriousness and excitement, as if the moment Lei Daoqiong uttered the word, the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan would march toward the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. Through Lei Daoqiong's exploration, it became evident that the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest was indeed a cultivation sanctuary, harboring more than just 3 lower-grade extreme path stone veins. In the very center of the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest lay a medium-grade extreme path stone vein, a treasure not even found within the Destruction Shura Imperial clan's domain. The value contained within a medium-grade extreme path stone vein far surpassed that of 100 semi-sovereign beasts, being infinitely more precious. After all, lower-grade extreme path stones primarily contained abundant extreme path energy, whereas medium-grade extreme path stones encompassed a trace of the source power of the extreme path. The disparity between the two was akin to that between a semi-sovereign and a true, supreme sovereign emperor, a qualitative chasm resembling a vast abyss. If the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were aware of the medium-grade extreme path stone vein hidden within the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest, they would likely refrain from recommending it to Lei Daoqiong, instead going to great lengths to claim the entire Thunder Marsh Beast Forest for themselves. Seeing that Shura Qingyu awaited his response, Lei Daoqiong shook his head and slowly replied, "They are merely semi-sovereign beasts. There is no need to trouble the esteemed emperors of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Furthermore, the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest is indeed quite suitable as a temporary residence for my clan, the Lei family. I must extend my gratitude to Emperor Qingyu for this." Noting that the Time-Space Emperor did not intend to solicit their assistance, Shura Qingyu could not insist further. The Time-Space Emperor is too humble. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command our Destruction Shura Imperial clan. We will undoubtedly extend our full support. Lei Daoqiong nodded and signaled to return, preparing to lead all the elders and disciples of the Lei family into the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. As for the semi-sovereign beasts within, there was no need to eliminate them all. They could serve as the first line of defense for the Lei family in the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. Soon, Lei Daoqiong and his companions returned to the Grand Hall of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, where Shura Qingyu and other powerful beings were already on high alert, seemingly prepared to march toward the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest at any moment. Lei Daoqiong turned to Shura Tsongfeng and said slowly, "Emperor Tsongfeng, our entry into the Extreme Path Emperor realm owes much to your guidance. The location suggested by Emperor Qingyu is indeed a cultivation sanctuary and highly suitable for my clan, the Lei family. We will remember the favor bestowed upon us by your Destruction Shura Imperial clan, and in the future, please feel free to visit our Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. I enjoy brewing some exquisite quasi-extreme path Imperial wine, and all esteemed emperors are welcome to savor it. Additionally, should the Destruction Shura Imperial clan have any urgent matters, please inform my Lei family, and we will provide our utmost assistance. Now that we have selected a residence, I shall not impose further. We must hasten to the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest to arrange the domain formation and construct our abodes. I bid you farewell for now." With that, the elders and disciples of the Lei family followed the arrangements of the elder Lei Honggang and returned to their starship. Upon hearing these words, Shura Qingyu and the other powerful beings could not help but sigh inwardly. Originally, they had hoped to gain some advantages while attacking the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest, but the mere thought of the formidable strength of the Time-Space Emperor extinguished that notion. In fact, from this moment on, they would have no opportunity to act against the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. After exchanging a few polite words, Shura Qingyu could only watch as the starship of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family departed. The chance to forge an alliance with a true extreme path Imperial clan slipped right before their eyes. As for Shura Tsongfeng, he remained unaffected by the departure of the Time-Space Emperor, for the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest was not far from the domain of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. The Time-Space Emperor's life-saving grace has granted him the privilege to visit the Thunder clan at any time within the Thunder Beast Forest. Should the Time-Space Emperor indeed be concealing his true cultivation, revealing himself as a genuine Emperor-level powerhouse, we may have inadvertently missed an extraordinary opportunity. Su Luo Qingwu sighed. For as a peak half-step sovereign, he comprehends the arduous nature of breaking through to the sovereign realm. He has yet to grasp the opportunity to wield the ultimate source of power, to advance the Destruction Shura Imperial clan further. It appears that only the Imperial Thunder clan can unveil a glimmer of hope. Chapter 783, Arranging the Ultimate Imperial Array. Upon returning to the periphery of the Thunder Beast Forest, many elders of the Thunder clan disembarked from their starship to stand beside Lei Daoqiong. Is this the Thunder Beast Forest? The aura of the ultimate power is indeed profound. Elder Lei Rinchi and others surveyed the vast, endless forest before them, merely sensing its essence. As the domain of our Imperial Thunder clan within the ultimate Imperial realm, it is certainly commendable, but there are numerous half-step sovereign realm beasts within. If we aim to vanquish them all, it would undoubtedly require a considerable expenditure of time and effort. Lei Honggang had readied himself for battle, and many elders of the Thunder clan stood poised, awaiting a command from Lei Daoqiong to charge into the Thunder Beast Forest. However, Lei Daoqiong shook his head. They are merely some domain beasts. There is no rush to slay them. Let us observe their behavior for now. The elders of the Thunder clan were taken aback by the clan leader's words. Nurturing over 100 domain beasts? Leader, is that not a bit challenging? Though 500 half-step sovereign elders had arrived, most were at the early stages of this realm, with only a handful of late-stage elders. While the Imperial Guards were numerous and formidable, predominantly at the late half-step sovereign realm or above, as elders of the Thunder Clan, they too needed to exert themselves. To undergo training in combat, relying solely on the Imperial Guards would render their cultivation meaningless. Given the current strength of the Thunder Clan elders, they would struggle against the 7-peak half-step sovereign beasts residing within the Thunder Beast Forest. Furthermore, attempting to subdue those domain beasts one by one was simply impractical. Despite the vast expanse of the Thunder Beast Forest, comparable to hundreds of star regions within the Eastern Spirit Star Zone, it felt cramped for the multitude of half-step sovereign beasts. Any minor skirmish would attract the attention of several beasts. Although territorial disputes exist among half-step sovereign beasts, they exhibit remarkable unity against outsiders, resembling a quasi-ultimate imperial clan. To suppress the over 100 domain beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest presents a significant challenge for most quasi-ultimate imperial clans. Yet, for Lei Daoqiong, it is merely a matter of a flick of the finger. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong was within the system space, selecting a suitable ultimate imperial array, namely the Domain Grand Array. As this would be the Thunder Clan's first domain foothold within the ultimate imperial realm, it warranted an elaborate arrangement. The Domain Grand Array must be a genuine ultimate imperial array. Although of inferior grade, even a sovereign of the third level would find it difficult to breach. The Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array is particularly well suited for deployment in the Thunder Beast Forest. Observing the profound secrets of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, he noted that the resources required for its arrangement were extensive, necessitating true ultimate treasures, which many ordinary ultimate imperial clans could not even assemble. Soon, Lei Daoqiong comprehended the arrangement method for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, and the ultimate treasures required seemed trivial to him. After gathering the necessary resources for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, Lei Daoqiong vanished before the astonished gazes of the elder emperor-level members of the Thunder Clan. Could it be that the leader intends to personally subdue all the half-step sovereign beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest? Should we offer assistance? Assist? I believe it is best not to complicate matters for our leader. He surely has his own objectives. Let us remain here and observe. The elders of the Thunder Clan possessed self-awareness, and since their leader had taken the initiative, it was evident that their involvement was no longer required. They simply needed to wait. The scene shifted, and Lei Daoqiong instantly arrived at the heart of the Thunder Beast Forest. This area comprised a vast expanse of flat land inhabited by numerous relatively feeble beings and domain beasts. Beneath the surface lay the most precious medium-grade ultimate stone vein within the entire Thunder Beast Forest. Surrounding this flatland in the north, south, east, and west were a massive thunder sea, a sprawling mountain range, an extensive ancient wood forest, and a vast thunder marsh. Each of these four regions was home to a peak half-step sovereign domain beast, all immensely powerful, their auras surpassing even that of Su Luo Qingwu and his companions. These four peak half-step sovereign beasts seemed to collectively occupy the medium-grade ultimate stone vein. The other three peak half-step sovereign beasts claimed the areas housing three inferior-grade ultimate stone veins within the Thunder Beast Forest, situated some distance from the central region. The presence of these 7 peak half-step sovereign beasts was the reason why the emperor-level powerhouses of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan dared not venture here. Truly, the territory of the peak half-step sovereign beasts boasted numerous treasures, including rare ultimate-grade imperial medicines. Lei Daoqiong was slightly astonished, but did not dwell on it. Once the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array was properly arranged, all half-step sovereign beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest would be subdued, eternally confined to their territories, serving as perpetual training targets for the elders and disciples of the Thunder Clan. With that, Lei Daoqiong produced a wealth of ultimate treasures, including a medium-grade ultimate stone vein. Utilizing 2 medium-grade ultimate stone veins as the foundation for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array would not significantly enhance its power, but would increase the concentration of ultimate source power throughout the Thunder Beast Forest. Once all the requisite materials for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array were prepared, Lei Daoqiong's thoughts manifested as he inscribed the array disk upon the ground. As the array disk of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array emerged and rapidly spread throughout the entire Thunder Beast Forest, it instantly stirred all the domain beasts within. Roar! Yet before the 100-odd domain beasts could express their fury, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure of ultimate power swiftly pinned them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Upon sensing that dreadful pressure, the anger in the eyes of those domain beasts transformed into sheer terror. Their bodies trembled violently, as if gripped by an utmost fear. Having subdued the domain beasts, Lei Daoqiong did not linger, continuing his meticulous arrangement of the Lei Yuan 9 calamities imperial array. A month later, as boundless ultimate thunderous phenomena erupted across the sky above the Thunder Beast Forest, a colossal domain barrier gradually enveloped the entire area. The pressure emanating from the inferior-grade ultimate imperial array swiftly attracted the attention of over a dozen quasi-ultimate imperial powerhouses from surrounding domains. What is happening? How can there be a pressure comparable to that of an ultimate sovereign? Could it be that an ultimate treasure has emerged? Numerous quasi-ultimate imperial clans, even from afar, began speculating, dispatching emperor-level powerhouses to hasten towards the Thunder Beast Forest, eager to uncover the unfolding events or to witness what ultimate treasure had manifested. The closest formidable beings from the demonic Shura imperial clan were left utterly astounded. Was that truly an authentic extreme Dao imperial array? Chapter 784. The terrifying power of the time-space emperor. Witnessing the horrifying phenomenon of extreme Dao thunder above the Thunder Beast Forest, along with the overwhelming aura and pressure emanating from it, all the imperial powerhouses of the demonic Shura imperial clan, including Shura Qingwu, were left in sheer shock. This aura and pressure were undeniably those of a genuine extreme Dao imperial array. The time-space emperor was indeed a sovereign-level emperor. Shura Tsongfeng was particularly astonished, having previously failed to recognize this fact, and had mistakenly believed that the time-space emperor was merely a pinnacle half-step sovereign powerhouse. Almost all the imperial powerhouses of the demonic Shura imperial clan emerged from their seclusion, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the extreme Dao thunder phenomenon in the sky. The time-space emperor? No. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to him as the time-space great emperor. Indeed, it was imperative to inform the entire demonic Shura imperial clan, both imperial powerhouses and all their kin, of the necessity to maintain reverence and respect towards the time-space great emperor and the members of the Lei clan. No one must treat the members of the Lei clan or the time-space great emperor with disrespect. Should anyone offend a member of the Lei clan or the time-space great emperor, they must seek forgiveness from the time-space great emperor themselves. Failure to obtain his pardon would result in immediate expulsion from the demonic Shura imperial clan. Within a mere moment, this decree from the demonic Shura imperial clan received the consent of over 100 imperial powerhouses and swiftly spread throughout the entire clan. Meanwhile, as the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array continued to manifest its ominous signs, several nearby quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, equally shaken, dispatched their imperial powerhouses towards the Thunder Beast Forest. In less than 10 days, numerous imperial powerhouses from surrounding quasi-extreme Dao clans had traversed vast distances across realms, catching sight of the extreme Dao thunder phenomenon above the Thunder Beast Forest from afar. That was a domain barrier. To unleash such terrifying pressure and an extreme Dao thunder phenomenon, this domain barrier was likely a true extreme Dao imperial array. One emperor, whose body resembled the colossal tree of heaven, stood in awe, his immense form gazing at the distant extreme Dao thunder phenomenon, his voice trembling with fear. This emperor was none other than the Heavenly Wood Emperor from the Heavenly Wood imperial clan, who had personally come to investigate this extraordinary phenomenon. Clearly overwhelmed by the power of the extreme Dao imperial array, in addition to the Heavenly Wood Emperor, several other peak half-step sovereign powerhouses gradually appeared at various locations around the Thunder Beast Forest. They all looked on in trepidation at the extreme Dao thunder phenomenon above, unwilling to approach even slightly for fear of alarming the supreme emperor within. The choice of an emperor to establish a domain in the relatively small Thunder Beast Forest seemed rather illogical. Could it possibly be a newly ascended emperor? Yet that was implausible, for if a new sovereign-level emperor had truly emerged, how could they have failed to perceive the aura and signs of their ascension? Furthermore, a breakthrough to sovereign status, attaining the pinnacle of emperor power, would undoubtedly resonate across the surrounding realms, rather than remain hidden. As peak half-step sovereign powerhouses, they were acutely aware of the temperament of those imperial powerhouses within the quasi-extreme Dao clans. Should any of them ascend to sovereign status and become a true emperor, they would certainly make their presence known, allowing all quasi-extreme Dao imperial powerhouses to pay homage, thereby showcasing their supreme status and prestige. However, the formidable emperor who had arranged the extreme Dao imperial array, provoking such extraordinary signs, had merely occupied a small area of the Thunder Beast Forest, which instilled a sense of fear and doubt among some imperial powerhouses. None of the investigating imperial powerhouses suspected that it was a breakthrough by the demonic Shura imperial clan, for they failed to sense the unique destructive power characteristic of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Which extreme Dao clan, then, had chosen to establish a domain in the Thunder Beast Forest? This seemed beneath the dignity of an extreme Dao clan, within the extreme Dao realm. There were numerous superior unclaimed cultivation sanctuaries far exceeding the Thunder Beast Forest, many of which spanned multiple realms. Although some exceptional unclaimed sanctuaries were shrouded by extreme Dao rules, preventing half-step sovereign powerhouses from entering, and likewise restricting half-step sovereign beasts from exiting, for those sovereign-level emperors who could disregard the extreme Dao rules. Such obscured lands were indeed the prime locations for establishing domains. After all, the extreme Dao rules served as an optimal barrier against half-step sovereign powerhouses, allowing the extreme Dao clans to exploit the abundant resources within and grow ever more powerful. In a moment, none of the visiting imperial powerhouses chose to depart immediately. They were all inclined to pay their respects to this extreme Dao clan. As time slowly passed, a year swiftly elapsed. Establishing an extreme Dao imperial array was an exceedingly intricate endeavor, and covering such a vast area naturally required considerable time. While the Lei Daoqiong was busy constructing the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array, outside the Thunder Beast Forest, dozens of peak half-step sovereign powerhouses had gathered. They hailed from various quasi-extreme Dao clans within 100 realms, and upon sensing the extreme Dao aura and phenomenon, they traversed vast distances to investigate. After a year of meticulous arrangement, Lei Daoqiong finally completed the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array. From a distance, a domain barrier flickering with terrifying extreme Dao thunder enveloped the entire Thunder Beast Forest. Feeling the devastating power of the extreme Dao thunder emanating from the domain barrier, not a single half-step sovereign powerhouse dared to approach within millions of kilometers, fearing they would be obliterated by the terrifying thunder. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong's figure gradually emerged above the domain barrier. Following closely, a colossal avatar, resembling him with uncanny similarity, materialized behind Lei Daoqiong. This avatar was immensely vast, its limits unseen. Even the great form of the Heavenly Wood Emperor appeared as a mere sapling in comparison. As the avatar ceased to expand, Lei Daoqiong slowly retrieved a low-grade extreme Dao imperial weapon. This weapon, imbued with the essence of thunder and radiating the formidable might of an extreme Dao imperial weapon, also exuded an overwhelming gravitational and razor-sharp aura, manifesting as a magnificent golden sword. As the avatar of Lei Daoqiong wielded the resplendent golden sword, streams of golden-blue extreme Dao runes surged forth like a torrential flow, rapidly inscribing themselves onto the weapon. Soon, as countless extreme Dao runes were etched into the imperial weapon, Lei Daoqiong's colossal avatar raised its hand and placed the imperial weapon above the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array. In the next moment, the domain barrier of the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array shimmered with boundless extreme Dao thunder, gradually flowing into the low-grade extreme Dao imperial weapon. It was at this juncture that Lei Daoqiong hastily commanded the avatar, channeling the power of the thunderous extreme Dao essence, merging the low-grade imperial weapon into the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array. Before long, as a terrifying aura spread outward, the low-grade extreme Dao imperial weapon was fully integrated into the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array. Thus, the Thunder Source 9 Calamities imperial array was entirely established, granting the Lei clan their own territorial domain within the extreme Dao realm. Simultaneously, Lei Daoqiong showcased his peak strength at the first level of sovereign mastery to those quasi-extreme Dao clans. Chapter 785, The Extreme Dao Clan of the Lei Family. Gazing upon the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Emperor formation, the ethereal aura of the boundary was subtly concealed. Yet it harbored countless extreme thunderbolts and the pressure and sharpness of inferior-grade imperial weapons. Utilizing inferior-grade imperial weapons as one of the foundational elements of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Emperor formation not only elevated the formation's potential power, but also augmented the offensive capabilities of the imperial weapons themselves. Thus, even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the triple sovereign realm could withstand its might for a time. Lei Daoqiong expressed his satisfaction, stating that manifesting the full might of an inferior-grade imperial formation was already at the limits of his current capabilities. It would suffice for the elders and disciples of the Lei family to reside within. The Lei's myriad beasts forest required the establishment of numerous cultivation caverns and residential courtyards, which would necessitate some time. It would be left to the Lei family elders and disciples to resolve and arrange these matters. With that said, Lei Daoqiong took a single step forward, traversing a great distance to arrive before the starship of the imperial Lei family. At this moment, several elders of the Lei family were seated in meditation, diligently refining the immense energy from the flesh of late-stage, half-step sovereign realm beasts. Though they were astonished by the patriarch's power and methods, they had long grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the energy within them was overwhelmingly vast. If they did not refine it swiftly, it could easily harm their imperial bodies. As if sensing the patriarch's arrival, Many Lei family elders opened their eyes in unison. Patriarch, how have you returned so swiftly? Has the Emperor formation been established already? With the elders awakening from their cultivation, they gazed at the boundary formation at the edge of the Lei myriad beast forest, its terrifying aura leaving them in awe. They had not anticipated that in just over a year, the Patriarch had erected a colossal inferior-grade Emperor formation, a terrifying speed and power that left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing that the elders had awakened, Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly. The boundary formation has been completed, and the boundary beasts within the Lei myriad beast forest have been temporarily suppressed and sealed. In the time to come, I would ask the elders to exert some effort in establishing cultivation caverns at the center of the Lei myriad beast forest, as well as constructing courtyards for residence and rest. The elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Lei Daoqiong's guidance, the Lei family's starship gradually sailed into the Lei myriad beast forest, swiftly heading towards its center. The Patriarch alone has subdued all the half-step sovereign realm beasts of the Lei myriad beast forest and has established a boundary formation, providing us with a genuine stronghold in the extreme Dao Emperor realm. The Patriarch's strength has become increasingly unfathomable. We must strive harder in our cultivation to catch up to his pace. Within the starship, Lei Xungli's words ignited a fervent will to cultivate among the Lei family elders. They did not seek to surpass the Patriarch, but at the very least, they wished to not lag too far behind. Soon, as the Lei family starship reached the center of the Lei myriad beast forest, a vast expanse of flat land appeared, ideal for constructing the courtyards for the Lei family members' residence, as well as various assembly halls and guest chambers. While the land was indeed splendid, its sheer size felt somewhat monotonous, particularly for the current number of Lei family members arriving in the extreme Dao Emperor realm. Lei Renqi remarked, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse, deep in thought. Before long, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Lei Renqi's eyes, seemingly recalling the massive mountain caverns of the destruction Shura Emperor clan. Indeed, we could venture to other areas of the Lei myriad beast forest and transport some useless mountains here. It would be perfect for establishing the cultivation caverns for the Patriarch and ourselves, while also enhancing convenience. Given the vastness of this land, even accommodating 100,000 peaks would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing Elder Lei Renqi's suggestion, many elders nodded in agreement. In that case, let us follow Renqi's counsel. Each of you should seek suitable peaks within the Lei myriad beast forest, relocate them here, and then establish your caverns. Just as Elder Lei Hong was concluding his statement, they suddenly felt the sky darken. As the Lei family elders exchanged puzzled glances, a colossal mountain, immensely grand and spanning billions of kilometers, gradually descended from the heavens. Is that Patriarch? The Lei family elders quickly recognized the figure of Lei Daoqiong beside the massive mountain. With a resounding thud, the mountain landed, stirring up vast clouds of dust that quickly dissipated. At this moment, as the elders beheld the towering mountain standing in the center of the flat land, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Lei Daoqiong's towering imperial form gradually returned to its normal state, and he approached the elders, speaking softly, "My cavern has been prepared. You elders only need to prepare your own cultivation caverns and gather some additional peaks. Moreover, since this place is our Lei family's first stronghold in the extreme Dao Emperor realm, it requires proper arrangement by all of you." Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in unison and replied with cupped fists, "Yes, this is our duty." Afterward, the elders of the Lei family swiftly departed to other parts of the Lei myriad beast forest in search of suitable peaks. Within the Lei myriad beast forest, countless towering peaks stood, and since all half-step sovereign realm beasts had been temporarily sealed and suppressed, the Lei family elders faced no danger and could freely select their preferred mountains. As the Lei family busily began to establish their caverns and living quarters, a significant uproar was occurring in the outside world. At this moment, within the Shura Great Hall of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, Qingwu Emperor, you must be aware of the information regarding that extreme Dao Emperor clan. Why not share it with us? A particularly robust and corpulent figure, sporting sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with shrewdness, addressed Shura Qingwu slowly. Within the Grand Hall, there were over 10 Emperor-level powerhouses from quasi-extreme Dao clans, all at the pinnacle of half-step sovereign realm cultivation. They had come to the Destruction Shura Emperor clan to investigate information about the extreme Dao Emperor clan within the Lei myriad beast forest. Shura Qingwu glanced at the Emperor-level powerhouse from the Lhasa clan, showing no concern and offering no response. Had it not been for some prior connections between the quasi-extreme Dao clans and the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, Shura Qingwu would not have permitted them to enter the Destruction Shura clan's domain at all. Noticing that Qingwu Emperor showed no inclination to speak, the expressions of the other powerful figures in the hall shifted slightly. After a brief silence, the Tianshu emperor, who had transformed into human form and donned azure robes, could no longer contain himself. He produced a superior-grade imperial herb and gazed at Shura Qingwu, solemnly proposing, "Qingwu Emperor, how about this superior-grade imperial herb in exchange for information regarding the extreme Dao Emperor clan within the Lei Zhe myriad beast forest?" Seeing this, a flicker of interest crossed Shura Qingwu's eyes, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he surveyed the other emperor-level powerhouses, remaining silent. The other 10 or so emperor-level powerhouses exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of hesitation and discomfort. However, they were equally eager to ascertain the information about the extreme Dao Emperor clan, as it pertained to the safety of their quasi-extreme Dao clans, a matter of utmost importance that could not be taken lightly. After much deliberation, the emperor-level powerhouses exchanged glances as if reaching a silent agreement, and they all produced a superior-grade imperial herb. "Qingwu Emperor, considering our relationship, surely a collection of superior-grade imperial herbs from us would suffice for information regarding an extreme Dao Emperor clan." Shura Qingwu regarded the spokesperson among them, recognizing that the individual belonged to the Dark Flame Hawk Emperor clan, whose power was comparable to that of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. After a moment of contemplation, Shura Qingwu felt it was an adequate offer and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the more than 10 pieces of superior-grade imperial herbs, Shura Qingwu proceeded to divulge certain information regarding the Time-Space Emperor and the Extremity Imperial clan, the Lei family. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew tense as the representatives of several other quasi-extremity imperial clans processed the staggering strength of the Lei family, which boasted 500 semi-dominant realm imperial experts and 50 peak semi-dominant realm imperial experts, alongside the formidable Time-Space Emperor, an unrivaled powerhouse of the true dominant realm. The hall fell into a profound silence, the expressions of the imperial experts reflecting a mixture of awe and contemplation. Chapter 786, Generous System Rewards. After accepting the superior-grade imperial herbs, Shura Qingwu initially felt a surge of joy. However, the realization of having disclosed sensitive information regarding the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family soon cast a shadow of anxiety over him. With the formidable power of the Time-Space Emperor, it was inevitable that he would uncover the source of the leak. Should he incur the Emperor's wrath, he would likely face dire consequences, if not death itself. It was the irresistible allure of the superior-grade imperial herbs that had driven him to make such a slip. The thought of the Time-Space Emperor's terrifying might filled Shura Qingwu with dread. He could not afford to die. Having persevered through countless ages to reach the pinnacle of the semi-dominant realm, just a step away from becoming a supreme dominant realm emperor, desperation welled within him. If he were to present himself before the Time-Space Emperor in contrition, would there be a chance for forgiveness? No, he must seek out Shura Tsongfeng. Perhaps he would have a way to extricate him from this predicament. In his urgency, Shura Qingwu dismissed the presence of the other imperial experts, addressing them with a grave tone. "Esteemed guests, now that you have obtained information regarding the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family, I must ask you to take your leave. There are pressing matters to attend to within my clan." The imperial experts, shaken from their reverie, recognized the gravity of the situation and, with little inclination to linger in the Shura clan's hall, prepared to depart. They would need to relay the information about the Lei family back to their own clans as swiftly as possible. Time was of the essence. And after bowing respectfully to Shura Qingwu, they vanished from the hall, teleporting away from the Shura clan's domain and heading toward their respective quasi-extremity realms. Once they had left, Shura Qingwu hastened to the training peak of Shura Tsongfeng, seeking his counsel. Inside a magnificent mountain, Shura Tsongfeng stared incredulously at Shura Qingwu and exclaimed, "What? You revealed information about the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family to several quasi-extremity clans? Qingwu, how could you be so reckless? Such matters should have been deliberated with the other imperial experts." Acknowledging his folly, Shura Qingwu bore the brunt of Tsongfeng's reproach, regret flickering in his gaze. "I was blinded by the allure of the superior-grade imperial herbs. I recognize my mistake. Tsongfeng, you have a good rapport with the Time-Space Emperor. Could you intercede on my behalf and plead for my life?" Seeing Qingwu's anxious and remorseful demeanor, Shura Tsongfeng felt a pang of sympathy. However, disclosing information about the Extremity Imperial clan was a grave transgression. If the Time-Space Emperor were indifferent, that might be one thing. But if he desired to keep such information secret, it would spell disaster not only for Shura Qingwu, but potentially for the entire Shura clan, and even for the quasi-extremity imperial experts who were privy to the Lei family secrets. Realizing the weight of the situation, Shura Tsongfeng's expression turned solemn. "Given the circumstances, our only recourse is to journey to the Lei family's domain and present our apologies to the Time-Space Emperor, hoping for his forgiveness." Shura Qingwu, feeling utterly defeated, nodded weakly. Before the might of the time-space emperor, escape was not an option. Perhaps seeking forgiveness was the wisest course. As they approached the boundary of the Lei family's realm, they were met with a sign declaring no visitors for 1 year. The Lei family's training abodes and residences had yet to be established, requiring time to complete. A year without visitors? It makes sense. The time-space emperor has just set up the domain's grand formation and must ensure everything is in order. It seems we shall have to return in a year. The prospect of waiting another year momentarily relieved Shura Qinggu, yet anxiety tightened its grip on him. He would rather face the time-space emperor's judgment immediately than endure an entire year of trepidation. As time flowed slowly, months passed. The news of the time-space emperor and the Lei family reached the other quasi-extremity clans, instilling a profound respect for the Lei family. Known for their possession of a dominant realm emperor, within their 100 realms, the significance of an extremity imperial clan was undeniable, presenting an opportunity for the quasi-extremity clans. In the Lei family's domain, at the center of the Lei's 10,000 beast forest, the once vast flatland now housed thousands of towering peaks, each standing apart from one another. Atop the largest peak, Lei Daoqiong had carved out numerous abodes, and on the flattened summit stood an imposing patriarch's hall alongside an immense and opulent courtyard, accommodating Lei Xingda, Mo Linger, Lei Xianping, Lei Yan, and the disciples of Lei Daoqiong. At that moment, while immersed in the study of extremity techniques and imperial formations within his abode, Lei Daoqiong suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! The Tianmu imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence for the Lei family, rewarding 1 ordinary extremity gift pack. Ding! The Lhasa imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence for the Lei family, rewarding 2 ordinary extremity gift packs. Ding! The Dark Flame Wang imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence for the Lei family, rewarding 1 intermediate extremity gift pack. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Would the host like to open them? Upon encountering such a sudden influx of gift packs, Lei Daoqiong felt a wave of confusion. However, considering the abundance of gift packs he had accumulated, he promptly declared, "System, open all ordinary extremity gift packs." Ding! 18 ordinary extremity gift packs have been opened. Congratulations! The host has received 10 billion superior grade extremity stones, 10,000 varieties of extremity essences, 1 million lower grade extremity techniques, 10 million lower grade imperial weapons, 10 million lower grade imperial herbs, 10 million lower grade imperial pills, and 1 extremity puppet, peak of the first dominant realm. Congratulations! The host has received 30 billion superior grade extremity stones, 300 million pounds of lower grade extremity sacred spring, 30 million lower grade imperial talismans, 30 million lower grade imperial herbs, 1 million lower grade imperial formation secret texts, and 1 extremity puppet, early stage of the second dominant realm. Congratulations! The host has received 100 billion superior grade extremity stones, 100 million pounds of lower grade extremity sacred marrow, 100,000 pounds of lower grade extremity sacred essence, 10,000 lower grade chaotic metal or veins, and 1 extremity puppet, early stage of the third dominant realm. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please check at your convenience. When the system's voice fell silent, Lei Daoqiong took a deep breath. With the acquisition of these 18 supreme imperial puppets, the Lei family would find themselves considerably more secure within the realm of supreme emperors. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued to address the system. System, activate those 2 intermediate supreme gift packs. Ding! The 2 intermediate supreme gift packs have been activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 million supreme stones, 10,000 varieties of fused supreme origins, 100,000 forms of mid-grade supreme techniques, 100,000 mid-grade supreme imperial weapons, 1 million mid-grade supreme elixirs, 1 million mid-grade supreme pills, and 1 supreme puppet, peak of the dominator's third realm. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired 10,000 high-grade supreme stone mines, 100 million pounds of supreme holy marrow, 300 million mid-grade supreme talismans, 10,000 mid-grade supreme chaotic metal mines, 10,000 mid-grade supreme formation secret tomes, and 1 supreme puppet, peak of the dominator's third realm. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Gazing upon these mid-grade supreme treasures, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement. Although he had yet to break through to the dominator realm, these invaluable resources would enable him to swiftly ascend to unmatched heights in the dominator realm after becoming a chaos supreme dominator. Furthermore, these treasures would serve as vital cultivation resources for the members of the entire Lei family as they sought to advance to the dominator realm. Their importance could hardly be overstated. Chapter 787, Seeking Forgiveness? Within a vast cultivation cavern, Lei Daoqiong extracted a supreme stone. the rich and exquisitely pure essence of supreme origin emanating from it astonished even him. The power contained within a single supreme stone was not only overwhelmingly pure, but also immense, containing a thread of genuine supreme origin, truly deserving of its esteemed title. However, after merely sensing the essence of the supreme stone, Lei Daoqiong was hesitant to absorb it, as the quality of its supreme origin was overwhelmingly daunting. Forcibly absorbing it would yield no benefits. Nevertheless, the supreme stone had many applications, including the formation of supreme imperial arrays and serving as an energy source for the restrictions of cultivation caverns. Yet, Lei Daoqiong had no shortage of supreme stones and found it unnecessary to utilize a supreme stone for such purposes, which would only be a waste. After stowing away the supreme stone, Lei Daoqiong's interest peaked at the system's reward of fused supreme origin. Observing the numerous fused supreme origins in the system space, radiating an intensity far surpassing that of ordinary supreme origins, he was intrigued. Gold fire supreme origin, yin-yang supreme origin, earthwood supreme origin, and even time-space supreme origin. Lei Daoqiong was taken aback, as he currently only wielded singular time and space supreme origins, yet to fuse them. The way he utilized them might lead others to mistakenly believe he commanded the time-space supreme origin. However, one of the fused supreme origins left him perplexed. Shouldn't the yin-yang supreme origin be a singular, exalted supreme origin? How then could it be transformed into a fused supreme origin? Carrying this query, Lei Daoqiong placed the singular yin-yang supreme origin alongside the fused yin-yang supreme origin to discern their distinctions. Thus, he discovered that the singular yin-yang supreme origin embodied the forces of heaven and earth, a supreme power resulting from the convergence of extreme yin and extreme yang. Conversely, the fused yin-yang supreme origin represented a combination of the singular yin and yang supreme origins, fundamentally differing from the exalted yin-yang supreme origin. Though their names were identical, they were, in essence, two entirely different supreme origins. Having resolved his confusion, Lei Daoqiong looked at the myriad of fused supreme origins and, with a mere thought, commanded the system to commence replication. Given that they were all treasures produced by the system, replication was naturally permissible. After familiarizing himself with most of the treasures, Lei Daoqiong was preparing for seclusion when he suddenly sensed a figure kneeling outside the domain barrier. Wu. Why is he kneeling outside the domain barrier of my Lei family? Beside Wu stood Sanfeng, equally helpless. As leaking information about the Supreme Imperial family was a grave sin within the central realm of Supreme Emperors, potentially endangering the quasi-supreme families behind them. At that moment, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuations, Sanfeng and the kneeling Wu vanished from sight. Supreme Imperial family. At the pinnacle of the Lei family. Within the Patriarch's Hall, Lei Daoqiong utilized the power of the time-space supreme origin to transport Sanfeng and Wu here, eager to discern their intentions. In the center of the hall, upon witnessing the sudden change of surroundings, Sanfeng and Wu were taken aback, their tension palpable. Upon spotting the time-space emperor seated upon the main throne, they quickly regained their composure and respectfully bowed. Sanfeng, Wu, pays homage to the time-space emperor. Hearing their titles, Lei Daoqiong raised an eyebrow and offered a faint smile. Ah, so you are already aware of my identity. Sanfeng hastily replied. The methods employed by the time-space emperor to arrange the supreme imperial arrays leave us in awe, understanding that their exposure stemmed from the arrangement of the supreme imperial array. Lei Daoqiong merely nodded. It had been his intention all along to attract the attention of several quasi-supreme families. Yet, he had not anticipated that Wu would kneel as soon as he laid eyes on him, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, as if gripped by fear. Observing Wu's peculiar demeanor, Lei Daoqiong inquired, Wu, am I truly so fearsome? Why do you kneel outside my family's domain? Is there something you require my assistance with? In response to the inquiry of the time-space emperor, Wu, while repeatedly bowing, trembled in his voice as he proclaimed, I have sinned. I beseech the time-space emperor to punish me. Witnessing this, Lei Daoqiong furrowed his brow and raised his hand to halt Wu's actions. He then turned to Sanfeng, speaking in a deep tone. Speak. What has transpired? Sanfeng glanced at Wu, sighed, and slowly explained, to the time-space emperor. Wu, after accepting benefits from a dozen quasi-supreme families, privately leaked information regarding you and the Lei family to them. At this, Sanfeng also knelt on one knee. Pleading for leniency for Wu, I implore the time-space emperor to impose any punishment upon Wu, as you see fit. But considering my role in bringing you to the realm of supreme emperors, I ask that you spare his life. In that moment, Qingwu produced a dozen high-grade supreme elixirs he had received, even revealing all his lifelong treasures, seemingly desperate to preserve his own life. Upon hearing Zhangfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong instantly comprehended that the several ordinary supreme gift packs and one intermediate supreme gift pack he had received from the system were indeed the handiwork of Qingwu. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely due to Qingwu that he, Lei Daoqiong, had acquired an unfathomable wealth of resources and treasures. Resources that were unimaginable across the entire realm of supreme emperors. Haha, I initially thought it was something grave. It turns out it was merely the leakage of my information. You need not be so anxious. Hearing the words of the time-space emperor, both Qingwu and Zhangfeng looked up at Lei Daoqiong, surprise and confusion flickering in their eyes. Observing the demeanor of the two individuals, Lei Daoqiong offered a faint smile and remarked, "As I lead some of my kin into this unfamiliar realm of the extreme Dao Empire, I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Qingtian Emperor for facilitating the dissemination of information regarding myself and my clan, the Lei family, thereby enhancing our reputation and prestige within this domain." Upon hearing the words of the Time and Space Emperor, the Qingtian found himself at a loss. Uncertain whether to feel joy or concern, he promptly responded, "Your Excellency, the Time and Space Emperor, you flatter me. Please, just refer to me as Qingtian. The title of Emperor is far too grand for one of my humble stature." Acknowledging this, Lei Daoqiong nodded, considering it merely a title of little consequence. "Very well, rise. And please stow away your treasures." "Yes." Both Qingtian and Zhangfeng responded respectfully, slowly rising to their feet. Noting that the Time and Space Emperor had not imposed any punishment, they exchanged relieved glances. Chapter 788, The Loyalty of the Two Then. Gazing at the array of superior Dao-grade medicinal herbs and various treasures, Qingtian hastened to declare, "In response to Your Excellency, the Time and Space Emperor, these superior Dao-grade medicinal herbs and treasures are my voluntary offering as compensation for inadvertently revealing your information. I cannot possibly retract them." Observing Qingtian's earnest demeanor, Lei Daoqiong shook his head. "While these items may be treasures to you, they are trifles to me. Furthermore, I require no compensation from you. Should you fail to stow them away, I assure you, I shall be genuinely displeased." Upon hearing this, Qingtian did not dare to hesitate, promptly gathering the superior Dao-grade medicinal herbs and treasures, exclaiming, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency. I am immensely grateful." Lei Daoqiong nodded slightly, then produced 2 volumes of inferior Dao-grade cultivation techniques, gently presenting them before Qingtian and Zhangfeng. As they beheld the volumes emanating a rich aura of the Dao's essence, both Qingtian and Zhangfeng felt their hearts momentarily falter, their pupils trembling with disbelief. Seeing the two rendered speechless, Lei Daoqiong resumed, "The sovereign realm is not as simple as you might imagine. Without the aid of Dao techniques, you will never master a single essence of the Dao. Yet even with them, the path to the sovereign realm remains arduous. It all hinges upon your understanding." At this, Qingtian and Zhangfeng gradually regained their composure and, with trembling voices, responded, "Your Excellency, such treasures are far too precious. We dare not accept them without merit. We implore you to take them back." Understanding their reluctance to accept his gifts, Lei Daoqiong manifested a trace of imperial might, transforming into a formidable Dao manifestation, and declared, "In my previous realms and continents, I was invincible, having lingered for countless ages without any increase in my cultivation. Upon entering the extreme Dao Empire, merely transmitting my information has invoked respect from those formidable beings of the superior Dao, granting me a modicum of insight and elevation. To be candid, in addition to mastering the Time and Space Dao, I also command the language Spirit Dao. Though the Time and Space Dao is formidable, its enhancement is exceedingly challenging. The language Spirit Dao, while not as powerful, possesses an equally formidable capacity for manifestation. Most crucially, its advancement is simpler than that of the Time and Space Dao. It merely requires an increase in my prestige and faith, thus uplifting my clan's reputation will simultaneously elevate my mastery of the language Spirit Dao." As he spoke, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze toward Qingtian, speaking earnestly. "Previously, I inadvertently sensed a slight enhancement in the language Spirit Dao, which was a direct result of your informing numerous superior Dao clans about my presence. This is of great significance to me, a considerable merit, and thus you are deserving of the inferior Dao-grade techniques I bestow upon you." Upon hearing the Time and Space Emperor's extensive explanation, both men were astounded, realizing that even for one as powerful as the Time and Space Emperor, attaining any enhancement in the realm was a formidable task. The fact that he chose to reward them with such invaluable techniques left them both honored and filled with respect for him. We express our deepest gratitude for your generous gifts, Your Excellency, they uttered, kneeling once more in reverence before daring to accept the inferior Dao grade techniques. As they accepted the techniques, Lei Daoqiong's gaze shifted slightly, and he smiled as he remarked, "As I and my kin are newly arrived in this extreme Dao empire and still unfamiliar with its intricacies, I trust one may trouble you both for assistance in the future." Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks was the first to respond. "Your Excellency, you honor us with your words. Should you or your kin have any needs, please do not hesitate to command me. I will exert every effort to fulfill your requests." Xianxiafans, surprised by Xianxiaaudiobooks' eagerness, added, "Although my strength pales in comparison to that of Xianxiaaudiobooks, I too pledge that I shall fulfill any task you assign, even at the cost of my life." Witnessing Xianxiaaudiobooks' declaration, Xianxiaaudiobooks was not to be outdone. "I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, also vow to follow you, Your Excellency, eternally, to serve as your envoy within the extreme Dao Empire, spreading your influence and gathering followers." As the two veered into a competitive display of loyalty, Lei Daoqiong, sipping his tea, found himself momentarily choked, clearing his throat with a cough. Cough, cough, while he understood their desire to follow him. The notion of becoming his emissaries to spread faith and gather followers was utterly absurd. He was no cult leader. Even in the realms of Buddhism or Taoism, one needed strength and resources to propagate their beliefs. Without such, in this world where power reigns supreme, who would heed their call? "I seek only reputation and prestige, not the propagation of faith or the acquisition of followers. Let this matter be dropped, lest it lead to misunderstandings." With the time and space emperor's words resonating, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed inwardly, acquiescing, "Yes, I shall obey." Upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks refer to himself as a subordinate, Lei Daoqiong regarded the two with a serious expression and inquired, "I genuinely require trustworthy, strong allies here in the extreme Dao Empire. Do you truly wish to follow me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxiafans knelt once more, proclaiming loudly, "We vow to follow the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family of the extreme Dao Empire eternally, never to betray. Should we harbor any thoughts of treachery, may we suffer the punishment of the Tao's thunder and self-annihilate, ceasing to exist." Their resolute voices echoed throughout the grand hall, each word affirming their unwavering commitment. Though they had not contemplated following the Time and Space Emperor before, the moment he presented the Dao techniques before them, their resolve had solidified. In their quest to transcend into the exalted dominion of supremacy, their greatest opportunity lies in their complete submission and eternal allegiance to the Time-Space Emperor, which currently stands as their sole beacon of hope. Chapter 789, The Time-Space Emperor's Bestowal. Lei Daoqiong, observing the two pledge their loyalty, nodded with evident satisfaction. With both Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luotsangfeng having submitted and expressed their readiness to follow him for life, how far off could the day be when the entire destruction Shura Empire willingly yields to him? To ensure security, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand, inscribing two servant seals into the nascent supreme imperial souls of the two. It was not that Lei Daoqiong harbored distrust towards them. With his formidable power and the strength of 21 sovereign realm imperial guards, he feared no nascent supreme imperial clans beyond the central domain of the supreme imperial realm. The reason for marking their nascent supreme imperial souls with servant seals lay in the necessity of cultivating resources and treasures. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong produced two sets of nascent supreme-grade imperial armaments, along with two nascent supreme-grade imperial weapons, presenting them before Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luotsangfeng. Having pledged their allegiance to the emperor, it would be remiss to offer them anything less than splendid. These treasures are a reward from the emperor, and he hopes they shall be utilized wisely. As the words of the Time-Space Emperor resonated, the two gazed in disbelief at the resplendent nascent supreme-grade imperial armament sets and the imperial weapons exuding an overwhelming imperial aura. Their eyes widened, pupils trembling, as they were rendered speechless by their overwhelming excitement. Their hearts raced, clearly overwhelmed by elation. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly knelt and expressed their gratitude. "We, your humble servants, are profoundly grateful for our master's generous bestowal of nascent supreme imperial treasures. We vow to wholeheartedly serve our master and the esteemed Lei Dao clan, dedicating ourselves without reservation, even unto death." With trembling voices, they uttered their most loyal declarations, never having imagined that they would be bestowed such magnificent fortunes on this day. At that juncture, Lei Daoqiong produced two nascent supreme-grade spatial imperial rings and presented them once more to Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luotsangfeng. These are the cultivation resources granted by the emperor, along with some life-preserving treasures. Within this supreme imperial realm, as long as you do not encounter a true sovereign realm emperor, no half-step sovereign realm power should pose a threat to you. As Xiao Luo Qingwu and Xiao Luo Tsongfeng accepted their respective nascent supreme imperial rings, curiosity overcame them as they glanced at the cultivation resources within. Their pupils constricting once more, and their hearts nearly ceasing in astonishment. Nascent supreme-grade imperial elixirs, nascent supreme-grade imperial pills, nascent supreme-grade imperial holy marrow, and nascent supreme-grade imperial talismans, over 10,000 in number. Was this the profound foundation of the supreme imperial clan? Xiao Luo Tsongfeng was utterly awestruck. He had not anticipated that his savior, the time-space emperor who had brought him to the supreme imperial realm, possessed such terrifying depth. This was merely the allocation of cultivation resources and life-preserving treasures, yet their quantity left him flabbergasted. Throughout the entire history of their destruction Shura Empire, the total resources and treasures they had ever acquired paled in comparison to a mere fraction of what the time-space emperor had rewarded them today. Most importantly, each of them now possessed a nascent supreme imperial ring. They could scarcely fathom the sheer magnitude of the Lei Dao clan's resources. And for the time-space emperor to entrust them with such an astonishing quantity of resources and treasures was, indeed, a testament to his faith in them. In an instant, their loyalty to the time-space emperor soared to unprecedented heights. Should the time-space emperor command them to perish, they would likely do so without hesitation. After a prolonged moment of silence, as they caught their breath and prepared to express their gratitude once more, they heard the voice of Lei Daoqiong. The cultivation resources and life-preserving treasures have been bestowed upon you. How you utilize them is up to your discretion. I have only just arrived in this supreme imperial realm and have much to attend to, but currently, I possess only the two of you as my followers. There are numerous important matters that I cannot find capable hands to manage. If a nascent supreme imperial clan were to willingly follow me, the situation would vastly improve. Xiao Luo Qingwu and Xiao Luo Tsongfeng, both astute, quickly grasped the implication of the time-space emperor's words. He essentially desired the entire destruction Shura Empire to willingly submit to him. Given their own submission and the vast resources they had received, how could such benefits possibly be allowed to benefit other nascent supreme imperial clans? Naturally, they must first consider their own clan's strength. Thus, Xiao Luo Qingwu and Xiao Luo Tsongfeng promptly replied, "Rest assured, Master, we will ensure that the entire destruction Shura Empire willingly follows you, alleviating your burdens." Seeing their wisdom, Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly. "From henceforth, refer to me as the imperial ancestor. Remember, unless in critical moments, do not disclose that you have pledged allegiance to me. Do you understand?" "We understand, and shall adhere to the imperial ancestor's command." "Very well, go now. I await your favorable news." With that, Lei Daoqiong waved his hand, and the power of the spatial essence surged, transporting the two to the periphery of the Lei Dao clan's domain. As they beheld the shifting scenery before them, Xiao Luo Tsongfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu felt as though they were in a dream. Yet, the nascent supreme imperial rings in their hands, filled with resources and treasures, affirmed the reality of their situation. "Tsongfeng, whether we can alter the fate of the destruction Shura Empire rests upon us." Xiao Luo Tsongfeng nodded gravely at the words. "The imperial ancestor has granted us this opportunity. We must seize it well. In the future, our destruction Shura Empire shall be the first nascent supreme imperial clan to follow the imperial ancestor, a status that speaks volumes. Qingwu, we must act swiftly, allowing the imperial ancestor to witness our capabilities." Xiao Luo Qingwu also nodded solemnly, and together they vanished from the location, returning to the domain of the destruction Shura Empire. After sending off Xiao Luo Tsongfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu, Lei Daoqiong felt unburdened regarding the system task of the destruction Shura Empire following him and the Lei Dao clan. He could now retreat in peace for a time. Meanwhile, after Lei Daoqiong entered seclusion, two restless little ones cautiously departed from the main peak, oblivious to the fact that Lei Daoqiong had prepared for them a thrilling journey of trials. Had I known you would be so restless. I cannot be blamed for being harsh. Let you experience the trials of the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest." Before Lei Daoqiong lay the scenes of Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan sneaking away, to ensure they remained distanced from the domain of the supreme imperial clan. Lei Daoqiong had set up a simple teleportation array along their path. "Brother, look, there's a teleportation array ahead," Lei Yayan exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the array. However, Lei Xuanping's expression shifted slightly. "How is there a teleportation array here, and why is there no one guarding it? Something feels amiss." Despite Lei Xuanping's caution, Lei Yayan was beyond the point of concern. "Oh, stop overthinking. It might just be a convenience set up by the elders for the clan's disciples. Since there's a teleportation array, let's hurry and leave. I'm already eager for this adventure." With that, Lei Yayan pulled Lei Xianping into the teleportation array. As the array activated, a flash of white light enveloped them. and Lei Xianping and Lei Yan were transported by Lei Daoqiong to a dense forest teeming with numerous low-tier realm beasts and various other life forms. Chapter 790. The First Trial in the Supreme Imperial Realm. Where's this? Lian and Lei Xianping surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky and cast shadows over the dense forest, rendering the interior somewhat dim. In the cultivation cave within the main peak of the Lei family, Lei Daoqiong observed the puzzled expressions of Lei Xianping and Lian in the forest and let out a sigh. He hoped that their experience in the shadowy forest would yield some fruitful gains, especially since the Lei family was currently establishing a new stronghold and could not afford any disruptions. Moreover, it seemed that Yi Xiao and the others were rather idle. It would be prudent to send them out for training as well, allowing them to witness the perils of the extreme Dao Imperial realm. After all, they were but a step away from breaking through to the semi-dominant realm, and this might present them with an opportunity. With that thought, Lei Daoqiong directly transported Yi Xiao and Wen Haoyang, who were engaged in a sparring session, to a more perilous part of the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest, the Thousand Illusions Forest. Even Leng Ruoyao and Zishi were not exceptions. Having the four disciples trained together was a carefully considered decision by Lei Daoqiong, aimed at strengthening their bonds. Once that was settled, Lei Daoqiong instructed the two-peak semi-dominant realm imperial guards to ensure their safety without being overly obtrusive, intervening only when their lives were in peril. Yes, we obey your command. After the imperial guards departed, Lei Daoqiong checked on the conditions of Lei Xianping, Lian, Yi Xiao, and the others before entering the extreme Dao Imperial Sacred Tower to begin his secluded cultivation. The establishment of the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest as a stronghold for the Lei family had not completed the system task, indicating that the difficulty of this task likely exceeded Lei Daoqiong's expectations, compelling him to swiftly enhance his own strength. Meanwhile, within the Thousand Illusions Forest, Yi Xiao, Wen Haoyang, Leng Ruoyao, and Zishi remained vigilant, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion as they surveyed their environment. What place is this? In their tension, the four began to probe their surroundings with their eternal holy intent. However, the Thousand Illusions Forest was governed by extreme rules, below the semi-dominant realm. Even the peak 9th level Eternal Star Lord's holy intent could only cover a radius of 1,000 kilometers. In the vast expanse of the Thousand Illusions Forest, this was nearly insignificant. To only be able to probe 1,000 kilometers, what exactly is this place? Yi Xiao resolved to ascend to the treetops to ascertain their location and environment. Yet, as he soared upward, he suddenly sensed an invisible and terrifying pressure of extreme rules, which forcefully compelled him back to the ground. Upon landing, Yi Xiao exhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. Above the treetops, there exists pressure from extreme rules that prohibits aerial flight. This place is likely more perilous than we imagined. The expressions of Wen Haoyang and the others grew serious at his words. Having been directly transported here, it is likely a deliberate arrangement by our master. His intention seems to be for us to experience training here, perhaps to find the opportunity for a breakthrough to the semi-dominant realm. Leng Ruoyao was the first to regain her composure and spoke. With this conjecture, Yi Xiao and his companions felt somewhat reassured. Since it was their master's arrangement, there was little need to worry for their lives. They must exert their utmost to complete this training. Perhaps after this endeavor, they too could ascend to the ranks of the semi-dominant realm emperor-level powerhouses. Let us proceed. Our master has orchestrated this training for us. So let us uncover the mysteries and dangers of this place. At Yi Xiao's words, Wen Haoyang and the others nodded in agreement, then carefully chose a direction and took flight. On the other side, within the shadowy forest, Lei Xianping and Lian were not as anxious or fearful as one might expect. Rather, they were filled with excitement. By now, they had acclimated to the environment of the shadowy forest. Brother, there is a large insect approaching us from 13 kilometers away. Lei Xianping sensed it too, but he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he looked toward Lian. It's merely a 3rd-level Eternal Star Lord insect. Handle it yourself. I have my sights set on a 4th-level Eternal Star Lord Peak Giant Ape. I shall deal with that. A gleam of determination shone in the eyes of the sibling duo as they darted toward their respective prey, their terrifying speed suggesting they were far from ordinary 4th-level Eternal Star Lord practitioners. In an instant, Lian spotted the massive black spider beast, hundreds of feet in size, and a flicker of excitement crossed her gaze. In the next moment, a colossal hammer, the size of a man, materialized in her hand, its formidable weight creating a deep crater in the ground. The black spider beast, perceiving the diminutive human before it, let out a shrill scream, unleashing a barrage of sound waves as it charged toward Lian. Simultaneously, strands of nearly invisible silk, seemingly merging with the space around them, transformed into sharp blades that relentlessly sliced toward her. As the black spider beast made its initial move, Lian smiled faintly, her pupils glimmering with golden light, as if absorbing every detail of the beast's assault. Come at me. With ease, Lian grasped the colossal hammer, her figure becoming ethereal as her speed reached its pinnacle, allowing her to effortlessly evade the spider beast's silk attacks by seemingly traversing through space. She then teleported above the arachnid, hammer in hand, compressing the space as she brought it crashing down upon the beast's head. Sensing the imminent danger, the black spider beast, unable to react in time due to Lian's astonishing speed, could only raise its head, attempting to withstand the terrifying blow with its hardened mandibles. Boom. Crack. With a series of sharp breaking sounds, the spider beast's formidable fangs were shattered by Lian's strike. The immense force drove the creature into the ground. Faced with this sudden turn of events and recognizing the overwhelming power of her opponent, a glimmer of fear appeared in the black spider beast's eyes. Knowing the terrifying strength of the tiny human, it hesitated for no moment before attempting to flee. However, Lian would not allow it to escape. Wielding her hammer, she transformed into a flurry of phantoms, relentlessly pounding the black spider beast. Despite the beast's sturdy physique and tenacious life force, it continuously sought ways to evade Lian's onslaught. You little black spider beast, as my first quarry in this dense forest, I shall not let you escape, Lian declared, her hammer growing larger and glowing crimson, resembling a falling star, crackling with fearsome lightning power. Seeing that the black spider beast was proving difficult to kill and its desire to escape was palpable, Lian decided to unleash her eternal holy technique. The massive hammer locked onto the black spider beast, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Then, like a meteor, the hammer swiftly descended. Realizing it could not flee, the black spider beast's eyes turned crimson as it roared, raising its four limbs in a desperate attempt to block the terrifying hammer. Boom. As a deafening explosion echoed, the battlefield erupted in clouds of dust, a terrifying shockwave radiating outward and distorting the surrounding space. When the dust settled, Lian gazed upon the now lifeless black spider beast beneath her colossal hammer, a smile gracing her face. Done. Time to wrap it up. With the colossal hammer in hand, Lei Daoqiong scavenged a plethora of valuable resources from the black spider beast before swiftly making his way to the battlefield of Lei Xianping. Chapter 791, Low-Level Realm Beast. Upon arriving at Lei Xuanping's battlefield, Lei Daoqiong beheld his brother leisurely seated atop the gargantuan corpse of a giant ape, deftly manipulating his dagger. The carcass bore few wounds, save for a fatal blood hole situated in the center of its brow. Shaoan, it seems you have been somewhat negligent of late. Even slaying a beast of your own tier requires employing some tricks, Lei Xianping remarked, casting a glance at Lei Daoqiong. Humph. I simply am not yet accustomed to the oppressive rules of this realm. Had we been in the Eastern Spirit Star region, that black spider beast would have been no match for me in a single blow. Lei Daoqiong pouted defiantly. Noticing his sister's indignant demeanor, Lei Xianping smiled faintly, then leaped gracefully from the giant ape's corpse, promptly storing it away. Very well, this dense forest possesses its own intrigue. It is likely that father brought us here to hone our skills, Lei Xianping surmised, accurately discerning the intentions of their father, Lei Daoqiong. Hearing this, Lei Daoqiong surveyed their surroundings. Brother, do you think father might be watching us from the main peak? Possibly. With father's prowess and realm, he can accomplish anything. I too shall become a formidable force akin to him, shielding the Lei family from storms and safeguarding it forever. Lei Xuanping's eyes gleamed with determination, his aspirations firmly anchored in the towering figure of their father. Let us venture forth and diligently train within this forest. We shall not depart until we surpass the 7th tier of the immortal Star Master realm. Upon hearing her brother's declaration, Lei Daoqiong's expression turned serious, and she nodded emphatically. Just as well, I was not yet satisfied with our previous encounter. This time, I shall hammer to my heart's content. With that, their immortal consciousness expanded, swiftly darting in a particular direction. Above them, an Imperial guard closely monitored the duo, having temporarily diverted the more perilous beasts lurking within the shadowy forest, which they were presently ill-equipped to confront. Nevertheless, the guard left behind some relatively dangerous low-tier realm beasts, nearly on par with Lei Daoqiong and Lei Xianping, ensuring that they could sense the looming danger. Only through peril could they unleash their potential and achieve the intended effect of their training. The expanse of this shadowy forest was vast, teeming with countless exotic beasts, and a significant number of 7th-grade immortal medicinal herbs were present as well. For the next year, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong spent nearly every day engaged in combat, their powers surging rapidly. Brother, my cultivation technique has finally broken through. I can now practice more formidable immortal techniques to enhance my hammering prowess. Lei Daoqiong's face radiated excitement as she stood over a giant lizard beast, now utterly lifeless after being crushed by her colossal hammer. Beside the fallen beast, Lei Xianping retrieved a mid-tier immortal herb, nodding in approval. Not bad. Despite the small realm leap in battle, it only took 17 strikes to slay that giant lizard beast. Once your hammering technique improves further, your realm will continue to ascend. At this moment, Lei Ian jumped down from the lizard's corpse, still somewhat dissatisfied with the beast's strength. These are merely ordinary exotic beasts. Their power is inherently weak. I wish we could encounter a realm beast. Upon hearing this, Lei Xuanping's eyes flickered with interest as he quickly stored the mid-tier immortal herb and turned his gaze towards a specific direction. Through his perception, he discerned a gargantuan creature several hundred kilometers away. The beast exceeded 40,000 zhang in length, its body adorned with dark scales. Its head reminiscent of an ancient rhinoceros crowned with 3 massive black horns. Its physique resembled that of an immense elephant, massive and overwhelmingly heavy. Its limbs were robust and powerful, and its colossal claws gleamed with a menacing cold light. Most fearsome of all was its tail, resembling that of a giant crocodile, covered in black spikes that would surely cause grievous harm if struck. A peak 4th-tier realm beast, its terrifying might was undeniably incomprehensible, far surpassing that of ordinary exotic beasts. Lei Xianping gazed at Lei Ian. My dear sister, next time, do share more when you spot a realm beast. Such an encounter would render our training far more exhilarating. At that moment, Lei Ian also spotted the massive realm beast, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. A realm beast. It truly is a realm beast. As Lei Ian reveled in her excitement, Lei Xianping had already surged forward, his figure a fleeting shadow, arriving before the realm beast in the blink of an eye. Brother, wait for me, Lei Ian exclaimed, fearing that her brother would eliminate the realm beast before she could seize the opportunity to engage it herself. That simply would not do. Having encountered a realm beast after much effort, she was determined to test its power, regardless of her chances of victory. Concerning the dangers of fighting beyond one's tier, Lei Ian had no cause for concern. The life-preserving treasure she possessed would ensure that even a half-step Dominator realm beast could not harm her in the slightest. However, in the context of training and battling beyond one's tier, injuries were inevitable. Otherwise, how could one truly experience the essence of training? As Lei Ian approached the realm beast, she could feel its oppressive aura and terrifying presence up close. At that moment, even Lei Xuanping's expression became serious. Ian, this realm beast is no trifling opponent. Let us strike together and gauge its strength. By now, Lei Ian had drawn her massive hammer. Excellent. I shall use this realm beast to refine my hammering technique. The realm beast regarded the diminutive figures before it, its immense eyes flashing with disdain. How amusing. This creature dares to underestimate us. Sister, let us teach it a lesson and make it aware of our might. With that, Lei Xianping raised his hand slightly, unleashing thousands of flying swords that sliced through the air, creating a torrent of blades aimed at the beast's limbs. Lei Ian was not to be outdone. Her colossal hammer instantly expanded to 100 zhang, and she swung it directly at the realm beast's head. With the immense hammer in hand, Lei Ian's speed remained unimpeded, and she moved like a phantom, striking the beast's massive horn with force. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed as the realm beast remained steadfast, its horn suffering no damage whatsoever. Sensing the human attack, the realm beast's eyes glinted with mockery, as if it did not regard its opponents at all. At that moment, Lei Xuanping's assault arrived as well. Thousands of mid-tier immortal swords pierced toward the realm beast's limbs, while others slashed at its colossal body. With the resounding clash of metal against scales, the swords could only leave faint white marks on the beast's dark armor. Witnessing this and feeling the overwhelming defensive capabilities of the realm beast firsthand, both Lei Xianping and Lei Ian's expressions turned grave. Chapter 792, The Terrifying Power of the Realm Beast. Why does this peak 4th-tier realm beast possess such formidable defenses? Even mid-tier immortal weapons cannot injure it. Must we resort to high-tier immortal weapons? Lei Xianping found it hard to believe. Usually, he could handle typical 4th-tier realm beasts with ease, even if not in a single strike. Yet this realm beast before him felt more formidable than even the later stages of 5th-tier realm beasts. With her massive hammer in hand, Lei Ian relentlessly pounded against the realm beast's body with frenzied speed. Her terrifying innate strength, combined with the essence of matter, the boundless, and the primal forces of the perfected Great Tao, was infused into the colossal hammer of the advanced immortal Star Master, significantly amplifying its destructive power. The impact felt akin to being struck by an immense cosmic realm, causing even the realm beast to flinch with discomfort. Roaring, the realm beast, sensing the sharp pain radiating from its body, could no longer restrain itself. Its furious bellow shattered numerous ancient trees in the vicinity. The formidable power of the realm beast erupted, forcefully repelling Lei Ian and Lei Xianping. Truly, This realm beast was extraordinary, its strength seemingly imbued with a rich essence of world power. Lei Xianping remarked solemnly, having retracted the myriad intermediate immortal Star Master swords, now wielding instead 100 advanced immortal Star Master swords, each exuding a more potent and keen aura. Ian, let us vanquish it together. For the coming year, we shall feast on the spoils. With that declaration, the 10 swords before Lei Xianping hummed, and in an instant, they sliced through the fabric of space at astonishing speed, growing larger as they surged toward the realm beast. When the blades expanded to 1,000 zhang size, their might reached its zenith, the sword paths, thunder paths, and paths of slaughter converging to amplify their power to the utmost. Unyielding, Lei Ian continued to manipulate her colossal hammer to grow, its size and the aura it emanated becoming increasingly terrifying. When the hammer swelled to 1,000 zhang, and she felt a hint of strain, she gradually ceased its enlargement. At that moment, the hammer radiated an aura and weight so formidable that it distorted the surrounding space, as if bearing the burden of an entire star region. Yet that was not the end. Lei Ian closed her eyes as torrents of perfected great Tao essence surged around her, swiftly coalescing behind her into 1,000 zhang tall avatar of perfected great Tao essence. This avatar was extraordinarily solid, resembling a true corporeal form, with intricate symbols of perfected great Tao essence visible upon it. This spectacle unfolded in mere moments, and as the realm beast sensed the looming threat of the hammer, it was unable to counter the assault from Lei Xianping's colossal sword. At this juncture, Lei Ian merged with the avatar of perfected great Tao essence, effortlessly lifting the gigantic hammer that matched the avatar's size. Immediately thereafter, she directed the avatar, wielding the immense hammer, and charged towards the realm beast. Despite her enlarged form, her speed remained undiminished, albeit with a slight reduction in agility. Nevertheless, her attacking powers surged tenfold. In an instant, Lei Ian maneuvered the avatar, hammer in hand, and struck fiercely at the realm beast's head. The hammer crushed through space as if an entire world were plummeting, landing with a thunderous impact upon the 3 massive horns atop the realm beast's head. Boom! The sound of the catastrophic collision echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. The ensuing shockwave obliterated countless ancient trees within a 1,000-mile radius, reducing them to splinters and revealing patches of sky within the dense forest. Such a terrifying collision astonished even the thwarted Lei Xianping, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. He had long been perplexed by his sister's fascination with the great Tao concerning strength and corporeality, particularly her preference for the hammer as a weapon. Now, he bore witness to the sheer ferocity of such a blow. Even he, if not exerting his full strength, might struggle to achieve such a feat at this moment. Lei Ian, wielding the massive hammer through the avatar of perfected great Tao essence, remained locked in a standoff with the realm beast's 3 imposing horns, neither party willing to yield. Lei Xianping observed this scene, his gaze shifting slightly. Indeed, a world barrier. This realm beast can manipulate world power at will. It appears that its mastery over the world within is far superior to ours as cultivators. Nonetheless, he thought, regardless of how formidable this beast may be, it is merely a meal for Ian and me. With that declaration, an overwhelming surge of perfected slaying sword Tao essence erupted from Lei Xianping, enveloping him in a tempest of energy, his entire being radiating crimson lightning. The formidable aura and pressure instantly surpassed that of the realm beast and Lei Ian, slaughtering heaven's sword Tao. As his resounding voice reverberated through the air, a colossal avatar of perfected great Tao essence materialized in midair, towering at 10,000 zhang. Its visage was cold and unyielding, suffused with the essence of the slaying sword Tao, exuding an icy chill and crackling with bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, the 10 advanced immortal Star Master swords expanded once more, merging into a titanic sword that exuded a razor-sharp aura, carving white streaks through the surrounding space. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Xianping commanded the giant sword, aiming a devastating strike at the realm beast's corporeal form, as if intending to cleave it in two. Sensing the life-threatening danger from above, the realm beast momentarily faltered, desperate to evade the 2 cultivators' onslaught. With a furious roar, it summoned its entire reservoir of world power, its primal essence surging uncontrollably. With a titanic claw, it struck the ground, while its massive tail twisted towards Lei Ian's avatar of perfected great Tao essence, seeking to eliminate this extraordinarily powerful human before facing the one wielding the terrifying giant sword. Bang! The colossal tail collided with the hammer, the overwhelming force sending Lei Ian reeling. In the wake of this, the realm beast hastily channeled vast amounts of world power, rapidly conjuring a world barrier above itself to shield against the impending assault of the colossal sword. Clang! when the giant sword struck the world barrier. The sheer force of the attack nearly shattered the realm beast's protective shield. Although it thwarted the sword's advance, the slaying sword edge, undeterred, cleaved through the realm beast's flesh. Its scales were effortlessly sliced apart, revealing deep gashes as the lethal sword energy penetrated its body, voraciously eroding its corporeal form. However, the excruciating agony ignited the realm beast's wrath, compelling it to ignite its bloodline and forcibly elevate its realm, intent on annihilating the two humans who had dared to wound it. Chapter 793. The Conspiracy of Shura Qingshu and Shura Tsongfeng. Yet, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong would not grant it an opportunity. The moment the realm beast's world barrier shattered, both swiftly unleashed their most potent immortal sacred techniques. In that instant, the hammer and sword, imbued with boundless terrifying power, obliterated the realm beast's world barrier and struck directly at its corporeal form. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, shaking the very ground beneath them as Lei Daoqiong's hammer, infused with the force of the immortal sacred technique, smashed through the realm beast's skull. Simultaneously, Lei Xianping's giant sword plunged deep into the realm beast's body, the devastating slaying sword energy wreaking havoc upon its flesh and shattering the world within. Such harrowing attacks, no matter how strong the realm beast, proved insurmountable. After being tainted by the slaying sword energy, the realm beast's soul could no longer withstand Lei Daoqiong's onslaught, shattering under the weight of her boundless power. Thus, after several hours of perilous confrontation, the fierce clash with the realm beast reached its conclusion. With the beast's demise, Lei Daoqiong and Lei Xianping withdrew the avatar of perfected great Tao essence, standing atop the realm beast's carcass, breathing heavily with a hint of urgency. Initially, I presumed that the realm beast bore no distinction from ordinary colossal creatures. But today's battle unveiled that its lineage and innate talents are likely comparable to those of the ancient divine beasts, a revelation that left Lei Xianping rather astonished as he contemplated. It is no wonder that the realm beast has gradually advanced to the threshold of a half-step dominator. With such a formidable and terrifying lineage, should it not be able to directly cultivate to that level, it would indeed be a colossal waste of potential. Beside him, Lei Daoqiong collapsed upon the back of the realm beast, her voice weak and feeble. "Brother, I am hungry." Observing her, Lei Xianping could not help but smile faintly. He understood his sister all too well. In the face of such a fierce battle, it was only natural for her to hold nothing back. And her exhaustion was a normal consequence. With their levels of cultivation and strength, recovery would come swiftly. It was evident that Lei Daoqiong yearned for the flesh of the realm beast. Given the beast's exceptional aptitude and bloodline, its meat must be delectable, even stirring a hint of desire within Lei Xianping. "Wait a moment, brother, I shall roast you some realm beast meat." Meanwhile, in the enigmatic forest, Yi Xiao and his companions encountered a peak 9th-tier immortal star master realm beast. This creature engaged all four of them simultaneously, yet remained undaunted, showcasing truly terrifying defensive and combat prowess. However, Yi Xiao and his companions did not unleash their full strength. As disciples of the Lei Daoqiong, how could they possibly struggle against a mere realm beast? Prior to this encounter, they had already vanquished several high-tier realm beasts. At this moment, they were merely utilizing this beast to hone their immortal sacred techniques, refine their skills, and comprehend the power of the ultimate path, seeking that fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. 10 years swiftly elapsed. In the outer realm, within the domain of the destructive Shura Emperor clan, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu emerged from their seclusion after refining the energy from the previously roasted realm beast meat. During this period of introspection, Shura Tsongfeng completely eradicated the lingering soul-devouring ultimate path power from his brow, healed his injuries, and, aided by the treasured resources bestowed by the imperial ancestor Lei Daoqiong, restored himself to his original strength, even hinting at the possibility of breaking through to the peak of the half-step dominator realm. At this moment, Shura Tsongfeng found himself in the cultivation abode of Shura Qingwu, deliberating on how to fulfill the task assigned by the imperial ancestor, to persuade all the formidable beings of the destructive Shura Emperor clan to willingly follow the temporal sovereign and the entire ultimate path imperial clan. The Lei family, Emperor Qingwu. I have been away from the destructive Shura Emperor clan for too long, and am rather unfamiliar with some of the current emperor-level experts within the clan. Do you have any suggestions? Shura Tsongfeng inquired. His memories of the destructive Shura Emperor clan dated back 36,500 epochs, an eternity that rendered him forgetful of many pertinent matters concerning the Shura clan, especially in his current state of residual consciousness. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu pondered, gazing at Shura Tsongfeng, and asked, "As the elder brother of Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai, they should still heed your words, correct?" Shura Tsongfeng, unsure of Qingwu's intent, considered for a moment before nodding. As the elder brother, he shared a strong bond with Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Songhai, who would almost invariably follow his lead, a fact he held with confidence. Seeing Shura Tsongfeng's affirmation, Shura Qingwu continued, "In that case, you shall manage Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Songhai. Once you have them in line, you will have secured 1/3 of the emperor-level experts of the entire destructive Shura Emperor clan." Instantly, Shura Tsongfeng grasped his meaning. After all, Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Songhai currently held considerable sway within the destructive Shura Emperor clan, both being formidable individuals on the brink of breaking through to the peak of the half-step dominator realm. "I understand. I will take care of my two brothers. But what of the other emperor-level experts, especially the 4 at the peak of the half-step dominator realm, including Shura Qingyu? Convincing them to willingly follow the imperial ancestor and the Lei family of the ultimate path will surely prove challenging," Shura Tsongfeng remarked, his brow furrowed and his tone heavy with concern. In response, Shura Qingwu smiled faintly. "Those old fellows are indeed troublesome, but once one reaches our level, one should comprehend what is truly precious to us." Upon hearing this, Shura Tsongfeng's pupils constricted, and he spoke solemnly. "The true ultimate path technique. You do not mean to bestow upon them the techniques granted to you by the imperial ancestor, do you?" Looking at Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Qingwu shook his head. "Those are the ultimate path techniques bestowed upon me by the imperial ancestor. How could I possibly give them away? All we need to do is convey a message to them, or rather, inadvertently showcase the ultimate path techniques we have been cultivating. As long as they still aspire to break through to the dominator realm, the imperial ancestor will be their beacon of hope. We can leverage this to encourage their allegiance to the imperial ancestor. Once they truly witness the might of the imperial ancestor, they will surely follow willingly. At that point, our task will be complete." Though Shura Qingwu's explanation sounded simple, the execution was fraught with complexity. They could neither expose their allegiance to the temporal sovereign nor compel the emperor-level experts of the destructive Shura Emperor clan to follow him. To ensure that all emperor-level experts of the destructive Shura Emperor clan willingly aligned themselves with the temporal sovereign and the Lei family of the ultimate path, they must provide them with hope and reveal that the temporal sovereign and the Lei family possessed what they most desired. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, the only path for the formidable beings of the destructive Shura Emperor clan was to willingly follow and voluntarily submit in order to attain their most coveted desires. Whether this mission could be accomplished hinged upon the strategies devised by Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng, their actions ultimately determining the fate of the entire destructive Shura Emperor clan. Chapter 794. The Predicament of the Destructive Shura Emperor Clan. As Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng concluded their discussions and solidified their respective tasks, Shura Tsongfeng returned to his cultivation abode, intent on breaking through to the peak of the half-step dominator realm in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, Shura Qingwu had his own mission, to seek out other emperor-level experts within the destructive Shura Emperor clan for a drink. In the courtyard atop Shura Qingyu's mountain, Shura Qingwu and Shura Qingyu sat across from one another, a jar of wine placed upon the table before them. "Emperor Qingwu, where did you procure this premium ultimate path emperor wine?" Shura Qingyu exclaimed, gazing at the jar with evident envy. "Haha, merely a fortuitous coincidence. I specifically brought it to share with you, Emperor Qingyu." Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, Shura Qingyu burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, you, Shura Qingwu, the miserly old coot, are now willing to treat me to this premium ultimate path emperor wine. What is the occasion?" In response, Shura Qingwu's expression darkened slightly as he shot Shura Qingyu an annoyed glance. "What? Am I not allowed to seek you out for a drink if I have no other business?" With some reluctance, Shura Qingwu opened the jar of wine, a gift from the imperial ancestor, which he had yet to savor, and now he was about to share it with this old fellow, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Observing Shura Qingwu pour the wine with utmost care, as if fearing to waste even a single drop, the intoxicating aroma of the premium ultimate path emperor wine stirred Shura Qingyu's appetite, prompting him to respond with a grin. "Who are we to each other? The fact that you can bring this premium ultimate path emperor wine to share with me means you can count on me for anything in the future. Even if it involves tackling a peak half-step dominator realm beast, it would be a trivial matter." After pouring the wine, Shura Qingwu let out a slow sigh. "Alas, given our current level of cultivation, even the essence of a boundary beast at the pinnacle of the half-step dominion realm merely serves to enhance our ultimate power. The prospect of breaking through to the dominion realm seems utterly hopeless." Upon finishing his words, Shura Qingwu raised his goblet and drained its contents in one swift motion, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of worry and resignation. Observing this, Shura Qingyu also lifted his cup and savored a sip. The rich flavor of the premium imperial wine was immensely gratifying. However, Witnessing the concern and helplessness etched on Shura Qingwu's face stirred his own reflections. Indeed, breaking through to the Dominion realm is exceptionally challenging. Our demised Shura imperial clan suffers from a lack of ultimate cultivation techniques and methods to harness the ultimate essence. Thus, we can only content ourselves with a modest existence, living leisurely days. After expressing this, Shura Qingyu also downed his drink. His gaze towards the premium imperial wine now tinged with desire rather than a fervent hope for breaking through to the Dominion realm. Refilling his goblet with the exquisite imperial wine, Shura Qingwu casually remarked, "Now that a true ultimate imperial clan has arrived beside us. And with the formidable strength of the Time-Space Emperor, if only the Time-Space Emperor could bestow upon us an ultimate cultivation technique, I would willingly follow him for eternity." Shura Qingyu, while sipping his wine, couldn't help but respond to Shura Qingwu's words. Alas, what a powerful figure the Time-Space Emperor is. How could he possibly accept strong followers so readily? Moreover, you have witnessed the prowess of the ultimate imperial clan, the Lei family. They are not a force the demised Shura imperial clan can hope to rival. Most importantly, ultimate cultivation techniques are exceedingly precious. Even the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family may not be inclined to grant us such a gift. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu sighed once more. Alas, such an opportunity lies before us, yet we can only lament our circumstances. Listening to Shura Qingwu's lamentation, Shura Qingyu felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. If only we could break through to the Dominion realm and cultivate the ultimate techniques. Even if it meant our entire demised Shura imperial clan willingly pledged allegiance to the Time-Space Emperor, it could transform our fate entirely. Regrettably, we know little of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family, not to mention that they are foreign forces. If we were to follow them recklessly, it could spell disaster for our clan. With this, Shura Qingyu downed the wine in his cup. Listening to Shura Qingyu's insights, Shura Qingwu recognized the validity of his concerns and understood the source of their anxiety. You are correct. We truly lack understanding of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family. However, based on the previous occasion when the Time-Space Emperor treated us to roasted boundary beast meat, it seems that the powerful figures of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family are rather amicable and easy to associate with. If we could align ourselves with an ultimate imperial clan, it would significantly elevate the status of our demised Shura imperial clan within the entire ultimate imperial realm. Besides, we face formidable foes, such as the Soul-Eater Ghostfang imperial clan, which pose a significant threat to us. After finishing his thoughts, Shura Qingwu took a sip of his drink, casting a glance at Shura Qingyu to gauge his reaction. At that moment, Shura Qingyu furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. After consuming 3 more cups of wine, Shura Qingyu sighed again. Alas, if our demised Shura imperial clan had the backing of an ultimate imperial clan, we would have no fear of the Soul-Eater Ghostfang imperial clan's threats. Unfortunately, we lack a genuine emperor to unify the thoughts of our over 100 imperial sovereigns. This indeed presents a challenge for the demised Shura imperial clan. Although there are 5 ancestors at the pinnacle of the half-step Dominion realm, their opinions are not aligned. And between a few ancestors, there exists some conflicts, an unavoidable contention among quasi-ultimate imperial clans. After conversing with Shura Qingyu for quite some time, Shura Qingwu intentionally broached the subject of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family, even alluding to Shurat Songfeng, speculating that Shurat Songfeng had received considerable benefits from the Time-Space Emperor. Until Shurat Songfeng exhibits his prowess, Shura Qingyu remained skeptical. Consequently, after both had finished a jar of premium ultimate imperial wine, Shura Qingwu took his leave. Could it be that Shurat Songfeng has indeed acquired substantial resources from the Time-Space Emperor? Has he secretly aligned himself with the Time-Space Emperor? Although Shura Qingyu harbored doubts, he could not dismiss the need for speculation. As Shura Qingwu, feeling a sense of urgency, treated all the powerful imperial sovereigns of the demised Shura imperial clan to a jar of premium ultimate imperial wine, he disseminated the information, leaving the next steps to Shurat Songfeng. As time gradually passed, over a century had swiftly elapsed. For those at the half-step Dominion realm, a century is but a fleeting moment. Their usual periods of seclusion span millions of years. Should they harbor hopes of breaking through, they might seclude themselves for an era or even several epochs. However, Shurat Songfeng already possessed an accumulation of tens of thousands of epochs. And with the abundant resources provided by Lei Daoqiong, the time required for him to break through to the pinnacle of the half-step Dominion realm would be significantly shortened. Chapter 795. The shock of the powerful beings of the demised Shura imperial clan. In the blink of an eye, another decade had passed, coupled with the preceding century. The tranquility within the demised Shura imperial clan persisted. The ultimate imperial clan, the Lei family, had completed all their endeavors within the thunder swamp of 10,000 beasts. While the Lei family's cave dwellings and residential courtyards were numerous, the number of clan members who had come along was merely over 10,000, a rather meager figure. Furthermore, many areas within the Thunder Swamp were exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of Lei family disciples. Even the elder sovereigns at the half-step Dominion realm could find boundary beasts to hone their skills. The entire Thunder Swamp proved to be an extraordinary sanctuary for cultivation for the Lei family. On this day, Shura Qingwu was preparing to seek out Shura Qingyu and other sovereigns for a drink. He sensed that the subtle reminders over the past century had begun to sway the thoughts of the other 4 half-step Dominion realm sovereigns within the demised Shura imperial clan. They all yearned to break through to the Dominion realm and strengthen their clan. Yet the limitations imposed by the ultimate techniques rendered their advancement stagnant, a source of frustration for the entire demised Shura imperial clan. At that moment, an exceptionally potent and terrifying aura of destruction suddenly erupted within the demised Shura imperial clan. Shura Qingwu glanced towards the direction of Shura Tsongfeng's cultivation cave, a smile finally gracing his features. He has finally broken through. Now, all that remained was to stoke the flames further. The aura of Shura Tsongfeng's breakthrough instantly roused all the powerful sovereigns of the demised Shura imperial clan. With nearly all half-step Dominion realm sovereigns emerging from their respective cultivation caves, converging at the periphery of Shura Tsongfeng's cultivation abode. Wasn't Shura Tsongfeng severely injured before? How could he have broken through to the pinnacle of the half-step Dominion realm so swiftly? Many sovereigns of the demised Shura imperial clan were perplexed. Upon Shura Tsongfeng's return, they had witnessed firsthand his weakened state, barely holding on to a fraction of his strength, with the grievous wound piercing his brow that had left them shaken. How could one recover from such injuries in just over a century, and to directly ascend to the pinnacle of the half-step Dominion realm? The peculiar and extraordinary circumstances left the sovereigns of the demised Shura imperial clan in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. Could Shura Tsongfeng truly have healed so rapidly and broken through to the pinnacle of the half-step Dominion realm? Had he indeed received the Time-Space Emperor's favor? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of nearly all the formidable Emperor-level experts from the Annihilation Azura imperial clan subtly shifted. Yet, their gazes remained fixed upon the cultivation cave of Azura Tsongfeng, as if they sought the answers they desired from him. At that moment, the figure of Azura Tsongfeng gradually materialized above his cave, still seated in midair, his eyes tightly shut, emanating a powerful aura and oppressive presence characteristic of a peak half-step sovereign. Observing Azura Tsongfeng in this state, his striking demeanor stood in stark contrast to his earlier frailty upon his return. At last, my elder brother has broken through to the peak of half-step sovereign. 36,500 years of waiting have not been in vain, exclaimed Azura Tsongyuan joyfully. Indeed, my brother has endured immense hardship in search of a breakthrough. He ventured alone from the extreme Dao Emperor realm into the boundless imperial ruins to seek opportunities, only to be ambushed by the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth imperial clan, sustaining grievous injuries that left him with but a remnant soul. Fortunately, he was rescued by the Time and Space Emperor. Otherwise, my brother would never have returned, and we might never have witnessed his current splendor. Azura Tsonghai also expressed his happiness for Azura Tsongfeng, reflecting the purity of their brotherly bond. Simultaneously, other Emperor-level experts of the Annihilation Azura imperial clan began to engage in astonished discussions. While Azura Tsongfeng's breakthrough to the peak of half-step sovereign was not unexpected, the fact that he managed to recover from severe injuries and ascend in merely 100 years was truly unfathomable. Indeed, Azura Tsongfeng must have acquired an exceedingly rare treasure, perhaps even related to the Time and Space Emperor. Upon mentioning the Time and Space Emperor, many Emperor-level experts involuntarily altered their expressions, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. If this truly involved the Time and Space Emperor, then the relationship between Azura Tsongfeng and the Time and Space Emperor must be extraordinary. Currently, Azura Tsongfeng had become the 6th peak half-step sovereign among the Annihilation Azura imperial clan, and some of his proposals might carry exceptional significance for our clan. Azura Qingwu intentionally hinted at this. Over the past century, he had subtly revealed the connection between the Time and Space Emperor and Azura Tsongfeng, aiming to incite speculation among all Emperor-level experts of the Annihilation Azura imperial clan. It now appeared that Azura Tsongfeng had not only recovered, but had also achieved a breakthrough to the peak of half-step sovereign, suggesting the immense and precious resources bestowed by the Time and Space Emperor. After all, to heal Azura Tsongfeng's injuries and eradicate the lingering powers of the soul-devouring extreme Dao, even a supreme-grade quasi-extreme Dao imperial medicine might not suffice for such rapid recovery and ascension. The treasures capable of restoring Azura Tsongfeng's injuries in such a short time must be exceedingly precious, perhaps even non-existent within the Annihilation Azura imperial clan itself. This highlights the extraordinary nature of the Time and Space Emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family. If indeed aligned with the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family, it would not be a misfortune for the Annihilation Azura imperial clan, but rather an opportunity. The extreme Dao Emperor realm may seem tranquil, yet it conceals boundless dangers. Apart from the treasures within the domains of various quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, the remaining unclaimed territories or those shrouded in extreme Dao rules are rife with resources and treasures that need to be contested by the emperor-level experts of major quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. Moreover, despite the facade of peace among the quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, deep-seated grudges abound, with some engaged in perpetual warfare. The number of opposing quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans against the Annihilation Azura imperial clan is not insignificant. After all, the warriors of the Annihilation Azura imperial clan are naturally combative, having instigated numerous wars within the extreme Dao emperor realm, incurring the wrath of various quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. Of course, many of these conflicts arose from provocations by other quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans against the Annihilation Azura imperial clan. As for the incident involving the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial Clan's experts injuring Azura Tsongfeng, while the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan was enraged, they did not directly declare war on the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial Clan, as it was backed by a legitimate extreme Dao Imperial Clan, the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan. With the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan supporting the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial Clan, even the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan dared not recklessly engage in battle. However, if they too had the backing of a legitimate extreme Dao imperial clan, the Annihilation Azura imperial clan would not shy away from confronting the threats posed by the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth imperial clan, even daring to make them pay a price. As the discussions gradually subsided, Azura Tsongfeng's aura stabilized, and he began to circulate his cultivation method to consolidate his realm. When Azura Tsongfeng activated his technique, fortifying his realm, Azura Qingwu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the aura of extreme Dao techniques?" Azura Tsongfeng is not cultivating his original superior quasi-extreme Dao technique. It seems he has truly acquired an authentic extreme Dao technique. Upon hearing this, the pupils of all the emperor-level experts from the Annihilation Azura imperial clan constricted, their expressions turning grave as they began to sense carefully. Although they had not practiced extreme Dao techniques themselves, they were well acquainted with the aura of superior quasi-extreme Dao techniques. Any aura that clearly exceeded that of superior quasi-extreme Dao techniques could only belong to extreme Dao techniques. Indeed, it is an extreme Dao technique. How could Azura Tsongfeng possibly cultivate one? Could it truly be a gift from the Time and Space Emperor, bestowing such a precious extreme Dao technique to Azura Tsongfeng? The Time and Space Emperor is indeed extraordinary. In an instant, all the Emperor-level experts present were overwhelmed with astonishment, their gazes filled with envy. Chapter 796. The Killing Intent of the Demon Devourer. Not long after witnessing Azura Tsongfeng's breakthrough, many Emperor-level experts from the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan began to depart, returning to their own cultivation caves. Even though thoughts of following the Time and Space Emperor had entered their minds, they refrained from voicing them until a unified opinion was proposed by a strong figure among the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan. After all, aligning with an extreme Dao Imperial Clan pertained to the fate of the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan, and no Emperor-level expert dared to be the first to put forth such a suggestion. Once most of the Emperor-level experts had departed, Azura Qingyu sighed. Alas, although our Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan is powerful, we lack a true leader to unify the entire clan. Without a consensus, the future of our Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan will be challenging to advance. With that, Azura Qingyu also took his leave, leaving behind only a few peak half-step sovereigns and Azura Tsonghai among others. As for the position of the Azura Emperor, given the current state of the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan, none possessed the qualifications to become the Azura Emperor unless someone could break through to the true sovereign realm, becoming the unparalleled Azura Emperor capable of unifying the entire Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan with absolute authority. Azura Qingwu cast his gaze toward the speaking Emperor-level expert, who was named Azura Zhongguang, also a peak half-step sovereign within the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan. Once, Azura Zhongguang had been a figure of unmatched power and extraordinary talent, being the first to break through to the peak of half-step sovereign in the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan, nearly becoming the sole Azura Emperor of the clan. Regrettably, after enduring a prolonged battle among quasi-extreme Dao Emperors, two more experts from the Annihilation Azura Imperial Clan had subsequently broken through to the peak of half-step sovereign. Since then, The Annihilation Azura Imperial clan had grown increasingly stronger and larger, with more half-step sovereign experts emerging, yet the unification of the entire clan had become increasingly difficult. After Azura Zhangguang departed, the remaining two peak half-step sovereign experts took one last glance at Azura Tsongfeng before slowly leaving the premises. In the present era, the demonic Shura Imperial clan boasts 6 formidable peak emperor lords on the verge of the Dominator realm. Among them, aside from Shura Zhanhuang and Shura Qingyu, 2 other emperor lords harbor aspirations of ascending to the position of Shura Emperor. Shura Qianxiang is fiercely combative, refusing to submit to anyone, while Shura Xuanji, a master of strategy, possesses a profound scheming mind, making him a formidable adversary as well. Achieving unity among them to collectively follow the temporal sovereign and the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei clan, is no simple endeavor. Shura Qingwu sighed, fully aware of the complexities surrounding the demonic Shura imperial clan. As he gazed at Shura Tsongfeng, a thought crossed his mind. Must one truly break through to the Dominator realm and become the Shura Emperor to unify the entire demonic Shura imperial clan? If it were that easy to ascend to the Dominator realm, then why would he and Shura Tsongfeng go to such lengths to persuade the entire demonic Shura imperial clan to willingly align themselves with the temporal sovereign and the extreme path imperial clan? The Lei clan? The arduous task of comprehending and mastering the essence of the extreme path cannot be wholly compensated by a single extreme path technique. Innate talent and resources of extreme path treasures are equally crucial. In the ensuing years, as Shura Tsongfeng firmly established his realm, the demonic Shura imperial clan held a grand banquet. This event even extended an invitation to the temporal sovereign, but as Lei Daoqiong was in seclusion, Elder Lei Hongyang and Lei Su attended on behalf of the Lei clan. During the banquet, Lei Su openly displayed the unique aura of an emperor, astonishing all the emperor lords of the demonic Shura imperial clan, who had not anticipated that the extreme path imperial clan, apart from the temporal sovereign, housed another emperor-level powerhouse. This revelation equally surprised Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng, who were previously unaware of this fact. However, the stronger the Lei clan's power, the greater the benefits for the demonic Shura imperial clan in following both the temporal sovereign and the Lei clan. The appearance of Lei Su filled Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu with excitement and joy, leading them to consume considerable quantities of quasi-extreme path imperial wine at the banquet. Had it not been for Lei Su's reminders, they might have inadvertently spoken truths under the influence of alcohol, revealing their allegiance to the temporal sovereign. After the banquet concluded, the demonic Shura imperial clan returned to its usual state of affairs. It was not until the news of Shura Tsongfeng's survival and return to the extreme path imperial realm reached the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan that the tranquility of the demonic Shura imperial clan was irrevocably shattered. Within the domain of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan, in a dim underground chamber, a figure cloaked in eerie green mist floated, lacking legs and instead possessing a tail resembling that of a fish. Its skeletal body, akin to a ghoul, was adorned with sharp claws, a massive head, deep green eyes, a flat nose, pointed ears, and a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, exuding an aura of grotesqueness and malevolence. What did you say? Shura Tsongfeng has returned alive to the extreme path imperial realm and has even ascended to the peak of the half-step Dominator realm? The voice was frail, infused with shock, resentment, and a palpable killing intent. It belonged to Shimo, a powerhouse of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan who had ambushed Shura Tsongfeng. Indeed, the current Shura Tsongfeng shines brightly, having become the 6th ancestral emperor lord of the demonic Shura imperial clan. And you, Shimo, a peak powerhouse of the half-step Dominator realm, must endure the torment inflicted by the demonic imperial seal. Did you not assert that Shura Tsongfeng was assuredly dead? Now he not only returns, but has also experienced a significant breakthrough in his realm. How do you intend to address this matter? A member of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan spoke with a tone that was somewhat cold, casting a glance at Shimo, whose eyes glimmered with schadenfreude, yet awaited his decision. Shimo's eyes trembled, bloodshot with unbridled killing intent. He had endured the torment of the demonic imperial seal for tens of thousands of epochs, suppressing its influence for just as long. The presence of the demonic imperial seal limited him to exerting only the power of a late half-step dominator, fueling his hatred for Shura Tsongfeng and his intense animosity towards the entire demonic Shura imperial clan. Now that Shura Tsongfeng has returned alive, despair washed over him anew, compelling him to obliterate the demonic Shura imperial clan entirely. Issue my imperial decree. Assemble all emperor lords of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan and the 9 immortal soul-devouring legions to directly assault the domain of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Furthermore, relay this information to the Shadow Ghost imperial clan. They will undoubtedly be intrigued by the quasi-extreme path imperial souls of the over 100 Emperor Lords within the demonic Shura Imperial clan. With the support of Emperor-level powerhouses from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan, the annihilation of the demonic Shura Imperial clan shall be assured. The killing intent in Shimo's gaze had become palpable, distorting the very space within the underground training chamber. Chapter 797. The Assault of the Soul-Devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial Clan. In a matter of mere days, the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial clan had assembled nearly 100 Emperor Lords and over 100 billion warriors composed of Immortal Star Lord Realm powerhouses, forming the 9 immortal soul-devouring legions. The aura of brutality and war emanating from these 9 legions coalesced into ominous black clouds that darkened much of the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial clan's domain, creating an atmosphere of dread and terror. Are we all prepared? Shimo stood respectfully behind a shadowy figure, his tone imbued with deference. I report to you, Your Excellency the Nether Emperor, that our forces from the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial clan are fully assembled. We await your command to activate the quasi-extreme path transmission Imperial Array and directly reach the borders of the demonic Shura Imperial clan's domain to commence our assault. At that moment, for peak half-step Dominator Realm powerhouses of the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial clan appeared behind Shimo, ready to activate the quasi-extreme path transmission Imperial Array at a moment's notice. The Nether Emperor nodded in approval. Excellent. Although the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan is not leading a grand army against the demonic Shura Imperial clan, we have brought over 50 half-step Dominator Realm Emperor Lords, including 4 peak powerhouses and 10 late-stage half-step Dominators, with the remainder being mid-stage half-step Dominators. Together with your nearly 100 Emperor Lords and the 9 immortal soul-devouring legions, we should be more than capable of dealing with the demonic Shura Imperial clan. As he spoke, the Nether Emperor suddenly furrowed his brow, his tone becoming grave. By the way, there have been recent rumors that the Lei 10,000 Beast Forest, not far from the demonic Shura Imperial clan, seems to have been occupied by a force suspected to belong to an extreme path Imperial clan. Is there any truth to this rumor? Is there any connection between the demonic Shura Imperial clan and this suspected extreme path Imperial clan? Upon hearing this, Shimo promptly replied, I report to you, Your Excellency the Nether Emperor, that this rumor is indeed true. However, our investigations by the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth Imperial clan have revealed no substantial interaction between the demonic Shura Imperial clan and this unfamiliar extreme path Imperial clan. They are likely not in allegiance with them. Likely? The Nether Emperor's voice turned icy. If your intelligence is flawed, this conflict could escalate beyond a mere quasi-extreme path war, becoming a genuine extreme path war, and the stakes involved, I trust you comprehend fully. Yes, my subordinate understands. Shimo responded anxiously. Given the pride of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, they would not so quickly submit to an unknown extreme path Imperial clan. Rest assured, Your Excellency the Nether Emperor. Despite Shimo's assurances, the Nether Emperor remained unsettled, covertly assigning 2 Emperor Lords from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan to investigate the unfamiliar extreme path Imperial clan and ascertain their connection with the demonic Shura Imperial clan. Should circumstances shift, he would be prepared to seek assistance from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan with utmost urgency. After all was prepared, the sovereign of the underworld finally informed the Soul Eater that a full-scale assault to annihilate the demonic Shura Imperial clan could commence, thus initiating the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial War. Upon receiving the command from the sovereign of the underworld, a flicker of excitement finally graced the countenance of Soul Eater, his eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent, prompting the strong of the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan to activate the quasi-extreme Dao teleportation formation. Meanwhile, within the domain of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, the current state of affairs remained unbeknownst to them. They were entirely unaware that the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan had gathered formidable forces and an army, even allying with the powerful of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan, all advancing towards their domain through the quasi-extreme Dao teleportation formation. Inside the training cavern of Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Qingwu wore a look of helplessness. He had done everything within his power, even sacrificing hundreds of jars of quasi-extreme Dao Imperial wine. Yet, given the current state of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, achieving a unified consensus to follow the time-space sovereign and the extreme Dao clan, the Lei clan, seemed nearly impossible. Qingwu sovereign, if the demonic Shura Imperial clan can only have one Shura emperor, would you be willing to support me? Or would you consider becoming the sole Shura emperor of the demonic Shura Imperial clan? Shura Tsongfeng queried solemnly. Faced with their present circumstances, the demonic Shura Imperial clan needed to enact change. Otherwise, they would remain stagnant, unable to fulfill the task entrusted to them by the time-space sovereign. Shura Qingwu contemplated deeply upon hearing these words. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head. With my talents and disposition, I am ill-suited to lead the entirety of the demonic Shura imperial clan, nor do I wish to become any Shura emperor. At this juncture, Shura Qingwu turned to Shura Tsongfeng and earnestly remarked, with your talents and prestige within the clan, along with the extreme Dao techniques, you indeed have the potential to become the first Shura emperor of our demonic Shura imperial clan. Should you harbor such aspirations, I would wholeheartedly support you. Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, Shura Tsongfeng's expression turned serious. Very well, since that is the case, let us fight for the future of the entire demonic Shura imperial clan. If we succeed, perhaps our clan can indeed become a true extreme Dao imperial clan. Just as the two deliberated, outside the domain of the demonic Shura imperial clan, the fabric of space was torn asunder, unleashing a dense aura of darkness that surged forth from the rift. In an instant, the sky above the demonic Shura imperial clan was shrouded in ominous clouds. This sudden occurrence was swiftly detected by the powerful sovereigns of the demonic Shura clan. What is happening? This is the aura of the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan. Their intentions are malevolent. It may well be an enemy assault. They immediately fortified the domain's barrier to its maximum capacity and summoned all half-step sovereign realm warriors within the clan to rally the undying demonic Shura legion at once to meet the impending threat. The voice of Shura Zhangguang reverberated throughout the demonic Shura imperial clan, his commanding presence and martial spirit resonating with the authority of a true Shura emperor. Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu exchanged glances, acutely aware of their own disparities. With little time for deliberation, they sent a message to the time-space sovereign, requesting covert assistance, before instantly teleporting towards the direction of the incoming Soul Eater Ghostfang clan assault. At the southern edge of the demonic Shura imperial clan's domain, 9 colossal spatial rifts emanated a terrifying aura of darkness. Massive undying Soul Eater legions surged forth from these rifts like a tide of skeletal demons, continuously amassing outside the domain of the demonic Shura imperial clan, swiftly claiming vast expanses of space and territory. Simultaneously, from the 9 spatial rifts, half-step sovereign realm warriors of the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan emerged, their towering forms radiating an overwhelming imperial might, distorting the very fabric of space and relentlessly pressing against the barrier of the demonic Shura imperial clan's domain. Chapter 798. The plea for aid from the demonic Shura imperial clan. As the number of Soul Eater Ghostfang warriors increased, half-step sovereign realm warriors of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan also gradually emerged from the spatial rifts. Even the sovereigns of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan have arrived. It appears the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan has come thoroughly prepared, likely intent on the annihilation of our demonic Shura imperial clan. Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's words, the gathered sovereigns of the demonic Shura imperial clan exchanged solemn glances. A single Soul Eater Ghostfang clan could pose no threat to them. But with the addition of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan, facing a true extreme Dao imperial clan, the demonic Shura imperial clan would be utterly outmatched. If the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan, alongside the Shadow Phantom imperial clan, attacks us, we may not stand a chance. Should we seek aid from the time-space sovereign? Shura Qingwu suggested, turning his gaze towards Shura Zhangguang and several other peak half-step sovereign realm warriors. At this point, Shura Tsongfeng also spoke. In this moment of life and death, we must unify our opinions. Given my relationship with the time-space sovereign, we may be able to secure the support of the extreme Dao clan, the Lei clan. The other sovereigns of the demonic Shura imperial clan remained tactfully silent, directing their attention towards Shura Zhangguang and the others. If the opinions of the few sovereign ancestors diverged, then their own perspectives would hold little significance. Naturally, given the current dire circumstances, seeking aid from the time-space sovereign was indeed the wisest course of action, at least to navigate the immediate crisis. Shura Zhangguang gazed at the ever-increasing number of sovereign warriors gathering outside for the continuation of the demonic Shura imperial clan. He had no choice but to set aside his pride and solemnly declared, "We may indeed request aid from the time-space sovereign. As long as we can preserve the demonic Shura imperial clan, I have no objections." The others, including Shura Qingyu and Shura Xuanji, exchanged surprised glances at Shura Zhangguang. They had not anticipated that he would set aside his pride to agree to seek aid from the time-space sovereign. Such a shift was indeed unexpected for the sovereigns of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Previously, Shura Zhangguang would have fought to the bitter end, but now, the cost of clashing with the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan could very well lead to the utter destruction of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Such a consequence was one they could not afford to bear. With Shura Zhangguang's acquiescence, Shura Qianxiang and the others naturally refrained from voicing opposition. In light of this, Shura Tsongfeng once again retrieved the communication imperial decree, formally requesting aid from the time-space sovereign, this time as a public plea for assistance. Within the domain of the extreme Dao clan, as the forces of the Soul Eater Ghostfang clan amassed at the southern edge of the demonic Shura imperial clan, Lei Su and the other sovereigns sensed the disturbance. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong had also emerged from seclusion and was aware of the precarious situation facing the demonic Shura imperial clan. The Soul Eater Ghostfang clan, it was said, had the Shadow Phantom imperial clan backing them, a genuine extreme Dao imperial clan. I wonder how powerful their sovereign is. Lei Daoqiong found himself intrigued by the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. If he could slay a sovereign and annihilate an extreme Dao imperial clan, who knows how many rewards he might earn from the system. That was what truly piqued Lei Daoqiong's interest. Since the demonic Shura imperial clan had formally requested support, he could not remain indifferent. Shura Tsongfeng had reached out to him twice for assistance, once covertly and once openly. In truth, Lei Daoqiong had intended to dispatch 2 sovereign realm guards to provide discreet support to the demonic Shura imperial clan. However, now that Shura Tsongfeng represented the entire demonic Shura imperial clan in seeking aid, he decided that in addition to the 2 sovereign realm guards, the elders of the Lei clan could also participate in the impending life and death battle between the 2 quasi-extreme Dao clans. The life and death battle against the half-step sovereign realm experts from the soul-eating Fang Demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan serves as an exceptional training opportunity for the elders of the Lei family. Regarding the safety of the esteemed elders of the Lei family, they are well protected by a set of quasi-extreme Dao imperial artifacts, peak half-step sovereign realm imperial guards, and even sovereign realm imperial guards, ensuring their security is significantly bolstered. Were it not for the overwhelming number of indomitable Star Master Realm warriors from the 2 imperial clans, Lei Daoqiong might have even considered deploying over 10,000 Lei family disciples to partake in this quasi-extreme Dao imperial battle. However, recognizing the unpredictable dangers associated with this quasi-extreme Dao imperial conflict, Lei Daoqiong prudently opted against taking such risks, deciding instead that it would be beneficial for them to train within the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beast Forest. Lei Su, relay the command to dispatch 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards to lead 200 esteemed elders and 100 peak half-step Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards from the Lei family to provide immediate support to the Destruction Shura clan. Furthermore, inform the elders of the Lei family that this is indeed a genuine quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle with no need for restraint. They may utilize the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Artifact sets and even quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Talismans, sparing no effort in eliminating the half-step Sovereign Realm experts from the Soul-Eating Fang Demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan. Understood. Responding affirmatively to the leader's command, Lei Su departed from the clan leader's grand hall to convey the orders to the Lei family elders. The 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards and 100 peak half-step Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards had already readied themselves. Once the Lei family elders were prepared, they could swiftly proceed to support the Destruction Shura clan at the edge of the barrier of the southern domain of the Destruction Shura clan. As the number of experts from the Soul-Eating Fang Demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan continued to swell, 1/3 of the 9 indomitable Soul-Eating legions had also congregated. Without any superfluous dialogue, the countless soldiers of the Soul-Eating Fang Demon clan directly launched an assault on the barrier of the Destruction Shura clan, creating considerable ripples across it. Within the domain of the Destruction Shura clan, numerous warriors from the indomitable Destruction Shura legion were gathering, with an unceasing flow of reinforcements arriving via teleportation arrays to the battlefield's periphery. Aside from the half-step Sovereign Realm Emperors, the battlefield of the indomitable Star Master Realm legions had erupted into warfare. However, shielded by the barrier, the indomitable Destruction Shura legion could strike at the countless skeletal demons of the indomitable Soul-Eating legion with negligible damage. In an instant, the numerous skeletal demons of the indomitable Soul-Eating legion resembled live targets, suffering minimal casualties under the full-on assault from the indomitable Destruction Shura legion. Witnessing this scene ignited a deeper killing intent in the eyes of the Soul Demon, who yearned to charge towards the Destruction Shura clan immediately. Yet, without the order from the Underworld Emperor, he dared not act rashly. Within the barrier, many Sovereign Realm experts from the Destruction Shura clan, upon seeing over 100 Sovereign Realm warriors from the Soul-Eating Fang Demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan appear, could not help but express their concerns. Even Shura Zhanhuang turned to Shura Tsongfeng and inquired, will the Time and Space Emperor truly dispatch experts from the extreme Dao Lei clan to provide support? Are there any conditions from the Time and Space Emperor? Noticing that nearly all Sovereign Realm warriors were looking to him, Shura Tsongfeng responded earnestly. The experts arranged for support by the Time and Space Emperor are on their way, and he has not stipulated any conditions despite our Destruction Shura clan facing the imminent threat of annihilation. Moreover, Shura Feng candidly remarked, "Everyone, as you can see, the soul-eating Fang demon clan, with the backing of the Shadow Phantom clan, can directly wage war against our destruction Shura clan. Should we not receive the support of the Time and Space Emperor and the extreme Dao Lei clan this time? It is likely that our destruction Shura clan shall indeed face obliteration. If we all manage to survive this battle, we must contemplate whether we should align ourselves with an extreme Dao Imperial clan. For the assistance provided by the Time and Space Emperor and the extreme Dao Lei clan is unparalleled by any other extreme Dao Imperial clans. Furthermore, considering that our destruction Shura clan has numerous opposing quasi-extreme Dao clans, should we face such a crisis again in the future, the Time and Space Emperor may not always be available to assist us. Everyone should reflect on this. It is time for our destruction Shura clan to enact change." Upon hearing Shura Tsongfeng's words, all the sovereign realm experts of the destruction Shura clan engaged in serious contemplation. At that moment, the Underworld Emperor also ordered a full-scale assault on the destruction Shura clan. The quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 799. The quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle erupts. Destruction Shura clan. This time, let us ensure your complete obliteration. As the words of the soul demon reverberated across the heavens, 4 half-step sovereign realm peak emperors from the soul-eating Fang demon clan instantaneously sprang into action. Their imperial bodies surged to a staggering size of 100,000 zhang. Monstrous claws tearing through space as they struck down fiercely upon the barrier of the destruction Shura clan, seemingly intent on shattering it to pieces. Fortunately, the barrier of the destruction Shura clan is a quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial formation, powered by energy from inferior extreme Dao stone veins. Thus, even the onslaught from these 4 half-step sovereign realm peak emperors could be sustained for a time. At this moment, within the domain of the destruction Shura clan, Shura Zhanhuang observed this scene with a grave demeanor, exclaiming, "We cannot allow the soul-eating Fang demon clan to breach our barrier. Otherwise, the battlefield will encompass our entire domain. We must engage the enemy." With that, Shura Zhanhuang locked onto a half-step sovereign realm peak expert from the soul-eating Fang demon clan, relinquished any restraint on his imperial form, and surged to a height of over 1,000,000 zhang. His terrifying annihilation-infused giant palm descended upon the half-step sovereign realm peak emperor of the soul-eating Fang demon clan. As Shura Zhanhuang launched his assault, Shura Qianxiang also unleashed a fierce battle intent and killing aura, targeting another half-step sovereign realm peak emperor of the soul-eating Fang demon clan. The remaining half-step sovereign realm emperors of the destruction Shura clan exhibited no hesitation, each locking onto their respective targets, abandoning any constraints on their imperial forms as they charged towards the emperors of the soul-eating Fang demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan. In an instant, the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle erupted. The clash of over 200 half-step sovereign realm emperors rent the very fabric of space outside the destruction Shura clan's domain. The cataclysmic shockwaves shattering the earth and pulverizing countless mountains. Leading the charge, Shura Zhanhuang and the sovereign realm experts of the destruction Shura clan sought to shift the battlefield of the entire quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle, preventing the emperors of the soul-eating Fang demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan from threatening their domain's barrier. Within the domain of the destruction Shura clan, only Shura Xianxia refrained from engaging in battle. He meticulously observed the entirety of the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battlefield, orchestrating the grand scheme while controlling the barrier formation of the destruction Shura clan. Utilizing the offensive capabilities of the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial formation, he crushed vast swathes of the indomitable soul-eating legion, all the while providing support to the sovereign realm experts of the destruction Shura clan. Yet, Shura Xianxia also refrained from deploying overly potent energy from the barrier formation. After all, a concentrated attack of half-step sovereign realm peak strength would consume 1% of the energy from an inferior extreme Dao stone vein, and it was uncertain whether such an attack could even strike true against the peak emperors of the soul-eating Fang demon clan and the Shadow Phantom clan. With the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle only just beginning, conserving energy from the barrier formation was paramount, as it is critical for the protection of the destruction Shura clan's domain. On the battlefield of the half-step sovereign realm emperors, Shura Zhanhuang wielded a quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial weapon, single-handedly confronting 2 half-step sovereign realm peak emperors from the soul-eating Fang demon clan without yielding an inch. Shura Qianxiang, armed with a battle spear, radiated a terrifying force of annihilation that overwhelmed 1 half-step sovereign realm peak emperor and a late half-step sovereign realm emperor of the soul-eating Fang demon clan, leaving them with no means of counterattack. The combat prowess of Shura Qingwu is equally astonishing. While he engaged the peak Emperor Zun of the Shadow Ghost Empire, who stands on the threshold of the sovereign realm, he intermittently harassed other Emperor Zun from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire, presenting a formidable threat to them. Likewise, Shura Qingyu's strength is not to be underestimated. He is capable of suppressing the peak Emperor Zun of the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire. As for Shura Tsongfeng, who has just broken through, he now feels no reservations and has donned the supreme-grade imperial weapon set bestowed upon him by the Thunder Dao. Wielding a supreme-grade imperial weapon in hand, his might surpasses even that of Shura Zhanhuang, leaving the Shadow Ghost Empire's Yumei Emperor Zun and Shimo utterly powerless to counter. Forced instead to defend themselves desperately, the strength of the other Emperor Zun from the Destruction Shura Empire is formidable, nearly capable of overpowering the Emperor Zun from both the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire and the Shadow Ghost Empire. After all, the power of destruction is inherently potent, even qualifying as a quasi-supreme power. It is only natural that the Emperor Zun of the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire and the Shadow Ghost Empire, proficient in ambush tactics, would struggle in direct confrontation against the Emperor Zun of the Destruction Shura Empire. Although they are being pressed, the Emperor Zun of the Destruction Shura Empire cannot eliminate them in the short term. Once the nearly 100 half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire, along with over 50 from the Shadow Ghost Empire, arrive, the Destruction Shura Empire's defeat is inevitable. Even if the 6-peak half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun from the Destruction Shura Empire can engage 2 or even multiple foes, the other Emperor Zun from their ranks will undoubtedly perish under the ambushes of the Emperor Zun from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost Empires. Should enough of the Destruction Shura Empire's Emperor Zun fall to these ambushes, their obliteration will be a foregone conclusion. On the battlefield where Shura Tsongfeng stands, Yumei Emperor Zun and Shimo defend against Tsongfeng's onslaught while attempting to disrupt his state of mind through taunts, as if to sway his resolve. Shura Tsongfeng, I never anticipated you would return alive. I underestimated you. However, this time, with the assistance of the Shadow Ghost Empire, your Destruction Shura Empire is destined for annihilation. Hearing Shimo's words, Tsongfeng's eyes flickered with disdain. If we wait for the support of the Time's Sovereign and the Extreme Dao clan, it may well be you who faces obliteration. Observing Shimo's feeble condition, only able to muster power akin to the late half-step sovereign realm, Tsongfeng could not help but mock. Haha, Shimo, how does it feel to bear the mark of destruction? Over 30,000 epochs have passed, and yet you have not been broken. You truly possess remarkable endurance. Shimo's fury ignited at Tsongfeng's words, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Tsongfeng, were it not for your imposition of the destruction mark, I might have already transcended to the sovereign realm and become a true emperor. All of this is your doing. Last time, I allowed you to escape by sheer luck. But this time, your demise is certain, and I shall ensure that the entire Destruction Shura Empire pays the price. In his wrath, Shimo's attacks became increasingly ferocious, as his strength subtly returned to the peak of the half-step sovereign realm, astonishing even Yumei Emperor Zun beside him. No wonder Shimo has allied with our Shadow Ghost Empire. He likely seeks our Emperor's aid to cleanse the destruction mark from within him. Nevertheless, this is advantageous. Once we obliterate the Destruction Shura Empire, the vast resources garnered can be used by our Emperor to assist Shimo in ridding him of the destruction mark. At that point, once we control Shimo, even should he ascend to the sovereign realm and become an emperor, he will merely serve as a vassal force under our Shadow Ghost Empire. And perhaps, our Shadow Ghost Empire will grow even stronger and acquire greater treasures in this extreme Dao realm. As Yumei Emperor Zun contemplated this, he intensified his assault on Shura Tsongfeng. With each passing moment, as more half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost Empires emerged from the spatial rifts of the teleportation array, the pressure on the Destruction Shura Empire escalated significantly. With the ongoing battle of quasi-supreme emperors, injuries began to afflict the Emperor Zun of the Destruction Shura Empire, and the overall battlefield dynamics underwent subtle shifts. Chapter 800. Support from numerous quasi-supreme emperors. As 2 hours gradually elapsed, the battlefield of half-step sovereign realm warriors saw the arrival of over 120 Emperor Zun from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost Empires. Numerous formidable half-step sovereign realm late-stage Emperor Zun from the Destruction Shura Empire chose to confront 2 adversaries simultaneously, alleviating the pressure on their fellow Emperor Zun. However, as the numbers of the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost Empires swelled, the Emperor Zun of the Destruction Shura Empire began to struggle in their responses. They were compelled to contend not only with their direct opponents, but also to remain vigilant against ambushes, keeping all the Emperor Zun of the Destruction Shura Empire on high alert, unable to afford any moment of complacency. On the battlefield of the Emperor Zun, The destructive power of the late-stage half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun from the destruction Shura Empire could easily shatter the very fabric of the extreme Dao realm. The offensive might of their destruction power became increasingly concentrated and formidable. In contrast, the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost empires wielded their soul-devouring and shadow powers, capable of directly eroding space itself. If these forces were to touch the Emperor's body, they could even decay flesh and blood, proving equally terrifying. At this moment, Shura Tsungyuan fought valiantly against Tu, wielding his dual-bladed giant axe, relentlessly cleaving at the two late-stage half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun of the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire. His aura was as deep as an abyss, each strike capable of rending space itself, dodging the onslaught of the two adversaries while simultaneously attempting to shatter them. The battles among half-step sovereign realm Emperor Zun erupted with thousands of collisions each second, creating terrifying energy shockwaves with each clash. Although some Emperor Zun battled in the sky, the energy surges from their clashes could still obliterate vast expanses of terrain and mountains, unleashing catastrophic explosions and clouds of dust. Fortunately, most of the outer regions of the destruction Shura Empire were unclaimed territory, devoid of any human forces, save for numerous low-level beasts that were annihilated beneath the remnants of the Emperor Zun's conflict. This horrifying battlefield of Emperor Zun nearly engulfed the entire surface realm. And this did not even account for the battles above in the skies, where the scenes of combat were even more dreadful. The sudden eruption of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor battle drew the attention of several Quasi-Supreme clans within dozens of realms surrounding the area. Another Quasi-Supreme conflict has erupted. Which faction dares to provoke the destruction Shura Empire? Some uninformed Quasi-Supreme clans began dispatching their champions to investigate, eager to uncover the identity of those who dared to challenge the destruction Shura Empire. It turned out to be the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Empire allied with the Shadow Ghost Empire, engaging in war against the destruction Shura Empire. The Shadow Ghost Empire is a true extreme Dao clan, and now the destruction Shura Empire finds itself in genuine peril. Although the destruction Shura Empire is incredibly powerful and overwhelmingly dominant, it pales in comparison to the Shadow Ghost Empire. It would be best for me to steer clear of the battlefield to avoid being mistaken for a foe by the Emperor Zun of the Shadow Ghost Empire. With that, the Emperor Zun swiftly distanced himself from the destruction Shura Empire, fearing that a moment's delay might see him dragged into the fray. However, certain esteemed figures from the quasi-ultimate path imperial clans hold a different perspective. They harbor their own thoughts. The destruction Shura clan currently faces a dire crisis that threatens their very existence. Should the destruction Shura clan be annihilated, allowing the soul-devouring Fang clan beyond the 100 realms to grow stronger, we, the quasi-ultimate path clans, will find ourselves in peril as well. Furthermore, the destruction Shura clan shares profound ties with the newly emerged ultimate path imperial clan, which may suggest a deeper connection. Given the current predicament of the destruction Shura clan, the ultimate path clan is unlikely to remain indifferent, thus presenting an opportunity for our own clan. Although this may offend the Shadow Soul clan, it could also allow us to align ourselves with the ultimate path clan backing the destruction Shura clan. If we aspire for our clan's resurgence, we must seize this opportunity to leverage our relationship with the destruction Shura clan. After a brief contemplation, the imperial figure promptly utilized the imperial communication decree to summon the clan's powerful members. Many other quasi-ultimate path clans shared this sentiment. Among the dozen or so quasi-ultimate path clans with ties to the destruction Shura clan, several had learned of the information regarding the temporal emperor and the ultimate path clan Lei family through Shura Qingwu, and nearly all of them were inclined to support the destruction Shura clan. Several quasi-ultimate path clans had already begun to rally their respective imperial powerhouses. Others, however, hesitated, weighing the potential benefits and repercussions of supporting the destruction Shura clan. If the ultimate path clan Lei family did not extend their aid to the destruction Shura clan, they would face retaliation and purging from the Shadow Soul clan and the soul-devouring Fang clan, with extinction looming perilously close. On the battlefield, a late-stage half-step sovereign from the Shadow Soul clan concealed his presence within the fabric of space, poised to ambush the destruction Shura clan's powerhouses. At this moment, the number of imperial powerhouses from the soul-devouring Fang clan and the Shadow Soul clan had surged to nearly 140, forcing Shura Zhanhuang and his companions into a desperate situation, where they were outnumbered 3-1. Even with their utmost efforts, they were only managing to hold their ground. In the heart of the celestial battlefield, Shura Tsungyuan faced 3 adversaries, barely able to defend himself, employing only half of his ultimate path strength for counterattacks while reserving the other half for defense. Without this precaution, he would soon be wounded under the relentless assault of the 3 imperial powerhouses from the soul-devouring Fang clan. and any injury at this juncture could drastically alter the dynamics of the entire imperial battlefield. Yet, while Shura Tsungyuan valiantly contended with the trio's onslaught, he remained utterly oblivious to the lurking presence of the Shadow Soul clan's sovereign hidden in the shadows. After enduring the full force of their combined strikes, Shura Tsungyuan was sent hurtling backward, precisely toward the concealed position of the Shadow Soul clan's sovereign. In an instant, without any forewarning, the Shadow Soul clan's sovereign materialized a shadow obliteration needle, devoid of any spatial fluctuations, and launched it directly at Shura Tsungyuan's head. In an unexpected ambush by the shadow obliteration needle, a gaping wound was inflicted upon Shura Tsungyuan's quasi-ultimate path soul, where the terrifying power of shadow obliteration began to swiftly erode his essence. It was only a matter of time before his quasi-ultimate path soul would be entirely consumed, leading to his complete demise. The excruciating agony of his soul's corruption rendered Shura Tsungyuan utterly powerless, his aura fluctuating erratically as he began to descend toward the ground, as if death were imminent. The sight of Shura Tsungyuan's plight ignited a fiery rage among the Destruction Shura clan's powerhouses, prompting many to ignite their ultimate path strength in a frenzied assault against the sovereigns of the soul-devouring Fong and Shadow Soul clans. As Shura Tsungyuan's elder brother, Shura Tsongfeng was particularly incensed, resorting to any means necessary, even utilizing the ultimate path imperial talisman bestowed upon him by the Thunder Dao. With the eruption of the ultimate path imperial talisman, vast swathes of space were shattered, forcing the three sovereigns, Yingming's sovereign and others, backward. In that brief moment, Shura Tsongfeng swiftly reached Shura Tsungyuan's side, administering the ultimate path imperial essence to him. The three sovereigns from the soul-devouring Fong clan, who had been assaulting Shura Tsungyuan, immediately redirected their attention towards Shura Tsongfeng, and even the Shadow Soul clan sovereign who had been launching the surprise attack revealed themselves, gathering another shadow obliteration needle, aiming to finish Shura Tsungyuan off. But at that moment, the battlefield was suddenly rent asunder, revealing nearly 10 spatial rifts. Simultaneously, voices resonated from these rifts. The Tianmu clan comes to aid the Destruction Shura clan. The Dark Flame Crow clan comes to aid the Destruction Shura clan. The Earth Dragon Court clan comes to aid the Destruction Shura clan. The Wanza Finjuan clan comes to aid the Destruction Shura clan. With the arrival of 10 quasi-ultimate path clan sovereigns, the pressure on the Destruction Shura clan was instantly alleviated, and they began to mount a counteroffensive. The four sovereigns who aimed to eliminate Shura Tsungyuan and decisively slay Shura Tsungyuan had no time to react before being overwhelmed by the newly arrived sovereigns from the 10 quasi-ultimate path clans. Thank you all for your support. This great favor will not be forgotten by the Destruction Shura clan. Shura Tsongfeng expressed his gratitude before swiftly escorting Shura Tsungyuan back into the realm of the Destruction Shura clan. Observing the gravely injured and unconscious Shura Tsungyuan, Shura Xuanji felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. I failed to notice the ambush by that sovereign from the Shadow Soul clan. Shura Tsongfeng shook his head, acknowledging that there was no time for blame. He hurriedly retrieved a plethora of precious healing treasures to administer to Shura Tsungyuan. The sight of such an abundance of invaluable treasures nearly made Shura Xuanji's eyes bulge with disbelief. The ultimate path imperial essence, the high-grade soul-consolidating imperial elixirs, and the ultimate path protective soul flowers, were all these precious items bestowed upon Shura Tsongfeng by the Temporal Emperor? While Shura Xuanji was astounded, he remained focused on the battlefield, though a glimmer of envy flickered in his gaze as he watched Shura Tsongfeng. Chapter 801. Shura Tsongfeng's Concerns. After administering the vast array of treasures to Shura Tsungyuan, his life was finally secured. The shadow obliteration power within Shura Tsungyuan's quasi-ultimate path soul was entirely eradicated by the astonishing potency of the ultimate path imperial essence, allowing for the restoration of his quasi-ultimate path soul. Phew. It's fortunate that the Temporal Emperor provided ample precious treasures. Otherwise, Tsungyuan would have truly been in peril. Shura Tsongfeng exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Shura Xuanji. Xuanji Sovereign, please keep a vigilant watch over Tsungyuan. I must seek vengeance on his behalf. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Xuanji nodded and cautioned, be careful. Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's response, Shura Tsongfeng exited the realm of the Destruction Shura clan, charging directly toward the battlefield of the quasi-ultimate path clans. At this moment, bolstered by nearly 100 sovereigns from the 10 quasi-ultimate path clans, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Many of the sovereigns from the soul-devouring Fong clan and the Shadow Soul clan found themselves in disarray, flustered by the sudden arrival of reinforcements for the Destruction Shura clan. In mere moments, the combined forces of the Destruction Shura clan and their allies approached 200 sovereigns. while the invading forces from the soul-devouring Fawn clan and the Shadow Soul clan numbered only around 150. In the face of such a vast disparity, within a mere span of time, both the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan found their esteemed emperors injured. The Shadow Emperor and the Soul Devourer were equally taken aback by this unforeseen circumstance, gazing at the approaching support from the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan's emperors. Their faces were clouded with fury, and their eyes seethed with wrath. I have yet to seek trouble with you. Yet you dare to come to the aid of the destruction Azura Imperial clan? Truly, you have lost all sense of self-preservation. Enraged, the Shadow Emperor shattered the imperial decree of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan, a true Dominion-level edict that would summon their Dominion-level emperors for assistance. At this moment, on the battlefield, filled with rage and murderous intent, the Azura Tsongfeng disregarded the time-space emperor's admonitions and unleashed hundreds of formidable quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier imperial talismans, launching a relentless assault against the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom Imperial clans. With the detonation of the quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier imperial talismans, the battlefield was swiftly cleaved apart. Both the destruction Azura Imperial clan and the 10 quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan emperors that had come to their aid were repelled by the terrifying energy of the talismans, even retreating to the very edge of the destruction Azura Imperial clan's domain. Where did Azura Tsongfeng procure such a bounty of precious quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier imperial talismans, particularly the exceedingly valuable quasi-extreme Dao Fireburst talismans? Witnessing Azura Tsongfeng's unrelenting bombardment of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom Imperial Emperors with these talismans, Azura Tingyuan was filled with astonishment and envy, even feeling a pang of sympathy. Over 100 emperors from the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom Imperial clans suffered considerable injuries beneath the devastating explosions of the quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier talismans. In that fleeting moment, Azura Tsongfeng single-handedly divided the battlefield, causing the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle to gradually cease, transforming into a standoff. The emperors from the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom Imperial clans huddled together, some of whom gazed at Azura Tsongfeng with fear in their eyes, as if they were profoundly intimidated by his quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier talismans. The Shadow Emperor and the Soul Devourer were equally astonished. They had no inkling where Azura Tsongfeng had acquired such a wealth of precious quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier talismans. Had it not been for their emperor's swift retreat and their ability to conceal themselves within the fabric of space, they would have undoubtedly suffered grievous losses among several half-step Dominion-level emperors. Azura Tsongfeng, employing such a vast array of quasi-extreme Dao upper-tier talismans in this imperial battle. You truly are shameless, the Soul Devourer exclaimed through gritted teeth, consumed by jealousy. In response, Azura Tsongfeng looked at him with surprise. Soul Devourer, you lead dozens of emperors from the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan to assault my destruction Azura Imperial clan, and yet you dare accuse me of shamelessness? Truly, you possess no sense of shame. The Soul Devourer, incensed, attempted to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Azura Tsongfeng. What do you mean by what? The quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle has commenced. There is no reason to conclude it prematurely. I still possess over 100 quasi-extreme Dao top-tier Imperial talismans. Who among you wishes to test their mettle? With that, Azura Tsongfeng produced 10 quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans, his imposing demeanor causing all present emperors to feel a chill run down their spines, envy flickering in their eyes. Behind him, Azura Qingshu merely smiled lightly. The Time-Space Emperor had bestowed upon them a considerable number of quasi-extreme Dao talismans, and the quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans were certainly not limited to the hundreds that Azura Tsongfeng had mentioned. However, the utility of these talismans was diverse, and only a fraction, 1/10, possessed the explosive offensive power capable of rivaling a full-strength strike from a peak half-step Dominion-level emperor. Nonetheless, even with just over 100 quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans, if employed judiciously, they could indeed eliminate several mid to late half-step Dominion-level emperors from the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom Imperial clans. Upon witnessing the 10 quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans in Azura Tsongfeng's possession, both the Shadow Emperor and the Soul Devourer signaled their respective emperors to refrain from rash actions, their expressions now etched with gravity. This battle might indeed hold a glimmer of hope. Many emperors from the destruction Azura Imperial clan, observing the formidable Azura Tsongfeng, felt a slight relief. Yet their faces remained taut, unwilling to relax even a fraction. Addressing the Soul Devourer, Azura Tsongfeng toyed with the quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans in his hand, slowly articulating, Soul Devourer, our clan now has the support of 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans. With nearly 200 emperors, do you still intend to continue this fight? The Soul Devourer's countenance darkened, for if not for the devastating imperial seal within him, which severely hampered his strength. He would never allow Xianxiafans to act with such brazen audacity. Xianxiafans' choice to divide the battlefield rather than systematically hunt down the emperors of the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan stemmed from his concern for the strength of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. Should a Dominion-level emperor from the Shadow Phantom imperial clan emerge, they would truly be powerless to resist. Moreover, Xianxiafans wished to avoid burdening the time-space emperor with excessive troubles and did not desire to incite a war between the two extreme Dao imperial clans. Should such a war erupt, its repercussions could extend beyond 100 realms, and the conflict between these two great clans would not easily come to a close, resulting in untold suffering, a scenario Xianxiafans fervently sought to prevent. Chapter 802. The Emperor Descends. Reinforcements from the extreme Dao clan, the Lei family. Suppressing his fury, the Soul Devourer gazed at Xianxiafans, a chilling smile creeping onto his face. Xianxiafans, I am unaware of how you survived the imperial ruins. Not only recovering from your injuries, but also breaking through to the peak of the half-step Dominion level. Regardless, you and your destruction Xianxia imperial clan shall undoubtedly face annihilation this time. As for the other quasi-extreme Dao imperial emperors who have come to support the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, once this battle obliterates your clan, your demise will swiftly follow. With madness gleaming in his eyes, the Soul Devourer felt undeterred by the support of over 100 emperors from the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans and the formidable quasi-extreme Dao top-tier talismans wielded by Xianxiafans. Even if a few emperors from the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan fell, he would spare no effort in extinguishing the destruction Xianxia imperial clan. Just as Xianxiafans and the others bore grave expressions, the heavens above them transformed instantaneously. The sky darkened ominously, an invisible pressure descending upon the space. In the next moment, the fabric of reality was torn apart, revealing a colossal spatial rift before all eyes. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of an emperor surged forth, bearing down on Xianxiafans and the others. This is bad. A Dominion-level emperor. The members of the destruction Xianxia imperial clan and many supporting emperors were gripped by terror. They had not anticipated that a Dominion-level emperor from the Shadow Phantom imperial clan would partake in such a conflict. Consequently, their choices had likely ushered forth a calamity of monumental proportions for their quasi-extreme Dao clans. In an instant, before the terrifying pressure of the Dominion-level emperor, all emperors from the destruction Xianxia imperial clan and the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans fell to the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. Concurrently, a towering figure of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan's emperor, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss, slowly emerged from the spatial rift. Upon sighting this emperor, the Shadow Emperor and the Soul Devourer hastily led the emperors of the Shadow Phantom and soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clans to kneel on one knee, respectfully bowing to the emperor. We pay our respects to the Emperor of Shadows. The Emperor of Shadows regarded the Shadow Emperor and the Soul Devourer, his voice resonating with the essence of the extreme Dao throughout the surrounding space. Rise. You are merely tasked with the annihilation of the destruction Xianxia imperial clan. And yet it appears that I, the great emperor, must intervene personally. It seems the trials within your clan have proven insufficient, leaving you bereft of the strength required to obliterate the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, and instead, you find yourselves suppressed. The great Emperor Yushang shook his head, his gaze unmistakably reflecting dissatisfaction towards Yu Ming, and Shimo's form quivered slightly as he hastily explained, esteemed great Emperor Yushang. Under the leadership of the Emperor Yu Ming, our clan was indeed poised to extinguish the destruction Xianxia imperial clan, even nearly annihilating the Xianxiadrama Yuan. However, due to the constraints imposed by the destruction imperial seal, my strength was significantly curtailed, rendering me incapable of posing a threat to Xianxiafans. Furthermore, the destruction Xianxia imperial clan has secured the support of 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans and over 100 emperors, which compelled Emperor Yu Ming to seek your aid. Upon hearing Shimo's account, the great Emperor Yushang turned his attention to him, and indeed discerned the destruction imperial seal embedded within Shimo's quasi-ultimate imperial heart. Though the seal was merely at the late stage of half-step dominion, it clung to Shimo's quasi-ultimate imperial heart like a parasite. Should Shimo attempt to forcibly eradicate the destruction imperial seal, it might trigger a self-detonation, shattering his quasi-ultimate imperial heart, potentially resulting in his cultivation being utterly devastated. Or even his demise. Such a trivial destruction imperial seal poses such a dire threat. Indeed, a clever ploy. With a subtle gesture, the great Emperor Yushang summoned an intangible force of ultimate power to erase the destruction imperial seal from Shimo's quasi-ultimate imperial heart, doing so without inflicting any pain or danger upon him. As the seal vanished, excitement surged within Shimo, who promptly bowed to the great Emperor Yuxiang. Expressing his gratitude, "I am immensely grateful, great Emperor Yuxiang. This profound kindness shall be repaid by me, Mo, for all eternity." The great Emperor Yuxiang nodded before shifting his gaze towards Shuret-Song-Feng and the others. "Oh. It appears there are quasi-ultimate supreme imperial talismans and a complete set of quasi-ultimate supreme battle armor. Quite impressive." Observing the 10 quasi-ultimate supreme imperial talismans besides Shuret-Song-Feng, as well as the quasi-ultimate supreme battle armor adorning him, a flicker of interest shone in the great emperor's eyes. He raised his hand, preparing to seize the treasures from Shuret-Song-Feng. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, "Preposterous. Is it your place to touch the possessions of Shuret-Song-Feng?" As the words fell, a formidable aura akin to that of the great emperor enveloped the space, directly countering the pressure exerted by the great emperor Yuxiang on behalf of the Destruction Shura imperial clan and the 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans. Upon sensing the abatement of the emperor's pressure, a glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of Shuret-Song-Feng and his companions. Another great emperor has arrived. Could it be that the emperor of time and space has come to their aid, thus rescuing the Destruction Shura imperial clan? Yet, the voice did not seem to belong to the emperor of time and space. Could it be another great emperor from the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family? As the crowd pondered, the great emperor Yuxiang's expression shifted slightly, the dark, shadowy essence of ultimate power swirling around him, warping the space in large swathes as he intoned gravely, "Who approaches? Why do you not reveal yourself?" No sooner had the great emperor concluded his inquiry than a massive rift tore through the space before him. In an instant, a brilliant light surged forth, dispelling the oppressive shadows that loomed over the realm of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, illuminating the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, a towering figure clad in resplendent purple and gold imperial attire, towering 1,000,000 feet tall, emerged slowly from the rift. The inexhaustible aura of dominion emanating from this being caused even the great emperor Yuxiang to sense a measure of pressure. The numerous emperors standing behind the great emperor felt as though they bore the weight of a colossal mountain, their movements heavily constrained by the overwhelming aura radiating from the opposing emperor. It was indeed a peak existence at the first stage of dominion. "From which Extreme Path imperial clan do you hail? Why do you interfere in the affairs of my Shadow Soul imperial clan?" In response to the great emperor Yuxiang's inquiry, the Dominion-level sentinel remained reticent. At that moment, 200 elder emperors of the Lei family emerged in an orderly fashion from the spatial rift, positioning themselves before the formidable emperors of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Following them were over 100 peak half-step Dominion sentinels, each radiating a terrifying aura that caused even Yu Ming and Mo to feel a chill of trepidation. This sight elicited a frown from the great Emperor Yuxiang, suddenly recalling a piece of news that darkened his expression. "I have heard that an Extreme Path imperial clan has arrived at the Lei Zhe Myriad Beast Forest. Could it be you?" Finally, the Dominion-level sentinel spoke. "Shuret-Song-Feng has rendered service to our clan. His plea for assistance cannot be ignored." Upon hearing this, the great Emperor Yuxiang shot a reproachful glare at Yu Ming and Mo. Their failure to glean such intelligence before launching an assault on the Destruction Shura imperial clan was nothing short of an embarrassment for the Shadow Soul imperial clan. Chapter 803, The Might of the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family. The great Emperor Yuxiang regarded the opposing great emperor and spoke slowly. "I have no desire to become adversaries with you. However, the Destruction Shura imperial clan must be eradicated. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in this matter, and my Shadow Soul imperial clan shall offer substantial rewards in return." In response, the Dominion-level sentinel let out a derisive snort. "Humph, what is your Shadow Soul imperial clan? How dare you instruct this great emperor on what to do? Shuret-Song-Feng and the entire Destruction Shura imperial clan are under my protection. What can you do about it?" Instantly, the expression of the great Emperor Yuxiang darkened, a flicker of fury igniting within his gaze. "You, an unknown Extreme Path imperial clan, are certain you wish to offend my Shadow Soul imperial clan? Humph." The Dominion-level sentinel scoffed once more, tearing through the space to extract a colossal and imposing sword, proclaiming, "A mere Shadow Soul imperial clan, what can you possibly do to me? You are but at the late stage of dominion. Yet you are so audacious. How about we engage in a battle to see what strength you possess?" With that, the Dominion-level sentinel raised the massive sword, cleaving through the space and opening a vast chaotic void. Seeing this, the great Emperor Yuxiang felt a surge of anger. If a battle is what they desired, then so be it. He charged into the expansive chaotic void after the Dominion-level sentinel. In mere moments, waves of terrifying collision energy erupted from the still healing massive rift, obliterating vast expanses of space. Fortunately, the stability of the extreme path imperial realm ensured that the shattered space quickly restored itself, posing no significant threat to the realm. This spectacle left all present, the emperor-level strongholds, utterly astonished, too intimidated to approach the vast rift. Was this the nature of combat between Dominion-level emperors? The mere residual waves emanating from the chaotic void were sufficient to crush even the peak half-step Dominion emperors. The emperor-level beings gazed at the immense spatial rift. Their eyes filled with awe, even harboring a desire to break through to the Dominion level themselves. The Lei family's elder emperors observed for but a moment before directing their attention towards the Sure-Imo Devil-Tooth Imperial Clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan's emperor-level beings. Their eyes glinting with intrigue. The clan leader had decreed that for the annihilation of a half-step Dominion-level enemy of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation resources would be granted. My esteemed colleagues, the number of emperors on the opposing side is limited. Whoever first seizes an opponent shall claim the prize. No sooner had Lei Hong spoken than he, clad in quasi-ultimate supreme imperial armor and wielding a quasi-ultimate supreme imperial spear, charged toward a mid-level half-step Dominion emperor of the Sure-Imo Devil-Tooth Imperial Clan, exuding an aura of terror. The other elder emperors of the Lei family, witnessing this, swiftly reacted and unleashed their own quasi-ultimate supreme imperial weapons, launching themselves at the remaining 150 or so emperors of the Sure-Imo Devil-Tooth Imperial Clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan. The sudden turn of events caused both the Emperor of the Netherworld and the Demon Devourer to exhibit profound alarm. The arrival of the Extreme Dao Imperial Clan's reinforcements comprised no less than 300 formidable half-step dominators, among whom were a staggering 100 peak half-step dominators, radiating an aura of terror. Moreover, the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, alongside the 10 supporting quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Clans, boasted nearly 200 half-step dominators. Facing such a formidable force of nearly 500 half-step dominators, the combined might of the soul-devouring Imperial Clan and the Shadow Phantom Imperial Clan comprised merely 150 or so half-step dominators, compounding their dire situation. The Emperor of the Netherworld was ensnared by an Emperor-level powerhouse sent to protect the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, leaving no time for him and the Demon Devourer to summon reinforcements. Confronted with this overwhelming disparity, the Emperor-level warriors of the Soul-Devouring and Shadow Phantom Imperial Clans began to panic. Can the Netherworld Emperor still rally other Emperor-level warriors to our aid? The anxious Demon Devourer inquired, his heart racing at the prospect of battling nearly 500 Emperor-level warriors, a confrontation that could spell his utter demise. Observing the approaching figures of the Extreme Dao Imperial Clan's warriors, the Netherworld Emperor gravely remarked, "Let us first strive to survive. Perhaps the Emperor of Death may yet prevail against the opposing Emperor." With that, he hastily charged into battle. Should the Emperor of Death triumph, their defeat would be averted forever. Upon hearing this, the Demon Devourer, recently liberated from the shackles of the Destruction Emperor's seal by the Emperor of Death, hesitated momentarily, contemplating retreat. However, given that the entirety of the soul-devouring Imperial Clan had engaged in this endeavor to annihilate the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, fleeing now would jeopardize their very existence. Resolving himself, the Demon Devourer swiftly followed suit, rushing to confront the Emperor-level warriors of the Extreme Dao Clan. Yet, to the bewilderment of both the Netherworld Emperor and the Demon Devourer, the Emperor-level warriors from the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan and the 10 quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Clans refrained from intervening. They were currently tasked with facing only the 200-plus Emperor-level warriors from the Extreme Dao Clan. Although this presented significant pressure, it was a more manageable scenario compared to contending with 500 Emperor-level combatants. Meanwhile, the Emperor-level warriors of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan and the 10 supporting quasi-extreme Dao Imperial Clans shared similar confusion. Why does Hongang, the Emperor of the Extreme Dao Clan, prevent us from joining the fray? Do they wish to demonstrate the might of the Lei family to the Shadow Phantom Imperial Clan? Speculated Shura Qingyu. Other Emperor-level warriors echoed similar musings, but given the Lei family's command, they dared not act recklessly, lest they offend the Extreme Dao Clan. As they observed the Emperor-level warriors of the Lei family, adorned in their exquisite quasi-extreme Dao Imperial armaments, envy flickered in their eyes. In an instant, the 200 Lei family Emperor elders clashed with the warriors of the Soul-Devouring and Shadow Phantom Imperial Clans, igniting a more terrifying quasi-extreme Dao Imperial battle. A dozen peak half-step dominators from the Lei family were assigned to confront the equivalent adversaries from the Soul-Devouring and Shadow Phantom Imperial Clans, while the remaining half-step dominators from these clans faced the Lei family's Emperor elders. Although the highest cultivation level among the Lei family's elders was merely mid-half-step dominator, most were at early half-step dominator stages. They were nonetheless equipped with quasi-extreme Dao imperial armaments, allowing them to contend with late half-step dominators. Crucially, the Lei family's emperor elders possessed an abundance of quasi-extreme Dao imperial talismans, emboldening them to disregard any fear of offending the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. Seizing every opportunity, they unleashed various quasi-extreme Dao imperial talismans upon the emperor-level warriors of the Soul-Devouring and Shadow Phantom imperial clans. In an instant, the warriors from the Soul-Devouring and Shadow Phantom imperial clans found themselves in dire straits, with several emperor-level warriors already wounded, defeated, or even slain, a fate that seemed inevitable. Chapter 804: The Wounded Escape of the Emperor of Death. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void of the battlefield, the clash between the emperor-level dominators transcended the realm of mere power. It was a struggle at the very essence of the extreme Dao. Two towering figures, each a billion zhang in height, loomed over the chaotic void, their presence warping the very fabric of the space around them. The two terrifying forces of extreme Dao essence clashed, unleashing storms that surged toward one another with cataclysmic intensity. The collision of these forces threatened to shatter the chaotic void, creating rifts capable of obliterating even peak half-step dominators. In an instant, the Emperor of Death's expression grew grave. He found himself at a disadvantage, being a small realm below his adversary, who wielded the fearsome quasi-ultimate extreme Dao essence of Annihilation Thunder. Endless waves of black Annihilation Thunder cascaded over the battlefield, consuming and eroding the Emperor of Death's Dark Annihilation extreme Dao power. In light of his inherent disadvantage, attempting to match the Dominator-level warrior in a contest of essence was tantamount to courting disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor of Death drew forth a colossal skeletal claw, enveloped in the richness of dark annihilation power, emanating the pressure of a low-grade extreme Dao imperial armament, and charged toward the Dominator-level warrior. Looking upon the dark claw, the Dominator-level warrior regarded it with disdain, raising his monumental sword, crackling with the brilliance of black annihilation thunder, and struck down upon the claw with ferocity. With a resounding boom, the clash reverberated throughout the chaotic void, as the eruption of their extreme Dao powers, combined with the terrifying might of their low-grade extreme Dao imperial armaments, shattered vast expanses of the chaotic void. Yet, the void quickly began to heal, and the Emperor of Death and the Dominator-level warrior engaged in a frenzied exchange, their titanic forms colliding at a breathtaking pace, each breath witnessing over 1,000,000 strikes. The two opposing forces of extreme Dao essence, engaged in a relentless battle, resembled vast, unyielding armies locked in combat. Every strike and maneuver from the Dominator-level warriors represented a simplified expression of extreme Dao techniques, rendering every inch of the chaotic void as a battlefield where two disparate worlds clashed in a cataclysmic struggle. As the battle raged on, the Emperor of Death increasingly found himself overwhelmed. He could not penetrate the defenses of his opponent, while each attack from the adversary crashed upon him like a colossal world, exploding with terrifying force upon contact, the annihilation thunder threatening to extinguish his very existence. Though his dark annihilation essence was formidable, it paled in comparison to the annihilation thunder. Furthermore, the disparity in their realms further exacerbated the Emperor of Death's predicament, leaving him in a defensive posture against the onslaught of the Dominator-level warrior. This adversary's strength greatly surpasses my own, and his low-grade extreme Dao imperial armament is no trivial matter. Engaging him head-on would be exceedingly disadvantageous for me. The Emperor of Death pondered, seeking a strategy to endure. Abandoning any hope of defeating his foe, he resolved instead to survive the encounter without succumbing to defeat. After several hours of combat, the Emperor of Death found it increasingly arduous to withstand the relentless assault of the Dominator-level warrior, and he no longer dared to confront him directly. Each time the Emperor of Eternal Shadows endured the onslaught of the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard, he was sent hurtling backward, feeling as though his imperial soul trembled. Why did he grow stronger with each battle, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, resembling a monstrous embodiment of war? As shock coursed through his mind, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows found himself cursing incessantly. The thought of fleeing the chaotic void battlefield began to take root in his mind. This cannot continue. My power is indeed inferior to his. If I persist in this manner, injury is inevitable. At such a time, escaping will become even more challenging. With this realization, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows began to seek an exit from the chaotic void, yearning to evade the terrifying attacks of the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard. However, the Imperial Guard had no intention of allowing the Emperor of Eternal Shadows to escape easily, for his mission was to ensure that the Emperor would return no more. showcasing the might of the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, to certain quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. Noticing that the emperor's attacks were growing weaker, and that he had begun to dodge, the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard understood his intentions instantly. You wish to flee? Do you think I will grant you that opportunity? With that, the Imperial Guard's assault intensified, unleashing true extreme Dao techniques. The devastating bolts of annihilation thunder and sword light, which enveloped the entire chaotic void battlefield, seemed intent on tearing the very fabric of the chaotic void into shreds. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows hastily conjured an extreme Dao domain, hoping to shield himself from the inferior extreme Dao technique's assault. With a resounding crash, the terrifying sounds of collision and slicing echoed as the colossal form of the Emperor's soul was struck by countless beams of sword light, resulting in a multitude of wounds. The substance spilling from the Emperor's wounds was not the imperial blood of the Dominator realm, but rather the precious soul marrow. Yet, whether it be imperial blood or soul marrow, both were exceedingly rare treasures, possessing immense value for a half-step Dominator realm pinnacle emperor. As he felt the severity of his injuries and the soul marrow oozing from his wounds, a flicker of panic and fear finally surfaced in the eyes of the Emperor of Eternal Shadows. This is bad. He intends to kill me. In an instant, the Emperor mended his injuries and swiftly evaded the Imperial Guard's second strike. Nevertheless, the endless sword light, like a relentless parasite, emerged from the chaotic void, raining down upon his imperial soul form. In but a moment, the Emperor bore even more scars, and a substantial amount of soul marrow dripped onto the chaotic void, enveloped by fragments of space, transforming into pure soul marrow crystals. Feeling the extent of his injuries, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows steeled his resolve. You have forced my hand. With that declaration, his aura surged, and boundless dark annihilation essence coalesced into innumerable shadow annihilation needles, which then shot forth like a torrential downpour towards the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard. The shadow annihilation needles moved with astonishing speed, seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space, arriving before the Imperial Guard in an instant. Yet, before the Emperor could revel in his apparent advantage, the purple-gold Imperial armor of the Imperial Guard erupted in a blaze of light, materializing an ethereal projection of the armor that deflected all of the Emperor's shadow annihilation needles. Witnessing this, the Emperor's disbelief turned to determination. If the shadow annihilation needles could not breach the armor's defenses, he would unleash an even mightier shadow annihilation spear. In an instant, countless colossal shadow annihilation spears, imbued with boundless dark annihilation essence, surged forth like a torrent towards the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard. With explosive energy engulfing the Imperial Guard, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows inhaled deeply. Among all the formidable emperors he had encountered within the extreme Dao Emperor realm, this individual proved to be the most obstinate. Yet, even if he held a slight advantage in realm, should the shadow annihilation spear make contact with flesh, the dark annihilation force would inevitably corrupt the opponent's imperial soul, leading to grave injuries for that imperial powerhouse. However, just as the Emperor allowed himself a moment's reprieve, several terrifying beams of sword light forcibly pierced through the torrent of shadow annihilation spears, striking the Emperor's imperial soul form in an instant. The dreadful blades, infused with the terrifying essence of annihilation thunder, swiftly severed the Emperor's left arm. In that moment, a wave of terror washed over the Emperor of Eternal Shadows, as if he sensed the very breath of death closing in. He could not afford to hesitate, nor could he dwell on his severed arm. As he forcibly tore through the chaotic void, escaping the battlefield, the Dominator Realm Imperial Guard, witnessing this, unleashed boundless annihilation thunder to obliterate the remaining shadow annihilation spears, simultaneously ripping through the chaotic void in pursuit of the Emperor. Chapter 805, A Desperate Escape. The war concludes. Emerging through the rift in the chaotic void, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows returned to the battlefield outside the domain of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. In an instant, he sensed the presence of dozens of fallen soul-rending Tooth Imperial Clan and Shadow Soul Imperial Clan emperors. With a mere glance, he beheld 200 half-step Dominator Realm powerhouses clad in exquisite quasi-extreme Dao armaments, wielding top-tier quasi-extreme Dao weapons on the battlefield. Simultaneously, he noted the dormant emperors of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan and the imperial powerhouses who had come to support the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans, all standing at the periphery of the Destruction Azura domain without intervening. However, scattered across the battlefield lay numerous corpses of soul-rending Tooth and Shadow Soul Imperial powerhouses. This scene ignited a surge of fury within the Emperor of Eternal Shadows, prompting thoughts of direct retaliation against the emperors of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. Fixating his gaze, he unleashed hundreds of shadow annihilation needles, which surged towards the hundreds of imperial powerhouses at the edge of the destruction Azura domain. Should the Shadow Annihilation Needle strike, the hundreds of imperial powerhouses from the destruction Azura clan, along with nearly 100 reinforcements from the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans, would face instant annihilation. Just as the Emperor of Eternal Shadows believed victory was within his grasp, another Dominator Realm Imperial Guard slowly revealed himself, effortlessly blocking the Shadow Annihilation Needles with sheer pressure. Upon sensing this newly emerged Emperor, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows froze momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. A second realm, Dominator Realm powerhouse. Without hesitation, the Emperor swiftly gathered the entirety of the soul-rending Tooth Imperial clan's immortal soul army, along with the remaining 100 Imperial powerhouses on the battlefield, intent on tearing through space to escape. The Second Realm Imperial Guard, witnessing this, unleashed a tempest of destruction thunder, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that crossed the void, targeting the Emperor of Eternal Shadows. Simultaneously, the first Dominator Realm Imperial Guard emerged from the chaotic void, wielding blades formed from the essence of annihilation thunder, seemingly intent on severing the Emperor's other arm. In dire straits, the Emperor of Eternal Shadows, prioritizing his survival, relinquished 2 half-step Dominator Realm Imperial powerhouses of the soul-rending Tooth clan to absorb the attacks from the 2 powerful Emperors. The 2 unwitting powerhouses were instantly engulfed by the barrage of spears, shadows, and blades, reduced to nothingness without uttering a sound, their essence merging into the boundless space of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. It was in that fleeting moment of diversion that the Emperor of Eternal Shadows managed to traverse through the void, escaping the perilous scene. I will hunt him down. The first Dominator Realm Imperial Guard tore through space, intent on pursuing the Emperor of Eternal Shadows, but was halted by the second. Do not pursue. This quasi-extreme Dao war bears little relevance to our clan. We are merely here to support and protect the destruction Azura Imperial clan. We must not instigate an extreme Dao war. Upon hearing this, the first Dominator-level Imperial Guard ceased his pursuit of the Emperor of Eternal Sorrow and effortlessly restored the rift in space. Upon witnessing the Emperor of Eternal Sorrow accompanied by the formidable beings of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan and the soul-devouring Fang Emperor clan, alongside a multitude of immortal soul-devouring legions, making a hasty retreat, the esteemed emperors of the destruction Shura Emperor clan could not help but exhale in relief. The Imperial Guardians from the 10 quasi-ultimate Emperor clans who had come to offer assistance looked upon the 2 Dominator-level emperors of the extreme Dao Emperor clan, their hearts swelling with excitement. Their gamble had paid off. The extreme Dao Emperor clan's Lei family would indeed provide support to the destruction Shura Emperor clan, presenting them with an opportunity to forge connections and elevate their standing. At this juncture, Shura Tsongfeng, accompanied by all the esteemed emperors of the destruction Shura Emperor clan, approached the 2 Dominator-level Imperial Guards, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of utmost respect, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. We, on behalf of the entire destruction Shura Emperor clan, humbly thank the 2 esteemed emperors for their life-saving grace. The 2 Dominator-level Imperial Guards responded with a slight nod upon hearing this. It is all by the command of the Emperor Ancestor. No need for such thanks. The esteemed emperors of Shura, upon hearing this, felt an even deeper reverence for the Time and Space Emperor, while simultaneously reflecting on Shura Tsongfeng's earlier admonition. Meanwhile, Lei Daoqiong and the other elders had finished clearing the battlefield and collected the bodies of the half-step Dominator-level beings from the soul-devouring Fang Emperor clan and the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. However, the beings of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, being soul forms, had disintegrated into countless pure energies of extreme Dao power upon their defeat, merging seamlessly into the spatial fabric of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. The soul-devouring Fang Emperor clan, possessing corporeal forms, had only their skeletal remains deemed useful, while the rest of their flesh could serve as sustenance for the realm beasts. Following a round of gratitude, Shura Zhanhuang promptly extended an invitation to the 2 Dominator-level Imperial Guards, the esteemed elders of the Lei family, and the hundreds of esteemed emperors from the 10 quasi-ultimate emperor clans who had come to their aid, to join them within the domain of the destruction Shura Emperor clan. Following their resounding victory, it was essential to host a banquet to express their appreciation to all the powerful allies who had supported the destruction Shura Emperor clan. Lei Daoqiong and his companions did not decline, as they had also reaped significant benefits from the battle, having acquired numerous bodies from the soul-devouring Fang Emperor clan, alongside the promise of a decade's worth of cultivation resources from their clan leader. Meanwhile, as the destruction Shura Emperor clan prepared for the banquet, the Emperor of Eternal Sorrow, gravely wounded, emerged from a spatial rift, landing in a disheveled state at the edge of the soul-devouring Fang Emperor clan's realm. After releasing the Emperor-level beings of the soul-devouring Fang clan and the 9 immortal soul-devouring legions, he once again forcefully tore through space, heading towards the domain of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. The Emperor of Eternal Sorrow, gravely injured, required swift return to the Shadow Soul Emperor clan for healing. Upon witnessing the departure of the Emperor of Eternal Sorrow, Shimo slumped to the ground, gazing at the fewer than 70 remaining half-step Dominator-level emperors within his clan, his eyes devoid of life. In that moment, Shimo seemed to be contemplating whether his fervent desire to annihilate the Destruction Shura Emperor clan had been right or wrong. Having lost 33 half-step Dominator-level emperors, he felt like a sinner to the entire soul-devouring Fong Emperor clan. "I am to blame," Shimo murmured. Yet his gaze was filled with hatred and murderous intent, an infinite flow of soul-devouring extreme Tao power swirling around him, his aura seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Without the influence of the Destruction Emperor seal, coupled with the immense blow dealt to him, Shimo appeared to have attained enlightenment. As a torrent of insights regarding the essence of extreme Tao flooded into his quasi-ultimate Emperor soul, it was at that moment he unexpectedly grasped the opportunity to break through to the Dominator level. "I never expected that the extreme Tao cultivation method I fortuitously obtained, combined with the suppression of the Destruction Emperor seal, would lead me to this moment of insight," he thought. "Xianxiafangs, it seems I owe you my gratitude." Shimo spoke coldly, a chill emanating from his eyes, his murderous intent coalescing. "Once I break through to the Dominator level, I shall personally express my gratitude to Xianxiafangs." Having said this, Shimo entrusted several peak half-step Dominator-level emperors to manage the internal affairs of the soul-devouring Fong Emperor clan, while he retreated to his underground chamber, preparing to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough to the Dominator level. Chapter 806. Thoughts within the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, in the Shura Great Hall. Xianxiafangs procured several hundred jars of quasi-ultimate emperor wine, along with an abundance of rare fruits and ample quasi-ultimate emperor fruits, to host a banquet in honor of all the esteemed emperors who had come to their aid. As for the 2 Dominator-level Imperial Guards, they returned directly to the Lei's 10,000 Beasts Forest, for such a banquet held no allure for them. "Thank you all for coming to support the Destruction Shura Emperor clan and alleviating the peril of our annihilation. Let us raise a toast to you all," Shura Zhanhuang declared. And alongside all the esteemed emperors of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, they drained their cups of the quasi-ultimate emperor wine. Seeing this, Lei Daoqiong glanced at the other esteemed emperors from the quasi-ultimate emperor clans, and upon noticing their silence, he raised his cup, stating, "The esteemed Emperor Xianxiafans has favored my clan, and our bond is profound. Thus, his matters are naturally our own. When the Destruction Shura Emperor clan faces peril, we cannot turn a blind eye." With that, he too finished his drink. After Lei Daoqiong's declaration, several other esteemed emperors from the quasi-ultimate clans began to speak. "Given the relationship between my Dark Flame Crow Emperor clan and the Destruction Shura Emperor clan, it is only natural that we come to their aid in their time of need. Indeed, the soul-devouring Fong Emperor clan has been excessively tyrannical, relying on the Shadow Soul Emperor clan to impose their will within the 100 realms, with hardly any quasi-ultimate Emperor clan daring to offend them. This victory over the alliance of the soul-devouring Fong and Shadow Soul Emperor clans is truly a cause for celebration. Ah, the Emperor of Eternal Sorrow, who can vanquish the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, owes much to the strength of the Dominator-level beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan. Otherwise, our 10 quasi-ultimate Emperor clans would also face annihilation. We should raise a glass to the esteemed beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan. I am Shirkaway, toasting to the esteemed beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan," declared an esteemed emperor from the Earth Dragon Court, raising his cup with a respectful bow towards Lei Daoqiong and the others before downing his drink. The other esteemed emperors from the quasi-ultimate clans followed suit, raising their cups in tribute. "I am Tianmu, toasting to the esteemed beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan. I am Wufeng, toasting to the esteemed beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan. I am Feng Yuan, toasting to the esteemed beings of the extreme Tao Emperor clan." Seeing the esteemed emperors from the quasi-ultimate clans begin to toast them, Lei Daoqiong and the other elders of the Lei family could only drink cup after cup, and soon they had emptied a jar. Observing this, Xianxiafangs felt no regret for the quasi-ultimate emperor wine bestowed upon him by the emperor ancestor, and he retrieved several hundred more jars, even having Shura Qingwu secretly provide him with additional jars. After all, it was their Destruction Shura Emperor clan hosting the banquet. Failing to adequately host would surely invite ridicule. Thus, the banquet continued for a full 10 days, with many esteemed emperors succumbing to the effects of the wine, collapsing in a drunken stupor within the Shura Great Hall. Fortunately, Lei Daoqiong and the other elders from the Lei family possessed special treasures for sobering up. Otherwise, they too would have succumbed to the relentless toasts from the esteemed emperors. At this moment, on the steps of the Shura Great Hall, Shura Zhanhuang sat cradling a wine jar, reclining against the steps, gazing at the expansive hall. Though he felt the effects of intoxication, his mind remained quite clear. At that moment, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu, somewhat tipsy, approached and sat beside Shura Zhanhuang. Zhanhuang Emperor, what do you think of this quasi-ultimate emperor wine? This is indeed one of the few treasures bestowed upon me by the sovereign of time and space, and today I shall utilize them all to honor my benefactor. The annihilation of the Shura imperial clan. Yet, it is worth it. Should the entire annihilation Shura imperial clan face obliteration, even the finest Empyrean wine would be rendered meaningless, with no opportunity to savor it. Shura Tsongfeng sat beside Shura Zhanhuang, resting one arm on the steps while holding a wine jar in the other, drinking heartily, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Beside him, Shura Qingwu also felt a surge of emotion. Had Shura Tsongfeng not returned with the sovereign of time and space, and the formidable warriors of the extreme Dao imperial clan, their annihilation Shura imperial clan would likely have been in grave peril against the onslaught of the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. Moreover, through this battle of the quasi-empire, he had witnessed the might of the emperor at the sovereign realm, a force that no quasi-empire could withstand. Were it not for the support of the sovereign of time and space and the emperor-level warriors from the extreme Dao imperial clan, the annihilation Shura imperial clan would have already been on a path to annihilation under the attacks of the emperor Yushang. When shall our annihilation Shura imperial clan also boast a true emperor at the sovereign realm? Hearing their words, Shura Zhanhuang let out a long sigh. Without the extreme Dao techniques, he lacked even the qualifications to touch the essence of the extreme Dao, given his talent and comprehension. The aspiration to create his own extreme Dao techniques was but a foolish dream, and he knew it was beyond his reach. Now, with Shura Tsongfeng having obtained the extreme Dao techniques granted by the sovereign of time and space, given sufficient time, he might very well break through to the sovereign realm and become a true emperor of the extreme Dao, thus transforming the destiny of the annihilation Shura imperial clan. However, breaking through to the sovereign realm is no simple feat, even with the aid of the extreme Dao techniques. Grasping the essence of the extreme Dao and mastering it completely remains a daunting challenge. The Shadow Phantom imperial clan and the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan have suffered great losses this time. They will undoubtedly seek revenge against the annihilation Shura imperial clan. Furthermore, the sovereign of time and space and the extreme Dao imperial clan's Lei family cannot perpetually extend their support to them, unless the entire annihilation Shura imperial clan is willing to wholly follow and eternally submit to the sovereign of time and space and the extreme Dao imperial clan's Lei family. The peril facing them will persist. Just as Shura Zhanhuang pondered, 3 more individuals approached, wine jars in hand. These 3 were Shura Qingyu, Shura Qianxiang, and Shura Xuanji. At long last, they could savor such exquisite quasi-empire wine together. It was indeed time to converse earnestly. Shura Xuanji spoke first, having already formed a notion upon witnessing the treasures brought forth by Shura Tsongfeng, not solely for the sake of the entire annihilation Shura imperial clan. He too yearned to cultivate the extreme Dao techniques, for only with them could he hope to break through to the sovereign realm. Shura Qianxiang's desires were more straightforward. He coveted the exquisite quasi-empire imperial weapon set belonging to Shura Tsongfeng and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan. As for Shura Qingyu, though he harbored numerous thoughts, his foremost wish was for a stable annihilation Shura imperial clan. Witnessing Shura Tsongyuan gravely wounded and near death had instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, when the emperor-level warriors of the extreme Dao imperial clan appeared, he felt a wave of reassurance. At this moment, the 6 most powerful ancestral emperors of the annihilation Shura imperial clan sat conversing upon the steps of the Shura Hall. They expressed their thoughts, realizing that to alleviate their current and future crises, they must ally with an extreme Dao imperial clan. And the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan was their sole option. Chapter 807. The Voluntary Submission of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan. After this battle, I have come to realize that our annihilation Shura imperial clan is still far too weak, and the threats posed by the Shadow Phantom imperial clan and the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan remain ever present. We cannot rely on mere luck for victory. Shura Zhanhuang paused, setting aside all arrogance, and solemnly proclaimed, for the safety and future of our annihilation Shura imperial clan, I consent to follow the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu shifted slightly, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration flashing in their eyes. If even Shura Zhanhuang has spoken, could the others possibly refuse? At this moment, Shura Qingyu inhaled deeply and slowly stated, I share the same sentiment as Emperor Zhanhuang. Throughout countless epochs, our clan has lost numerous emperor-level warriors. This battle, where Shura Tsangyuan was ambushed and grievously injured, has made it clear to me that our clan requires the protection of a formidable extreme Dao imperial clan. With the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan safeguarding us, what do we have to fear from the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan? Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 nodded in agreement. Shura Qianxiang then added, although most of the emperor-level warriors from the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan are at the initial stage of the half-step sovereign realm, and a few are at the mid-stage, with the aid of the exquisite quasi-empire imperial weapons set, they can contend with those at the late stage of the half-step sovereign realm. If our clan were to possess such a treasure, the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan would find their efforts futile. At these words, everyone took a sip of wine to suppress their jealousy. However, the other 5 cast surreptitious glances at Shura Tsongfeng, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. After a moment of silence, Shura Xuanji turned to Shura Tsongfeng and inquired, Tsongfeng Emperor, I am simply curious, how many resources and treasures did the sovereign of time and space bestow upon you? Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's question, Shura Tsongfeng's expression slightly hardened. He understood the immense significance of this to the entire Annihilation Shura imperial clan, as it could determine their capability to break through to the sovereign realm. Therefore, Shura Tsongfeng had to carefully consider his response, revealing neither too much nor too little, ensuring they believed that by following the sovereign of time and space, they held hope for breaking through to the sovereign realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shura Tsongfeng slowly replied, the quantity is substantial, all resources and treasures of quasi-empire caliber, comparable to the cumulative wealth of our Annihilation Shura imperial clan over 10,000 epochs. However, the most precious among them are the extreme Dao techniques, the value of which I trust you are all well aware. Upon hearing this, aside from Shura Qingwu feigning surprise, the other 4 were genuinely astonished. Such a wealth of resources bestowed upon just one individual. The sovereign of time and space is indeed generous. Shura Qingyu expressed a sentiment, his envy evident in his gaze. Yet, one must acknowledge that Shura Tsongfeng had been of service to the sovereign of time and space, for it was he who had brought them to the extreme Dao imperial realm. Although the sovereign of time and space had saved Shura Tsongfeng's life, the benefits of the extreme Dao imperial realm were of greater significance to the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan than merely saving Shura Tsongfeng. Shura Xuanji inhaled deeply. While he had suspected that the resources and treasures given to Shura Tsongfeng by the sovereign of time and space were considerable, he had not anticipated them to be so abundant. If that were the case, he felt no resistance towards following the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan, and in fact, felt a sense of urgency. Everyone, after discussing for so long, it is time to unify our opinions. Do you all agree to follow the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan? Seeing Shura Xuanji's inquiry, Shura Zhanhuang and the other 5 pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding in agreement. Observing this, Shura Xuanji spoke in a low tone, very well. Since everyone has no objections to following the sovereign of time and space and the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan, let us promptly convey our intentions to the other emperor-level members within the clan. Once all the emperor-level members consent, we will immediately proceed to the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest to seek an audience with the sovereign of time and space and express our intention to follow. Upon hearing the arrangements made by Shura Xianji, there were no objections from the others, as they all yearned for a formidable ally. The Time-Space Emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, presented themselves as the most advantageous choice for the annihilation of the Shura imperial clan. Days passed, and the other 10 quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans deemed the time ripe and subsequently took their leave from the Shura imperial clan's destruction. Under the revelations of Shura Tsongfeng, Lei Honggang and his companions had already discerned the intentions of the Shura imperial clan to follow. He had returned with the elders of the Lei family to their domain, eager to relay the news to the clan leader. The 6 ancestral emperors of the Shura imperial clan had already expressed their desire to follow. They were now seeking the opinions of other emperors, so it should not take long. Upon receiving this news, Lei Daoqiong's face showed a glimmer of joy. After all, the task of securing the voluntary allegiance of the Shura imperial clan came with the reward of 10 mid-level extreme Dao gift packages, the resources within which were of immense importance to both Lei Daoqiong and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family. Moreover, during the recent quasi-extreme Dao imperial battle, The Lei family's emperors had vanquished dozens of powerful emperors from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Soul clan, significantly increasing the number of mid-level extreme Dao gift packages in Lei Daoqiong's system space. Resources and treasures of quasi-extreme Dao status were equally vital, as both the Lei family's emperors and disciples required them for breakthroughs and cultivation. This was also crucial for the future subjugation of other quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans. Merely a few days later, the 6 ancestral emperors of the Shura imperial clan led over 100 emperors to the edge of the Lei family's domain. The ancestral emperors of the Shura imperial clan, accompanied by 105 half-step dominators, have come to seek an audience with the time-space emperor. The imperial guard stationed at the edge of the domain seemed to have anticipated their arrival, waiting briefly before opening the domain's barrier and approaching Shura Zhanhuang and the others. Speaking in a deep voice, "Come, the ancestral emperor has awaited you for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others were taken aback. They had not expected that the time-space emperor would know of their arrival. Meanwhile, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu's eyes gleamed with excitement. As they were finally poised to fulfill the task entrusted to them by the time-space emperor, they wondered what rewards awaited them this time. With this thought, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu began to anticipate eagerly, following the imperial guards. The emperors of the Shura imperial clan soon arrived at the main peak of the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family. Within the clan leader's hall, Lei Daoqiong sat upon the highest seat, with only Lei Honggang, Lei Daoqiong, Lei Xingda, and a few other emperor elders occupying the circular seats below. As Shura Zhanhuang and the others entered the hall and beheld the time-space emperor, they hurriedly approached and knelt on one knee, paying their respects. "We pay our respects to the time-space emperor. Rise, there is no need for such formalities," Lei Daoqiong replied, observing Shura Zhanhuang and the others. He inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Without rising, Shura Zhanhuang directly responded to the time-space emperor's inquiry, "Our Shura imperial clan, with a total of 111 half-step dominator emperors, wishes to pledge eternal allegiance to the time-space emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, never to betray." Upon hearing this declaration from Shura Zhanhuang, the remaining 110 emperors of the Shura imperial clan echoed in unison. "We pledge our eternal allegiance to the time-space emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, never to betray." Observing the over 100 powerful emperors from the Shura imperial clan, a satisfied smile graced Lei Daoqiong's face, and he nodded approvingly. He then effortlessly inscribed over 100 servant seals, imbuing them into the souls of the quasi-extreme Dao emperors of the Shura imperial clan, excluding Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu. After completing this, Lei Daoqiong slowly spoke, "Since you are willing to follow, I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, having recently arrived in the extreme Dao imperial realm, I am not well acquainted with it and require assistance with certain matters." Upon hearing this, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu promptly spoke in unison, "We, the Shura imperial clan, are willing to face fire and water for the time-space emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, without hesitation." The other emperors of the Shura imperial clan quickly echoed, "We are willing to face fire and water for the time-space emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, without hesitation." Lei Daoqiong smiled faintly at Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu, stating, "Very well, I hold a favorable impression of your Shura imperial clan. In that case, I shall grant your request for allegiance." Upon receiving the time-space emperor's consent, Shura Zhanhuang and the other emperors of the Shura imperial clan finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily expressing their gratitude. "We thank you, esteemed ancestral emperor. From now on, we shall serve the esteemed ancestral emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, with unwavering loyalty. Should we harbor any thoughts of betrayal, we willingly accept the punishment of extreme Dao thunder, to self-annihilate and cease to exist forever." After the emperors of the Shura imperial clan had fully pledged their allegiance and expressed their loyalty, the voice of the system finally resonated in Lei Daoqiong's mind. Chapter 808, A Bounty of Resources. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The Shura imperial clan has voluntarily pledged allegiance to you and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family. You are rewarded with 10 mid-level extreme Dao gift packages, now placed in the system space. Will the host open them? Lei Daoqiong shook his head. Opening these 10 mid-level quasi-extreme Dao gift packages now would not yield the maximum benefit. He intended to wait until his strength had further increased, allowing the system's reward of extreme Dao emperor puppets to reach greater power. Gazing at Shura Zhanhuang and the others, Lei Daoqiong retrieved over 100 sets of quasi-extreme Dao emperor weapon sets, the majority being superior grade, with only about 30 sets being of the supreme grade, and presented them before them. Subsequently, he also produced 10 volumes of extreme Tao techniques, proclaiming, "Since you have sincerely pledged your allegiance, I shall not treat you unjustly. Each of you will receive a set of quasi-extreme Tao weapons." For emperors at the initial and mid-stages of half-step dominator realm, the superior grade sets will suffice, while those at the late and peak stages will receive a supreme grade set. Additionally, I understand that comprehending and mastering the essence of extreme Tao is challenging. Thus I bestow upon you 10 volumes of inferior grade extreme Tao techniques. Each of you may select one that suits you for cultivation. After Lei Daoqiong finished speaking, he observed the astonished expressions of the emperors from the Shura imperial clan and paused momentarily to allow them to regain their composure. After all, even the over 100 sets of quasi-extreme Tao weapons had left them utterly stunned. The 10 volumes of extreme Tao techniques had rendered all the emperors of the Shura imperial clan incredulous. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Slap. It is indeed not a dream. Having recovered, Shura Tsungyuan slapped himself across the face, the sharp sting confirming the reality of the situation. After a considerable time, once the emperors of the Shura imperial clan regained their senses, they knelt once more, expressing their gratitude with utmost respect. "We thank you, esteemed ancestral emperor." Lei Daoqiong nodded and raised his hand, signaling them to accept the treasures. Once everyone had received their respective quasi-extreme Tao weapon sets, Shura Zhanhuang glanced at Shura Tsongfeng and the others. Upon receiving their consent, he stepped forward to collect the 10 volumes of inferior grade extreme Tao techniques. As the destructive Shura emperor clan's various emperors regained a semblance of calm, Lei Daoqiong presented 6 quasi-ultimate imperial rings, each uniquely bestowed upon the 6 individuals before him. He proclaimed, "Within these 6 quasi-ultimate imperial rings lie 6 distinct resources and treasures. Among your clan, you 6 possess the highest realms and the greatest strength. Thus, the treasures contained herein shall be entrusted to your stewardship. How you choose to allocate these resources rests solely with you." Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others swiftly accepted their respective rings. Their curiosity piqued as they examined their contents. To their astonishment, they discovered a veritable trove of quasi-ultimate imperial pills amounting to hundreds of thousands, alongside countless immortal holy elixirs. Shura Zhanhuang, gazing at the rings, felt a tremor of excitement course through him, his mind momentarily blank with disbelief. Beside him, Shura Xuanji echoed his astonishment, exclaiming, "I possess an abundance of quasi-ultimate imperial herbs, over 1 million, not to mention countless immortal sacred medicines." Shura Qianxiang could hardly contain his exclamation. This is a treasure trove of hundreds of thousands of quasi-ultimate imperial weapons and billions of immortal Star Lord artifacts. Is this truly real? Am I dreaming? No one paid him heed. They were all engulfed in profound shock. Hundreds of millions of quasi-ultimate imperial talismans. This alone could obliterate the entire soul-eating demon tooth empire. Shura Qingyu observed the multitude of talismans, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Only Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu maintained a facade of composure, though their expressions were far from unperturbed. The prospect of billions of low-grade ultimate stones, 10 low-grade ultimate stone veins, and even over 100 million mid-grade ultimate stones, alongside a mid-grade ultimate stone vein, was simply unfathomable. The worth of a mid-grade ultimate stone vein was nearly equivalent to that of low-grade ultimate techniques. Both were exceedingly precious. Entrusting it to Shura Tsongfeng would significantly elevate his status within the clan. As for Shura Qingwu, his astonishment was even more profound. "The quasi-ultimate imperial sacred marrow, such a rare treasure, has been entrusted to me. In addition to the sacred marrow, there were also quasi-ultimate imperial sacred springs and numerous exquisite wines that could enhance comprehension and elevate realms, all incredibly precious." Moments later, observing that Shura Zhanhuang and the others had yet to recover from their astonishment, the emperors of the destructive Shura emperor clan trembled with excitement upon hearing their words. Seeing this, Lei Daoqiong felt compelled to remind them, "These resources and treasures are indeed a reward for your entire destructive Shura emperor clan. However, they must not be disclosed or misused. You 6 are entrusted with their guardianship. How you choose to utilize them is a matter of your own judgment. Should anyone misuse the treasures of this emperor ancestor for malevolent deeds, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon finishing, a wave of sovereign pressure enveloped the chamber, awakening all the emperors of the destructive Shura emperor clan from their stupor. With expressions filled with reverence and solemnity, they replied, "We shall heed the esteemed emperor ancestor's admonition." Once they had regained their composure, Lei Daoqiong nodded in approval and continued, "These resources and treasures are indeed valuable and plentiful. Yet do not allow the trivial to overshadow the substantial. In comparison to the treasures and opportunities that facilitate a breakthrough to the sovereign realm, these pale in significance. If you desire to attain treasures and opportunities for transcending to the sovereign realm, it will depend on your own capabilities. As long as you dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to the Lei clan, one day, you shall all have the prospect of breaking into the sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others, filled with fervor, immediately knelt in reverence, their expressions grave and earnest as they declared, "We are willing to venture through fire and water for the esteemed emperor ancestor and the ultimate imperial clan, the Lei family." Observing the assembly of formidable emperors from the destructive Shura emperor clan, Lei Daoqiong turned his attention to Lei Hongang, giving a slight nod to indicate that the ensuing matters were to be arranged by him. With a fleeting exertion of pressure, Lei Daoqiong vanished from the grand hall. As Shura Zhanhuang and the others exchanged puzzled glances, Lei Hongang addressed them, "Esteemed companions, now that you have allied with my ultimate imperial clan, it is imperative that you promptly familiarize yourselves with our customs and your duties." With that, Lei Hongang produced 6 imperial orders, presenting them to Shura Zhanhuang and the other 6. Each of these orders allowed direct communication with the elder, and any requests to meet with your clan leader, the esteemed emperor ancestor, must first receive the elder's approval. For trivial matters, it was unnecessary to disturb the clan leader. Simply notifying the elder sufficed. In the ensuing moments, Lei Hongang elaborated on the many protocols of the Lei family to all the emperors of the destructive Shura emperor clan, while they could glean additional tasks from the imperial orders. Chapter 809, New System Tasks. After departing the grand hall and returning to his cultivation cave, Lei Daoqiong once again heard the voice of the system echo in his mind. Ding. New system task triggered. Task 1. Annihilate the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Soul-Eating Demon Tooth Empire. Eliminate the Sovereign Realm Emperor, the Soul Demon. Task deadline, 1 epic. Task reward, 10 mid-level ultimate gift packs. Failure to complete the task will result in the host and the entire Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, including all vassal forces, being unable to break through realms or enhance cultivation for 1 epic. As Lei Daoqiong processed this astonishing information, the system's voice resonated once more. Task 2. Annihilate the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Shadow Phantom Empire. Eliminate 3 sovereign realm emperors within the Shadow Phantom Empire, including the Emperor of Shadow Morning. Task deadline, 1 epic. Task reward, 5 high-level ultimate gift packs. Failure to complete the task will result in the host and the entire Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, including all vassal forces, being unable to break through realms or enhance cultivation for 1 epic. Once the system's voice ceased, a glimmer of determination shone in Lei Daoqiong's eyes. The prospect of a quasi-ultimate imperial battle had evidently granted the Soul Demon an opportunity to comprehend the path to transcending the sovereign realm. An extraordinary stroke of fortune and chance. Lei Daoqiong had some understanding of the Soul Demon previously. During the initiation of the quasi-ultimate imperial battle against the destructive Shura Emperor clan, he had needed to ally with the Emperor of Nether to barely contend with Shurat Songfeng. Even under the suppression of Shurat Songfeng's destructive imperial seal, the Soul Demon could only manifest strength equivalent to that of a late-stage half-step sovereign. Merely a single quasi-ultimate imperial battle had not only liberated the Soul Demon from the torment of the destructive imperial seal, but had also allowed him to grasp the potential for a breakthrough to the sovereign realm. However, it would likely take the Soul Demon some time to achieve this breakthrough. Therefore, I shall lend a hand to the destructive Shura Emperor clan. I am certain that Shurat Songfeng and Shura Zhanhuang will be very interested in annihilating the soul-eating Demon Tooth Empire. With that thought, Lei Daoqiong sensed the presence of the clan leader's grand hall, then retrieved a purple-gold imperial order, issuing their first task to all the emperors of the destructive Shura Emperor clan. Within the clan leader's grand hall, all the emperors of the destructive Shura Emperor clan were intently absorbing Lei Honggang's explanations of the Lei family's customs. Just then, the imperial orders in their hands suddenly glowed. What is happening? Noticing the commotion, Lei Hongang paused his explanation and gradually elaborated. The imperial order's flickering signifies that a task has been personally issued by the clan leader, and it is of utmost importance, with generous rewards. You may now check the task details. Upon hearing Lei Honggang's clarification, Shura Zhanhuang and the others hastily grasped their recognized imperial orders to review the tasks proclaimed by their esteemed emperor ancestor. Imperial Ancestor Task 1. At present, my Jidao imperial clan, the Lei family, stands isolated and vulnerable. We require more individuals of impeccable character, unwavering loyalty, and a willingness to follow the Jidao imperial clan. If one can persuade a prospective quasi-imperial clan to willingly align with us, they shall be granted an opportunity to ascend to the Dominator realm. Besides this task, there exists another. Imperial Ancestor Task 2. Our Jidao imperial clan, the Lei family, has recently arrived in the Jidao imperial realm, and we hold little prestige therein. We must propagate the reputation of the Jidao imperial clan across the surrounding hundreds of realms to secure an opportunity for ascension to the Dominator realm. Upon witnessing these two tasks, the breaths of Xiao Luozhan Huang and the others quickened involuntarily. The prospect of an opportunity to transcend to the Dominator realm was a task that left them momentarily unsettled, particularly for Xiao Luozhan Huang and his companions. They had awaited this opportunity for countless epochs. They never anticipated that by following the Time and Space Emperor and the Jidao imperial clan, they would encounter such a singular task that could lead to a breakthrough into the Dominator realm. Furthermore, according to the task description, the first task did not impose a limit on the number of completions, implying that as long as more quasi-imperial clans willingly followed the Jidao imperial clan, they could annihilate the Shura imperial clan and enable more powerful beings to attain the chance to ascend to the Dominator realm. They wished to express their gratitude to the imperial ancestor, yet he had already departed, leaving them to transform their appreciation into reverence, constantly enhancing their loyalty to the Time and Space Emperor and the Jidao imperial clan. Noticing that Xiao Luozhan Huang and the others had somewhat calmed down, Lei Honggang understood that they were no longer receptive to his explanations regarding the Lei family's rules. Thus, he retrieved a small tower from the quasi-imperial ring and presented it before Xiao Luozhan Huang, introducing it as the quasi-imperial supreme weapon, the Time-Space Thousand-Fold Holy Tower. This treasure of immense rarity encompasses 1,000 layers of time and space, each layer possessing adjustable temporal flow, though you have yet to qualify for its recognition. The quasi-imperial spirit will assist you in utilizing the Time-Space Thousand-Fold Holy Tower, with the hope that you can leverage it to ascend to a higher realm. Remember, this treasure of time and space is of utmost significance and extraordinary value. You must not divulge even a whisper of it to the outside world, lest you be aware of the consequences. Upon hearing Elder Lei Honggang's introduction and admonition, Xiao Luozhan Huang and the others were utterly astonished as they beheld the densely infused tower of time and space before them. Indeed, it was a quasi-imperial treasure of the time and space category. The fact that such a treasure was entrusted to them to obliterate the Shura imperial clan demonstrated the trust placed in them by the Time and Space Emperor and the Jidao imperial clan. We express our gratitude to the imperial ancestor and Elder Honggang. We will certainly make good use of the Time-Space Thousand-Fold Holy Tower and will never disclose any information regarding this treasure of time and space. Should anyone violate this, they shall face self-dissolution, eternally lost within the rivers of time and space. After hearing Xiao Luozhan Huang's assurances and vows, Lei Honggang nodded in acknowledgement. However, with the clan leader's servant seal in place, he believed they would not leak any information. Very well, since the clan leader has assigned you a task, you may take your leave. Regarding the rules and taboos of our Jidao imperial clan, you can glean them from your imperial decree. Upon hearing Elder Lei Honggang's words, Xiao Luozhan Huang and the others felt a sense of relief and promptly bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, we take our leave." Subsequently, under the guidance of the imperial guards, Xiao Luozhan Huang and his companions swiftly departed the realm of the Jidao imperial clan and returned to the domain of the Shura imperial clan. Within a mere day, the entirety of the Shura imperial clan became aware that they had pledged their allegiance to the Jidao imperial clan. This news not only failed to incite any discontent among the members of the Shura imperial clan, but instead invigorated them greatly. For from this moment onward, their clan would have the backing of an imperial clan, alleviating their fears of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. Chapter 8:10. The Imperial Conference of the Shura imperial clan. Upon returning to the Shura imperial clan, Xiao Luozhan Huang and the other 6 imperial ancestors immediately set about reorganizing the entire clan. Though the cultivation resources for all members of the Shura imperial clan had increased significantly, the tasks to acquire these resources had multiplied, alongside numerous prohibitions concerning the Jidao imperial clan. After a century, the contemporary Shura imperial clan, under the bounty of resources bestowed by Lei Daoqiong, had become orderly, with everything progressing towards a brighter future. At this moment, within the Shura Grand Hall, Xiao Luozhan Huang, along with the other 6 imperial ancestors, occupied the 6 foremost seats, while below them sat over 100 imperial lords of the Shura imperial clan. At this time, Xiao Luozhan Huang spoke slowly. After a century of utilizing the resources provided by the imperial ancestor, our Shura imperial clan has gradually stabilized. Now, we can commence the task set forth by the imperial ancestor. Fellow lords, do you have any insightful suggestions? Following his words, he turned his gaze towards the others. The over 100 imperial lords in the hall, having utilized the resources bestowed by the imperial ancestor, were deeply invested in the tasks from the imperial ancestor and the Jidao imperial clan, necessitating the convening of the imperial conference of the Shura imperial clan. At this juncture, Xiao Luo Song Yuan interjected. The tasks from the imperial ancestor entail not only persuading certain quasi-imperial clans to willingly follow and submit to the Jidao imperial clan, but also to enhance the prestige of the Jidao imperial clan across the hundreds of surrounding realms. I believe these two tasks can be undertaken concurrently, and the rewards of these tasks, namely the opportunity to ascend to the Dominator realm, should be prioritized for Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the other 6 imperial ancestors. Upon hearing this, many lords in the hall nodded in agreement, for at present, only Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the other 6 imperial ancestors held the hope of transcending to the Dominator realm. Even if they were to acquire the opportunity to ascend, it would not guarantee an immediate transcendence, nor would it swiftly elevate the strength of the Shura imperial clan. For the long-term considerations of the Shura imperial clan, it was imperative to maintain their prominent status among the many quasi-imperial clans that would follow the imperial ancestor and the Jidao imperial clan. Thus, it was essential for the 6 imperial ancestors to break through to the Dominator realm first. I concur with Xiao Luo Song Yuan's proposal. However, we must also contemplate which quasi-imperial clans to select to ally with the Jidao imperial clan. Furthermore, we must deliberate on how to augment the prestige of the Jidao imperial clan within the hundreds of surrounding realms, where countless sacred clans and nearly 100 quasi-imperial clans, along with several extreme imperial clans, reside. Xiao Luo Ting Yuan remarked with a serious demeanor. The challenges posed by these two tasks were not merely formidable for the Shura imperial clan. Given the current standing of the Shura imperial clan in the hundreds of surrounding realms, disseminating the name of the Jidao imperial clan would not only fail to earn them respect, but could also invite derision from certain quasi-imperial clans. Additionally, those quasi-imperial clans that bore animosity towards the Shura imperial clan might even resort to pursuing and attacking their strong members, potentially igniting battles at the half-step dominator level. Such a scenario was something that the imperial lords of the Shura imperial clan could almost foresee. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo Xianji spoke. Since the tasks issued by the imperial ancestor bear no time constraints or limitations on quantity, we may proceed at a measured pace. Following the previous quasi-ultimate imperial battle with the Soul Devourer Tooth clan and the Shadow Phantom clan, the surrounding realms have become acutely aware of the existence of the ultimate imperial clan, the Lei family. The Emperor of Wraith, having sustained grievous injuries at the hands of a formidable emperor from the Lei family, even lost an arm, which presents us with invaluable intelligence to exploit. Upon hearing this, the assembly of esteemed emperors within the Grand Hall exchanged knowing glances, realizing the astuteness of Shura Xianji, who has proven to be an invaluable strategist in their quest to annihilate the Shura clan. At this juncture, Shura Xianji continued, moreover, the 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans that previously aided us in our endeavor to obliterate the Shura clan have grown somewhat familiar with the elders of the Lei family during the celebratory banquet. I believe they may harbor intentions to align themselves with the Lei family. Given our ties with these 10 clans, we could persuade them one by one to voluntarily pledge their allegiance to the Lei family. Should they remain indecisive, we might subtly reveal our connection with the Lei family and offer a hint regarding the quasi-ultimate treasures, the resources and treasures bestowed upon them by the imperial ancestor for the annihilation of the Shura clan will not be shared with other quasi-ultimate clans. However, if they flaunt them before their familiar quasi-ultimate clans, it is highly probable that those clans would willingly submit to the Lei family. After contemplating Shura Xianji's analysis and proposal, the emperors present deemed it feasible, believing it could indeed be the key to their steady advancement in the eradication of the Shura clan. Xianji is correct, but we must not act in haste, suggested Shura Songfeng. I believe we should first test the waters with the Tianmu clan and the Earth Dragon Court clan. As quasi-ultimate clans, their strength ranks among the lower echelons, and they are in dire need of the Lei family's protection, Shura Songfeng expressed, confident in their character and capability to align with the Lei family. After a brief moment of contemplation, the assembled emperors nodded in agreement. Should the Tianmu clan and the Earth Dragon Court clan choose to follow the Lei family, the two opportunities for breakthroughs into the sovereign realm could be granted to Emperor Zhanhuang and Emperor Xianji, who are most likely to achieve such a breakthrough. With 8 more quasi-ultimate clans remaining, opportunities will certainly persist. However, should Emperor Zhanhuang and Emperor Xianji succeed in reaching the sovereign realm, the prestige of our quest to obliterate the Shura clan will be significantly enhanced, thereby assisting us in fulfilling the tasks set forth by the imperial ancestor and the Lei family. Shura Qingwu remarked. As long as it benefits the eradication of the Shura clan, I generally do not contest. as all actions should prioritize the highest interests of our clan. The other emperors of the Shura clan, upon hearing this, did not object and nodded in agreement, recognizing the abundance of resources and treasures bestowed by the imperial ancestor, rendering any competition over the sequence of claims unnecessary. Observing the consensus among the emperors, Shura Zhan Huang spoke solemnly. We are currently serving the imperial ancestor and the Lei family. The fact that the imperial ancestor can freely offer opportunities for breakthroughs into the sovereign realm speaks volumes of his and the Lei family's might. We must maintain our reverence for the imperial ancestor and the Lei family, lest any discord arise. Moreover, with the numerous resources and treasures granted by the imperial ancestor, internal disputes over these resources must not emerge within our clan, beyond the fundamental cultivation resources, to acquire additional resources and treasures. We must diligently complete missions and serve the Lei family, which will yield even greater rewards. In response, the emperors of the Shura clan rose in unison, declaring loudly, "We shall remember the edict of Emperor Zhan Huang." At this moment, the Shura clan had undergone a profound transformation, and their loyalty to Lei Daoqiong and the Lei family was steadily ascending. Chapter 811, A Millennia, the breakthrough of the Soul Devourer. As time gradually flowed onward, both the Lei family and the Shura clan underwent significant transformations. A millennium later, within the domain of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan, Shirlin, do you believe the Soul Devourer Patriarch can break through to the sovereign realm? In a dimly lit underground hall, for peak half-step sovereign emperors of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan were discussing the matter concerning the Soul Devourer. Humph, if the Soul Devourer Patriarch cannot achieve this breakthrough, then we have even less hope, retorted Shirgui. Are you afraid of the Shura clan now that they are in their prime? Upon hearing Shirlin's words, Shirgui quickly asserted, how could this emperor fear the Shura clan? If it weren't for the Soul Devourer Patriarch's failure to break through, they would not be so audacious. He continued, once the Soul Devourer Patriarch reaches the sovereign realm, he shall lead us to obliterate the Shura clan in one fell swoop. Seeing Shirgui's resolve, a nearby Shura clan emperor interjected, once the Soul Devourer Patriarch breaks through, we shall naturally be unafraid of the Shura clan. However, we must not forget that their backing, the Lei family, possesses several sovereign realm emperors. With their assistance, annihilating the Shura clan will still prove challenging. Another emperor voiced his concerns. Shiming's worries are not without merit. According to the intelligence gathered by Shirin, there exists a mysterious emperor of time and space within the Lei family, whose strength is unfathomable. Even if the Soul Devourer Patriarch were to break through, we might not stand a chance against the Lei family. Shirlin, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. Shirwei, Shiming, your concerns are somewhat unwarranted. While the Lei family is indeed formidable, we have the Shadow Phantom clan to contend with them. Our focus should be solely on the obliteration of the Shura clan. Thinking of the might of the Shadow Phantom clan, the four felt an immense sense of reassurance, their fears dissipating as they envisioned the imminent obliteration of the Shura clan under the leadership of the Soul Devourer Emperor. Brother, are you certain we won't be discovered dressed like this? Lei Ian questioned, eyeing the black robe in her hands, which closely resembled that of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan. At that moment, Lei Xianping had donned the black robe, appearing indistinguishable from the powerful emperors of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan. Little girl, I am indeed an emperor of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan. You should surrender at once. Lei Xianping mimicked the voice and demeanor of the emperors of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan, even exuding the unique soul-devouring power of their clan to demonstrate its authenticity. It truly resembles them. You can even mimic the soul-devouring power. What treasure is this black robe? Lei Ian inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This is the 1,000 Illusion Emperor's robe, which I exchanged from father. It allows me to imitate any race's powerful individuals, even replicating their aura, presence, and extreme powers. These 2,000 Illusion Emperor's robes are incredibly precious, so you mustn't damage them. They cost me a significant amount of contribution points. Lei Xianping carefully explained, a hint of reluctance in his voice, gazing at the 1,000 Illusion Emperor's robe in her hands, and then at the domain of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan ahead. A smile crept across Lei Ian's face. Brother, what if we disguise ourselves as the powerful emperors of the Shadow Phantom clan? We might stumble upon unexpected gains. As Lei Xianping was familiarizing himself with the various postures of the Soul Devourer Tooth clan's powerful beings, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the Soul Devourer Tooth clan is merely a vassal of the Shadow Phantom clan. If we disguise ourselves as the powerful emperors of the Shadow Phantom clan, we may indeed relish the experience of being the masters. Upon concluding his words, Lei Xianping exhibited no hesitation as he activated the Qianhuan Emperor's sacred robe, transforming his aura and wielding the power of the extreme path. In a brief moment, he metamorphosed into a formidable figure, a late-stage shadow ghost emperor of the semi-steppe dominion realm. I am the emperor of the shadow ghost clan, Yu Ping. Upon your encounter with me, why do you not bow in reverence? Noticing Lei Xuanping's imitation was strikingly convincing, even nearly identical. Lei Ian donned the Qianhuan emperor's sacred robe as well, altering his aura to similarly become a late-stage shadow ghost emperor of the semi-steppe dominion realm. I am the ghost emperor, here to pay a visit to the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Lei Ian and Lei Xianping exchanged a knowing smile and soared towards the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Before they could make contact with the boundary of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan's domain, a guard of semi-steppe dominion realm from the clan, named Shihuan, materialized before them with great respect. I, Shihuan, pay my respects to the two shadow ghost emperors. Startled, Lei Xianping and Lei Ian shot a glance at Shihuan. However, seeing the profound respect in his demeanor, and noting their deception had gone undetected, Lei Xianping spoke solemnly. I have come to visit your Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Do not delay in summoning Shimo to greet me. Shihuan, upon hearing this, hastily explained, I report to the two esteemed emperors. Shimo the ancestor is currently in seclusion at a crucial moment and cannot be disturbed. I ask for your understanding. At this, Lei Xianping furrowed his brow, internally grumbling. It has been over 10,000 years, and Shimo has yet to break through to the Dominion realm? Has he not already comprehended the opportunity for such a breakthrough? How slow can one be? I wonder how much longer it will take. After a brief contemplation, Lei Xianping spoke in a deep voice. Since Shimo is in seclusion, I shall not intrude upon him. However, I have come on the orders of the great Emperor Yushang to discuss the annihilation of the Destruction Shura clan. Upon hearing this, Shihuan's pupils constricted, and he swiftly stepped aside, opening the domain boundary. Ah, so you two have come to discuss significant matters. Please, enter. I shall lead you to meet the other four esteemed emperors. With that, Shihuan guided Lei Xianping and Lei Ian into the inner sanctum of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. After several instances of teleportation, they arrived at a somewhat dim underground hall, where four esteemed emperors of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan awaited. Lei Xianping and Lei Ian, daring to venture into the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, naturally recognized the four-peak semi-steppe dominion emperors, including Shihuan. Shihuan Emperor, I have come to convey the will of the great Emperor Yushang. At this, Shihuan and his companions immediately rose, gazing at the two shadow ghost emperors, and inquired. The will of the great Emperor Yushang? Wasn't it merely 500 years ago that we delivered trillions of souls to him? Has he already exhausted them? And what further command does he have? How many more souls does he require? Upon hearing Shihuan's words, Lei Xianping and Lei Ian felt their pupils shudder slightly. A flicker of murderous intent surfacing in their depths, though well concealed. Suppressing his inner fury, Lei Xianping replied solemnly, souls are not needed at this time. I have come to discuss with you all how to obliterate the Destruction Shura clan. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying imperial might suddenly descended, instantly stirring the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. This is the might of an emperor. Shimo the ancestor has finally broken through. Shihuan and the others were electrified. Disregarding the two shadow ghost emperors and hastily exiting the underground hall, Lei Xianping and Lei Ian felt the overwhelming imperial pressure, their eyes alight with joy and excitement. That ghostly being has finally broken through. Now we can finally take action against the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Upon finishing his statement, Lei Xianping discreetly crushed a disposable imperial token in his hand, sending an accurate signal to the Lei clan and the Destruction Shura clan. Chapter 8:12. The Arrogance of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. At this moment, within the domain of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, in a colossal abyss, boundless power of the soul-devouring extreme path surged violently, darkening the heavens. Strands of extreme path thunder, shimmering with black mist, traversed the endless void, relentlessly tearing apart the very fabric of space. Simultaneously, a towering avatar of law gradually manifested, connecting heaven and earth while enveloped in countless strands of the soul-devouring extreme path's primordial energy. The flickering extreme path thunder seemed to refine this avatar, saturating the entire realm with the essence of the extreme path's origin. As the space tore, Shimo's figure slowly emerged, his imperial form growing ever more colossal. Still enduring the trials of extreme path thunder, the soul-devouring primordial energy around him constantly influenced the surrounding space, causing it to warp merely through his presence. Ha ha ha! Shimo's raucous laughter resonated, shaking the very space around him. Even while enduring the extreme path thunder's tempering, he could not contain his exhilaration and ecstasy. In merely a millennium of seclusion, I have seized control of the soul-devouring extreme path's origin, breaking through to the Dominion realm and attaining the status of Great Emperor. This unparalleled form shall one day see me standing at the pinnacle of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, commanding all Extreme Path clans to bow before me. Shimo's laughter echoed throughout the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. When Huan and the others arrived at the abyss's edge, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Shimo, they were filled with indescribable excitement. The ancestor Shimo has truly broken through. From this day forth, we Xianxiaaudiobooks clan are a genuine extreme path clan. With the ancestor Shimo by our side, the Destruction Shura clan could be obliterated with a mere gesture. And even the extreme path clan Lei clan would not dare to provoke us. Huan and the others spoke with fervor. They had awaited this day for far too long. The failure of the expedition against the Destruction Shura clan a millennium ago was solely due to the extreme path Lei clan. Now that ancestor Shimo had broken through, backed by the Shadow Ghost clan, they no longer feared the Lei clan. The day ancestor Shimo solidified his realm would mark the complete annihilation of the Destruction Shura clan. At this juncture, the disguised Lei Xianping and Lei Ian also arrived at the edge of the Black Abyss. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from Shimo's breakthrough to the Dominion realm, they were slightly taken aback. Is this the pressure of breaking through the Dominion realm? Indeed, it is terrifying. Yet, their surprise was fleeting. They had witnessed even grander spectacles than Shimo's breakthrough. Lei Xianping approached Huan and the others, promptly cupping his hands in salute. Congratulations. The Shimo Great Emperor has broken through. And from now on, the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan is a true extreme path clan, regarded as a dominant force within the extreme path emperor realm. Still reeling from their excitement, Huan and the others were further elated upon hearing Lei Xianping's words. The emergence of this day for our Xianxiaaudiobooks clan is all thanks to the protection of your Shadow Ghost clan. Had it not been for you, our clan would have likely been obliterated by the Destruction Shura clan long ago. Today marks the most significant day for our clan, a day that will alter our fate. The ancestor Shimo has broken through to the Dominion realm, becoming our first soul-devouring great emperor. From this day forth, our clan has truly risen. Let us see which blind extreme path clan dares to provoke us. As Lei Xianping and Lei Ian observed the jubilant Huan and his companions, disdain flickered within their hearts, accompanied by a faint smile. At long last, that old ghost Shimo has broken through. If we had waited any longer, we might have reached the Dominion realm ourselves. Lei Xianping conveyed to Lei Ian telepathically. Who would dare to disagree? Yet, the mystery remains as to why Father chooses to wait until that demon devourer breaks through to the sovereign realm before launching a decisive strike to obliterate the entire soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial clan. Lei Ian transmitted, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. After millennia of cultivation, her visage had shed its youthful innocence, replaced instead with a profound wisdom. As if she were perpetually deciphering her father Lei Daoqiong's intentions, Lei Xianping glanced at his sister, shaking his head gently as he transmitted. You are still too young to grasp this. Although our Lei family is an imperial clan of supreme standing, our foundation in this supreme path imperial realm remains precarious. Our prestige not yet established. Over the past 10 millennia, while many quasi-supreme imperial clans have rallied to our cause, enhancing our reputation. Should we succeed in annihilating two malevolent supreme imperial clans, our family's renown will resonate across numerous domains within the supreme path imperial realm. At that point, our stature will undergo a monumental transformation, drawing even more quasi-supreme clans to our banner. Upon hearing Lei Xianping's elucidation, Lei Ian merely nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps this was indeed a consideration of their father, yet she could not shake the feeling that he harbored ulterior motives. As Lei Xianping and Lei Ian exchanged thoughts via transmission, the demon devourer unexpectedly produced a communication imperial decree, initiating correspondence with their allied quasi-supreme clans, inviting those formidable beings to visit the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial clan. After notifying several imperial dignitaries, the demon devourer suddenly recalled something. Turning towards the two imperial dignitaries of the Shadow Ghost clan, and inquired, "Might I ask how the recovery of the Emperor Daoqiong is progressing? Would it be possible to invite him to grace our soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial clan with his presence?" In response, Lei Xianping replied slowly. After the battle a millennium ago, Emperor Daoqiong suffered severe injuries. Although he has made considerable progress in his recovery, he is still in seclusion for healing. After all, the wounds of a sovereign realm imperial powerhouse are not easily mended. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the demon devourer's eyes. But he quickly regained a sense of anticipation, stating, "Since Emperor Daoqiong is still recuperating, might the other two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan be available? With our demon devourer's breakthrough, having imperial powerhouses as guests would significantly elevate our clan's standing. During this banquet, we also intend to subjugate several quasi-supreme clans as our vassals. When the time comes to eradicate the Destruction Shura clan and your Lei family, we shall have even more powerful allies. This will undoubtedly be of great benefit to your Shadow Ghost clan as well." Upon hearing this, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong silently mused that the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan was indeed audacious, daring to contemplate the annihilation of their Lei family. Little did they know, the entirety of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, along with the Shadow Ghost clan, had already been inscribed on their Lei family's death list. This is a significant matter. We must return to our clan to personally consult with the two emperors. Should any of them be willing to visit the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, we shall certainly inform Brother Shurjan. Lei Xianping feigned deliberation in his response, for their primary mission was already accomplished. Now, they need only await the arrival of the Lei family and the forces of the Destruction Shura clan to obliterate the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan. Chapter 8:13. The Demise of Shurjan. Upon hearing this, the demon devourer pondered momentarily before replying. I would appreciate your efforts to convey this message. This banquet is of utmost importance to both our clan and the Shadow Ghost clan, as it pertains to our standings in the surrounding hundreds of realms. I implore you to take this matter seriously. Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong exchanged faint smiles internally, though they promptly assured, rest assured, Brother Shurjan. We shall return to relay the message to our two emperors. With that, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong took their leave, swiftly departing from the abyss's edge. As they observed the two imperial dignitaries of the Shadow Ghost clan retreat, the demon devourer felt an unsettling sense of urgency. After all, aside from Emperor Yaoqiong, the other two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan were the most formidable. Although the demon devourer had achieved his breakthrough, he still lagged considerably behind the Shadow Ghost clan and could not afford to allow any misunderstandings to arise among them. I must personally invite the two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan, demonstrating our soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan sincerity. After issuing commands for the demon to guard the ancestral founder, the demon devourer hastened after the two imperial dignitaries of the Shadow Ghost clan. Moments later, at the periphery of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan's domain, the demon devourer, upon exiting the realm, found no trace of the two imperial dignitaries of the Shadow Ghost clan, and he marveled. Indeed, the prowess of the Shadow Ghost clan's emperors is unparalleled. Their ability to conceal their presence is second to none in the Supreme Path Imperial realm. Just as he uttered these words, he sensed two peculiar auras. What could be the presence of human imperial dignitaries outside our soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan's domain? As he pondered the nature of those auras, a hint of solemnity crossed his countenance. However, emboldened by his current state, he swiftly concealed his form and pursued the source of those two auras. Before long, in a secluded valley, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong, unaware of the demon devourer trailing them, shed their illusory emperor sacred garb once they ensured their surroundings were devoid of witnesses. The demon-devouring ghost-tooth clan's emperor is truly gullible. He failed to see through our disguise. Lei Xianping remarked with a hint of pride. Lei Daoqiong sighed. What a pity. The timing of the demon-devourer's breakthrough was impeccable, leaving us no opportunity to glean further intelligence about the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, nor did we manage to acquire any treasures. Lei Xianping dismissed her concerns. What treasures could the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan possibly possess? They are all mere sinister artifacts. Do you truly desire them? Just as the two engaged in conversation, the demon devourer arrived at the secluded valley, catching sight of the two human imperial dignitaries discussing matters pertaining to his clan and noticing the peculiar black robes they wielded. They are not the emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan. The demon devourer thought to himself, a surge of anger swelling within him. It was this very spark of fury that inadvertently revealed a trace of his aura. The conversing Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong immediately turned their attention towards the direction of the demon devourer. It seems we have been discovered. Through Lei Xianping's keen perception, he swiftly detected the presence of the demon devourer, who was now fixated upon them. Instantly, the atmosphere within the valley grew tense. Yet, in the next moment, Lei Xianping broke into a relaxed smile, exclaiming, "Since you've discovered us, allow us to escort you on your way." The demon devourer, hearing this, regarded them with disdain. You two half-step sovereign realm human dignitaries are simply deluding yourselves. This is the territory of my soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan. Observing the demon devourer's confidence, Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong simply exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads lightly. In the next instant, a terrifying oppressive force descended, and the demon devourer attempted to alert the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, only to find himself instantaneously immobilized in space, unable to move. His imperial decree still clutched in his hand, untouched. At that moment, a sovereign realm imperial guard slowly manifested from the void, tasked primarily with ensuring the safety of Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong against foes beyond their capacity to handle. Young masters, shall we eliminate him? The imperial guard inquired. Hearing the question, both Lei Xianping and Lei Daoqiong nodded in agreement. After all, with the demon having already broken through, the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan would eventually face annihilation. Thus, the demon devourer had become expendable. Upon receiving their assent, the Imperial Guard's eyes merely flickered, and a dreadfully destructive force enveloped the demon devourer. In an instant, amidst the demon devourer's horrified gaze, his physical form disintegrated into dust, while his quasi-supreme imperial soul was obliterated in an instant. The only remnant left intact was a quasi-supreme imperial ring. The Imperial Guard effortlessly obliterated a peak half-step dominator, leaving both Lei Xianping and Lei Ian gasping in astonishment, their eyes shimmering with a mix of awe and anticipation. Once they regained their composure, Lei Xianping cradled the soul-devouring quasi-ultimate imperial ring in his palm. With the demise of the soul devourer, the ring had naturally become a relic without an owner. Upon inspection, Lei Xianping shook his head in disbelief. A peak half-step dominator, yet the treasures within were lamentably sparse. Just as he was about to stow the quasi-ultimate imperial ring, he suddenly noticed a series of black jade vials nestled within. What could this be? He pondered, extracting one of the black vials with a hint of confusion. Beside him, Lei Ian frowned slightly, her curiosity piqued by the vial's ominous appearance. Just as Lei Xianping prepared to uncork the vial, an Imperial Guard interjected, forbidding him. Do not open that black vial. Why not? Both Lei Xianping and Lei Ian inquired, their eyes laden with curiosity. Observing their expressions, the Imperial Guard scrutinized the black vial, his gaze discerning its contents. He explained, within this black vial resides the souls of over 100 million beings, those who have yet to pass on. After the guard's elucidation, Lei Xianping and Lei Ian's pupils constricted in disbelief as they regarded the black vial. Over 100 million souls, Lei Xianping murmured, glancing at the multitude of black vials within the quasi-ultimate imperial ring, then casting his gaze toward the domain of the soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire, his eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent. The soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire is a scourge. They deserve to perish. He spat through clenched teeth. Observing her brother's anger, Lei Ian too seized the quasi-ultimate imperial ring. Upon witnessing the countless black vials within, her gaze toward the soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire was likewise filled with lethal intent. At that moment, a nearby ultimate transmission imperial array suddenly flickered with light. In an instant, a multitude of imperial-level experts from the Lei family and the Destruction Azura Empire materialized within the array, alongside other quasi-ultimate imperial experts. Within a mere quarter of an hour, as the ultimate imperial array ceased its flickering, over 1,000 half-step dominators and 10 dominator-level emperors had gathered in the valley. Chapter 814, The Fury of the Lei Family. Lei Honggang surveyed the domain of the soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire, sensing that the demon of devouring had indeed broken through. The demon had ascended to the dominator realm and was currently refining its ultimate imperial body to solidify its realm, a process that would require some time. He then approached Lei Xianping and Lei Ian, offering them commendation. Xianping, Ian, you performed admirably on this mission. However, venturing alone into an ultimate imperial clan is perilously reckless. Such tasks should henceforth be entrusted to Yixiao and Lei Xuanwu. Hearing this, Yixiao and Lei Xuanwu, who stood behind Lei Honggang, exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't it dangerous for Xianping and Ian? Are we not at risk as well? Yixiao voiced, his tone laced with incredulity. Moreover, they have dominator-level emperors for protection. Who could harm them in the ultimate imperial realm? Elder Honggang seems to be showing favoritism. In response, Lei Honggang shot a glare at Yixiao, admonishing, how can you say that? If you don't exert yourself, you'll soon find yourself surpassed by Xianping and Ian. As their senior, aren't you ashamed? Unfazed, Yixiao retorted, what is there to be ashamed of? Xianping and Ian's talents far exceed mine. It's no surprise they might catch up. Seeing Yixiao's nonchalant demeanor, Lei Honggang chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Lei Xianxian noticed the fury and murderous intent radiating from Lei Xianping and Lei Ian, prompting him to inquire, Xianping, Ian, what has incited such wrath within you? Your murderous intent seems barely contained. In response to Elder Lei Xianxian's inquiry, Lei Xianping presented the black vial before him and solemnly declared, the soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire must be eradicated. They have been harvesting the souls of countless beings as nourishment for their cultivation, a heinous crime that warrants their complete annihilation from the ultimate imperial realm. Receiving the black vial, Lei Xianxian, with his dominator-level prowess, easily penetrated its veil. Gazing upon the countless souls within, filled with resentment and weakness from previous consumption, it became evident that these souls were awaiting a chance to recuperate. Yet, the restoration of soul power is no simple task, particularly for those still living, rendering the souls within the black vial alarmingly frail. Beside them, Lei Honggang and the others beheld the souls within the black vial, their expressions morphing into visages of outrage, their animosity toward the soul-devouring Demon Tooth Empire intensifying. This multitude of souls, many of whom belong to the human race, indeed proves the soul-devouring demon tooth empire is deserving of annihilation. Lei Daoqiong stated with a voice steeped in solemnity and chill. But it did not end there. Lei Xianping retrieved thousands of black vials from the soul devourer's quasi-ultimate imperial ring, each brimming with souls desperately clinging to existence. As they surveyed the vast collection of souls within the multitude of vials, not only the Lei family's experts, but also the dominator-level figures from the Destruction Azura Empire and other clans seethed with indignation. Elder Daoqiong, give the order. Let us strike and eradicate this utterly heinous, soul-devouring demon tooth empire, implored Shura Zhongguang, his fury and murderous intent barely contained. For him, the souls within those thousands of black vials represented not just numbers, but the pain of countless lives lost at the hands of the soul-devouring demon tooth empire, including many from his own Destruction Azura lineage. This endeavor was not solely for vengeance, but also a necessary purge of a malignant force from the ultimate imperial realm. At this moment, fueled by the agony of the billions of souls contained within the vials, the collective fury and murderous intent of all the dominators present surged to unprecedented heights. They awaited but a single command from Elder Daoqiong to unleash their wrath upon the soul-devouring demon tooth empire. Elder Daoqiong, meanwhile, was fixated on the domain of the soul-devouring demon tooth empire, where the demon of devouring was refining its ultimate imperial body. Although the demon had already transcended to the dominator realm, its power was not yet stable, and its ultimate body was only just beginning to be forged. Initially, Lei Daoqiong intended to wait until the demon achieved complete mastery before delivering a decisive blow. However, sensing the fervent emotions of those around him, he recognized that the moment had come. He intoned gravely, "Strike. Leave no one from the soul-devouring demon tooth empire alive, not even their vassals." As his words fell, the figures of Shura Zhongguang and the other great emperors vanished in an instant, while Yixiao and over 1,000 dominators surged forth, driven by unquenchable rage and murderous intent toward the domain of the soul-devouring demon tooth empire. The speed of Shura Zhongguang and the other great emperors was unparalleled. Upon their return, the immense ultimate imperial body seemed to tear through the fabric of space as it raised its colossal foot, crashing it down upon the barrier of the soul-devouring demon tooth empire. With a series of resounding explosions, the barrier of the quasi-ultimate imperial array shattered beneath Shura Zhongguang's might, disintegrating into countless fragments. This abrupt upheaval immediately stirred the attention of the demon of devouring, now in the midst of refining its imperial body, as well as all the dominator-level experts within the soul-devouring demon tooth empire. Who dares to trespass upon the domain of the soul-devouring demon tooth empire? The demon of devouring bellowed, its eyes ablaze with fury as it turned to face Shura Zhongguang. With just a single glance, the formidable trio of Shura Zhongguang, Shura Qianxiang, and Shura Tsongfeng materialized before the demon devourer. The immense physique of the extreme Dao emperor, coupled with the overwhelming aura of the emperor, caused the pupils of the demon devourer to constrict sharply, sending a jolt of alarm through his mind. How is this possible? You have surpassed me and ascended to the dominator realm. Ignoring the astonished utterances of the demon devourer, the three figures of vengeance were singularly focused on retribution. The mere thought of the solitary 36,500 epochs spent in the imperial ruins intensified the murderous intent in Shura Tsongfeng's eyes. Undeterred by the boundless extreme Dao thunder surrounding the demon devourer, he wielded his extreme Dao emperor weapon, a colossal blade imbued with the immense destructive power of the extreme Dao, and struck down fiercely upon the demon devourer. Feeling the unrelenting malice emanating from Shura Tsongfeng and his companions, the demon devourer, in a state of frantic panic, could only muster all his strength to resist. He remained unaware of how Shura Tsongfeng and the others had outpaced him in breaking through to the dominator realm. All he knew was that if he did not fight with all his might, he would surely perish at the hands of Shura Zhongguang and his allies. This emperor has just ascended to the dominator realm and harbors grand aspirations. I cannot die. Lacking an extreme Dao emperor weapon, the demon devourer, unable to evade the attacks, could only brace himself against the onslaught of Shura Zhongguang and his companions. As three terrifying strikes landed upon him, the catastrophic destructive power of the extreme Dao obliterated his bones and sent him reeling backward. The excruciating pain rendered the demon devourer acutely aware, prompting him to swiftly unleash his extreme Dao domain, attempting to conceal himself within the fabric of space and flee. Yet, how could Shura Tsongfeng and his companions allow the demon devourer to escape? The trio traversed the void, simultaneously invoking their extreme Dao domains, forming a triangular formation that ensnared the demon devourer within. Chapter 8:15, Slaying the Demon Devourer. the annihilation of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire. Realizing he was surrounded with no avenue for escape, the Demon Devourer immediately shattered the Emperor's summons from the Shadow Ghost Empire, pleading for assistance. He did not wish to perish. With his strength, he could hold out until the powerful emperors of the Shadow Ghost Empire arrived to aid him. Meanwhile, after Shura Zhanhuang shattered the boundary of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire, over 1,000 emperors from the Lei clan and the Destruction Shura Empire surged into the domain of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire, with no mercy to be found. All the emperor-level experts from the Lei clan and the Destruction Shura Empire unleashed their terrifying extreme Dao power as a barrage of catastrophic attacks rained down upon the entire soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire. The sheer annihilation of their assaults instilled fear even in the emperor-level experts of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire. This is impossible. How can there be over 1,000 half-step Dominator Realm experts? We cannot withstand this. We must flee. With a thunderous roar, the demon Ming, without a moment's hesitation, tore apart the fabric of space in a desperate bid to escape the domain of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire. However, before he could enter the spatial rift, it inexplicably closed, leaving him grasping at emptiness. What is happening? Before the demon Ming could ponder further, the figure of Shura Qingwu emerged from the void, unmistakably exuding the aura of the Dominator Realm. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Shura Qingwu, the demon Ming's pupils dilated in sheer terror and disbelief. Shura Qingwu, you have actually broken through to the Dominator Realm. Ignoring the demon Ming's astonishment, Shura Qingwu raised his hand, enveloping the demon Ming in his extreme Dao domain. The terrifying destructive power of the extreme Dao surged over the demon Ming's imperial form like a raging torrent. After the initial shock, the demon Ming had no time to react. Under the weight of that dreadful extreme Dao power, his physical body was reduced to mere powder, and his nascent Dominator soul was utterly obliterated. A peak Emperor-level expert at the half-step Dominator realm was effortlessly dispatched by Shura Qingwu across the battlefield. Aside from the Destruction Shura Empire, only the Emperor-level experts of the Lei clan refrained from joining the fray, not merely out of disdain, but because their adversaries were far too few for them to engage. Should Lei Hong and his comrades choose to intervene, the entire soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire would be annihilated in an instant. Yet, such action was deemed unnecessary. To obliterate an empire so steeped in sin as the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire was a worthy trial for the disciples of the Lei clan, allowing them to align with their true hearts and temper their spirits. In a fleeting moment, after releasing their pent-up fury, the Emperor-level experts of the Lei clan, along with others from the quasi-extreme Dao empires, ceased their assault. They instinctively positioned themselves at the periphery of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire's domain, ensuring no survivors would escape. The entirety of the battlefield within the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire was left to the might of the Destruction Shura Empire's experts. Shura Xuanji, though you have ascended to the rank of Dominator Realm Emperor, you cannot kill me. Our clan has the backing of the Shadow Ghost Empire. Though filled with dread, the Demon Wei still mustered the audacity to threaten, seemingly hoping to dissuade Shura Xuanji from pursuing his intent. After hearing the Demon Wei's threats and observing his fearful demeanor, Shura Xuanji could not help but chuckle softly. How utterly ridiculous! To threaten me as death looms closer. Do you believe I fear the Shadow Ghost Empire? Rest assured, since you are so loyal to the Shadow Ghost Empire, once I have obliterated your entire soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire, I shall turn my attention to the Shadow Ghost Empire next, ensuring you reunite in another world. With that, Shura Xuanji recalled something and added, by the magnitude of sin committed by your two empires, there shall be no chance for reincarnation. You shall never meet again. This time, Shura Xuanji did not afford the Demon Wei another opportunity to speak, directly striking to annihilate his nascent Dominator soul and reducing his imperial body to dust. Meanwhile, Shura Qingyu also dispatched the demon ghost with a mere gesture, the latter not even having the chance to utter a word before being reduced to powder and dissipating into the air. Other Emperor-level experts from the Destruction Shura Empire unleashed their full strength, relentlessly assaulting the remaining Emperor-level experts of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire. The catastrophic shockwaves of battle nearly shattered the entirety of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire's domain, obliterating countless underground chambers and grand halls. Countless peaks crumbled under the ferocity of the destructive aftermath, some even being entirely annihilated by the overwhelming power of destruction, transformed into vast clouds of dust. As the Emperor-level experts of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire fell one by one, a dark cloud enveloped the skies above their realm. Within that terrifying cloud, boundless extreme Dao thunder flickered, as if celebrating yet mourning simultaneously. The fallen Emperor-level expert soul-biting extreme Dao power infused with the heavens, rendering the extreme Dao power of the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire's battlefield incredibly potent. The demon devourer continued to evade the attacks of Xianxiafans and his companions, only opting to endure when evasion was impossible. After all, each of Xianxiafans' trio wielded lower-grade extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Enduring a single strike would leave the demon devourer injured, compelling him to evade continually. Moreover, Xianxiafans and his companions were all mid-stage dominators, while the demon devourer had just broken through, rendering him no match for them. The fact that he could withstand for so long was merely a wait for reinforcements from the Shadow Ghost Empire. As the number of fallen Emperor-level experts from the soul-biting Ghost Tooth Empire grew, the extreme Dao power of the soul-biting realm intensified. The demon devourer could only frantically absorb this soul-biting extreme Dao power to replenish his own dwindling reserves, hoping to counter the onslaught from Xianxiafans and his allies. Yet, after only a brief moment, the demon devourer found himself struggling to maintain the pace. Why have the emperors of the Shadow Ghost Empire not yet arrived to assist? If I perish, what benefit is there to them? The demon devourer mistakenly believed that the emperors of the Shadow Ghost Empire were unwilling to come to his aid. Little did he know that, in this moment, the Shadow Ghost Empire dared not stir in the slightest. Beyond the realm of the Shadow Phantom Emperor clan, a sovereign of the third tier of dominion stood aloft, his colossal imperial form towering over the Shadow Phantom Emperor clan, exerting a terrifying imperial pressure that relentlessly crushed the boundary of their domain. Although the low-grade extreme Dao imperial array could stave off the encroaching sovereign, the three formidable emperors of the Shadow Phantom Emperor clan dared not extend their aid to the soul-devouring Ghost Fang Emperor clan. The battlefield within the realm of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang Emperor clan had transformed into a scene of imperial warfare. The entirety of their domain lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. All the esteemed emperors and living beings of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan had been annihilated by the onslaught of the destruction Shura Emperor clan. With the exception of the surviving Shima, the soul-devouring Ghost Fang Emperor clan had effectively ceased to exist. Witnessing the obliteration of his clan, Shima was consumed by a profound fury, momentarily forgetting to flee as he recklessly charged at Xianxiafans. Yet, in the presence of three mid-tier sovereign emperors, Shima's attacks were utterly inconsequential. After being sent reeling by a single strike from Xianxiahuang, the primal force of the soul-devouring extreme Dao surged through Shima, who roared, "You have annihilated my soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. I shall take you down with me." As they beheld Shima's frenzied visage and the chaotic surge of his extreme Dao power, the expressions of Xianxiafans and his companions turned grave. "This is bad. He intends to self-destruct," Xianxiafans exclaimed, glancing anxiously at Elder Lei Daoqiong. The self-detonation of an early sovereign-tier powerhouse could rival the full-force strike of a peak sovereign, a feat beyond their capabilities to withstand. At the periphery of the battlefield, Elder Lei Daoqiong quickly looked towards the sovereign-tier Imperial Guardian. Before he could utter a word, the Guardian raised his hand, unleashing an imperceptible force of spatial extreme Dao power that instantaneously bound Shima's volatile energy. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxiafans and his comrades launched their most formidable assault against the restrained Shima. In a moment of sheer terror and despair, three terrifying attacks struck Shima, shattering his imperial form. Simultaneously, his extreme Dao soul was obliterated by the overwhelming destructive force, marking the definitive demise of Shima. Chapter 8:16, The Manifestation of Extreme Dao Rules and the Extreme Dao Thunder Calamity. With Shima's fall, the soul-devouring extreme Dao power he commanded returned to the extreme Dao Emperor realm, enveloping the entire domain of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. As they surveyed the utterly ravaged and reduced to rubble domain, Xianxiafans and his companions finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "We have finally eradicated the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, and the grievances accumulated over countless epochs have dissipated at this very moment," Xianxiahuang and the others reflected, gazing at the desolate realm now devoid of any vestige of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang beings, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, notorious for their cruelty and evil, harvesting the souls of countless beings, had met their deserved end, as dictated by the rules of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. Equally culpable were the Shadow Phantom Emperor clan. As an extreme Dao Emperor clan, their sins were even graver, with Emperor Yushang employing the souls of innumerable beings for healing, revealing the depths of their malevolence. The extreme Dao Emperor realm inherently possesses rules that impose a significant suppression on those below the sovereign tier, and even wields punitive powers against malevolent acts. While cultivating the soul-devouring extreme Dao power itself is not inherently wrong, employing it for the slaughter of living beings is intolerable under the rules of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. The absence of punishment against the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan and the Shadow Phantom Emperor clan by the extreme Dao Emperor realm was solely due to the latter's three formidable sovereigns, who could defy the realm's rules and obscure their transgressions. At this moment, with the annihilation of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan and the shattering of their domain, a wealth of soul-devouring extreme Dao power returned to the extreme Dao Emperor realm. However, the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, which had thrived on devouring countless souls to elevate their cultivation, could no longer evade the scrutiny of the extreme Dao Emperor realm's rules. The resentment of countless souls manifested as a bloodied testament, reporting to the rules of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. In an instant, dark storm clouds gathered ominously over the domain of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, enveloping it entirely. Observing this scene, Shura Zhanhuang and his comrades hastily retreated from the now desolate domain of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. Upon returning to the company of Elder Lei Hongang and the other elders of the Lei clan, they beheld the terrifying thunderclouds, the flickering extreme Dao lightning within evoking a sense of dread. This is the extreme Dao thunder calamity manifested by the rules, Shura Zhanhuang exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that the obliteration of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan would provoke such a calamity. Even a sovereign of the third tier would find it insurmountable. Surely, this thunderstorm is not directed at us. After all, we have eradicated the heinous soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. The rules of the extreme Dao Emperor realm should not only refrain from rewarding us, but seem to intend to chastise us. Yi Xiu voiced his confusion, tinged with fear and mild dissatisfaction. Despite their actions in dismantling the malicious soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, they were taken aback by the manifestation of the extreme Dao thunder calamity, causing even those who had obliterated the Shura Emperor clan to feel disgruntled. At this juncture, Shura Xuanzi elucidated, if we are targeted by the extreme Dao thunder calamity, the rules would likely suppress us to the point where we would lose even the right to speak. Upon hearing Shura Xuanzi's explanation, the group collectively exhaled, feeling a semblance of relief. If it is not aimed at us, then who could it be? Yi Xiu queried. The soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan has been eradicated. Surely the rules of the extreme Dao Emperor realm would not manifest such a terrifying thunderstorm solely for amusement or intimidation. Shura Xuanzi remained silent. Having grown quite familiar with this disciple of the Emperor ancestor, he knew that any response would only lead to an unending barrage of questions from Yi Xiu, who seemed oblivious to the reticence of the other powerful figures in the Lei clan. Even the loquacious Lei Xianping and Lei Yan were reluctant to engage in conversation with him. Suddenly, the thunderclouds roiled violently, and in the next moment, countless bolts of extreme Dao lightning cascaded down like a tempest, striking the ground of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan's domain with ferocious intensity. Instantly, the already devastated domain was pulverized into dust beneath the relentless onslaught of the extreme Dao lightning. The earth was torn asunder, revealing vast chasms, while the depths unveiled countless white bones of the fallen beings, infused with an overwhelming aura of resentment. Beholding the heaps of bones, Lei Hongang, Shura Zhanhuang, and all present were compelled to draw in a sharp breath, for the palpable resentment had coalesced into a force rivaling that of a peak sovereign powerhouse. The highest cultivation of those whose bones lay there was merely that of the undying Star Master realm, with many being the remains of Dao-level beings, and even heaps of bone dust piled like mountains. Witnessing this sight, Lei Hongang, Shura Zhanhuang, and all present were once again engulfed in fervent rage. Had the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan not been extinguished, they would have ensured that the clan endured the full brunt of the extreme Dao thunder calamity, suffering gradually until they could neither live nor die. In contemporary times, the heinous transgressions of the soul-biting Ghost Fang imperial clan have resurfaced, inciting the wrath of the ultimate laws. Thus, the actions of the Lei clan hold significant meaning. Every sentient being possesses the inherent right to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Should we allow superior imperial clans to annihilate lesser holy clans, the cosmos itself would inevitably spiral towards annihilation as life wanes. In but a fleeting moment, the realm of the soul-biting Ghost Fang imperial clan transformed into one entirely enveloped by the ultimate thunder calamity. The soul-devouring, extreme powers and countless vengeful spirits within were systematically eradicated by the formidable thunder, striving to expunge the transgressions committed by the soul-biting Ghost Fang imperial clan. Lei Hongang took a deep breath and solemnly declared, before the devil of devouring breaks through to the sovereign realm, the soul-biting Ghost Fang imperial clan is merely a quasi-ultimate imperial clan. The magnitude of their sins is staggering. What then shall we say of the malevolence wrought by the Shadow Phantom Imperial Clan? This time, we must ensure that the Shadow Phantom Imperial Clan experiences the torment of the ultimate thunder calamity. With that, Lei Hongang raised his hand to rend the fabric of space. making his way towards the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. The other powerful beings, witnessing this, followed closely behind him, all heading towards the realm of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. At this moment, the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan had the Emperor of Desolation, Yuxiang, emerging from his seclusion. After a millennium of recuperation, the Emperor of Desolation had restored over 80% of his injuries, and the arm severed by a sovereign realm guardian had healed, though it still bore signs of weakness. The Devil of Devouring has just broken through to the sovereign realm and seeks our aid. It seems he has encountered troubles. The soul-biting Ghost Fang Imperial clan is, I fear, facing dire straits, remarked a powerful emperor of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan in a grave tone. Suddenly, Yuxiang sensed something. Retrieving a shattered quasi-ultimate soul token from the ultimate Imperial ring, his expression shifted to one of considerable gravity. The Devil of Devouring is dead. As expected, the entire soul-biting Ghost Fang Imperial clan has likely been utterly annihilated. The two other powerful emperors of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan exchanged glances, their expressions growing exceedingly serious as a flicker of fear emerged in their eyes upon perceiving the terrifying presence from the outside. Chapter 817. The Attack on the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. From which ultimate Imperial clan does this formidable being hail? Why has he appeared outside the realm of our Shadow Phantom Imperial clan? Is he intent on attacking us? Inquired an early-stage sovereign emperor of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan, his gaze laden with concern. Yuxiang regarded the familiar figure with a jolt of recognition, his mind racing with conjecture. At that moment, another emperor spoke gravely. Within the several hundred realms surrounding our Shadow Phantom Imperial clan, there are only 5 ultimate forces. The other 4 are at odds with us. However, aside from the Xuanxu realm Xianling Imperial clan and the Tianfeng realm South Shinfeng Imperial court, the other 2 ultimate forces lack any sovereign emperors above the 2nd level. He continued, moreover, the Ziwen Tianxue Imperial clan from the Yinzha realm and the Longxue Tianyin Imperial clan from the Wanyan Mountain realm are nearly 500 realms away from us. They would not dare to provoke our Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang inhaled deeply and replied, Emperor of Ghosts, Emperor of Shadows. Have you forgotten about the ultimate Imperial clan, the Lei clan? A millennium ago, I was gravely injured by a powerful emperor from the Lei clan. The peak sovereign emperor who wounded me bears a striking resemblance to that formidable figure outside. Apart from the differences in aura, realm, and weaponry, their imperial armors are almost identical. As he spoke, vivid memories of the moment when his arm was severed and his imperial body was gravely harmed flooded back. Seeing the powerful figure from the Lei clan once more sent a shiver down Yuxiang's spine, his gaze betraying a hint of fear. The Emperor of Ghosts and the Emperor of Shadows exchanged glances at Yuxiang's terrified demeanor, their brows furrowing in concern. Isn't the Lei clan merely a recently emerged ultimate imperial clan? How could they possibly possess a sovereign emperor at the 3rd level? Questioned the Emperor of Ghosts. Perplexed and anxious, he had never regarded the Lei clan with any seriousness. But if that external sovereign emperor truly hailed from the Lei clan, they would have to take this matter with utmost seriousness. In response to the inquiry from the Emperor of Ghosts, Yuxiang shook his head. The Lei clan is shrouded in mystery. Aside from the 3 known sovereign emperors and one-time emperor, there is scarcely any useful information to be gleaned. 4 sovereign emperors, exclaimed the Emperor of Shadows in astonishment. Why were we not informed of such a significant development? The Emperor of Ghosts turned his gaze towards Yuxiang, his expression also tinged with inquiry. Seeing their expressions, Yuxiang spoke with a tone of grievance. You have been in seclusion, largely indifferent to clan affairs. Yet you have made unlimited use of our clan's cultivation resources. Even when I was grievously wounded, you showed no concern. The information about the Lei clan's imperial forces has long since been delivered to your secluded abodes. You probably never even glanced at it. As Yuxiang's words carried a sense of resentment, both the Emperor of Ghosts and the Emperor of Shadows displayed fleeting expressions of embarrassment. Let us set this matter aside for now. We should first discuss how to respond to that external sovereign emperor, suggested the Emperor of Ghosts solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Shadows and Yuxiang turned their gazes towards the imposing figure outside the protective barrier, whose terrifying aura left them devoid of any thoughts of confrontation. I am merely in the late stage of the 2nd level of the sovereign realm, and the Emperor of Shadows is still in the early stage of the 2nd level. Furthermore, Yuxiang is still injured. Even combined, we are no match for that external sovereign emperor. The tone of the Emperor of Ghosts was grave and heavy. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leaving them not only without hope of victory, but even devoid of the courage to fight. Must we remain in this stalemate indefinitely? How can we continue our cultivation? The Emperor of Shadows expressed dissatisfaction. Yuxiang merely cast a sidelong glance at him, opting not to respond. If the external sovereign emperor continued to linger outside their realm, They would be unable to cultivate or even venture out to acquire resources. In the midst of their contemplation, an unexpected rending of space occurred outside the realm of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan, unleashing an overwhelming aura from the fissures in the fabric of reality. This spectacle immediately alarmed the three emperors of the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. A spatial rift? Is another powerful emperor approaching our Shadow Phantom Imperial clan? Just as the three emperors were engulfed in confusion, Lei Daoqiong and his cohort emerged slowly from the rift. Soon, 12 sovereign emperors, along with thousands of half-step sovereign emperors, stepped forth from the spatial rift, their collective presence directed towards the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. At this moment, the aura radiating from Lei Daoqiong and his companions was unmistakable. The oppressive presence of 12 sovereign emperors caused the pupils of the Emperor of Ghosts and his companions to constrict, their expressions laden with gravity. It seems like the likes of Shura Zhanhuang and the 6 ancestral sovereign emperors who annihilated the Shura imperial clan have all broken through to the sovereign realm, exclaimed the Emperor of Yuming. Incredulity etched across his face, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. The three emperors of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan, confronted with the sudden influx of formidable beings, felt an ominous sensation creeping into their hearts. There were 10 sovereign emperors at the first level, alongside 2 whose realms they could not discern. The Emperor of Souls furrowed his brow, gradually approaching the edge of the barrier, his gaze fixed upon Lei Daoqiong, who stood at the forefront. In a deep voice, he intoned, "I presume you are the formidable warriors from the extreme Dao imperial clan of the Lei family. With such a fierce demeanor, I wonder what brings you here." In response to the Emperor of Souls, Lei Daoqiong remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yishio beside him. Observing this, Yishio turned to the Emperor of Souls and, with a booming voice, rebuked the Shadow Soul imperial clan, which devours countless living souls to cultivate, has shrouded the heavenly mechanism in secrecy, concealing your heinous crimes from the extreme Dao rules. You, Shadow Soul imperial clan, are guilty beyond redemption. Your demise would be too merciful. You must endure the most brutal punishment the extreme Dao imperial realm can impose. Allow us, the Lei family of the extreme Dao imperial clan, to unveil the heavenly mechanism you have obscured and reveal your transgressions to the laws of the extreme Dao imperial realm. Before the Emperor of Souls could respond, 9 formidable emperors, including Shura Zhanhuang, launched an assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks infused with the primordial power of the extreme Dao upon the barrier of the Shadow Soul imperial clan, with resounding explosions echoing. Even the fabric of space began to fracture under the onslaught of the 9 emperor-level warriors. Yet astonishingly, the barrier of the Shadow Soul imperial clan remained intact. Noticing this, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze towards the Imperial Guard of the Third Realm of Dominion and nodded, signaling him to take action. Chapter 8:18, Shattering the Heavenly Mechanism. The Return of the Extreme Dao Rules. The Imperial Guard of the Third Realm of Dominion had waited long for this moment, and upon receiving the Elder's signal, he was finally permitted to act. Observing the barrier of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan, which even 9 First Realm Emperors could not shake, he raised his hand. A colossal palm blocking out the sun, crushing the very space itself, infused with boundless primordial power of the extreme Dao, and bore down upon the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. Within the domain of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan, the Emperor of Souls and his companions looked on in sheer panic as that gigantic palm descended upon the barrier. This is bad. The barrier cannot withstand the assault of a Third Realm Dominion Emperor. Quickly, join me in repelling that palm, the Emperor of Souls bellowed, producing his most treasured low-grade extreme Dao defensive imperial weapon, a massive shield resembling a synthesized turtle shell, which instantly expanded to an enormous size, positioning itself before the colossal palm. With a thunderous crash, the palm of the Third Realm Imperial Guard struck the colossal turtle shell shield, the terrifying shockwaves shattering vast expanses of space. The turtle shell shield sank slightly, nearly pressing against the barrier, yet it suffered minimal damage. However, within the barrier, a trace of crystalline soul essence escaped from the corner of the Emperor of Souls' mouth, for he alone understood the true horror of that strike. Even with the low-grade Extreme Dao Imperial weapon and the low-grade Extreme Dao formation of the barrier, the Emperor of Souls had been severely shaken. Had it not been for the turtle shell shield and the barrier, even the Soul Devourer Emperor would have faced the risk of demise. Wiping the soul essence from his lips, the Emperor of Souls' expression grew even graver. For at that moment, the Third Realm Imperial Guard had drawn forth a mid-grade Extreme Dao Imperial weapon, a massive blade that spanned the heavens, its terrifying sharpness cleaving through space as if it could sever the very universe in twain. Beholding the overwhelming might of the mid-grade Extreme Dao Imperial weapon, fear flickered in the eyes of the Emperor of Souls and his companions. Nearly 250 semi-dominion realm Imperial experts, witnessing the blade that rendered them powerless, trembled uncontrollably as the specter of death loomed over them. How is this possible? They possess a mid-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon. Is our Shadow Soul Imperial clan truly facing annihilation? The Shadow Phantom murmured, his tone laced with unwillingness. Perhaps they could still manage to resist against a Third Realm Dominion Emperor. But against a mid-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon, they had no hope of defense. In a fleeting moment, the Third Realm Imperial Guard, wielding the massive blade, struck down upon the turtle shell shield without restraint. Despite the valiant efforts of the Emperor of Souls and his companions, who coalesced the majority of their primordial power into various attacks to thwart the blade, the mid-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon, imbued with overwhelming force, faced no impediment and descended upon the turtle shell shield, with a resounding boom and the sound of shattering. The mid-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon cleaved the turtle shell shield into fragments, crashing heavily against the barrier. The turtle shell shield shattered, and the backlash injured the Soul Devourer Emperor, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of soul essence. The Shadow Phantom and the Soul Mourner, caught in the fallout, fared no better, both leaking traces of soul essence from their lips. The already wounded Soul Mourner Emperor, now at the end of his strength, gazed desperately upon the blade as it gradually crushed the barrier, his eyes filled with despair and reluctance. With a crack, the sound of the barrier shattering echoed, sending a shockwave through the hearts of all the warriors of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. They could hardly believe their eyes as the barrier that had shielded them for countless epochs was utterly obliterated. The countless blades unleashed by the mid-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon surged into the domain of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan like a tempest. Just as the Emperor of Souls and his companions braced themselves to resist, and the numerous members of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan awaited death in despair, they discovered that the relentless blades did not strike any of them, but instead severed the foundation of the low-grade extreme Dao formation. Many blades even cleaved through the intangible fabric of space, as if shattering invisible shackles woven within it. The Emperor of Souls and his companions, witnessing this, felt their hearts sink. This is bad. He is shattering our concealed heavenly mechanism. Quickly stop him. The Emperor of Souls cried out in terror. He hastily produced his final low-grade extreme Dao Imperial weapon, desperately attempting to intercept the blades, while the Shadow Phantom and Soul Mourner did likewise, even hoping to perish beneath those blades. Should their concealed heavenly mechanism be entirely shattered, they would face the punitive wrath of the extreme Dao Imperial Realm's laws. They would rather meet their demise than endure the penalties of the extreme Dao Imperial Realm's rules. Given their heinous crimes, the laws would not allow them an easy death. The torturous punishment, where one could neither live nor die, was the most dreadful fate imaginable for them. But it was all in vain. As the barrier crumbled, the Third Realm Imperial Guard unleashed a terrifying imperial pressure that enveloped the entire Shadow Soul Imperial clan. This pressure did not slay any of the clan's members, but instead bound them all in place. The Emperor of Souls and his companions, who had been struggling to repel the blades, found their movements hindered by the overwhelming pressure. The already low-ranking and heavily injured Soul Mourner Emperor was rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the countless blades shattered the shackles of their concealed heavenly mechanism, despair etched in his eyes. Observing the still struggling Emperor of Souls and Shadow Phantom, Lei Daoqiong, seeking to prevent them from self-destructing in their desperation, commanded the Imperial Guard who wielded the spatial primordial power to act. As the spatial primordial power enveloped the entire Shadow Soul Imperial clan, the Emperor of Souls and Shadow Phantom, who had been fervently attempting to obstruct the blades, were instantaneously immobilized in midair. Even before they could fully comprehend the situation, their mastery over the fundamental essence of the extreme path and their cultivation were directly sealed, rendering them incapable of self-detonation. For an Emperor-level powerhouse who commanded the spatial essence of the extreme path, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Such an unexpected turn of events instilled sheer terror in both the Ghost Emperor and the Shadow Emperor. The inability to self-destruct left them paralyzed with fear. For should the punitive measures of the extreme path Emperor realm truly descend, their existence would be rendered a living hell. In a fit of panic, the Ghost Emperor exclaimed, "Elder, Master, I, the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, am willing to submit to the Extreme Path Emperor clan, the Lei family. I beseech you, spare our lives." In a desperate bid for survival and to evade the punishment of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, the Ghost Emperor was compelled to abandon his pride and even express willingness to submit to the Lei family. However, Lei Daoqiong remained indifferent, responding coolly, "You sinful wretches are unworthy to submit to my Extreme Path Emperor clan." With that, he observed as the celestial chains that had bound the Ghost Emperor and his companions shattered completely, while endless thunderclouds gathered above the domain of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. He then turned his gaze towards the Ghost Emperor and his cohorts, slowly declaring, The annihilation of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan would be a mercy for them. Now, you shall fully experience the punitive measures of the Extreme Path Emperor realm. May you survive the eradication of your boundless sins. As soon as Lei Daoqiong finished speaking, it was as though the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm erupted in fury. The pressure and aura emanating from the thunderclouds were 100 times more terrifying than the extreme thunder tribulations of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. In an instant, it locked onto the 3 emperors of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, along with all half-step Dominator Realm Emperor-level powerhouses. And even every member of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan and their vassals were thoroughly ensnared by the extreme thunder tribulation. The terrifying suppressive power of the Extreme Path Emperor realm's rules left them utterly powerless to resist, forcing them to await their impending punishment in despair. Chapter 819. The Punishment of Extreme Thunderfire. Once the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm had completely suppressed the Ghost Emperor and his 2 companions, as well as the entire Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, the 3-tiered Dominator Realm Emperors swiftly withdrew to avoid being caught in the fallout of the Extreme Path Emperor realm's rules. Above the domain of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, chains of extreme rules bound the Ghost Emperor, the Shadow Emperor, and the Ghost Emperor, stripping them of control over their 3 fundamental essences of the extreme path, rendering them incapable of any form of resistance. Moreover, the horrific chains of extreme rules had ensnared nearly 250 Emperor-level powerhouses of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, along with all their clansmen and vassals. No, I cannot endure such punishment. Kill me, please. The Ghost Emperor cried out in a panic, trembling as he pleaded with Lei Daoqiong and the others, preferring death to the torment of the Extreme Path Emperor realm's rules. At this moment, the sky above the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan was a tempest of terrifying extreme thunderclouds, with strands of purple-gold lightning flickering like thunder serpents, tearing through the fabric of space. The oppressive aura of the extreme thunderclouds unleashed by the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm extended to surrounding realms, targeting solely the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, while having no effect on other beings and powerhouses, albeit instilling a profound sense of dread. What formidable being has provoked the ire of the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm? Many powerhouses were filled with suspicion, and feeling the overwhelming pressure from the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, they dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. The pressure emanated from the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. Could it be that their sins had been fully exposed to the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm? Speculation rippled among the powerhouses, their emotions a mix of excitement and trepidation as they swiftly teleported towards the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. They yearned to witness firsthand whether the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan had indeed angered the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm. Should the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan face retribution from the rules, then our clan might finally liberate itself from their grasp. Ideally, the complete annihilation of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan would ensure peace across the surrounding realms. Half-step Dominator Realm powerhouses hastened to breach the spatial barriers, their expressions tinged with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, above the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, in addition to the extreme thunder tribulations, ominous extreme purple flames began to flicker, capable of incinerating the extreme Emperor souls. What heinous deeds had the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan committed to provoke not only the extreme thunder tribulations, but also the extreme purple flames? It seemed the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm had truly been incensed. Lei Daoqiong solemnly remarked. They had initially thought that merely annihilating the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan would be too lenient. Furthermore, after witnessing the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan's fate, they desired for the Extreme Path Emperor realm's rules to enact punishment upon the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. However, they had not anticipated that the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan's transgressions were so egregious as to incite the full wrath of the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm. The extreme thunder tribulation inflicts corporeal agony, while the extreme Emperor flames deliver a torment unique to the extreme Emperor souls. Both forms of punishment are capable of rendering any powerful being in unbearable agony, and even Dominator Realm Emperors cannot escape such penalties. Only by transcending the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, or mastering the extreme rules, could one hope to evade the dread of such punishments. To the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, all beings residing within its confines are equal. Yet in any realm where life exists, the strong hold dominion, and only the fittest survive. Ordinary battles over resources, as well as conflicts and wars between powerful clans, are considered equitable struggles, which the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm do not interfere with. However, should one arbitrarily slaughter the weak or consume countless souls for the sake of cultivation, such acts are deemed sinful and intolerable by the Extreme Path Emperor realm. While Emperor-level powerhouses may shield their secrets and obscure the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm from scrutiny, should they be discovered, they will face the most horrific punishments from those very rules. No sin can evade the light of truth. The day of ultimate judgment will inevitably arrive. Evil cannot endure. All transgressions will meet their final demise. Elder Lei Xianxian stated gravely. Upon hearing Elder Lei Xianxian's admonition, all present nodded solemnly in agreement. The destruction of the Shura Emperor clan and other quasi-extreme path clans caused their hearts to race with relief. Fortuitously, they did not possess the greed of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan nor the cruelty of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. They adhered to their own clan's principles. Otherwise, they too might have faced a fate akin to that of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan and the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, ultimately meeting with annihilation. Furthermore, to endure the punitive measures of the Extreme Path Emperor realm would be a fate worse than death. Not much time passed before the endless purple-gold extreme thunderbolts began to strike down upon every member of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. In mere moments, countless clan members of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, whose cultivation levels were far too low, were utterly obliterated beneath the onslaught of the extreme thunderbolts. After all, the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan was fundamentally composed of spiritual entities, possessing feeble physical forms and low cultivation levels, rendering them incapable of withstanding the assault of the extreme thunder. Only those in the immortal Star Sovereign realm and above among the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan had the fortitude to endure the severely suppressed penalties of the extreme thunder. Meanwhile, those who survived were in excruciating pain, wishing for nothing more than to perish beneath the relentless punishment of the extreme thunder. However, the higher their cultivation, the deeper their sins, and the more determined the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm were to ensure that they did not die easily. Following the extreme thunder tribulation, the extreme purple flames began to unleash their fury. Without any grandiose assault, the extreme path of purple flames directly affected the soul, subjecting all survivors of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan to the torment and agony of their souls burning. Their perceptions were magnified 1,000-fold, leaving them with no possibility of slipping into unconsciousness. This punishment marked merely the beginning for the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, unless their sins were utterly eradicated. The rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm would not easily grant them reprieve. Lei Daoqiong and his companions had stood guard here for a month, during which numerous other quasi-extreme Emperor clan dignitaries had paid visits. Let us depart. The punishment of extreme thunderfire imposed on the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan by the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm will likely endure for quite some time. Remaining here serves no purpose. Upon finishing his statement, Lei Daoqiong led everyone away, leaving behind a sovereign-level Imperial Guard to ensure that no remnants of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan escaped. Chapter 820. The Rising Prestige of the Lei Clan. After the departure of the formidable individuals from the Lei Clan and its vassal Emperor clans, many Emperor-level powerhouses who had previously refrained from approaching the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan cautiously ventured towards the fringes of their domain. Thousands of half-step sovereign-level emperors, alongside more than a dozen unfathomably powerful beings, likely true sovereign emperors, gathered. A hint of trepidation flickered in the eyes of several emperors. Despite their careful probing, they were likely discovered by the sovereigns long ago. Numerous well-connected emperors began to converse among themselves. The 6 imperial ancestors of the Annihilation Shura clan, including Shura Zhanhuang, seem to have broken through to the sovereign level. I have noticed that as well, yet they appear to hold profound respect for the leading human emperor. It seems the Annihilation Shura clan has aligned themselves with a remarkably powerful Extreme Path Emperor clan to enable all 6 from the Annihilation Shura clan to achieve sovereign status. The strength of the Extreme Path Emperor clan they have allied with must be terrifying. In an instant, many Emperor-level powerhouses present narrowed their eyes, for they were well acquainted with the nature of the Annihilation Shura clan. Unless every powerful individual within the Annihilation Shura clan was willingly following, they would not easily submit to any Extreme Path Emperor clan. At that moment, one Emperor-level powerhouse seemed to recall something, causing a jolt in his heart. Could that human emperor possibly be from the Extreme Path Emperor clan, the Lei clan? Upon hearing this, several Emperor-level powerhouses displayed astonishment. The Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan? You mean the one that appeared a millennium ago in the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest and established it as a domain? Inquired one incredulous emperor. Our understanding of the Lei clan is minimal, yet the Annihilation Shura clan is the closest quasi-extreme emperor clan to the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. It is highly probable they have aligned with the Lei clan. The other emperors felt incredulous at this notion. If following the Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan could allow me to break through to sovereign status, I would gladly lead my entire clan to follow. Most of the emperor-level powerhouses present were at the late half-step sovereign level, with only a few at the pinnacle, and their yearning to break through to sovereign status was immense. Once the powerful individuals gathered their thoughts, they turned their gazes towards the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. which was enveloped in extreme thunder tribulations. The anguished cries of the ghostly emperors were harrowing, particularly as they felt the wrath of the extreme path emperor realm's rules. Upon witnessing the punishment of extreme thunder and purple flames, many emperor-level powerhouses could not help but shudder. What heinous deeds had the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan committed to warrant such a punishment from the extreme path emperor realm's rules? Given the atrocities committed by the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, enduring 1,000 ages of thunder tribulations is but a fitting retribution. This is their just desert. Indeed, with the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan receiving the wrath of the extreme path emperor realm's rules, even the ghostly emperors, Een Soul, Shadow Phantom, and Deathly Shade, are undoubtedly doomed. The Shadow Ghost Emperor clan is effectively obliterated. Excellent. The Shadow Ghost Emperor clan ought to have been eradicated long ago. Were it not for the Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan, we might still be living in the shadow of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, unaware of how many more of our kin would perish at their hands. Upon hearing these words, many Emperor-level powerhouses cast furious glances at the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, their eyes filled with wrath, wishing to rend them to pieces. However, witnessing the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan already suffering the severe punishment of the Extreme Path Emperor realm, barely clinging to existence, many Emperor-level powerhouses felt a sense of satisfaction. The punishment meted out to the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan by the rules of the Extreme Path Emperor realm avenged the grievances of our millions of kin. Many Emperor-level powerhouses exhaled deeply, relieved that with the annihilation of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan and the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan, they would no longer be subjected to their threats. A year passed. The fluctuations of the Extreme Path Emperor realm's punishment on the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan spread across a radius of 500 realms, allowing all quasi-extreme Emperor clans within this area to take notice. Even the 4 great Extreme Path Emperor clan sovereign powerhouses turned their gazes toward the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. After sensing nothing amiss, even sovereign powerhouses personally manifested their avatars to investigate the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. The fact that the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan was subjected to punishment by the Extreme Path Emperor realm's rules indicated that their transgressions were intolerable even to the other Extreme Path Emperor clans. The Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan could indeed be worth visiting. In an instant, many factions expressed gratitude towards the mysterious Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan, while the 4 great Extreme Path Emperor clans displayed keen interest in the Lei clan. After all, the ability to effortlessly unravel the secrets concealed by the 3 sovereign powerhouses of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan suggested that the Lei clan was far from ordinary. A blink passed, and another century slipped by. The remaining powerhouses of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan continued to endure the extreme Thunderfire punishment. Meanwhile, the Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan and the Annihilation Shura clan had garnered significant renown across the surrounding hundreds of realms. Remarkably, the Lei clan had achieved high prestige without even taking action. The Annihilation Shura clan was indeed fortunate. Aligning with the Lei clan had allowed the 6 from Shura Zhanhuang to all break through to the sovereign level. Now, a century later, the punishment by the Extreme Path Emperor realm on the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan showed no signs of concluding. It remained uncertain how much longer it would last. Everyone, since so much time has passed, why not we visit the Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan together? The dozen or so quasi-extreme Emperor clan dignitaries who had gathered began to ponder this suggestion. At that moment, one peak half-step sovereign powerhouse spoke up. We still know little about the Lei clan of the Extreme Path Emperor clan, and they are a clan we cannot simply visit at will. I believe it would be prudent to first approach the Annihilation Shura clan to inquire about the Lei clan's information and perhaps request the Annihilation Shura clan to facilitate an introduction. What do you all think? The other Emperor-level powerhouses furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The Annihilation Shura clan today is no longer what it once was. With 6 sovereign-level emperors, they far exceed the number of sovereign-level powerhouses previously held by the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan. Are you so certain that the Annihilation Shura clan would be willing to receive us? Upon hearing this, the aforementioned powerhouse's eyes widened slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his gaze, as he had momentarily forgotten that all 6 of the imperial ancestors from Shura Zhanhuang had already broken through to the sovereign level. As he contemplated this, he spoke again, acknowledging that the status of the Destruction Shura imperial clan had indeed risen significantly, placing them on a different echelon. However, they were not the sole faction under the auspices of the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family. Upon hearing this, the other esteemed imperial sovereigns turned their gazes towards the powerful figure. Oh, you are aware of other quasi-extreme path imperial clans that are allied with the Lei family? The powerful figure, noticing the intrigued expressions of the gathered sovereigns, revealed a smirk of pride and slowly responded, from what I have gathered. Aside from the Destruction Shura imperial clan, There are 10 other quasi-extreme path imperial clans that have pledged their allegiance to the Lei family. Perhaps we might seek their introductions. Upon hearing this, many of the imperial sovereigns exhibited signs of exhilaration. Their curiosity about the enigmatic Lei family was not only immense, but also tinged with a profound sense of reverence. Chapter 821. A Visit to the Extreme Path Imperial Clan. As the illustrious reputation of the Lei family permeated hundreds of realms, numerous quasi-extreme path imperial sovereigns found it increasingly difficult to contain their eagerness. Hastening to visit those quasi-extreme path imperial clans that followed the Lei family, yearning for introductions and opportunities to meet the Lei family. In the heart of the Xianxia realm, within a magnificent hall adorned with purple patterns, 5 imposing figures of the emperor class sat cross-legged, their formidable auras capable of warping space itself. Though their forms bore resemblance to that of humanity, they were intricately etched with golden-purple runes, exuding an air of dominion and majesty. At that moment, the sound of resonant Tao echoed within, as the 5 emperors engaged in discourse. The Shadow Phantom Imperial clan has suffered the penalties imposed by the rules of the extreme path, and their demise is but a matter of time. Now we must turn our attention to the Lei family. Do any of you harbor thoughts on this? The first to speak was the purple monarch Li, situated at the far left. At this utterance, the expressions of the other 4 emperors grew slightly tense, for their knowledge of the Lei family was rather scant. From what we have presently discerned, the Lei family has revealed 8 emperors, among whom are 2 at the pinnacle of the sovereign triple realm. And the most enigmatic among them, the time-space emperor, is likely unfathomable, remarked the furrowed-browed purple Xianxian, positioned at the far right. Just based on those 2 pinnacle sovereigns, the Lei family is not an entity we, the purple-patterned celestial blood imperial clan, can afford to offend, intoned the nearby purple Xuani solemnly. Moreover, let us not forget that the Destruction Shura imperial clan, under the Lei family's banner, boasts 6 more emperors who have transcended to the sovereign realm. Hearing this, purple Tianxian's companion, purple Fengling, nodded in agreement and added gravely, the strength of the Lei family is truly beyond measure. In a mere span of 10 millennia, they have enabled 6 peak emperor sovereigns of the Destruction Shura imperial clan to ascend to the sovereign realm, indicating their profound depth is likely beyond our imagination. If we could forge an alliance with them, we might indeed reap some benefits. Upon hearing Fengling's words, the 4 turned their gazes towards the central figure, the illustrious and ancient progenitor, Purple Qianhai, of the purple-patterned celestial blood imperial clan. After listening to the discourse of the 4, Purple Qianhai's heart had already reached a decisive resolution. The Lei family must not be antagonized. Furthermore, with the impending opening of the Tianshu secret realm, we require a more formidable ally. He fixed his gaze upon Purple Fengling and Purple Tianxian, stating solemnly, Fengling, Tianxian, you 2 shall proceed to visit the Lei family. Whether or not we can cultivate a good relationship with them depends on your efforts. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Purple Fengling and Purple Tianxian transformed into seriousness and gravity as they responded in unison. Understood. After Purple Qianhai conveyed some additional instructions, Fengling and Tianxian wasted no time, tearing through space as they made their way toward the realm of the Lei family. Simultaneously, the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan from the Wanyan Mountain realm harbored similar intentions. After witnessing the might of the Lei family, they too sought to establish a connection. Several days later, outside the realm of the Lei family, as multiple spatial rifts manifested simultaneously, 4 emperor-level figures slowly emerged from the fissures. In an instant, the 6 emperor-level strongholds of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, led by Shura Zhongguang, sensed the presence of the 4 emperor-level figures and promptly appeared outside the realm of the Lei family, their imperial auras radiating prominently as they regarded the newcomers warily. Who approaches? As the echo of Tao resonated, a peak sovereign-level aura flickered momentarily, and then a sovereign-level imperial guard materialized before Purple Fengling and the others. Shura Zhongguang and his companions offered a respectful bow to the sovereign guard, then turned their serious gazes toward the 4 emperor-level figures. Sensing the aura of the peak sovereign-level emperor, Purple Fengling solemnly introduced himself. I am Purple Fengling, hailing from the purple-patterned celestial blood imperial clan, here to pay a visit to the Lei family. Following his introduction, the other 2 emperors also spoke up. I am Long Daoyan, representing the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan, here to pay respects to the Time-Space Emperor, as well as the Lei family. At these words, Shura Zhongguang and the others involuntarily narrowed their eyes. The purple-patterned Celestial Blood Imperial clan and the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan were both considerably stronger than the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan. Their visit to the Lei family raised questions regarding their intentions. The sovereign-level Imperial Guard, after a moment of silence, relayed, the Master, Lei Daoqiong, is currently in seclusion, and proceeded to inform Elder Lei Daoqiong of this development. Upon learning that two emperor-level figures from the two great extreme path imperial clans sought an audience, Elder Lei Daoqiong was momentarily taken aback. The Purple Pattern Celestial Blood Clan and the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Clan. How unexpected that they would personally visit our Lei family. It seems they are already aware of the situation concerning the Shadow Phantom Imperial Clan. After contemplating for a moment, Lei Daoqiong instructed the sovereign-level guard to allow them entry and escort them to the Grand Hall of the Lei family. Once arrangements were made, Lei Daoqiong departed from his cultivation chamber, summoning several elder members of the Lei family who had transcended to the sovereign realm, along with a few unfathomably powerful sovereign-level guards, to head to the Lei family Grand Hall. Outside the Lei family realm, upon receiving Elder Lei Daoqiong's directive, the sovereign-level guard turned to Purple Fengling and Long Daoyan, stating slowly, "Follow me." With that, the sovereign-level guard opened the realm's barrier and flew directly toward the Grand Hall of the Lei family. Seeing this, Purple Fengling and Long Daoyan did not dare to delay even for a moment, hastily trailing behind the formidable figure as they entered the domain of the Lei family. Meanwhile, Shura Zhangwang and his companions chose not to follow them into the Lei family realm, but returned to the domain of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan. Their role was merely to guard the realm's barrier of the Lei family, preventing any Imperial Clan from daring to offend them. They held no authority to interfere with those who sought to visit the Lei family. Within the Lei family realm, Purple Fengling and Long Daoyan trailed slowly behind the sovereign-level guard. Although their curiosity about the Lei family was immense, they refrained from prying too deeply into the secrets of the Lei family's domain, even carefully restraining their own auras. Suddenly, a fearsome roar of a beast reverberated. As a colossal figure, exuding an overwhelming emperor-level pressure, crushed through vast mountain ranges, advancing directly toward Purple Fengling and Long Daoyan. The formidable presence of the beast and its terrifying emperor-level aura elicited a gasp of astonishment from both Fengling and Daoyan. A sovereign-level beast. Just as they were taken aback, a calm voice resounded, "Beast, do not act with insolence." The sovereign-level guards swiftly subdued the sovereign-level beast, rendering it immobile, before continuing to lead the way ahead. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan grew noticeably grave, their eyes betraying a flicker of reverence towards the extreme path Imperial Clan, the Lei family. Chapter 822, The Secret Realm of the Heavenly Void. Throughout their journey, Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan encountered no fewer than 4 sovereign-level beasts. Although they were all of the first tier of Sovereign Realm, their presence was indeed astounding. After all, despite the formidable strength of their 2 prestigious imperial clans, they had yet to subdue a single sovereign-level beast for their own use. The fact that the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, possessed 4 sovereign-level beasts only intensified their desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, even to the extent of forging an alliance. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Lei family, Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan were greeted by nearly 20 emperors, including 4 who surpassed the 3rd tier of the Sovereign Realm. Their expressions shifted subtly, the astonishment in their eyes deepening, and a sense of tension enveloped them. At that moment, even the somewhat proud Long Daoyan dared not act with arrogance. He promptly clasped his hands in salute, declaring, "Long Daoyan of the Dragon Blood Flame Imperial Clan, I pay my respects to all esteemed emperors of the Lei family." Observing this, Zi Fengling and Zi Tianxian swiftly contained their surprise, unwilling to fall behind, and followed suit in bowing. Zi Fengling of the Ziwen Blood Imperial Clan, I pay my respects to all esteemed emperors of the Lei family. In response, the leading figure, Lei Daoqiong, offered a faint smile. There is no need for excessive formalities. Esteemed guests, I am Lei Daoqiong, the elder of the Lei family. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the seats flanking the hall, indicating for them to sit. Acknowledging his invitation, Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan nodded and took their places on either side. After they were seated, Lei Xianxian signaled to 4 semi-sovereign-level imperial guards to serve tea. Following a round of hospitality and introductions, Lei Daoqiong inquired, having traveled such a distance, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing Elder Lei Daoqiong's question, Zi Fengling's expression grew serious as he replied, "To be candid, Elder Lei Daoqiong, we have come regarding the imminent opening of the secret realm of the Heavenly Void." The secret realm of the Heavenly Void. The elders of the Lei family exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, a hint of puzzlement in their eyes. At this juncture, Long Daoyan quickly interjected. The secret realm of the Heavenly Void is a manifestation of the rules of the Extreme Path Imperial Realm, vast in area and teeming with invaluable treasures, with resources of at least the quasi-extreme path grade, and opportunities to attain sovereign-level chances beyond the 4th tier. As he finished speaking, his gaze brimmed with yearning. Yet the thought of the dangers lurking within the secret realm flickered a shadow of fear across his countenance. Although the secret realm is rich in treasures and opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Even emperors risk falling. Zifeng stated gravely. Oh, a realm born of the rules of the extreme path, imperial realm. Might you elaborate further? Lei Daoqiong inquired curiously. All the elders of the Lei family turned their attention to Zifeng and Lei Daoqiong, their expressions revealing a glimmer of interest. In response, Zifeng began to elucidate. The secret realm of the heavenly void is located within the domain of the heavenly void, opening once every epoch for a century each time. Though it is a secret realm, it exists as an independent space, vast enough that even our clan's emperors have yet to fully explore it. The spatial intensity and suppression within the secret realm surpass that of the extreme path imperial realm by over 100-fold, rendering even peak semi-sovereign emperors incapable of teleportation within its confines. Only sovereign-level emperors possess that ability, and even they cannot tear apart the fabric of its space. As Zifeng paused to catch his breath, Lei Daoqiong chimed in. Moreover, the secret realm harbors numerous perilous locales, each containing trials of the extreme path rules. Success in these trials yields bountiful rare resources or treasures, while failure results in immediate demise. Additionally, within the secret realm, aside from the sovereign-level beasts, there exist heavenly void beasts, born of the realm itself, whose strength is at least sovereign level. A moment's negligence could lead to being devoured and refined by them. However, if one manages to slay a sovereign-level heavenly void beast, the extreme path essence contained within is sufficient to propel an emperor to a breakthrough. Its flesh is equally precious, surpassing that of ordinary sovereign-level beasts. At this juncture, a glimmer of fear and yearning flickered in Lei Daoqiong's eyes, clearly indicating he had experienced certain events within the secret realm. Then, Zifeng added, though the secret realm is fraught with danger, quasi-extreme path imperial medicines are abundant, and extreme path imperial medicines are not uncommon. Furthermore, the secret realm contains mid-tier or higher extreme path or veins, and if one possesses sufficient strength, they might even extract an entire mid-tier extreme path or vein. In addition, there are various types of extreme path chaotic metals suitable for forging extreme path imperial weapons, as well as extreme path imperial sacred essences and other invaluable resources. Upon concluding, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zifeng's eyes, though it quickly subsided as he turned his gaze towards elder Lei Daoqiong. After listening to their exposition, the eyes of Lei Daoqiong and the other elders sparkled with interest. However, their primary intrigue lay in the sovereign-level beasts and the sovereign-level heavenly void beasts within the secret realm. The resources and treasures it contained mattered little to the elders of the Lei family, as they were already well endowed with extreme path imperial medicines cultivated in their own extreme path world and their time-space imperial weapons. Having gleaned the information regarding the secret realm, Lei Daoqiong surmised the true purpose of Zifeng and Lei Daoqiong's visit. Fixing his gaze upon them, he directly stated, "Thank you for sharing the insights regarding the secret realm of the heavenly void. However, given that it possesses such an abundance of treasures and opportunities, why would you come to inform our Lei family? An additional competitor from the extreme path imperial clan seems of no benefit to you." At this moment, Zifeng and Lei Daoqiong exchanged glances and simultaneously rose to their feet, declaring in unison, "We, the Ziwen Blood Imperial Clan, Dragon Blood Flame Imperial Clan, come with sincerity, wishing to ally with the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, to jointly explore the secret realm of the Heavenly Void. We only request 30% of the resources and treasures obtained from the realm." Upon concluding their statement, both cast surprised and dissatisfied glances at each other. Elder Lei Daoqiong, our Ziwen Blood Imperial Clan has recorded the locations of 28 treasure sites within the secret realm, including at least 15 mid-tier extreme path or veins. And there is even potential for some high-tier extreme path or veins. One of these treasure sites may even harbor low-tier extreme path imperial sacred essences. Should the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family, agree to ally with our clan, we would only require 20% of the high-tier extreme path or veins and low-tier extreme path imperial sacred essences. Zifeng spoke earnestly, willing to go to great lengths to forge an alliance with the Lei family upon recognizing their formidable strength. Given the prowess displayed by the Lei family, their ability to acquire resources and treasures within the secret realm would undoubtedly surpass that of the Ziwen Blood Imperial Clan. Even if they were to claim only 20% of the resources and treasures, it would be far more advantageous than their previous struggles within the Heavenly Void. Most importantly, having the protection of the Lei family's emperor-level strength would ensure their safety within the secret realm, which was their primary aim. Chapter 823, Reaching an Accord. After hearing Zifeng's proposal, Lei Daoqiong's pupils constricted, his expression darkening. However, In pursuit of greater resources and treasures within the secret realm, he too spoke earnestly. Elder Lei Daoqiong, while our Dragon Blood Flame Imperial clan has recorded only 26 treasure sites, we have also documented the locations of nearly 100 sovereign-level beasts and 12 sovereign-level heavenly void beasts. If our clan were to ally with yours, we would require but a mere 10% of the slain sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beast carcasses. Upon hearing Lei Daoqiong's words, the eyes of the elders from the Lei family glimmered with intrigue. Even Lei Daoqiong found himself contemplating the proposal. At that moment, however, Xianxiafanling fixed his gaze upon Lei Daoqiong, his teeth clenched in indignation, and rebuked. Lei Daoqiong, have you no shame? To forge an alliance with the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, you dare to propose such terms. After a brief contemplation, Xianxiafanling turned towards Elder Lei Daoqiong, his voice trembling slightly as he continued. Elder Lei Daoqiong, our clan possesses substantial information regarding the territories of sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beasts. Should we ally, we would only require 50% of the slain carcasses. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong glared at Xianxiafanling, a flicker of rage crossing his eyes. Xianxiafanling, how dare you shamelessly mimic my terms? If you possess the ability, then forego any claim to the carcasses of sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beasts altogether. Lei Daoqiong retorted with a deep voice. Xianxiafanling let out a cold snort. Humph. I am discussing matters with Elder Lei Daoqiong. Your claim to the carcasses of sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beasts is of no concern to you. Lei Daoqiong's aura surged, exerting the pressure of a mid-stage sovereign second realm directly upon Xianxiafanling. Lei Daoqiong, do you dare to strike me within the Lei family's grand hall? Xianxiafanling exclaimed in fury, equally channeling the pressure of the sovereign second realm to resist. Just as their energies were about to collide, an imperial guard seated above in the hall merely shifted his gaze slightly, and an invisible force of the utmost spatial origin directly obliterated the oppressive energies of both Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong. Then, releasing a hint of the peak pressure of the sovereign fourth realm, he spoke in a deep voice. No violence is permitted within the Lei family hall. Should this occur again, you shall face death. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the peak sovereign fourth realm emperor, both Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong sensed a chilling threat of death, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly spoke in unison. Yes. We were overly emotional just now, and we sincerely apologize for any offense caused. We hope the esteemed emperors of the Lei family will forgive us. Upon hearing this, the peak sovereign fourth realm imperial guard gradually withdrew his pressure. Elder Lei Daoqiong regarded both Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong with a faint smile and slowly articulated. There is no need for such formality, gentlemen. If the celestial void realm's secret domain truly harbors boundless resources, we can collaborate. The resources obtained shall be divided with my Lei family claiming 40%, while the remaining 60% shall be shared equally between your two imperial clans. Upon hearing this, both Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong exchanged incredulous glances. Elder Lei Daoqiong, does your Lei family truly only require 40% of the resources from the celestial void realm's secret domain? Xianxiafanling inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Even Lei Daoqiong and the two other emperors accompanying him shared the same hopeful gleam in their eyes. Elder Lei Daoqiong nodded in affirmation, but added, of course, however, based on the information you provide, the carcasses of the slain sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beasts can only be allocated 10% to your two imperial clans, while my Lei family shall retain 90%. Can you agree to this condition? Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong exchanged glances once more, and after a mere moment, they reached a consensus. In unison, they declared, our clan agrees to Elder Lei Daoqiong's terms and is willing to provide all information regarding the celestial void realm. Partnering with the extreme Dao imperial clan of the Lei family to explore the celestial void realm would yield a delightful bounty of 30% of precious resources and 50% of the carcasses of sovereign-level beasts and celestial void beasts, truly a windfall from the heavens. They had no reason to refuse. Upon seeing their agreement, Lei Daoqiong nodded, a smile gracing his face as he thought, these two extreme Dao imperial clans are rather intriguing. If we can subdue them during our venture in the celestial void realm, it would be a significant boon for my Lei family. As long as there was no concealment of heavenly secrets, the Lei family sought to subjugate any extreme Dao imperial clan that had committed heinous sins. When Xianxiafanling and Lei Daoqiong, along with the other two, entered the Lei family grand hall, the four imperial guards could discern that none of the four sovereign emperors from these two extreme Dao clans bore the aura of concealed heavenly secrets, which was also the reason Lei Daoqiong was willing to collaborate with them. Naturally, they would need to probe the formidable emperors behind these two extreme Dao clans. If they met the Lei family's conditions, they could swiftly subdue them within the celestial void realm's secret domain. Do not doubt the strength of the Lei family. The mere presence of those 4 imperial guards surpassing the sovereign third realm within the hall was sufficient to render Zifengling and Long Daoyan powerless to resist against the extreme Dao clans backing them. By the way, at this moment, Lei Hongang suddenly inquired, I forgot to ask, how long until the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain opens? In response, Zifengling eagerly replied, Elder Lei Hongang, there are merely 3,000 years remaining until the next opening of the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. 3,000 years, is it? Lei Hongang pondered. Then continued, in that case, let us plan to jointly explore the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain 3,000 years hence. How splendid. It is an honor for my Ziwen Tianxue Imperial Clan, Dragon Blood Tianyin Imperial Clan, to collaborate with the Extreme Dao Imperial Clan of the Lei family. I hope for a delightful partnership this time. Both Zifengling and Long Daoyan expressed in unison. At that moment, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation for the exploration of the Celestial Void Realm alongside the Lei family 3,000 years later. Subsequently, the Lei family graciously hosted Zifengling, Long Daoyan, and the others for a full 10 days. Reluctantly, they finally laid down their cups. The rich aroma of the extreme Dao imperial wine lingering long in their memories. Yet, they had come with a mission. After bidding farewell to Elder Lei Hongang and the Lei family emperors, they returned to their respective clans to report. 10 years later, Lei Daoqiong emerged from his seclusion. His aura now more unfathomable than ever. Even Lei Su's realm had deepened. The Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. Upon learning of this news, Lei Daoqiong became immediately intrigued. Having resided in the extreme Dao imperial realm for over 10 millennia, he had spent a myriad of epochs cultivating within the spatial extreme Dao imperial weapons. Aside from annihilating the soul-devouring Ghost Teeth Imperial Clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan, Lei Daoqiong had yet to lead the Lei family in exploring the entirety of the extreme Dao Imperial Realm. Now that he was aware of the secrets of the Celestial Void Realm, which harbored numerous sovereign-level beasts and the unique Celestial Void beasts, he naturally intended to personally embark on this exploration. Chapter 824, The Celestial Void Realm's Secret Domain opens. Thus, with under 3,000 years remaining, Lei Daoqiong entered seclusion once more, and the next time he emerged, it would coincide with his journey to the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. Meanwhile, the elders of the Lei family were diligently cultivating, and with the aid of the spatial extreme Dao imperial weapons, the Lei family's strength was rapidly ascending. Before long, 2,989 years had passed. As the opening of the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain approached within a year, Lei Daoqiong and all the elders of the Lei family concluded their seclusion. Within the clan leaders' grand hall, Lei Daoqiong surveyed the newly advanced over 650 sovereign realm elders and nearly 8,000 half-step sovereign realm Lei family disciples. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Although the majority were in the sovereign first realm, and fewer than 100 elders had broken through to the sovereign second realm. Even Lei Xianping and Lei Yian had advanced to the sovereign realm, which greatly pleased Lei Daoqiong. Indeed, it seems that these 3,000 years have borne fruit for you all. However, the extreme Dao imperial realm is vast and boundless. Our Lei family must continuously enhance our strength to secure a place within this realm, Lei Daoqiong reminded, hoping the members of the Lei family would not grow arrogant and complacent. We shall heed the clan leader's teachings. Gazing at the assembly, Lei Daoqiong gave a nod before turning his attention to Elder Lei Hongang, who had recently ascended to the pinnacle of the second realm of the Dominator. He inquired, Elder Lei Hongang, have we identified the candidates for our expedition to the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain? In response, Elder Lei Hongang rose and replied, Esteemed clan leader, we have made our selections. In addition to Xianping and Ian, 200 Dominator Realm elders will accompany us. Since this is our inaugural exploration of the Celestial Void Realm, it would be prudent not to take an excessive number of powerful individuals. As for the Dominator Realm Imperial Guards, their arrangements will be personally overseen by you, clan leader. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong nodded. The Celestial Void Realm is indeed relatively unfamiliar to us, and it is wise to exercise caution during our first foray. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong made his decision. With a mere flicker of his consciousness, 100 Imperial Guards of the Fourth Realm and above materialized instantaneously within the clan leader's grand hall. Clad in Imperial armor, they exuded an aura of unparalleled terror, with several even belonging to the Sixth Realm of Dominators. This contingent of 100 Imperial Guards should suffice to confront the majority of dangers present in the Celestial Void Realm. After concluding his remarks, a new thought struck Lei Daoqiong, prompting him to glance at Elder Lei Hongang once more. By the way, have the members of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan and other allied Imperial clans expressed interest in venturing into the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain? Elder Lei Hongang seemed to anticipate this query, responding slowly, replying to the clan leader. Among the 27 imperial clans allied with us, many possess formidable individuals who have broken through to the Dominator realm. The strongest, the Destruction Azura Imperial clan, boasts 12 Dominator realm experts. They have all heard of the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain and are quite intrigued. However, they have previously lacked the qualifications to explore it, so this time, they are eager to join us. Thus, I have arranged for each clan to dispatch 2 to 5 of their most powerful Dominator realm experts to accompany us to the Celestial Void Realm. They should currently be awaiting us beyond the Lei clan's domain. Pleased with Elder Lei Honggang's arrangements, Lei Daoqiong nodded approvingly. Since Elder Lei Honggang has already made the necessary preparations, let us set forth immediately to the Celestial Void Realm. With Lei Daoqiong's command, the entire Lei clan sprang into action. Before long, he led 200 Lei clan elders and 100 imperial guards of the Fourth Realm and above aboard the Extreme Dao warship. They then collected nearly 70 Dominator realm experts from the Destruction Azura Imperial clan and the other 27 clans, traversing space directly towards the Celestial Void Realm. Meanwhile, outside the Celestial Void Realm, several formidable Dominator realm emperors from the Extreme Dao Imperial clans had been waiting for some time. Even the Xianxian Blood Imperial clan and the Dragon Blood Heavenly Flame Imperial clan had sent 4 Dominator realm emperors each, as their alliance brought them closer together. At this moment, the leading figure, Xianxia, turned to the ancestral figure of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Flame Imperial clan, speaking slowly, Dragon Ancestor Yuan. This collaboration with the Extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei clan, presents a rare opportunity. Do not act foolishly when treasures are at stake. Should you offend the powerful of the Lei clan, 100 lives would not suffice to pay the price. Hearing this, Dragon Ancestor Yuan let out a cold snort, retorting, I am no fool and require no reminders from you. Tend to your own affairs. Their conversation, though brief, was charged with tension, revealing a history of discord between the two clans. As time flowed steadily, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a colossal vessel resembling the vermilion bird, radiating an overwhelming aura, gradually materialized from the void. Observing this massive craft, the expressions of Xianxia and Dragon Ancestor Yuan grew serious. The Xianling Imperial clan has arrived, indicating that the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain is on the verge of opening. Xianxia spoke solemnly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Dragon Ancestor Yuan and the others felt similarly tense, though they concealed it well, awaiting the arrival of the powerful from the Extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei clan. Shortly after the Xianling Imperial clan's arrival, a vessel resembling a leaf also reached the outskirts of the Celestial Void Realm. On board were 10 Dominator realm experts, led by 2 Dominator realm emperors of the 3rd tier. Even Feng Su and Feng Qing from the Divine Wind Imperial Court had come. Had we not allied with the Extreme Dao Imperial clan, we might have found little in the Celestial Void Realm. Xianfengling spoke with a tone of both gravity and relief. Upon hearing this, Dragon Ancestor Yuan surprisingly nodded, refraining from contradicting Xianfengling's assessment. The Xianling Imperial clan and the Divine Wind Imperial Court are formidable forces. Until the Dominator realm emperors of the Extreme Dao Imperial clan arrive, we must remain vigilant. Dragon Ancestor Yuan cautioned. Watching the vessels of the Xianling Imperial clan and the Divine Wind Imperial Court, a glimmer of resentment briefly flickered in Dragon Ancestor Yuan's eyes, swiftly masked. As time continued its steady march, other Extreme Dao Imperial clans from even further afield began to arrive at the fringes of the Celestial Void Realm, with several hidden Dominator realm emperors gradually revealing themselves. Each sought the opportunity for breakthroughs within the Celestial Void Realm, or at the very least, to acquire resources and treasures. After another fortnight had passed, the Extreme Dao warship belonging to the Lei clan finally reached the outskirts of the Celestial Void Realm. As the vessel emerged, all the Dominator realm emperors already present turned their gazes toward the approaching craft. An Extreme Dao warship? Which Extreme Dao Imperial clan does it belong to? Just as many emperors were pondering this, Lei Daoqiong appeared before them, accompanied by dozens of elders and Imperial guards. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Imperial guards at the pinnacle of the Fourth Realm, all present emperors were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of solemnity. Upon spotting the familiar elder Lei Honggang, Xianxia and Dragon Ancestor Yuan's faces brightened as they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Xianxia and Dragon Ancestor Yuan, we pay our respects to the esteemed Lei clan emperors. Elder Lei Honggang, noticing their demeanor, swiftly introduced, this is our clan leader, Lei Daoqiong. You may address him as the Emperor of Time and Space. At this, a flicker of excitement crossed the eyes of Xianxia and Dragon Ancestor Yuan as they hurriedly bowed, declaring, we have the honor of meeting the Emperor of Time and Space. Observing their respectful gestures, Lei Daoqiong nodded and promptly inquired, "No need for such formalities. By the way, how long until the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain opens?" As Xianxia and Dragon Ancestor Yuan were about to respond to the inquiry from the Emperor of Time and Space, a sudden, terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Celestial Void Realm, instantly captivating the attention of all present emperors. A booming voice rang out, igniting excitement among the emperors. The Celestial Void Realm's secret domain is opening. Within lie countless resources and treasures, along with abundant opportunities and inheritances. Fellow Taoists, let us rely on our own abilities. I shall take the lead. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong gazed at the massive vortex ahead, which began to resemble a swirling galaxy, and remarked slowly, "It seems we have indeed arrived just in time, coinciding perfectly with the opening of the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. Let us proceed into the Celestial Void Realm." Chapter 8:25. Entering the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. Without further hesitation, the group hurriedly boarded the Extreme Tao warship, swiftly navigating into the colossal galactic vortex. As the vessel traversed through a shadowy, ethereal expanse, it soon emerged into a vast and extraordinary space, revealing itself before all. This is the Celestial Void Realm's secret domain. It is indeed wondrous, the crowd exclaimed in awe, standing within the Extreme Tao warship. The Dominator Realm emperors from the Lei clan and all allied imperial clans gazed at the sights unfolding within the Celestial Void Realm, their hearts swelling with excitement and curiosity. Even Lei Daoqiong, observing the remarkable landscape ahead, felt a flicker of interest. On this day, the spatial intensity and suppressive force of the Celestial Void secret realm astonishingly surpassed that of the Extreme Tao Emperor realm by 100-fold. It was likely that even a peak Emperor sovereign at the half-step dominion level would merely squander time acclimatizing to the spatial intensity and suppressive force of the Celestial Void secret realm. It was no wonder that among the formidable beings who had entered the Celestial Void secret realm, not a single half-step dominion peak Emperor sovereign was seen. Lei Daoqiong murmured. After observing for a moment, many powerful emperors who had entered the Celestial Void secret realm quietly departed from the area, venturing deeper into the realm. Sensing this, Lei Daoqiong employed his Extreme Tao Emperor sense to probe further, only to quickly discover that even the range of his perception was suppressed by over 100 times. He could only discern the area within roughly 10 realms ahead. The elders of the Lei family in the Dominion realm could only scan an area of about one realm around them. No wonder the Celestial Void realm could not be fully explored. Even the Dominion realm emperors faced such severe suppression, and with dangers lurking everywhere. It was utterly impossible to thoroughly investigate the entire Celestial Void secret realm within a century. Before long, Lei Daoqiong sensed over a dozen Dominion realm beasts in the area ahead, as well as the Extreme Tao Emperor medicine guarded by these beasts, along with 5 precious mid-grade Extreme Tao mineral veins. Among them, only a peak Dominion realm beast was being besieged by several emperors from the Extreme Tao imperial clans. They sought not only the Extreme Tao Emperor medicine, but also the corpses of the Dominion realm beasts, which were treasures in their own right. At this moment, Long Ziyuan, somewhat anxious yet exhilarated, spoke first. "Report to the Time and Space Emperor, in the area of 1/10 of a realm directly ahead. There is a peak Dominion realm beast guarding the Dragon Yin Emperor Essence Flower, which can enhance the qualifications of Dominion realm emperors, making it exceedingly precious." Upon hearing this, Xianxia quickly added, "Report to the Time and Space Emperor, in the area of 1/5 of a realm to the left ahead. There is also a peak Dominion realm beast, which guards the 7-colored Heavenly Source Emperor Golden Lotus, a treasure that can elevate one's realm and even refine a clone." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong instantly sensed the location of the Dominion realm beasts and treasures they spoke of, yet he felt no inclination towards them. His interest lay solely in the depths of the Celestial Void secret realm. Therefore, he slowly articulated, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, the Lei family's contingent is entrusted to you. You may divide them into 2 teams based on the information provided by Xianxia and Long Ziyuan to explore the entire Celestial Void secret realm. The clan leader shall venture forth alone." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong nodded and replied, "Understood." After arranging everything, Lei Daoqiong departed from the Extreme Tao warship with 10 Dominion realm imperial guards, instantly vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Subsequently, Lei Daoqiong instructed everyone to disembark from the Extreme Tao warship. After retracting the warship, he divided the 200 powerful emperors of the Lei family into 2 teams. Lei Daoqiong led a team of 100 Lei family emperors, complemented by half of the 27 imperial clans under the demonic Shura emperor, totaling 135 Dominion realm emperors. The remaining emperors were led by Elder Lei Xianxian. Both teams were safeguarded by 45 imperial guards above the 4th Dominion realm. Ensuring their safety, Xianxiai, please lead the way. The extent of resources, treasures, and the corpses of Dominion Realm beasts we can obtain hinges on the information you provide, Elder Lei Daoqiong declared. As they beheld the over 100 Dominion Realm experts, Xianxiai and the others were so astonished they could scarcely utter a word, their bodies trembling slightly. After a moment of composure, they nodded and, accompanied by Lei Daoqiong's team, soared towards the left front. After Xianxiai and Lei Daoqiong's team departed, Lei Xianxian, who remained, turned to Long Ziyuan. Long Ziyuan, lead the way. You wouldn't want to be outdone by the purple-patterned Heavenly Blood Emperor clan, would you? Lei Xianxian stated in a calm tone. However, Long Ziyuan was far from calm. He quickly suppressed his astonishment and fear, adopting a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Elder Lei Xianxian, I, Long Ziyuan, shall never be outdone by the purple-patterned Heavenly Blood Emperor clan. With that, he and 3 other emperors from the Dragon Blood Flame Emperor clan swiftly flew forward. Seeing this, Lei Xianxian signaled to the many elders of the Lei family to follow suit. Recognizing that they genuinely required the information provided by Long Ziyuan and his companions to explore the Celestial Void secret realm. Meanwhile, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by 10 Dominion Realm Imperial Guards, traversed several instances of instant teleportation, soon arriving at a location devoid of other extreme Dao Imperial clan emperors. Observing the area below, shrouded by towering peaks and dense forests, Lei Daoqiong frowned. His perception utterly failed to explore this region. The spatial chaos here was quite significant, even capable of affecting time and space. Could this be a place of inheritance? After pondering this, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand, and an invisible force of the primal essence of time and space instantly coalesced into a pair of colossal hands, aiming to rectify the chaotic time and space of this locale. However, as soon as Lei Daoqiong made contact with the spatial rules of this place, it triggered a tumult across the entire area, causing the endless spatial rules to twist rapidly, forming void fissures that sought to shatter the colossal hands he had manifested using the primal essence of time and space. The spatial rules here exhibited the ability to autonomously resist and counterattack. How intriguing! Lei Daoqiong's eyes sparkled, and the colossal hands, now re-solidified, chose to confront the spatial rules head-on. In mere moments, the hands of primal essence collided with the void fissures of the spatial rules. The terrifying power of time and space instantaneously froze the area. Subsequently, the fissures transformed into a force of temporal strangulation, directly crossing time and space to ensnare Lei Daoqiong, seemingly intent on obliterating him fundamentally. At this critical moment, a myriad of layers of purple-golden barriers, forged from mid-grade extreme Dao imperial symbols, manifested around Lei Daoqiong, with the outermost layer even comprising a defensive barrier of high-grade extreme Dao imperial armor. As the strangulation of the spatial rules commenced, the defensive barrier of the imperial armor exhibited slight cracks, yet it withstood the assault of the spatial rules in this area. However, the colossal hands forged from the primal essence of time and space were utterly shattered. Feeling the might of the spatial rules, Lei Daoqiong could not help but take a deep breath, subsequently opting to refrain from further engagement. The spatial rules indeed exhibited overwhelming power. Merely a wisp compelled me to deploy my full defense. With my current strength, altering the spatial rules is utterly beyond possibility. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong cast his gaze once more toward the area ahead, his expression sharpening as a thought struck him. If each inheritance is guarded by spatial rules, it would indeed be favorable news for my Lei family and the many Dominion Realm Emperors under our banner. With that in mind, Lei Daoqiong transmitted a message to the Dominion Realm Imperial Guards of the other 2 teams, instructing them to seek the location of the inheritance within the Celestial Void secret realm based on the power of the spatial rules. Chapter 826, The Ziyuan Realm Beast. Once the time and space in this area stabilized once more, Lei Daoqiong gradually departed, harboring little personal interest in the inheritance site, yet recognizing that it might hold benefits for the Lei family and its numerous emperors. As he traversed the skies, Lei Daoqiong continued deeper into the Celestial Void realm. Along the way, he collected any mid-grade or higher extreme Dao Emperor medicines he encountered. Meanwhile, those Dominion Realm beasts of lower tiers were captured alive and placed into his extreme Dao space for breeding. Yet, after exploring a full 100 realms and capturing over 100 realm beasts, he had yet to catch a glimpse of a single Celestial Void beast. The Celestial Void beast truly lived up to its reputation as a unique creature of the Celestial Void secret realm. One could only wonder if it could survive in the extreme Dao Emperor realm. Lei Daoqiong sighed, continuing his exploration ahead. The time is still early, and the Xianxiu realm's secret domain will remain open for a century. Lei Daoqiong has ample time to seek out the sovereign realm Xianxiu beasts. Meanwhile, the Lei family team, led by Xianxiai and 3 others, has arrived at the edge of the first treasure site. Before them lies a lake shrouded in a faint mist. Its depths obscured, yet undeniably vast and boundless. The lake's surface remains eerily calm, yet the presence of massive, indistinct shadows gliding beneath evokes a sense of mystery and danger. This lake appears to be a treasure site, yet it does not seem so, Lei Daoqiong remarked with a hint of skepticism. Hearing this, Xianxianhai and his companions' expressions grew grave as they slowly elaborated. What you may not realize is that although the lake's surface seems tranquil, it harbors two extraordinarily terrifying Ziyuan realm beasts, both at the late stage of Sovereign Second Realm. Even the Emperor-level experts of the Sovereign Third Realm dare not venture here lightly. However, at the center of this lake lies a pool of extreme Dao lotus, containing at least 100 inferior-grade Luoyan Emperor Sacred Lotuses, and even 9 middle-grade Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor Sacred Lotuses. If we could obtain one of the middle-grade Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor Sacred Lotuses, our journey would be worthwhile. Upon concluding his statement, Xianxianhai and his companions turned their expectant gazes toward Lei Daoqiong and the other Lei family emperors. After hearing Xianxianhai's introduction, a glimmer of interest flickered in the eyes of Lei Daoqiong and the other Lei family emperors. They had initially believed that the Tianshu realm's secret domain contained no precious treasures, but the mere presence of two late-stage Sovereign Second Realm Ziyuan beasts was enough to compel the Lei family emperors to take action. More importantly, the extreme Dao Lotus Pool's potential contained imperial medicine they had never encountered, further unveiling the wonders of the Tianshu realm's secret domain. Who among us is willing to engage the two late-stage Sovereign Second Realm Ziyuan beasts? Lei Daoqiong inquired, his voice brimming with battle intent, clearly eager to test the strength of these Ziyuan beasts. Although the Lei family possessed a considerable number of emperors, most were at the pinnacle of the Sovereign First Realm, with fewer than 40 at the Sovereign Second Realm. As soon as Lei Daoqiong's words fell, several late-stage Sovereign Second Realm Lei family emperors stepped forward, exuding overwhelming battle spirit and an imposing aura. Their terrifying presence even startled Xianxianhai and his companions. The aura of inferior-grade extreme Dao imperial armor explains their audacity to challenge Ziyuan beasts of the same realm, Xianxianhai mused, envy glinting in his eyes as he observed the Lei family emperors clad in such armor. Just as Lei Daoqiong and several Lei family elders were about to advance towards the lake, an imperial guardian hastily stepped forward to halt them, cautioning, Elder Lei Daoqiong, there are not just 2 Ziyuan beasts in this lake, there are at least 9. The most formidable among them is at the mid-stage of the Sovereign Third Realm. Additionally, 1 more Ziyuan beast has reached the early stage of the Sovereign Third Realm, while 5 Ziyuan beasts are at the Sovereign Second Realm, with only 2 at the Sovereign First Realm. If you wish to engage, we must make further arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong and the Lei family elders furrowed their brows, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards Xianxianhai. Sensing their pressure, Xianxianhai quickly clarified, Elder Lei Daoqiong, our clan indeed only detected 2 late-stage Sovereign Second Realm Ziyuan beasts. We were unaware of the presence of 9 Ziyuan beasts within this lake. We would never dare to deceive you given our clan's strength. Hearing Xianxianhai's words and confirming the Imperial Guardian's nod, Lei Daoqiong finally believed them. It seems the information you previously gathered about the various treasure sites within the Tianshu realm's secret domain is likely incomplete. Lei Daoqiong's tone suddenly turned serious. Had they chosen to engage directly moments ago, they would have faced not just the late-stage Sovereign Second Realm Ziyuan beasts, but potentially the mid-stage Sovereign Third Realm Ziyuan beasts. The consequences could have been grave, severe injury requiring rescue from the Imperial Guardians, or even death. Devoured by the mid-stage Sovereign Third Realm Ziyuan beasts, a fate too dire for the purple pattern Heavenly Blood Imperial clan to bear. Thankfully, they had the protection of Imperial Guardians at the pinnacle of the Sovereign Fourth Realm. Otherwise, the Lei family elders would indeed have been in peril. After Lei Daoqiong reorganized their approach, over a dozen Lei family elders at the Sovereign Second Realm, along with 2 peak Sovereign Fourth Realm Imperial Guardians, stepped into the air and directed their course toward the shadowy lake. As they entered the lake's vicinity, the previously placid waters erupted in tumult, waves crashing violently. Suddenly, a roar capable of rending space itself shattered the peace, and in an instant, an enormous Xian beast surged forth from the lake, its colossal maw threatening to engulf the Lei family emperors whole. This massive Ziyuan beast resembled a giant serpent, its body adorned with black scales, broad fin-like appendages resembling wings on its back, and a tail akin to a scythe, seemingly capable of cleaving through space itself. Abomination, you seek death. With a furious shout from the Imperial Guardian, he raised his hand and swung his blade. In the next moment, the heavens shifted in hue, and a slender white line manifested in the air, slicing through the massive Ziyuan beast. Before the beast could react, the space was shattered, cleaving its form in twain. A torrent of Ziyuan beast's blood spewed forth, scattering across the boundless expanse, only to be collected by the Imperial Guardian before it could touch the lake. The peak sovereign First Realm Xian beast struggled briefly before succumbing, its bisected body swiftly claimed by the Imperial Guardian's extreme Dao space. Chapter 827. Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor Sacred Lotus. As the peak sovereign First Realm Xian beast was slain, the entire lake erupted in chaos. In an instant, the surface roiled, and immense whirlpools formed where tranquility once reigned. Within these swirling vortices, terrifying figures darted through, unleashing an overwhelming pressure from the sovereign realm beasts, casting the surroundings into shadow once more. With resonating roars that shook the very fabric of space, numerous Xian beasts erupted from the massive whirlpools. Soon, 8 sovereign realms Xian beasts circled above, their deep-set eyes fixated on Lei Daoqiong and the others, their oppressive aura threatening to overwhelm them. The 2 largest Xian beasts leading the pack regarded the 2 peak sovereign Fourth Realm Imperial Guardians with palpable trepidation, momentarily refraining from any rash actions. The presence of 8 sovereign realms Xian beasts, along with the one slain by Imperial Guardian 11, indicated that this vast lake treasure site was indeed the domain of these 9 Xian beasts. Let us proceed with caution, Lei Daoqiong stated gravely. Let us test the strength of these Xian beasts. If suitable, we may capture them alive. If they prove too ferocious, we shall eliminate them. Upon finishing, the inferior-grade extreme Dao imperial armors worn by the 6 elders of the Lei family radiated a brilliant glow, and as the space tore apart, the Lei family elders retrieved their weapons from the rifts and launched their assault on their designated Xian beasts. As for the 2 sovereign-level abyss beasts at the early and mid-stages of the Triple Realm, they were instantly subdued by the 2 peak-level Imperial Guards of the Sovereign Fourth Realm the moment the battle commenced. They were grievously injured and directly captured, imprisoned within the extreme space of the Imperial Guards. The remaining 6 sovereign-level abyss beasts, witnessing this, were filled with both fear and fury. The capture of their strongest ancestors within their territory was an utter humiliation for them. Moreover, the audacity of the seemingly insignificant humans to attack them further fueled their rage. Roars echoed, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space, as torrents of lake water were whipped up, transforming into swirling vortices that rushed towards the elders of the Lei family. In response, the Lei elders wielded their weapons, unleashing blades of light that cleaved through the space itself, piercing the water tornadoes and striking at the abyss beasts. One elder, at the mid-stage of the sovereign Second Realm, summoned an overwhelming chill, immediately releasing an icy domain that froze the entire expanse of lake water into solid ice in mere moments. This momentarily trapped the remaining 6 sovereign-level abyss beasts, allowing them to break free from the layers of ice and engage in combat with the Lei elders. In an instant, the battle between the 12 sovereign-level emperors shattered the heavens and split the earth, turning the solidified lake into countless shards, which melted back into water only to freeze anew. The entire area surrounding the lake became a battlefield for the Lei family and the abyss beasts, with only the central extreme lotus pond remaining untouched, as a peak-level Imperial Guard had previously erected a protective barrier to prevent the battle's aftermath from damaging the precious extreme medicinal herbs within. Observing the fierce clash between the Lei family and the abyss beasts from the edge of the lake, Xianxia and others were left in awe, their expressions filled with shock. The might of the Lei family's emperors was indeed terrifying, capable of contending with abyss beasts of the same realm, and their combat prowess was nothing short of formidable. Zifengling expressed profound respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Shuret Songfeng and others exchanged knowing smiles, their heads held a little higher. Xianxia, filled with envy, remarked that if he possessed such weapons and equipment, he too could challenge abyss beasts of the same realm. While they conversed with envy, a sudden cry of anguish erupted from the battlefield. A peak sovereign First Realm abyss beast plummeted like a shooting star onto the frozen surface of the lake, shattering the ice and sending countless icy fragments into the air. Once the Lei elder dispelled the icy debris, they found the abyss beast lying in a massive ice pit, battered and on the brink of death. Not wishing to kill it outright, the elder opted to capture it alive, storing it within his extreme space. With the first Lei elder having captured an abyss beast, the other 5 elders began to exert their strength, no longer toying with the remaining 5 abyss beasts. As dazzling extreme imperial techniques manifested, the 5 abyss beasts, despite their desperate struggles, could not escape their fate of being gravely wounded and subdued. After a mere hour, Elder Lei Daoqiong decisively severed the head of the last sovereign Second Realm abyss beast, concluding the battle. After collecting the corpse of the abyss beast, he wiped the blood from his imperial weapon and turned his gaze towards the center of the lake. At that moment, Xianxia and the others approached Elder Lei Daoqiong, their voices filled with excitement, praising his overwhelming might and invincibility in slaying an abyss beast of the same realm. In response to Xianxia's flattery, a faint smile graced Elder Lei Daoqiong's face, though he remained indifferent, slowly saying, "Enough with the praise. All the sovereign-level abyss beasts within this lake have been dealt with, posing no further threat to us. Are you aware of any other treasures that may exist within this lake?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia quickly replied, "According to our clan's investigations, the most precious item in this lake is the extreme lotus pond, particularly the 9 extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotus. As for any other treasures within the lake, I cannot make any assumptions at this moment." Elder Lei Daoqiong, finding that his findings aligned closely with Xianxia's, pondered the possibility of undiscovered treasures that even they could not uncover. He then turned to a nearby Imperial Guard, signaling him to conduct a thorough search for any additional treasures. "Let us proceed to examine the extreme lotus pond." With that, Elder Lei Daoqiong and the others soared towards the extreme lotus pond. Soon, at the edge of the extreme lotus pond, an Imperial Guard stood vigil. The pond spanned several 100 million kilometers, teeming with countless quasi-extreme golden lotuses swaying gracefully, radiating with vitality. As they approached the center, the quality of the golden lotuses increased, revealing colossal ones reaching heights of 10,000 zhong, their bodies a mesmerizing shade of violet, adorned with 7 lotus leaves and a pale purple lotus flower, accompanied by a blue lotus pod of the inferior extreme flowing celestial lotus. Within the blue pod, 18 flowing celestial lotus seeds were nestled, immensely beneficial for enhancing cultivation within the sovereign realm. Delving deeper into the central region of the extreme lotus pond, Elder Lei Daoqiong and his companions beheld 9 magnificent extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotuses. Each of these celestial lotuses towered over 10,000 zhong, their beauty reminiscent of the starry sky, with 9 lotus leaves shimmering like small islands. Their flowers exhibited a subtle black-golden hue, deep and cosmic in appearance. The black-golden pods of the extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotuses contained 9 celestial lotus seeds that emitted a rich aroma, capable of slightly enhancing the primal essence of those below the sovereign 4th realm merely by inhaling their fragrance. Indeed, the extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotus was a remarkable and rare treasure. After expressing his astonishment, Elder Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze towards Xianxia and the others. Chapter 828, The Misty Mountains. Noticing Elder Lei Daoqiong's gaze upon him, Xianxia felt a surge of nervousness. Quickly glancing at the extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotus and grasping the implication. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly spoke, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, the extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotus is too precious. Our clan's emperors currently lack the ability to refine it, and we are willing to forego our share of this treasure." Seeing Xianxia's perceptiveness, Elder Lei Daoqiong nodded in satisfaction. After all, Xianxia was merely at the peak of the sovereign 2nd realm, and their clan had only 5 sovereign-level emperors. Even if they were to possess such a valuable treasure, they would lack the capacity to safeguard it. It was important to note that within the extreme imperial realm, there were numerous hidden sovereign-level emperors. While they might not possess the same resources as the extreme imperial clan, if it were to become known that the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan possessed the extreme mid-grade mixed essence celestial lotus, it would undoubtedly bring unprecedented peril upon them. Given the formidable strength of your purple vein celestial blood emperor clan, it is indeed inappropriate for you to possess the mid-tier mixed yuan celestial essence emperor Saint Lotus. However, this elder shall provide you with additional compensation, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss. Upon concluding his statement, Elder Lei Daoqiong gracefully soared towards the mid-tier mixed yuan celestial essence emperor Saint Lotus. Despite the promised compensation, the loss of the mid-tier mixed yuan celestial essence emperor Saint Lotus left Xianxia and others feeling quite distressed, compelling them to wear forced smiles as they followed the elders of the Lei family. Meanwhile, Lei Xianxian trailed behind Long Zhu Yuan and others, arriving at the edge of a vast mountain range shrouded in mist. As the group came to a halt, Long Zhu Yuan approached Lei Xianxian, introducing, "Esteemed Elder Lei Xianxian, this wondrous place is known as the Misty Mountain Range. The fog here can induce illusions in even the mightiest of emperors, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Hence, few imperial beings dare to venture into its depths. I, by mere happenstance, once entered this Misty Mountain Range, and that singular experience nearly ensnared me in an illusion from which I would never escape. Yet, it was also during that solitary foray that I fortuitously acquired a low-tier dragon serpent emperor essence flower, enabling me to elevate my bloodline and reach the pinnacle of the 2nd realm of sovereignty." After reflecting on his past, Long Zhu Yuan continued, "Within this Misty Mountain Range, I have encountered only one pinnacle sovereign realm rocky realm beast. Fearing the hidden dangers, I refrained from slaying it and was fortunate enough to escape before being completely ensnared in an illusion. I remain uncertain of the true expanse of this misty mountain range. For once I entered, my perception was suppressed 1,000-fold, rendering any extensive exploration impossible. Upon hearing Long Zuyuan's account, Lei Xianxia's gaze momentarily darkened with gravity. If such a treasure trove harbors such peril, one can only imagine the horrors lurking deeper within the Tian-Su's secret realm. The clan leader has taken only 10 sovereign realm imperial guards into the depths of the Tian-Su's secret realm. I wonder if they shall encounter danger. After a brief contemplation, Lei Xianxian concealed his concerns. After all, the clan leader's strength is unfathomable, and the Tian-Su's secret realm should pose no threat to him. D17. Investigate this misty mountain range. Lei Xianxian commanded one of the imperial guards at the mid-stage sovereign fifth realm. Yes, D17 responded. And with a surge of imperial consciousness, he gradually advanced towards the misty mountain range. Observing this scene, Lei Xianxian pondered that if even D17 could not probe the misty mountain range, it would be prudent for them to refrain from further exploration. After all, treasures capable of enhancing one's aptitude, such as the low-tier dragon serpent emperor essence flower, while not abundant, are certainly not scarce within the Lei family. Before long, D17 opened his eyes, a sudden glint illuminating his gaze as he reported to Lei Xianxian, esteemed elder Lei Xianxian. This misty mountain range is shrouded in an illusionary extreme path rule, posing a threat only to those emperors below the fourth realm of sovereignty. For those above the fourth realm, there is no danger whatsoever. Furthermore, based on my findings, there are at least 12 sovereign realm rocky realm beasts within the misty mountain range, with the mightiest among them being at the pinnacle of the third realm of sovereignty, alongside another at the mid-stage and one at the early stage of the third realm. In addition, there are 6 rocky realm beasts at the second realm of sovereignty and 3 at the first realm. Upon hearing this, Lei Xianxian felt a slight sense of relief. As long as there was no threat to the imperial guards, everything within this treasure trove could be considered theirs for the taking. The expressions of Long Zuyuan and the others shifted to one of profound astonishment upon learning of the information uncovered by the Lei family emperor. How could such a treasure be so thoroughly investigated? What realm must this Lei family emperor occupy? While Long Zuyuan and the others were still in shock, Lei Xianxian pressed on. What are the resources and treasures within this misty mountain range? D17 pondered briefly before reporting. The misty mountain range harbors a mid-tier extreme path stone vein and 10 low-tier extreme path stone veins, abundant with numerous quasi-extreme path imperial medicines. The quantity of low-tier extreme path medicines exceeds 200, and there are even 16 mid-tier extreme path medicines. Upon hearing of the vast array of treasures within the misty mountain range, the eyes of Long Zuyuan and the others gleamed with anticipation as they gazed expectantly at elder Lei Xianxian. Lei Xianxian, too, found himself intrigued by the misty mountain range, particularly due to the 12 sovereign realm rocky realm beasts it contained. Having acquired such knowledge, it would be remiss to let the opportunity slip away. After a moment's consideration, Lei Xianxian ordered the first realm sovereign emperor to remain behind, leaving 10 imperial guards to guard the area. The mid-stage sovereign emperor of the Lei family, under the guidance of the imperial guards and Long Zuyuan, directly ventured into the misty mountain range. Upon entering the misty mountain range, all the elders of the Lei family felt a fleeting illusion, as though glimpsing scenes from the Eastern Spirit Star District. Once they steadied their minds, Lei Xianxian instructed all the elders to consume the low-tier Jade Essence Concentration Emperor Pill, which would eliminate the effects of all illusions for those below the fourth realm of sovereignty. Long Zuyuan, too, received a low-tier Jade Essence Concentration Emperor Pill from Lei Xianxian, feeling both grateful and fortunate. Let us proceed. The illusionary extreme path rule within this misty mountain range is now ineffective against us. We can explore it without concern. After saying this, Lei Xianxian directed D17 to lead the way, intent on gathering all the resources and treasures within the misty mountain range, leaving no sovereign realm rocky realm beast unexamined. This plundering approach to acquiring resources and treasures within the misty mountain range left Long Zuyuan in a state of profound astonishment, further elevating his reverence for the extreme path imperial clan. Chapter 829, Sovereign Realm Tian-Su Beasts. In the blink of an eye, the Tian-Su secret realm has been open for 3 years. During this time, Lei Daoqiong has explored over 100 realms, capturing and hunting more than 1,000 sovereign realm beasts, and has discovered over 100 regions shrouded by extreme path rules, with the number of treasures unearthed being substantial. At this moment, atop a colossal peak stretching for billions of zhong, Lei Daoqiong surveyed the dense forests and mountains below, shaking his head in dismay. These Tian-Su beasts are indeed elusive. This marks the 219th treasure site I have discovered, yet I have only encountered 18 sovereign realm beasts. Lei Daoqiong murmured to himself. Soon, his gaze fixated on a late-stage sovereign fourth realm beast, and in an instant, he vanished from the mountaintop. In barely a moment, Lei Daoqiong traversed vast distances, arriving before the late-stage sovereign fourth realm beast. The tooth flame realm beast at the late-stage sovereign fourth realm appeared rather formidable. As soon as it caught sight of the human before it, the beast found itself momentarily stunned. Before it could roar, the scene before its eyes shifted dramatically. Just as it prepared to unleash a fierce roar, it sensed the presence of hundreds of other beasts, including some of sovereign realm strength far surpassing its own, rendering it hesitant to make any rash movements. In the following days, Lei Daoqiong diligently searched and explored the treasure site, capturing all 18 realm beasts alive, while also collecting numerous mid-tier extreme path medicines. Once he lost interest in this treasure site, he continued deeper into the Tiansu secret realm. The expanse of the Tiansu secret realm remains unknown, yet since it is an evolution of extreme path imperial realm rules, it should not be so barren. It is likely that deeper within the secret realm, more precious treasures await, and the probability of encountering Tiansu beasts should be greater. Upon contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong found himself losing interest in the ordinary treasures of the land. However, he did not hesitate to capture the dominator-level beasts he encountered along the way, imprisoning them within his extreme path space. Thus, 3 months passed. Lei Daoqiong ventured deeper into the secret realm of the Tianxi realm, traversing 20 realms until he arrived at a marshland saturated with extreme path thunder. The peculiar aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this very place, leaving him curious about the unique qualities hidden within the marsh. As he gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of the marsh, the distinctive aura intensified, markedly different from the extreme path emperor medicine, and not solely characteristic of a supreme treasure. It bore a semblance to the essence of realm beasts. Perhaps, within this marsh, a Tianxiu beast exists. Without hesitation, Lei Daoqiong soared into the marsh, followed closely by his 10 imperial guards. Upon entering the airspace above the marsh, the extreme path thunder within seemed to be drawn towards him, launching a direct assault. Yet, undeterred by the barrage of extreme path thunder, Lei Daoqiong welcomed it, summoning a colossal devouring vortex that materialized around him, consuming and absorbing the thunder to enhance his thunderous extreme path origin. As he progressed toward the marsh's center, the ferocity of the extreme path thunder amplified, even giving rise to extreme path golden thunder, comparable to that of a dominator at the 3rd level. The extreme path thunder in this marsh was terrifying and seemingly inexhaustible. The realm beasts inhabiting it likely possessed extraordinary strength. After a prolonged advance, Lei Daoqiong finally caught sight of a thunder-eating realm beast, bathed in an endless cascade of extreme path golden thunder, resembling the golden horn he had encountered previously, albeit significantly larger, adorned with golden scales and crowned with platinum horns, exuding an imposing majesty. At that moment, the thunder-eating realm beast seemed to sense Lei Daoqiong's presence, awakening with a furious roar as its extreme path golden thunder shattered the space around it, attempting to intimidate Lei Daoqiong and his companions into retreating. However, upon detecting the absence of Lei Daoqiong and the Imperial Guard's auras, its pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of anthropomorphic fear. In the next instant, the thunder-eating realm beast transformed into a bolt of extreme path golden thunder, its massive form vanishing before Lei Daoqiong's eyes. Witnessing this, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Lei Daoqiong's gaze. A thunder-eating realm beast at the pinnacle of the Dominator's 3rd level could achieve such speed. How intriguing. Afterward, he summoned the power of the extreme path origin, seamlessly merging with the space around him, along with his 10 Imperial Guards, and they disappeared from their original location. As they delved deeper into the marsh, the extreme path thunder morphed into an immensely potent extreme path purple thunder, its might surpassing even that of the Dominator's 4th level pinnacle. Upon reaching the edge of the marsh, the thunder-eating realm beast appeared to cower on the ground, unwilling to advance further, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. Observing this, Lei Daoqiong furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the center of the marsh, filled with extreme path purple thunder. A mere glance caused a flicker of joy to illuminate his countenance. That seemed to be a Tianxiu beast. In Lei Daoqiong's line of sight, amidst the extreme path purple thunder, stood an extraordinarily large, thunder-winged creature resembling a giant ape. The creature emanated an immense force of extreme path thunder origin, its aura reaching the pinnacle of the Dominator's 5th level. Its form could shift at will, akin to a phantom, seamlessly merging with the space around it, wielding mastery over multiple extreme path origins. Indeed, it was a Tianxiu beast. Lei Daoqiong murmured to himself, astonished by the sight. Even after witnessing countless races and powerful exotic beasts, encountering a Tianshu beast for the first time was undeniably exhilarating. He pondered whether this Tianshu beast could be subjugated, a challenge awaited given its status at the pinnacle of the Dominator's 5th level. Casting a glance at his Imperial guards behind him, he noted that 4 possessed the pinnacle of the Dominator's 5th level, while 3 reached the pinnacle of the 6th level. With his own strength, they should easily subdue the Tianshu beast. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Daoqiong captured the cowering, thunder-eating realm beast, sealing it within the extreme path space, then instructed the 7 Imperial guards to carefully encircle the Tianshu beast. Meanwhile, he retrieved hundreds of mid-grade extreme path confinement emperor talismans, silently arranging them before gradually approaching the Tianshu beast. As Lei Daoqiong entered the realm suffused with extreme path purple thunder, the Tianshu beast, meditating at the center, abruptly opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon the approaching human warrior. A human emperor? How could he have found this place? With a deep, rumbling voice, the Tianshu beast seemed to sense the threat posed by Lei Daoqiong and darted further into the depths of the marsh. However, before it could escape, it encountered a peak dominator at the 6th level. In mere moments, the Tianshu beast found itself heavily surrounded by the 7 Imperial guards, while Lei Daoqiong stepped forward to confront the creature. Chapter 830, Subjugating the Tianshu Beast. Sensing the presence of its adversaries, the Tianshu beast's eyes were filled with wariness, its body taut and ready to repel any assault. Yet, faced with 4 foes of equal rank, 3 surpassing it, and 1 whose realm remained indiscernible yet exuded a palpable threat, the Tianshu beast recognized its inability to flee. It then directed its gaze to the foremost human. Speaking in a grave tone, "Human Emperor, you encircle me. What is your intent?" Noticing the Tianshu beast's wariness, Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly. "This emperor has searched for the Tianshu beast for years, and at last, I have found you. Should you willingly submit, I can spare you from corporeal torment." At these words, a flicker of anger flashed in the Tianshu beast's eyes. "To demand my submission, human emperor, you are overly confident." Seeing the Tianshu beast's unwillingness and its intent to resist, Lei Daoqiong's gaze sharpened slightly. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shifted. The endless extreme path purple thunder vanished, replaced by profound chaos. Simultaneously, a supreme will of extreme path origin descended upon the Tianshu beast. The terrifying pressure instantly suppressed the Tianshu beast within the space, causing its ethereal form to warp, as if it would collapse at any moment. In that instant, the Tianshu beast felt the threat of death, as if the human emperor merely needed a glance to annihilate it entirely. The overwhelming pressure from the supreme will of extreme path origin extinguished any thought of resistance, leaving only fear and the desire to submit. "I, the human emperor, am willing to serve you." Seeing the Tianshu beast yield after but a brief moment of resistance, Lei Daoqiong paused, inscribing a servant mark into its extreme path beast's soul before gradually retracting the pressure. "You possess a modicum of sense, far exceeding that of realm beasts. Do you have a name?" Regaining its composure, the Tianshu beast gasped for breath and, upon hearing the inquiry from the human emperor, promptly responded, "I report to my master. I am known as the Shutian Thunder Ape, having survived in this Wanyu Thunder Marsh for over 1,000,000 epochs." Shutian Thunder Ape, Lei Daoqiong continued to inquire. "Are there other Tianshu beasts within this Wanyu Thunder Marsh?" At this point, the Shutian Thunder Ape had recovered somewhat, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "I report to my master, we Tianshu beasts hold our territories in high regard. Should other Tianshu beasts venture here, territorial disputes would ensue. Thus, in this Wanyu Thunder Marsh, I am the sole Tianshu beast." Upon hearing the response of the Void Sky Thunder Ape, a flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Lei Daoqiong's gaze. However, at that moment, the Void Sky Thunder Ape continued, "Yet, I possess knowledge of the territories of 11 other heavenly void beasts, among which resides a beast that dominates the 7th level realm. Its power is truly formidable." After speaking, the Void Sky Thunder Ape glanced at the expression of the human emperor, keen to discern whether the latter harbored any fear of the beast reigning over the 7th level realm. Yet, no trace of trepidation was visible on Lei Daoqiong's countenance. Instead, a glimmer of interest shone through. What manner of being was this human emperor, who exhibited no fear towards a beast of such overwhelming might? What realm did he truly inhabit? The Void Sky Thunder Ape pondered incessantly, yet with each thought, his own trepidation deepened. At that moment, a smile finally graced Lei Daoqiong's features, for the rewards from the system had taken him by surprise. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the first heavenly void beast. You are awarded an advanced Supreme Dao gift pack and 10 fragments of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please collect them at your convenience." Previously, The capture or defeat of beasts at the sovereign level had granted Lei Daoqiong numerous gift packs, yet the majority were of the low Supreme Dao variety, with only a scant few being of the mid-Supreme Dao grade. Now, having subdued a peak 5th level sovereign heavenly void beast, he was unexpectedly granted an advanced Supreme Dao gift pack along with 10 fragments of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule, which elicited a hint of joy upon his face. It is important to note that the Supreme Dao rules are entities that can only be mastered by those who have transcended the sovereign level. Previously, Lei Daoqiong had been incapable of even withstanding a mere thread of self-defensive power from the Space Supreme Dao rule. Yet now, the system had directly rewarded him with fragments of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule. Should he succeed in refining and merging them, Lei Daoqiong would truly attain an invincible level within the sovereign realm. Contemplating this, he could not help but inquire within his mind, "System, with my current strength, is it possible for me to refine these Thunder Supreme Dao rule fragments?" Ding. If the host wishes to court death, feel free to attempt. The fragments of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule possess boundless destruction and annihilation power, unless the host breaks through to the sovereign realm and ascends to the 9th level sovereign, becoming the unparalleled Chaos Sovereign. There is no conceivable way to refine these Thunder Supreme Dao rule fragments. Upon hearing the system's explanation, the joy on Lei Daoqiong's face instantly waned, and he could not help but exclaim, "If I am currently unable to refine and merge these Thunder Supreme Dao rule fragments, what use is it to bestow them upon me now?" Ding. The Supreme Dao rules represent the evolution of the Supreme Dao's essence. To comprehend a single Supreme Dao rule is to possess the ability to create a universe with a mere thought, thereby wielding control over the Supreme Dao Imperial Realm rules, surpassing even the sovereigns in power. Although the host cannot refine the Thunder Supreme Dao rule fragments at present, you may still comprehend the power of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule within them, thus enhancing your Thunder Supreme Dao essence. Upon grasping the system's explanation, Lei Daoqiong gradually understood. The Supreme Dao rules are indeed a more advanced power than the Supreme Dao essence, yet they share the same origin. Within the Supreme Dao rules lies the most advanced power of the Supreme Dao essence. Should he manage to comprehend it, Lei Daoqiong would hasten his ascension to the 9th level sovereign realm. Although he currently possesses only the fragments of the Thunder Supreme Dao rule, they would significantly elevate his strength. Prior to successfully merging myriad Supreme Dao essences and breaking through to become the Chaos Sovereign, these Thunder Supreme Dao rule fragments would prove immensely beneficial to Lei Daoqiong's power enhancement. With this newfound understanding, joy returned to Lei Daoqiong's features. After all, his current strength barely reached the late stage of the 7th level sovereign realm. If he could grasp the highest power of the Thunder Supreme Dao essence within the fragments, his strength would soar directly to the 9th level sovereign realm. However, he could only attain the 9th level sovereign strength while wielding the Thunder Supreme Dao essence. His other Supreme Dao essences would remain at the late stage of the 7th level sovereign realm, necessitating gradual enhancement. Should the system reward him with additional Supreme Dao rule fragments, he would still have the opportunity to comprehend and elevate one Supreme Dao essence to the 9th level sovereign realm. Gazing at the boundless thunder of the myriad realms within the Thunder Marsh, Lei Daoqiong deemed this location an exquisite place for cultivation. With over 90 years remaining before the closure of the Heavenly Void Realm's secret domain, he could use this time to cultivate here. If he could comprehend the highest power of the Thunder Supreme Dao essence within the fragments, it would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Lei Daoqiong instructed the Void Sky Thunder Ape to locate a region where the Thunder Supreme Dao was most formidable, then retrieved a Spacetime Supreme Dao Imperial Tower and directly entered it, commencing his study of the highest power of the Thunder Supreme Dao essence within the fragments.